Zhang Yang, an undergraduate student majoring in history, was packaged as a master of antique appraisal during his part-time job, thus setting the gears of the entire antique world into rapid motion. Grave robbers, this is a Han Dynasty terracotta figurine. Next time, remember to clean the dirt off. Now, let the host help you calculate your sentence. Chapter 001. The first day of appraisal yields results. In a parallel world, in Lehigh City, in a certain MCN company. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. Welcome to Master Zhang's Antique Appraisal Livestream. Zhang Yang, beaming with a smile, gazed into the camera, his face adorned with an imitation of ancient makeup and a false beard, making him appear to be in his 30s or 40s. Today marks my first day of broadcasting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yang, with 12 years of experience working in a museum. If you have any questions regarding cultural relics, calligraphy, jade, or jewelry, feel free to connect with me. Just click on the bottom to connect. It's free today since it's my first day. Brothers, hurry and connect. As he observed the thousands of viewers in the live stream, the barrage of comments was filled with check-in. He nervously touched his nose. Today was not only his first day live streaming, but also the inaugural broadcast of this Douyin account. The thousands of viewers present were attracted by the company's investment in promotions and check-in red envelopes. The company required Zhang Yang to achieve at least a 5-viewer retention rate, meaning that after the red envelope frenzy, at least 5 of the current audience needed to remain to continue watching. This was no easy feat. Zhang Yang gestured to the director off camera, signaling to expedite the process and let the plan connect. Li Hua has requested to connect with you. Here we go. Welcome our first online friend, Li Hua. Zhang Yang feigned excitement. Hello. Hey, can you hear me? A delicate female voice spoke from the other end, but the camera was aimed at the ground, revealing only a marble floor. Oh, it's indeed a young lady. I was just thinking that name must belong to a girl. Zhang Yang straightened his posture, his face lighting up with joy. In truth, upon seeing the floor, he realized this must be one of the dancers from the neighboring area playing the role of a plant. However, his on-screen persona included a lecherous trait, which his boss deemed relatable and fitting for a middle-aged man, so he had to feign interest. The barrage of comments read, "Seeing the host's pig-like face makes me want to laugh." The comments were rather harsh, clearly indicating they were not from a plant. Zhang Yang didn't retort. Interaction was a positive sign. He inquired, "What would you like to see, Miss Li Hua?" Li Hua, her voice slightly higher, replied, "I'd like to see this bracelet." "A bracelet? Let me take a look." In the video, Li Hua extended her delicate, fair hand, adorned with a vibrant green bracelet. The comments read, "Such delicate hands. Does the hand need beautification too?" "Hand model." Zhang Yang was tempted to read the snarky comments aloud, but when his gaze fell upon the verdant bracelet, he suddenly froze. Next to the bracelet were lines of small text. Item information. Name, bracelet, material, glass, production date, 2021. Detailed information. A craft item, resembling a jade bracelet in appearance, but its actual value is vastly different and can be discerned from its exterior. Item information. Is this for live streaming effects or an accident? Zhang Yang was perplexed, thinking it was AI recognition information, and he hastily signaled to the director off camera, pointing at a screen. "Have you lost your mind?" The director shouted through the headset, suppressing his voice. "Hurry and appraise. The red envelope will soon end." "What words? Have you directed too much and gone cross-eyed?" "Stick to the script," the director said impatiently. Couldn't he see? Zhang Yang was certain that the director had 2 monitors in front of him. One displayed the same view as Zhang Yang saw, and the other what the audience saw. Neither showed any text. According to the script, Zhang Yang was supposed to gaze in awe and pretentiously inform the other party that this was genuine jade. This bracelet was a gift from a wealthy suitor to the female host named Li Hua. Naturally, such gifts carried considerable value. Yet now, looking at the item information, he found it impossible to proclaim genuine jade or worth at least 200,000. What if there are knowledgeable viewers in the live stream? Zhang Yang's so-called 12 years of museum experience was, of course, fabricated. He was merely a second-year student in the history department at Lehigh University, taking on a part-time job. Through a classmate's introduction, he signed with this MCN company, his first job being to pretend to be an expert in antique appraisal to boost the popularity of this Douyin account, facilitating sales for his colleagues. Zhang Yang thought, "I cannot ruin the reputation of the live stream," so he decided to speak the truth. "Miss, this is likely made of the same material as a beer bottle. Even the color is identical." Li Hua responded in shock. "Teacher, you must be mistaken. This is jade, not glass." The comments read, "I thought it was plastic, didn't expect it to be glass. It's so green. If it were real, it would be worth a fortune." This woman certainly won't believe it. Seeing the multitude of comments in the live stream, Zhang Yang realized he had made the right call and continued. "This is indeed glass. Hold the bracelet up to the light. Can you see many tiny bubbles inside?" Li Hua followed his instructions, her tone gradually wavering. There are just one or two very tiny bubbles. Ah, yes. Even if there's only one bubble, it's still glass. Zhang Yang glanced at his notebook, as he had prepared in advance, knowing how to distinguish between glass and stone. That can't be right, Li Hua murmured. This was a gift from a very wealthy friend of mine. He wouldn't deceive me. How much did your friend spend on it? I don't know, but it must have been quite expensive. Li Hua seemed somewhat distressed, even losing her enthusiasm. The comments read, "Expensive my foot, this woman has been deceived. Probably was given a white ticket, hence she doesn't dare to believe it." Zhang Yang was also a bit confused. The director had said he would find a plant, yet this one seemed to be genuinely immersed in the role. As he pondered whether to change the topic, the connection was abruptly severed by the other party. Just as the mic was cut off, someone else requested to connect, this time not a plant, but a genuine viewer. Renhai Fuching has requested to connect with you. Hello, big brother. That ID screams big brother. Zhang Yang greeted with a smile. Good day, teacher. The other party replied politely. I would like your help in examining my bronze mirror, which has been passed down from my grandfather's generation and has been in my home for many years. In the video frame appeared an antiquated circular green mirror, still adorned with tarnished copper and dirt. This time, no item information appeared immediately, but Zhang Yang was not anxious. Such bronze artifacts were often counterfeit. Let me see the back, Zhang Yang commanded authoritatively. After examining for a moment, just as he was about to declare a fake, he was once again stunned. Name, bronze mirror. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production date, 331 BC. Detailed information. This bronze mirror was used by the nobility of the Qin state during the Warring States period and is suspected to have just been unearthed. Bullet screen. All. The bronze artifacts are fake. Why has the host fallen silent? With a serious expression, it seems there is an issue. Could it possibly be true? Chapter 002. The consequences of antiquities, 3 years at a minimum. Was this from the Warring States period, the Qin dynasty, or perhaps just unearthed? The keywords in the artifacts information made Zhang Yang's eyelids twitch. If this were a case of trafficking in cultural relics, it would certainly lead to imprisonment. He pondered the potential repercussions of assisting such a person in identification. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to inquire further. Where did you acquire this item? I already told you. It's a family heirloom. The other party replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Just tell me what era it belongs to. Era, you say? Zhang Yang hesitated, sensing something amiss in the tone of the inquiry. Shouldn't a reasonable person first question its authenticity? What did the request for the heiress signify? Did he already presume its legitimacy? The lighting in your room is rather dim, my friend. The patina appears somewhat peculiar from my vantage point. Could you perhaps find a location with better illumination? Wait a moment, I'll open the window, the other replied. All right, now rotate it. Zhang Yang directed the individual to turn the bronze mirror, but his gaze remained fixed on the background of the video, which resembled a temporary structure at a construction site. The good news, it was not from Tim. The bad news, the artifact's information had been updated. The term suspected had vanished, replaced by recently unearthed cultural relic. The patina on this artifact is a thin, even layer, showing no signs of soil corrosion, suggesting it has been preserved in a relatively sealed environment. Yet, it is still caked with dirt. Could it have been soiled during excavation? Comments scrolled across the screen. Sealed environment? Isn't that a coffin? Even those from the old 9 gates come to appraise treasures? You wouldn't understand. This new streaming room has fewer restrictions. The comments sharpened Zhang Yang's focus. Disregard the dirt on it. Concentrate on the object itself. The other party carelessly grabbed a towel, attempting to wipe the dirt off the bronze mirror with a rough motion. Brother, this is an artifact. Handle it with care, Zhang Yang cautioned. Upon hearing the term artifact, the netizen, who went by the name of Sea of People, hesitated momentarily before retorting, this is my family heirloom, not an artifact. He was clearly rattled, yet continued to feign bravado. Zhang Yang smiled. How long has it been in your family? Nowadays, merely claiming it as an heirloom isn't sufficient. Even family possessions are subject to regulation unless you can prove it has been passed down from decades past. My friend, it would be prudent to contact the local cultural heritage department and surrender it. If you dare to sell it, a minimum sentence of 3 years awaits. Just as Zhang Yang intended to clarify the gravity of the situation, the other party abruptly cut the video feed. Brother, stopping now is futile. We have already recorded everything here. You must submit it promptly. It will be too late otherwise. Comments flooded in. The host truly knows his field. He seems to have unsettled the other party. The person earlier sounded like they were from northern Shaanxi. I even heard the sound of excavators. It must have come from a construction site. Host, why not call the authorities? Be cautious of being invited for tea. Zhang Yang replied, friends, your comments are becoming increasingly fanciful. Rest assured, our streaming room is properly registered. with a signed commitment to uphold healthy values. The essence of this broadcast is to promote positive energy in the appraisal of treasures. Though he spoke otherwise, Zhang Yang felt a sense of trepidation within. He had come to believe about 70 to 80% of the claims made in the comments, and as he gazed at the still open livestream interface, he instinctively clicked to report. Reported user. See if people suspected of illegal activities. Detailed description. This individual is engaged in the trafficking of artifacts from the Warring States period. Having completed this task, Zhang Yang finally felt a sense of relief. Major streamer channels are monitored by cyber police, but regrettably, this particular streaming account was new. Otherwise, the process would not have been so cumbersome. The comments read, "Streamer, don't just freeze. Connect with the guests. I wish I could, my friends. Is there anyone left to appraise?" Zhang Yang glanced at the viewer count. Over 800 spectators were still watching. At this rate, he was certain to meet today's goals. Listening to Pear Blossoms in the Rain requests to connect with you, a new opportunity had arrived. Zhang Yang hurriedly clicked to accept the connection. To his astonishment, upon viewing the other party's video feed, he was taken aback. The comments read, "Maserati? That steering wheel clearly belongs to a wealthy individual." Yet, Zhang Yang was not shocked by the wealth. To be candid, there were quite a few affluent individuals in the MCN company, with several Porsches parked downstairs. What truly astonished him was the ornament on the vehicle, identified as an ivory piece, dated back to 1980. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." The wealthy gentleman was exceedingly polite. "I would like your assistance in appraising this ivory piece." As he spoke, he lifted the ivory ornament from the vehicle. "This was purchased by my father in '88, before the protective laws were enacted, so it was legal to trade. I certainly won't sell it now. It's for my collection." Hearing the mention of '88, Zhang Yang realized the individual had done his research. To protect wildlife. The global ban on ivory trade commenced in 1989, making the claim of purchasing it in '88 seem rather deliberate. The item was indeed authentic. Zhang Yang nodded. This should be an ivory product from the 1980s. Does the yellowing on the surface affect its value? This is a positive sign. The yellowing indicates age. If it were purely white, Zhang Yang extended his hand, it would take at least 5 years. The comments flooded in. The streamer is incredibly knowledgeable about criminal law. Does appraising require such a vast amount of knowledge? I suspect the streamer helped convict criminals during his museum days. Teacher Zhang, what is the current value of this item? 5 years, Zhang Yang replied with a knowing smile, thinking, you're hoping to negotiate, aren't you? Asking for a price here won't fool me. This time, they finally had something legitimate to trade. I would like you to help me determine its authenticity. Indeed, it's an obvious find, a bloodstone from Balin, in an excellent condition. How much did you purchase it for? That much? The wealthy gentleman on the other end sounded incredulous. I thought it was only worth around 10,000. Given its good condition, though slightly small, my estimate is still conservative. You might want to consult a professional institution for a second opinion. Zhang Yang's quoted price was based on auction data, 3 years prior. A bloodstone of similar quality and size sold for 70,000. He conservatively estimated it at 50,000, a figure that would not stray far from the truth. The charm of live treasure appraisal lies in the unfettered use of advanced technology, bolstered by a wealth of extensive data for valuation. Zhang Yang glanced at the barrage of comments. By this time, the audience in the live stream had engaged in lively conversation. Some questioned the pricing. Others claimed to possess similar items, while others inquired about the host's previous employment at a museum. In short, the atmosphere had become quite animated. Chapter 003. Police Connection and Identification. Grateful for the support of his brothers, who generously contributed, Zhang Yang reminded his fans that joining the live stream was free of charge. He urged them not to rush in sending gifts, but rather to first acquire a fan badge. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bustling crowd, he swiftly began promoting himself. His contract with the company did not include a gift-sharing clause. The boss had stated that if he wanted a share in the profits, his fixed salary would be reduced by 50. Zhang Yang calculated that for the profit-sharing plan to be worthwhile, gifts amounting to 500 yuan needed to be sent daily, which was why he did not prioritize gifts. However, he did place a high value on the number of fans. The more followers he had, the easier it would be to achieve his live streaming popularity goals. After 3 hours of broadcasting, the live stream boasted over 1,000 viewers, with a genuine fan count reaching 300. He had surpassed his daily target and thus would not need to work overtime. All right, that concludes today's live stream. For those who haven't followed yet, please do so. We shall reconvene at the same time tomorrow. The comments flooded in. Mr. Zhang is finishing so early. Is he going treasure hunting tonight? Understanding yet not understanding. That is practical treasure appraisal. Brothers, let me remind you once more, treasure hunting is illegal. Let us promote positive energy. Zhang Yang couldn't help but interject upon reading such comments. Is that a slogan you learned while operating a sewing machine? Teacher, when you leave, remember to light a candle in the southeast corner. As the comments grew increasingly absurd, Zhang Yang shook his head. That's enough for today. See you tomorrow. Upon concluding the live stream, the director approached him first, handing him a cup of milk tea. What's the situation? Zhang Yang was somewhat perplexed. This is from Xiao Lihua in the neighboring dance zone. She wanted to thank you for helping her identify the counterfeit products early, sparing her from ridicule. Oh, just a small matter. Zhang Yang accepted it with a sense of satisfaction. What did she say? Is she going to confront her top supporter? Indeed, she is going tonight. Zhang Yang acknowledged with a sound, finding the topic a bit too gossipy, and chose not to press further, opting instead to savor his milk tea. By the way, the director seemed to suddenly recall something. Do you genuinely understand antiques? Your explanations are quite detailed. I studied history. Studying history doesn't necessarily relate to antiques, does it? What about you? What did you study? I majored in civil engineering at university. Exactly. If you can work as a director with a civil engineering background, then it's only natural for me to study antiques with my history background. Zhang Yang replied with a dismissive expression, as if it were self-evident. Oh, that makes sense. The director murmured, no longer dwelling on the matter. The next day at 1 p.m, Zhang Yang arrived at the company half an hour early. There was no choice. He needed to apply makeup. Not only did he have to attach a false beard, but he also had to adjust his complexion. Otherwise, his fair and delicate features, coupled with his somewhat antiquated facial structure, would leave the audience with little inclination to focus on treasure appraisal when he entered the stream. At 1:30 p.m, Mr. Zhang's treasure appraisal commenced punctually. Good afternoon, everyone. Within mere minutes of the broadcast commencing, over 200 viewers had already gathered in the live stream, with 99 of them being fans who had tuned in the previous day. Did you gain any insights yesterday, teacher? Did you encounter any sticky situations? Which tomb was plundered this time? No, my dear friends, I specified in my introduction that I am affiliated with a museum. Please refrain from incessantly asking about the 9 doors. Is the host a mountain mover or a ridge unloader? The host specializes in artifact appraisal, Zhang Yang replied, slightly irritated. Now, let's dispense with the trivialities and welcome our first guest today. Net Police 7243 requests to connect. The sight of this ID sent a wave of unease through Zhang Yang. What's going on? Are the authorities here? He cast a pleading glance at the director. What are you waiting for? Are you afraid to connect? The director remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the ceiling. Of course, I dare not refuse. Let us extend a warm welcome to our friend, Net Police 7243. The police have arrived? Shouldn't the host flee? When will the host live stream while stepping on a sewing machine? Zhang Yang feigned ignorance to the disconcerting barrage of comments, forcing a smile as he inquired, Hello, host? Can you hear me? Following a resounding greeting, the video feed of the guest finally appeared. 2 uniformed officers were seated at a table, with a bronze mirror displayed before them. Name, bronze mirror. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production date, 331 BC. Detailed information. This bronze mirror was an artifact used by the nobility of the Qin state during the Warring States period and has recently been unearthed. The bronze mirror on the table was, astonishingly, the very item that had been brought for appraisal the day before. The speed of this investigation was nothing short of astonishing. Good afternoon, gentlemen, Zhang Yang greeted with a smile. I assume you recognize this bronze mirror, correct? Officer, A lifted the mirror with both hands, donning white gloves, showcasing a high level of professionalism. Yes, indeed. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Yang recalled that he had not done much at all. He had essentially not assisted that online user in the appraisal. So why worry? Speak freely then. The individual who excavated this bronze mirror has already been apprehended, and we discovered a portion of other artifacts intended for trade at the scene, Officer B stated with a smile. Surely the host didn't report his fellow colleagues? Have I stumbled into the wrong stream? Is this truly a positive energy live stream? Our purpose in connecting with you today is twofold. First, to promote knowledge regarding artifact preservation, and second, to inquire about the approximate era of this bronze mirror, Officer A explained. We require some time for artifact appraisal, and if Teacher Zhang could provide us with a rough time frame, it would assist us in our subsequent endeavors. Oh, not a problem at all. This bronze mirror should date back to the Warring States period, used by the nobility of the Qin state, Zhang Yang answered candidly, deliberately omitting the specific year to avoid sounding implausible. Thank you, Officer A said as he set the bronze mirror down. At that moment, Officer B picked up a half-broken bronze sword, heavily corroded and riddled with copper rust. Name, bronze remnant sword. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production date, 340 BC. Detailed information, a sword, broken sword, belonging to a general of the Wei state during the Warring States period, recently unearthed as an artifact. Officer B, this was also excavated alongside a bronze mirror. There should be more items at the site. My colleague has taken that young man to identify the location. Which area are you referring to? These two items seem somewhat mismatched. We are currently at a farm on the outskirts of Chang'an City. Both items were unearthed yesterday at the construction site of a self-built house in the countryside, where the person you connected with was. As for Chang'an City, that is indeed plausible. Zhang Yang nodded. This is a bronze sword from the Wei state during the Warring States period. At that time, there were numerous conflicts between the Qin and Wei states, so this sword is likely a trophy of the tomb's owner, while the bronze mirror serves as a burial item. So, can we basically confirm that these items originated from a Warring States tomb? Officer B inquired. It shouldn't be too far off, but of course, we need to consult the experts, Zhang Yang replied, cautiously. Teacher Zhang is indeed the expert. He might have already visited that tomb. I was astonished to see the bronze sword, but the teacher remained calm like an ordinary person. I truly admire him, understanding yet not fully comprehending. Perhaps Teacher Zhang possesses a complete one. What is a broken sword worth? A thorough investigation is advisable. Upon seeing these comments and the somewhat amused expressions of the two officers, Zhang Yang quickly clarified, I only appraise treasures and am always open to inspection. Don't be nervous. Teacher, Officer B chuckled. Thank you for cooperating with our work. Remember to help promote knowledge of cultural relics protection. Our colleagues from the publicity department will contact you again. Chapter 004. There is something beneath your house. Exhaling deeply after disconnecting from the two officers, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief. According to their statements, the officers involved in publicity would reach out to him, but it didn't matter. The company would handle the promotional efforts, and he only needed to participate personally. The live streaming industry is indeed perilous. Fortunately, he reported the incident yesterday. Otherwise, he might have encountered unforeseen circumstances. That individual genuinely intended to sell the bronze mirror, which could lead to serious consequences. Based on Zhang Yang's online research, the bronze mirror and sword could be worth at least 5 years' time. Has the host broken a sweat? Yes, indeed. Now, let us welcome the next viewer. Without checking who it was, Zhang Yang accepted the connection. Hello, teacher. A netizen named Cici Dong Dong greeted him in a somewhat Central Plains accent. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I have a stone carving. Could you help me identify what it is? The other party pointed the camera at an object resembling a pillow on the bedspread, covered in somewhat coarse patterns, with a black exterior smeared with yellowish-white dust. At first glance, it too seemed to be a recently unearthed item. The front appears to depict a qilin. Zhang Yang instructed the netizen, please, turn it around for me. The other side feature Knox. The netizen, flipping the black object, pointed to the carved images. There's also one on top, depicting 2 dragons playing with a pearl. All right, let me see the bottom. There isn't much of interest there. Let's examine the sides. Oh, both sides are adorned with beast face patterns. After a thorough examination, the information about the item finally appeared. Zhang Yang quickly scanned it and allowed a soft hiss. This item seems peculiar. It bears resemblance to artifacts from the old Nine Gates. Its design undoubtedly suggests it has emerged from a tomb. The brother from yesterday, was he your senior? Zhang Yang inquired half-jokingly. He has already been apprehended. You didn't know? He is from the Mountain Moving clan, while you belong to the Unloading Ridge clan. The old Nine Gates are gathering, haha. Ah, yesterday? The online user appeared somewhat bewildered by Zhang Yang's jest, saying, what do you mean by the previous one? I had just entered the live stream when the police arrived. Oh, then it's all right. How did you come by this item? Zhang Yang had already deduced that such a questionable object should be thoroughly investigated before authentication. This was discovered during the demolition of my family's old house. The brother added, it seems the one from yesterday was unearthed during construction as well. Could it possibly be from the same site? Where are you from, brother? Your accent resembles that of the Central Plains. Yes, my hometown is in Zhongyuan City. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. As long as it was not from the same construction site in Chang'an, he continued, you mentioned the demolition of an old house. Was this item found beneath the house? Yes, it was indeed discovered while excavating the old house. The term old house refers to a basement dwelling, a house for the deceased. Upon reading these 2 comments, Zhang Yang could no longer contain his laughter. Brother, how deep did you dig? Huh, not very deep at all, the user replied earnestly. In my hometown, the foundation of such houses is only about 40 to 50 centimeters, just shy of a meter. 40 to 50 centimeters? This item should not have been unearthed from such shallow depths. Zhang Yang shook his head. It truly is only 40 to 50 centimeters. The foundation of the house would be much deeper than that. The other party seemed a bit anxious, speaking incoherently. Zhang Yang decided to play a trick on him. Brother, speak clearly. There are authorities in our livestream. Every word you utter will be considered as evidence in court. Your IP address is likely already being monitored, so be cautious with your words. This ISNT mine, it was simply excavated from the foundation of the old house. Although the defense seemed feeble, Zhang Yang perceived that as long as the call had not ended, it indicated that this person likely posed little trouble. He resolved to share the information he knew about the item and observe the reaction. Brother, this item dates back to the mid-Qing dynasty. Oh, from the Qing dynasty? What was it used for? This is not intended for the living. It should serve as an altar for ancient rituals. It is a small offering table for placing fruits and vegetables before a tomb or grave, exactly like this item. It is not meant for the living. I suspected it was for ritual purposes. The style is too evident. Mid-Qing dynasty could have been used by the emperor. The emperor would not utilize something so dilapidated. It is likely that it belonged to a local gentry. For sacrificial purposes? But this was excavated from beneath my family's old house. Indeed, if you are not lying, it implies that there are items beneath your house. Cough, cough. Zhang Yang could no longer suppress his laughter and pretended to cough a couple of times. What kind of items? The other party had yet to comprehend. Zhang Yang straightforwardly pointed out, beneath your house lies a tomb from the mid-Qing dynasty. However, it remains uncertain who is interred there or what may be entombed. This revelation left his companion restless that night. This house is surely unfit for habitation, he mused. Quickly inquire whether he has heard the sound of a woman weeping at night. The malevolent energy in this house is undoubtedly profound, he added. I once heard the elders in the village mention that such houses are cursed for keeping cats. They never thrive. The online audience, incredulous, offered a wry smile. That house has been built for over 20 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang realized it was a revelation of sorts, indicating that the contents were unearthed over 2 decades ago. He continued his inquiry. Brother, is there only one of these items? Such altars typically come in pairs. Indeed, only this one was discovered at the time. Then you may have excavated incorrectly. You ought to dig a bit further aside. The host is knowledgeable, an expert in the field. There's nothing more to be done now. The house has already been constructed. Zhang Yang directly queried. What was your purpose in seeking my appraisal today? You should have consulted me right after you unearthed it. Otherwise, your house would not have been built so carelessly. I merely wish to ascertain its purpose, as there are whispers of it needing to be surrendered. The online user candidly replied, some claim it belongs to the folk. I was offered 5,000, but I didn't dare to sell. Yes, it is from the underground, the realm of the dead. Ordinarily, it must be submitted. This item holds little monetary value. It is not worth risking a year or 2 of your life for a few thousand. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, that is true. The mention of potential repercussions immediately sharpened the user's awareness. Then, may I entrust this to you, Master Zhang? I am unsure how to proceed with the submission. Please, do not. You should contact the county's cultural bureau or the relevant departments for heritage preservation. Zhang Yang insisted, waving his hands. You might even receive a commendation. If you give it to me, I would be at a loss. Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Farewell. The audience speculated. Surely the host would not merely suggest submission while privately contacting someone? That is impossible. I would feel uneasy even holding such an item, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head. Chapter 005. The Power of Wealth. Zhang Yang took a sip of water and resumed his work, listening to Pear Blossom's request to connect with you amidst the rain. This ID seems familiar. Is it not the affluent individual from yesterday, discussing Bloodstone? As Zhang Yang pressed to accept the connection, his cursor hovered over the disconnect icon, prepared to sever the link at a moment's notice. This individual had previously showcased an ivory ornament, a rather unsettling experience. And it would be no surprise if he introduced something equally inappropriate for the livestream, potentially jeopardizing the broadcast. Hello, Master Zhang? It's you again, brother. As the other party extracted items from a series of small gift boxes, Zhang Yang noted details he had overlooked previously. Brother, how much did you spend on your level 46 account? The affluent individual paused momentarily before responding. Around 300,000 to 400,000. I also have an account over 50 levels. Truly, a wealthy individual. Impressive. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up to the other party. Brother, I see you wearing a badge of Little Pear Blossom. Are you a fan of hers? Sort of, the other replied, gesturing to his ID. This is a translucent bracelet. It somewhat resembles those luminous bracelets. Please let me take a look at this. Zhang Yang held his chin with one hand, smiling as he watched the other showcase his item. Name, bracelet. Material, jade. Production year, 2016. Details: a precious piece of jewelry, a high-quality jade bracelet, quite valuable. Zhang Yang harbored some skepticism, suspecting the brother was merely flaunting his wealth. Teacher, what do you think of this bracelet? It's quite nice, being of the icy type. Zhang Yang nodded. What's the circumference and thickness? The circumference is over 50, and the thickness should be about 1 centimeter. Oh, let me contemplate, Zhang Yang mused, feigning deep thought while actually awaiting search results. Its value is approximately 300,000. 300,000? The other S-tone was tinged with disbelief. I purchased it for 600,000. Could be a tad overpriced? This statement left Zhang Yang momentarily speechless. A tad overpriced? More like exorbitantly so. The big spender has arrived. People can spend hundreds of thousands on live streams. Losing money on jade is quite normal. The host seems as if he has never seen such wealth. The 600,000 must be the marked price. Jewelry prices are often inflated. Seeing reliable comments from the audience, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity. Brother, that 600,000 must be the marked price, right? Yes, I generally don't haggle. If I like it, I buy it, the brother nodded. My father and I together have spent around 20 million on such items. How much? Zhang Yang was genuinely astonished. 20 million? What a fool with money. Of that 20 million, at least half was lost to exploitation. Let us be bold. Perhaps 15 million was wasted. The host is astounded. He wasn't too surprised by the bronze sword, but 2 million leaves him flabbergasted. Note, not a still image. I have plenty more, the brother continued, casually picking up a slender bracelet from the table, half translucent and half green. This one is quite nice as well. A blend of color and clarity. How much did you pay for it? Zhang Yang's interest was piqued. He was eager to discover how much the other had lost. This one was 110,000. Wow, Zhang Yang silently exclaimed, for he saw the software's matched price, and the actual transaction value was less than 50,000. Teacher, is this worth it? This is quite a slender piece, rather too delicate, Zhang Yang thought to express tactfully. Yes, it's meant as a gift for a girl. Brother, can we not be so rigid with gender? Sponsorship doesn't have to be exclusively for girls. Brother, are you in need of a younger sibling? Brother, are you seeking a boyfriend? Brother, do you require a son? Haha, teacher, you jest. I intend to gift this to little Pear Blossom. My father earned some money while working in coal, and he took me to study these stones. Both of us indulged in purchasing them. Ah, it turns out to be Boss May. That makes sense. No wonder some directors express a preference for such investors. Is it little Pear Blossom? Zhang Yang suddenly comprehended. Brother, the glass bracelet you gifted to little Pear Blossom yesterday, is it true? Indeed, I took that from my father, who claimed he bought it for 800,000. I never expected that the old man had purchased a counterfeit, and worse yet, a glass one. What a disgrace. The other party sighed softly, harboring a hint of resentment towards his father's lack of ambition. By the way, how did you end up with a tooth yesterday? Zhang Yang explained, I appreciate the gift. Brother, that wasn't my intent. I was merely curious. In this day and age, it is quite rare to find a top-tier brother willing to connect on video. Most simply bestow gifts quietly. I understand. I won't take up your time any longer. Please assist others first. All right then. After ending the call, Zhang Yang's initial thought was to discuss profit sharing with the boss, as there were indeed affluent gentlemen in the live broadcast room. All right, brothers. Is there anyone else who wishes to connect? A user with a nickname requests to connect with you. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Could you help me identify what this is? On the other end of the video, a young man displayed 2 colorful cups on his table, their appearance exquisite and their texture resembling ceramic. Go ahead, open it for me to see. Although only 2 days had passed, Zhang Yang had become quite adept, knowing that he must observe the entire object clearly to reveal the item information. 2 minutes later, he said, Young man, this is a nesting cup set. The small wine cup fits inside the larger one and can even be covered. It is rather refined. What era does this large cup belong to? The other party inquired. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a cloisonné cup from the 1950s to 1970s, used for foreign exchange at the time. Generally, it is not classified as an antique, yet I still provide a detailed explanation to appear more professional. The term 1950s to 1970s is a common phrase in the antiques appraisal industry. What is the current value of this item? For one, it could fetch around 1,000 yuan. Oh, I have 5. That is quite valuable. No, 5 will be priced differently, Zhang Yang explained, typically for a considered set. If complete, it could be valued at around 10,000 yuan. So expensive. The other party indeed appeared pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. You're welcome. After ending the video call, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed that the user with the nickname had generously gifted him 200 yuan. You're too kind, my brother. There is no need to send gifts. The host could easily profit from picking up loose change. Everyone seems to misunderstand Teacher Zhang's worth. Picking up loose change? Indeed, I could go and pick up loose change. Zhang Yang recalled that not far from Linhai University, there exists a street lined with antiques. Wouldn't this be a stable way to earn money? Chapter 006. An initial exploration of the antique market. Has Master Zhang finished the broadcast so early? Zhang Yang, could you help me determine the authenticity of this label on this clothing? Little Zhang, why are you still wearing a fake mustache at 20? Have you not matured yet? During the process of removing makeup, there would occasionally be stunningly dressed women passing by to tease Zhang Yang. These ladies were the company's female streamers. And Zhang Yang finished his broadcast at 4:30 in the afternoon, coinciding perfectly with the time these young women woke up to prepare for their evening live sessions. Don't let your gaze wander. The makeup artist, Sister Gao, gently tapped him on the head, remarking, "These are enchanting creatures that devour men whole." Although Sister Gao had a child in middle school, her constant interaction with young women kept her demeanor far from that of a typical middle-aged person. Instead, she was quite gossipy, sharing tidbits about Xiao Lihua with Zhang Yang. "Sister, are all the female streamers in our company like this?" he inquired. "Style? Oh, you mean they all have pretty faces but lack substance, right?" Sister Gao responded with an understanding expression. "The ones with substance haven't even risen yet. They're all from the late-night shows." Realization dawned upon Zhang Yang. Those streamers who might lead to nutritional deficiencies certainly belong to the late-night roster. His inquiries stemmed purely from curiosity, as such knowledge was not something one could acquire in school. Despite being a part-time worker, he felt it essential to understand the workings of his company. Otherwise, it would be deemed unprofessional. By the way, as a college student from Coastal University, why aren't you tutoring students? Where did you acquire such antiquated information? It seems to leave the audience in awe, Sister Gao asked. Her curiosity piqued. "Huh? Sister, you watch my streams?" Zhang Yang thought to himself. "You were clearly at work when I was live. Isn't that a clear indication of slacking off? Look, not only me, but those girls who greeted you earlier were also watching. Otherwise, how would they know you? Just because you look youthful?" Sister Gao remarked, her face suddenly adorned with a mysterious smile. "They all say that someone with your knowledge either comes from a family that owns an antique shop or a jewelry store. Either way, you must have some background. Do tell me, what does your family do?" Zhang Yang saw the burning curiosity reflected in the eyes of this middle-aged woman, reminiscent of the look in his roommate's eyes after his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, he truly had no background, much like his breakup wasn't due to infidelity. "I'm just a poor student studying history, with a bit of knowledge about appraising antiques." "Then why did the boss hire you for streaming?" Sister Gao probed. "Because my salary is inexpensive and the primary purpose of the live stream is to sell products. Appraisal live streams selling jade and gemstones are easier to market." Zhang Yang explained it. However, from Sister Gao's expression, it seemed this gossipy makeup artist was unaware of this information. Yet, since the boss had shared this with a part-time student, it couldn't have been a significant secret. It was merely that Sister Gao had overlooked it. "Oh, what a pity," she sighed, her expression reminiscent of his roommates when he learned of Zhang Yang's amicable breakup. "If you had a background, I could have introduced you to a few girls." "A few?" "Sister, do elaborate. What is there to say? Regardless of the number, it all requires money to woo them." Sister Gao shook her head. "All right, the makeup is off. The task is complete. By the way, Zhang Yang, when are you free to assist me in selecting a jade bracelet? I fear that, like Xiao Lihua, I might inadvertently purchase glass." "Sure, this weekend will suffice. Just give me a video call." Zhang Yang nodded, confirming that assisting online was certainly within his capabilities. "A video call? Oh, I almost forgot that you can conduct live treasure appraisals. Very well then." Happy, Sister Gao added Zhang Yang as a friend, noting it as AAA Treasure Appraisal Zhang Yang. Linhai University is the only first-tier institution in Linhai City, yet to the locals, it is merely regarded as an ordinary undergraduate establishment. The elevation to a first-tier university was purely an attempt to keep pace with the city's development, a forced upgrade. Thus, during Zhang Yang's high school years, a saying circulated in his class: "If you don't strive for the college entrance examination, you'll end up at Linda as a brother." On the day of the examination, Zhang Yang faltered, and ultimately, thanks to Linhai University's favorable policies for local students, he narrowly secured a place in his hometown as highest institution of learning. However, he had no choice in his major. His scores were insufficient for his first-choice law department, and he was allocated to the history department instead. Fortunately, he harbored some interest in history and managed to engage with the subject. A kilometer south of the history department's entrance lies the only antique market in Linhai City, the Linhai Antique City. After leaving the office, Zhang Yang made his way there. Upon arriving at the market's entrance, he encountered a small team of 4, recording a video in front of an archway emblazoned with the words Lin Hai Antique City. They appeared quite professional. From a distance, Zhang Yang heard a middle-aged man with thin-rimmed round glasses seemingly delivering an opening statement. Treasure hunting. The Chiobi is plentiful. Authenticity varies greatly. Hello everyone, I am Master Chiao. Today, we have arrived in Lin Hai City, known as the Internet Celebrity City, to explore whether the antique market here has any treasures beyond the Internet-famous beauties. These lines seem tailored for treasure hunting videos. Zhang Yang quickly searched online and discovered that Master Chiao was a well-known content creator on a popular platform, boasting over 200,000 followers. His usual video content revolved around unearthing treasures in various antique markets. The titles of his videos often boasted of millions in finds and national treasure-grade collectibles, clearly designed to attract attention and appear highly professional. In contrast, Zhang Yang's own treasure appraisal livestream had only a little over 1,000 followers. This comparison immediately prompted him to consider that if Master Chiao were to beat him to the punch, the opportunity for discovery might slip away. Consequently, he lost interest in merely spectating and hurriedly entered the antique market. As soon as he stepped inside, a middle-aged man clad in a green military coat intercepted him, enthusiastically inquiring, "Young man, what are you looking for? Are you a security guard or a market manager?" Zhang Yang asked cautiously. "Neither. I'm a vendor." The man replied as he unfastened his military coat, revealing it to be brimming with various coins and silver dollars. Kangxi Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Yuan Datu. What do you think? Are you interested? Zhang Yang was only intrigued by the Yuan Datu, yet the prevalence of counterfeits made him hesitant. He refrained from speaking immediately and instead focused intently on a particular Yuan Datu. I don't understand these. I can't purchase something I don't comprehend." Zhang Yang chuckled, shaking his head. "What would you like to buy? I can guide you." The man closed his coat, crossing his arms as he spoke. Although the smile had faded from his face, his tone remained unchanged, still brimming with enthusiasm. In business, one must uphold integrity even when transactions falter. Those who navigate the antique market possess this understanding. Zhang Yang contemplated the possibilities. Jade, porcelain, and calligraphy should suffice, while other items might tread perilously close to legal pitfalls. Upon hearing his request, the man furrowed his brow and inquired about Zhang Yang's available capital. After receiving the answer of just over 1,000 yuan, he gestured towards the largest antique shop in the distance, stating, "Head there. The establishment is spacious and the staff are professionally trained, ensuring you won't be looked down upon for your modest budget." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude with a smile and leisurely made his way towards the first antique shop of Lin Hai. Surely, with 1,000 yuan, he could uncover a hidden treasure. Chapter 007, Square Famille Rose Porcelain. The first antique shop of Lin Hai. Zhang Yang mused internally. The name is quite impressive, but is it truly as professional as it claims? In broad daylight, the expansive antique shop appeared devoid of customers. As he peered through the entrance, a female staff member clad in a black office outfit noticed him and approached with a smile. The young woman, dressed in a sleek black suit and adorned with striking red high heels, made a resounding click on the wooden floor. Her warm smile displayed just the right number of teeth, 8 to be precise. Indeed, she exuded professionalism. Zhang Yang took a moment to appraise her demeanor, and he found himself inclined to believe about 70 to 80% of what the man in the military coat had said, with 6 parts of that trust directed towards the charming saleswoman before him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The young woman inquired with utmost politeness. Zhang Yang glanced at her name tag. Fong Tian, sales associate. "Hello, I'm hoping to find some hidden gems. Are there any treasures to be uncovered here?" He asked candidly. Although the question bore a hint of naivete, it was a calculated part of his strategy. With a bit of luck and a discerning eye, there are indeed plenty of treasures for you to discover. Even if fortune does not smile upon you today, our offerings are significantly more affordable than those elsewhere, allowing for a tidy profit when brought to the outside market. Her words were impeccably crafted, yet Zhang Yang understood that even as a mere window shopper, the staff was willing to invest their time in him, indicating that they must be quite successful in their trade. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yang nodded. "Very well. I shall browse on my own for now. If I need assistance, I will call for you." "Certainly. Allow me to guide you briefly. This section features bronze artifacts, while over there you'll find porcelain, and further along are ancient coins." Zhang Yang listened attentively, then made his way directly to the porcelain section, starting with the larger items. Porcelain appeared deceptively simple. One need only consider the age, as generally, the older the piece, the more valuable it is. with imperial wares holding greater worth than those from the folk kilns. Production date, 1953. He noted, 50s folk kiln wares hold little value. Production date, 1972. He remarked, observing the foreign exchange porcelain, regrettably damaged and not worth the asking price. Production date, 2001. He concluded, identifying it as nothing more than a contemporary craft. Zhang Yang perused the items with a fleeting glance, merely a minute to glean the date information, checking a reference price on his phone before departing. A method that proved highly efficient. However, to outsiders, his actions appeared somewhat peculiar. Tian, that person you just brought in, he isn't here to scout for information from other shops, is he? A plump female shop assistant whispered to Tian from behind the counter. I noticed he only looks for a brief moment before jotting things down on his phone. Just him? Impossible. I saw the emblem of Linhai University on his backpack. He must be a penniless student. Do you know what he just said? Tian teased, deliberately withholding details. What did he say? He mentioned he was hoping to find a bargain. A barely concealed smile of derision danced across Tian's face. She had encountered many individuals seeking treasures in antique shops, yet to see a young student solely fixated on unearthing hidden riches seemed utterly foolish. With such a mindset, it seems his intellect might not be quite sharp, likely a mere bookworm, the stout shop assistant remarked, scrunching her lips. But it's still better than those treasure-hunting live streams, with throngs of people rushing in, buying just for the camera, only to return items afterward. That is truly bothersome. Who are we to complain? We are merely workers. Tian mused with a hint of melancholy, her gaze drifting to the entrance, where she spotted several individuals standing outside. Among them, a bespectacled middle-aged man was animatedly speaking towards the camera. Tian nudged her friend with her elbow. What is wrong? The plump shop assistant turned around, and upon seeing the scene outside, slapped her mouth in realization. Oh dear, my big mouth. She quickly changed her expression, forcing a smile as she approached the door. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he had caught the attention of this classic duo of a stout and beautiful pair of friends. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, as his focus lay solely on the porcelain pieces before him. Are these items genuine? Indeed, they were, and there were several exquisite treasures. Numerous pieces of porcelain from the late Qing dynasty, including official kilns imitating Qianlong from the Jiaqing and Daguang eras, held a true value of approximately 100,000. Are they genuine finds? Not quite, as each piece was priced above 200,000, indicating they had indeed been evaluated by an expert. Zhang Yang began to question the authenticity of those bargain-hunting tales. Unable to locate any substantial finds, he redirected his attention to the smaller porcelain items displayed in individual compartments. These objects shared a common trait. They bore only the simplest of labels, inscribed with terms like Ru Kiln vase, blue and white large bowl, and Gu Kiln teacup, along with a price, while any details regarding their era, provenance, or authentication were entirely absent. Perhaps there were hidden treasures among them. Zhang Yang focused intently, examining each one. 5 to 6 years old. Modern, last week 1853? Wait, 1853? His attention was captured by a high-waisted, square, pastel-colored flower pot, intricately designed, adorned with intertwined lotus patterns and featuring a small base. Name, pastel flower pot. Material, ceramic. Production year, 1853. Detailed information, a meticulously crafted square pot from the Xianfeng era, designed for cultivating bonsai on the desks of the elite, is considerably more valuable than the typical pastel porcelain due to its unique shape. Zhang Yang recalled encountering a claim that a square vessel is 10 times more challenging to form than a round one. Moreover, this piece is a late Qing pastel porcelain. He swiftly searched online and discovered that 2 years prior, Christie's auctioned a similar item, which fetched a staggering price of 120,000. A significant find indeed. Hello, could you come over here? Zhang Yang turned, intending to call a shop assistant to examine the pastel flower pot for any damages while inquiring about the price. It was the very team he had seen at the antique market. Oh, a young lad like you is into porcelain? A middle-aged man, taken aback by Zhang Yang's youthful and pristine visage, turned to the camera with a smile, saying, "Brothers, who would have thought there are still fresh talents in our field?" Zhang Yang, uninterested in engaging with him, directly addressed Tian. "Hello, I would like to see that one." "Which one?" Tian approached. "That pastel flower pot." "Thank you. But I would like to interview this young man first," Master Chiu cheerfully interjected. Chapter 008. I should be able to find him. Interview me? Suddenly, a thought struck him. His handsome, youthful face should not appear on camera. At least not in any videos or live broadcasts related to antiques, as observant viewers would immediately recognize the striking resemblance to Master Zhang from Douyin. Zhang Yang quickly turned back, addressing the counter loudly. "I'll take this pastel flower pot." "Huh? This one is priced at $29.99. Are you sure?" Fong Tiantian asked, astonished. "Yes, I want it now." Zhang Yang's tone was resolute as he borrowed the maximum amount available on his payment app, totaling 3,000 yuan. He had to push through with the purchase, lest this gem be snatched away by Master Qiu behind him. Seeing Zhang Yang's seriousness, Fong Tiantian adjusted her demeanor. She retrieved the flower pot and initiated the sales process. Starting the recording. "Please confirm, is this the one?" Zhang Yang took the pot, glancing over it and noting that it was indeed free of damage, with the pastel decorations largely intact, which eased his mind. "Yes, I confirm. Do you require a certificate from an appraisal institution?" "The process involves sending the porcelain for evaluation, along with an appraisal fee. No certificate needed, just wrap it up for me." Zhang Yang carefully placed the item on the counter and extended his phone. "Here, that's the payment code. Can you scan it?" "Yes, I'll get the payment machine." At that moment, the plum shop assistant realized that selling items was more beneficial than appearing on television, as the former directly resulted in tangible profits. Such a generous young man. Master Qiu sidled up, addressing Zhang Yang. "Pastel items like this one, given their age, aren't worth much. Have you made sure about it? Please hurry. I'm going to rush to catch a ride." Zhang Yang feigned ignorance to the words of the person beside him, impatiently urging them on while casting a glance at the time on his phone. After settling the payment, he placed the box containing his treasure into his bag, instantly feeling the weight of his backpack. Though the flower pot was not heavy, it was worth several tens of thousands. Once Zhang Yang departed, Master Qiu inquired of Fong Tiantian, "Does that young man often visit?" "No, this is his first time today," Fong Tiantian replied with a smile. "He mentioned he was here to find a bargain." "Finding a bargain? Ha ha ha." Master Qiu chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. As someone who frequently shared videos about finding deals, he was aware that a significant portion of his discoveries were mere replicas, indistinguishable from genuine articles in the footage. What did he purchase? This. The plump shop assistant opened the inventory manual, pointing to the delicate pastel flower pot depicted within. This morning, the esteemed Mr. Wang, a distinguished figure in the antique circle, visited us and inspected those porcelain items, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, a weathered male voice resonated from outside. "What has this young lady so delighted?" Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man in a suit accompanied by an elderly gentleman in a traditional Tang suit entering. The speaker was none other than the venerable Mr. Wang. "Master Wang." Fong Tiantian recognized the elder and swiftly stood to greet him. "Greetings, Master Wang." The plump shop assistant also rose, feeling slightly embarrassed as she fidgeted with her fingers. This esteemed Mr. Wang had close ties with the antique shop's owner, and the two assistants dared not offend him. "Ah, very well then, I shall show Jinya around," Master Wang said to the man beside him, gesturing towards the display cases containing porcelain. "Let us test your discerning eye. Choose a side to inspect and see if you can uncover any treasures." The two shop assistants promptly followed suit. Such a distinguished figure was a rarity even in Yanjing, and it was unexpected to encounter him in the second-tier internet celebrity city of Linghai. This was Master Qiu's first encounter with such an individual, and he hastily joined his team in pursuit. "What about the items in this display case?" Master Wang approached closely, finally noticing something amiss. "What's wrong?" Wang Jianya quickly inquired. Master Wang remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the two shop assistants, pointing at the vacant display case and asking ladies, "What happened to the items here?" "They were just sold," the plump shop assistant replied candidly, "approximately 10 minutes before your arrival." "What unfortunate timing." Master Wang expressed his regret. "How much did it sell for?" "How much?" The inquiry sent a shiver through everyone present, save for Wang Jianya. "According to our owner's pricing, it was sold for 3,999. Fong Tiantian's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Ah." Master Wang seemed poised to gasp in astonishment, but reconsidered, ultimately responding in a measured tone. "It appears a knowledgeable individual has indeed passed through. The buyer of that pastel flower pot was a university student." At last, Master Qiu seized the opportunity to interject. "And you are?" "I am an uploader on a small platform. I was present when that item was sold." Master Qiu replied with a smile, discreetly signaling to those behind him to record the moment, as he found himself in conversation with a true master of the antique trade. "Master Wang, is that pastel flower pot valuable?" He seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Generally, it holds considerable worth." Master Wang stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It could possibly be from the Xianfeng era. In terms of artistic value and price, while it may not compare to the pastel wares of the Yongzheng or Qianlong periods, at auction, it would likely fetch no less than 100,000. Moreover, the elder's tone shifted abruptly. That flower pot may indeed originate from the imperial kiln of jade during the Xianfeng period, due to the Taiping Rebellion. The jade imperial kiln was destroyed in 1853 and ceased operations thereafter, resulting in an exceedingly limited production of ceramics during the Xianfeng reign, with surviving pieces being exceedingly rare. Furthermore, as it is a square vessel, its scarcity is even more pronounced. Alas, Master Wang sighed, a look of regret etched on his face. As for his deliberate decision to withhold purchase, intending to test his nephew's discerning eye and perhaps garner some reputation for the younger generation, he deemed it unnecessary to disclose and thus kept it to himself. However, the information he had revealed was sufficient to leave others astounded, particularly Fong Tian, who felt her mind nearly short-circuit upon hearing the figure of 100,000. Zhang Yang's remark, "Hello, I wish to find a bargain," echoed in her mind like a spell, incessantly replaying. Was that person truly a university student? Observing his uncle's expression, Wang Jianye quickly inquired. Yes, Tian confirmed, having recognized the school emblem on his backpack. The plump store clerk promptly replied, "You see, right, Tian? Fong Tian. Ah, yes, indeed. That person is from Linhai University. I should be able to locate him." Chapter 009. This is not something to be worn. Let's set the starting bid at 100,000. Done. After filling out all the information on the Linhai Auction House's official website, Zhang Yang reclined on his bed, a look of satisfaction on his face. As he heard his roommate shouting, "The jungler on the opposing team has died. Hurry to the dragon. I'm coming. Stop yelling. I have my 3-piece set. I can take down the dragon instantly. My smite isn't ready yet. I just took their blue." Zhang Yang poked his head out from behind the bed curtain and glanced around, noticing that his roommates were all wearing headphones, their mechanical keyboards clattering away. Seemingly engrossed in their game, it appeared they were on the verge of winning. He thought mischievously, hoping they could turn the tide with the 3-dragon soul, so he could enjoy the ensuing arguments later. He sat up and glanced at his computer screen, only to discover that the LOL icon had been engulfed by a multitude of documents. Key points in Bronze Age artifact appraisal, history of Qing Dynasty porcelain development, differences between jadeite and Burmese jade, what do audiences enjoy in live streaming, how much is a yuan daitu worth. Essential knowledge of the ghost blows out the light references. The abundance of material was overwhelming, extinguishing any desire he had to launch the game. The 3 paths ahead were not what he desired, instilling in Zhang Yang a sense of urgency. Consequently, he began to take this part-time job, initially sought merely to earn pocket money, more seriously. Perhaps he could reap the rewards of a live streaming venture in the end. As for the pastel flower pot from the Xianfeng period, locked away in the cabinet, it could only be considered a windfall. Every day is a chance to discover hidden treasures, a notion that seems to exist solely in Master Chio's videos. If such remarkable fortunes were indeed real, the esteemed national treasure appraisers would have long since ascended to wealth. The following day, Zhang Yang arrived at the office as usual. Upon entering, he spotted his boss's cousin, the company's publicity director, lounging on the sofa with his leg crossed. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, the jovial director Jean, known as Golden Rooster, stood up cheerfully. "Zhang Yang, my dear little brother, you have accomplished something significant this time." Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback by Director Jin's affectionate address. "What is going on? Take a look at this." With a flourish, Director Jin retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from his briefcase. "Our opportunity has arrived." "Our opportunity?" Zhang Yang mused internally. "Do I appear effeminate to you? When did I become part of your inner circle?" However, after perusing the contents of the paper, he quickly understood why Jin had referred to it in such a manner. Indeed, an opportunity had presented itself. In essence, due to the previous appraisal of the bronze artifacts, the police responsible for cultural relic protection had contacted the company, and today they would arrange for a police officer to connect with Zhang Yang for a discussion. While this alone might not constitute a grand opportunity, the head of the Douyin live broadcast sector believed it was a commendable initiative that warranted robust support. Consequently, Zhang Yang's treasure appraisal livestream was swiftly granted a Gold V certification as a positive energy treasure appraisal livestream. Furthermore, beginning immediately, it would receive an additional 7 days of promotion and traffic support. "What do you think? Douyin's terms are quite favorable, aren't they?" Director Jean remarked, clearly delighted by the astonishment evident on Zhang Yang's face. "I discussed this with their head. With this promotion, Your live stream has a high probability of making it into the top 10 of the newcomer rankings. Then we can start selling products. You truly have talent. Director Jean gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, encouraging him, keep it up, and I'll speak to General Yu about a raise. General Yu is the owner of this MCN company and also Director Jin's cousin. All right, thank you. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude outwardly, though internally he remained skeptical. A raise? It seemed more like a distant dream. Nevertheless, the encouragement from the flamboyant director did excite Zhang Yang. The better the live stream performed, the higher his popularity would soar. After all, in this era, who could possibly lack a means of monetization once fame was attained? Good afternoon, everyone. Zhang Yang greeted the several hundred devoted fans in his live stream with Director Jin's signature tone. The audience members who arrived within the first minute of the broadcast clearly held a deep appreciation for Zhang Yang's content. What is wrong with the host's voice? Did the teacher forget to take his medicine? Has Teacher Zhang been neutered? Neutered? One of the brothers certainly possessed a sharp intellect. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue at the camera, reverting to his original voice. Brothers, we can begin the connection now. Let me recite a mantra. Searching for dragons and discerning gold. Observing the twists of the mountains. Each layer of entanglement is a challenge. Heaven did not give birth to me. Master Zhang. The appraisal lasts through the ages like the night. Tre azure, come fort. User unnamed 231 request to connect with you. Here we go. Brother, let me see you treasure. The host really forgot to take his medicine. The condition has worsened. Greetings, teacher. In the video, a young man speaks while holding a reddish-brown jade piece in his palm, approximately the length of a finger and 2 fingers wide, with a cord attached for convenient wear. Ancient jade? Zhang Yang directs the young man, as usual. Lift it up so I can have a look. Lower the camera a bit. Yes, just like that. Shoot it from below. Within half a minute, Zhang Yang has already formed an impression. It's evidently last week's craft. Isn't this just an ordinary stone? Let us not rush to appraise it, my friend. First, tell me about its origin. Where did you find it? I picked it up in the mountains. The young man speaks in standard Mandarin, and Zhang Yang cannot discern his specific regional accent. Did you find it yourself? No. My father found it when he was a child, tending sheep in the mountains. Did you string this cord yourself? Zhang Yang continues to inquire. Yes. I made a hole in it and usually wear it around my neck. Oh, around your neck, Zhang Yang replies slowly, then chuckles. When Master Zhang laughs, it's either 3 years or 5. It seems this young man has begun to sweat. Come, my friend, hold it in your hand. All right. The young man obediently complies. Like this? Holding in his hand, walk backward 4 steps in front of mirror while reciting Fuxing, Xianhuang, Tianzuan. Yes. Grip it tightly, very tightly. Now, does any image or vision come to your mind? It has begun. The host is starting his performance. No, nothing comes to mind. The young man on the other end of the video remains unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Nothing? Then let me show you this piece. Observe its beautiful patina. Zhang Yang deliberately emphasizes the word patina. As for the craftsmanship, it should be of ancient origin. Now, look at its shape. Doesn't it resemble a pig? Indeed. I mentioned to my father that this stone looks like a pig, the young man concurs. Well, this is a jade pig from the Han Dynasty. Zhang Yang concludes directly, a jade pig from the Eastern Han. Oh, how much is this worth now? The young man inquires. Let us first discuss its purpose. Zhang Yang states earnestly, this should be a burial item, something held in the hand of the deceased. Typically, there are pairs of these, 1 for each hand. So the patina earlier was actually from the oil of the corpse. My friend, this is not something to wear. Chapter 010, my tomb-raiding father. The young man on the other end gasps at Zhang Yang's words. Initially gripping the jade pig, he now dares only to hold it by the cord with 2 fingers, suspending the jade pig in the air. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang continues his explanation. In ancient times, pigs symbolized wealth. When wealthy individuals passed away, they held jade pigs in their hands, signifying that they could bring their riches with them, ensuring they could still enjoy opulence in the afterlife. Isn't that akin to burning paper money? Unfortunately, the jade pig was pried from someone's hand, shattering that person's wishes. Grave owner, where is my wealth and glory? I previously asked you to hold this in your hand to discern any connection with the tomb's master. It is daytime now, but perhaps at midnight while you grasp this. Fleeting images might emerge in your mind. The host is quite amusing. It appears you have exhausted all options. Is there truly no value in this? Indeed, it holds worth, as it is an ancient jade from the Eastern Han Dynasty, representing a tomb from that era. Picture it nestled among lofty mountains. Oh, I forgot to inquire. Did you mention that your father discovered this on a mountain? Yes, he said he found it while tending to sheep. How high is this mountain? A few feet high? Is it something you found? Or did you pry it from someone else's grasp? You understand my meaning, right? It must have been found. Otherwise, my father would not have permitted me to wear it around my neck, the young man asserted confidently. We found it. Were there any holes or small hills nearby? Zhang Yang pressed for details. I'm unsure. Let me ask. The young man called out. Father, where did you find this? The appraiser inquired if there were any holes nearby. Footsteps could be heard approaching in the video. Someone remarked on the arrival of individuals from the old nine gates. There were no holes, just pits. This was discovered in a mining area. The newcomer spoke with a pronounced accent, revealing their origin from southern Wan province. Is this from the mining area near Mon Mountain? Zhang Yang casually inquired, knowing only that there were mines in southern Wan. The individual seemed hesitant to reply, eventually severing the connection. What happened, brother? Were you taken away? Taken away? Surely, it can't be that serious. What is its value, after all? Perhaps it's because his father is involved in grave robbing. Not everyone who digs is from the old nine gates. Many believe they can profit from grave robbing and proceed without proper knowledge. Zhang Yang pondered these remarks, finding them quite reasonable. The art of geomancy is not something just anyone can master. Most grave robbers are amateurs, hardly literate, armed only with a shovel. In retrospect, the individual's father does appear somewhat suspicious. Should I report this further? Zhang Yang scratched his head, contemplating whether such a fervent report from a host was unprecedented. Fortunately, someone intervened to alleviate his concern. Officer Chun from the Coastal Cyber Police requested to connect. The authoritative presence had arrived. Zhang Yang stole a glance at the livestream data. The audience had surged to over 6,000 viewers, explaining the rapid scrolling of comments during the appraisal. State your case. The director shouted loudly into the microphone, anxious that Zhang Yang might forget his lines. Zhang Yang subtly nodded, glanced at the camera, and recited the prepared promotional message flawlessly. Gentlemen, this live stream is a beacon of positive energy. Recently, during our collaborations, I have observed that some of my brothers possess a rather tenuous understanding of legal matters, particularly when it comes to antiques. Many believe that treasures they have unearthed or discovered are inherently theirs. I must clarify that this is not the case. Such items must be surrendered. Some brothers even accuse me of deception, challenging my words. Today, I have invited a police officer from the Cultural Relics Protection Unit of the Criminal Investigation Division to elucidate the importance of cultural heritage preservation. Let us extend a warm welcome to Officer Chun. Master Zhang, are you serious? No way. Is the host really an undercover cop? Brothers, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. A host like you would be expelled from our old nine doors. Zhang, are we still going to the tomb tonight? As the lively comments filled the screen, Zhang Yang continued speaking while accepting a video call. On the other end was a bespectacled police officer, whose scholarly demeanor was underscored by the authoritative presence of his uniform. Hello, Officer Chun. Good afternoon, Teacher Zhang. All suspects are assembled here. You may proceed, officer. 10 minutes later, Officer Chun concluded the presentation on cultural relics protection, expressing hope that everyone would actively promote this knowledge in their daily lives. He subtly revealed that a nationwide initiative for relic protection would soon commence. Lastly, let me share an example, he said, raising a sheet of paper adorned with a photograph of a bronze sword, a genuine artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. However, this item was unearthed by his father in their ancestral home. The young man, unaware of its significance, sought online appraisal, where experts confirmed its authenticity and urged him to surrender it. The student insisted it was a family heirloom and subsequently sold it at an antique market for 600 yuan. By the time we intervened, he had nearly exhausted his funds. When we informed him that the private trade of bronze artifacts is prohibited and could result in a prison sentence of up to 10 years, tears of regret welled in the eyes of the university student. Therefore, as Zhang Yang listened to Officer Chun's narrative, he monitored the barrage of comments. The case value is only 5,000. He won't receive a 10-year sentence. I understand this. Was the appraiser also named Zhang? Officer, I report that Master Zhang just appraised a jade pig unearthed from a tomb. Disaster struck. There was a mole in the live stream. Chapter 011. A real punishment. Live tomb rating? Officer Chun, let me explain. No. That is not right. I meant to clarify. Well, never mind. It's just how things unfolded. Zhang Yang recounted the appraisal incident in detail, voicing his suspicions as well. Officer Chun, listening intently, nodded expressionlessly and remarked, this matter has already been noted by some colleagues. The issue is not significant. During your live connection, we traced the other party's IP address, which appears to be located in the outskirts of Mayanshan City. We will contact the local authorities responsible for cultural relics protection to investigate the specifics behind this case. After all, it concerns a tomb from the Eastern Han Dynasty. which is quite rare. Although it may be of considerable age, we should still attempt to gather information. Officer Chun adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. That reassures me. Zhang Yang sighed in relief, realizing that his words might have been ambiguous. He added, what I mean is in that case, the relics should receive proper protection. As they continued their conversation, a grave concern suddenly crossed Zhang Yang's mind. This issue had not been addressed in the previous live connection protocols, but it was of great importance. He spoke directly, Officer Chun, if in the future, while appraising antiques, I encounter items that have been stolen from a tomb, and I assist in their appraisal without timely detection, should I bear joint responsibility if that individual is apprehended and implicates me? Has the host finally begun to feel the weight of responsibility? Look at Master Zhang. Even his beard is trembling as he speaks. Is he flustered? The choice of the term implicate is quite apartment. The host is already contemplating an escape route. Of course, you will bear responsibility, Officer Chen replied earnestly. Your live streaming operation has been registered with us. Therefore, you have an obligation to maintain records and report any suspicious activities. My colleagues should have had you sign a consent form during the application process. What? Zhang Yang felt a wave of disbelief. This matter had not been communicated to him by either the boss or the director. How troublesome. Am I only responsible for noting the other party's ID? That seems futile. As they can connect anonymously, Zhang Yang retorted. Why does the host understand this so well? How quickly he has thought of a way to evade responsibility. Impressive. Officer Chen nodded, responding fluidly. Indeed, anonymity is possible, but there are methods to counter it. Recently, we will have personnel monitoring your live stream. For any suspicious situations, we will directly check the IP address of the other party, which is quite accurate in terms of location. However, you will need to prolong the duration of the connection, especially when the other party is using a 4G network, as tracking the base station can be time-consuming. That is not a problem, Zhang Yang nodded. Delaying time can be achieved through casual conversation, can it not? In this day and age, the greatest fear during live broadcasts is retribution after the fact. Mitigating risks early is essential for longevity. After bidding farewell to Officer Chun, Zhang Yang received several more requests for antique appraisals. Yet they were merely items of jade and stone jewelry, worth only a few hundred or 800, lacking in value or interest. Complaints began to arise in the live stream. Can the host do something more engaging? Such a prominent host appraising only trinkets is quite embarrassing. The content of the live stream is lacking. I'm leaving. As soon as someone began to type I'm leaving, the online audience numbers began to plummet by the hundreds. Zhang, stay steady. The director observed the data and began to apply pressure. Zhang Yang yearned to express, I too wish to maintain my composure. Yet the interlocutor in this live broadcast is akin to a box of chocolates. One can never ascertain the flavor of the next. Whether there is any intrigue is not within my purview to determine. What I can do is swiftly resolve the seemingly mundane battles. Sister, this is not genuine iced jade. It is merely agate. Good sir, this Yuan Shirkai dollar is counterfeit. The material is not quite right. You might want to weigh it. It should be 26 grams to be authentic. The item in question is indeed a Qing dynasty blue and white plate from a late Qing kiln, valued at over 1,000 yuan. It cannot be dated back to the Yongzheng period. Even if purchased at an auction house, they do not guarantee the age. Finally, after more than an hour of connecting with the police, the much-anticipated moment for Zhang Yang and the director arrived. New user 3429, 4 requests to connect. Hello, appeared on the screen, revealing a patch of withered yellow grass. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's greeting, a man's hand gradually entered the frame, holding a small, irregular brown clod of earth. Zhang Yang scrutinized the clod, noticing faint patterns etched upon it, as if it had been forcibly pried from some location, with evident signs of fracture surrounding it. ISNT, this a clod of earth compressed by tractor? It resembles fragments of bricks used for road paving. Zhang Yang glanced at the barrage of comments, then turned his attention back to the item information displayed on the screen. Name, fragment of a clay brick. Material, clay. Production year, 1783. Details, construction material. The patterns on the brick bear resemblance to folk tomb guarding symbols. 1783, during the Mid-Qing dynasty? A tomb? Zhang Yang observed the outdoor setting depicted in the video. Brother, where did you acquire this? Right here in this field, replied the young man in the video, moving the camera to showcase the verdant agricultural landscape surrounding them. We are in a plain area. While exploring, I spotted a small hillock and came to take a look. Come, have a look at this, the young man said, taking a few steps and directing the camera towards the ground. There lay a sunken pit, with vegetation around its edges severely disturbed. Goodness, a looting pit? The comments in the barrage alerted Zhang Yang to the possibility. You see it, right? The young man continued. How high is the little hillock you mentioned? Not more than a person's height. Shall I take you over there? As the scene shifted, amidst the expansive farmland stood a small hillock about 1 meter high, adorned with shrubs and weeds, strikingly resembling a grave. Have you discerned any tamped earth layers? Zhang Yang inquired with professionalism. Determining whether the earthen mound was naturally formed or artificially constructed hinges on the presence of compacted soil. Soon, the young man approached a small pit, filled with shattered bricks. Wow! Zhang Yang could not suppress his astonishment. Come, pick up a few pieces for me to examine closely. After inspecting approximately 3 or 4 fragments, Zhang Yang formed a preliminary conclusion in his mind. These indeed originated from a tomb. Likely the bricks from the ceiling of the burial chamber. Isn't that so? The other party's tone revealed no surprise. Allow me to show you the burial pit. Look at the pit. It's truly remarkable. The items in this hole must be freshly excavated, and there are beverage bottles nearby. Live streaming a tomb raiding? This host is indeed something. All right, let me take a look. Zhang Yang felt a flicker of anticipation. He had only seen burial pits in pictures, and this was his first encounter through video. Chapter 012. The Luoyang shovel isn't being used correctly. Teacher, look, there's another one. The young man on the other end of the video shifted the camera to the side of the mound. Nestled among the tree roots was a hole the size of a head, its entrance shrouded in darkness, giving the impression of great depth. This must have been freshly dug, right? The host's expression seems off, almost gleeful at the sight of a fellow practitioner. Is tomb raiding really this rampant now? Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, there was a noticeable disparity between the physical evidence and the images. However, it was evident that this was no ordinary hole. It appeared to be a burial pit. Drawing from his newly acquired knowledge, he reasoned, this must be created using the Luoyang shovel, struck at an angle. Yes, this is indeed a probe. The young man appeared quite knowledgeable. Professional indeed. He recognizes it as a tomb-robbing pit. He must have excavated this himself. How could he not know? That's not right. The method is incorrect. Zhang Yang shook his head. Shouldn't the Luoyang shovel be inserted from above? If it's angled, nothing should be visible. This seems rather unprofessional. It feels like it wasn't done by an expert. Zhang Yang intentionally made this remark to gauge the other party's reaction. Is that so? I don't understand this either. The young man moved forward, directing the camera to the other side of the mound. Teacher, can you tell that this is a tomb entrance? He gestured with his hand. Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes, envisioning the mound as a tomb. The location the young man pointed to indeed resembled the entrance at the center. Wow, this must be a professional, Zhang Yang thought, recalling Officer Chen's words. At this moment, cyber police should be monitoring his live stream. His task was merely to buy time. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's confirmation, the young man's eagerness to communicate surged. As he continuously adjusted the camera to show Zhang Yang the surroundings, there's another hole over here. He pointed out yet another burial pit. This one is by the river. Across a small stretch of farmland lay a winding river. This tomb must be about 10 meters wide. The young man moved a bit further away, capturing the entire panorama of the mound. This doesn't feel like a grand tomb. It should just be a grave from the Ming and Qing dynasties, Zhang Yang remarked. From the Ming and Qing dynasties? The young man seemed skeptical. Let me show you the tamped earth layer. Next to a burial pit, he cleared some weeds, revealing a complete layer of tamped earth on camera. Teacher, why does this tamped earth seem like it has been watered? Zhang Yang examined it closely and replied, this should be the residue of glutinous rice water. This also corroborates what I mentioned earlier. This is indeed a grave. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, tomb construction was quite rudimentary. If it were any earlier, glutinous rice water would have been mixed with rammed earth to deter tomb raiders. Without drilling machinery, it would be virtually impossible to breach. Is the host engaged in teaching? The specialized class has commenced. There's a certain sense of social practice, reminiscent of a remote connection with a teacher. The instructor is remarkably skilled, which compelled me to promptly report the live stream. The barrage of comments in the live chat surged to dozens per second, overwhelming Zhang Yang, who was oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, the voices of the young participants on the other end of the video grew increasingly numerous. Allow me to show you this. Observe, the surroundings are entirely flat. Yet here, there rises a significant elevation, vast in area. Is this a guide on how to locate a tomb? A sharing of experiences? Perhaps. It is unlikely that anything of great value can be found here. Tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties are typically impoverished, unless your area was historically affluent, populated by wealthy individuals. Upon hearing your location, I would immediately recognize it. Zhang Yang began to probe. Nanwan, the young man replied succinctly. Again, it is Nanwan. The inquiry regarding the address has commenced. The previous participant was also from Nanwan. Are there so many treasure hunters in that region? This is troublesome. It seems I have stumbled upon my own backyard. Nanwan? That won't do. Zhang Yang gently shook his head. During the Ming and Qing periods, Nanwan was rather unremarkable. Not promising, it is unlikely to yield significant finds, somewhat lacking. Unremarkable? Nanwan's Feng Yang and Zhu Chongba would disagree. Without substantial finds, it would be prudent to cease. The host has already made a rather obvious suggestion. The comments section grasped Zhang Yang's implications, yet the young man connected via audio remained entirely unaware. Oh, actually, there's another tomb here, but it is smaller. He then guided Zhang Yang to another excavation site. This area is adjacent to a river. Zhang Yang explained. This is quite normal. There's an ancient saying about having 1's feet in the river and 1's head resting against the mountain. He began to feel a bit anxious, as the number of excavation sites was rather excessive. Even if nothing of great value were to emerge, the sheer volume is daunting. This hole is slightly larger than the one over there, the young man gestured. Do you think this hole is large? I excavated it. Could this be a tomb cluster? Whose ancestral grave has been disturbed? Yes, but it is unlikely to yield anything of significant worth. The other party's tone was tinged with disappointment as they continued. We are merely playing. We came across this location while enjoying our pastime, and we thought we would show you. Everyone is just having fun, after all. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. My young friend, at this point, the extraction cannot be thorough. We lack professional equipment. Professional equipment, the Luoyang shovel. You don't have an excavator, do you? No, that's correct. We are all amateurs. Zhang Yang concurred. Indeed, hence my video suddenly began to lag. Brother, you seem to be experiencing some lag. The positioning is off. The network is unstable. Why is the video consistently buffering? Brother, your connection is extremely poor. Perhaps you should check your internet? Oh no, it has completely disconnected. Goodbye, big brother. You've been cut off. The live stream ended. And Zhang Yang glanced at the comments. Has he descended into the tomb? The signal is poor. The big brother has been apprehended. It is evident that the cyber police are investigating him. Zhang Yang found the final comment in the barrage to be quite reasonable, indicating that he had indeed delayed long enough. Brothers in the live stream, let us not engage in this anymore. At such a young age, it would be wise to pursue a legitimate career instead of these antics. Was the host just inciting tomb raiding? No, we were merely having a normal conversation. As you all saw, I was consistently advising him not to dig, unless it's the tomb of an emperor, which might yield valuable artifacts. Digging up ordinary Qing dynasty graves will only result in some common pottery, which holds little value. What if we unearth something from the official kiln? The common man cannot afford items from the official kiln. Wealth alone does not guarantee access in a feudal society. Risking 3 to 5 years for a few days of digging only to find a common blue and white porcelain bowl worth a few hundred is simply not worthwhile. Brothers in the live stream, let us maintain our composure. These are not legitimate paths to wealth. The host is too positive. I could cry. If not for your articulate reasoning earlier, I might have thought you were oblivious to the intricacies of tomb raiding. Is it because there are too many competitors? Threatening your livelihood? Brothers, I'm a treasure appraisal host. Tomb raiding is not my affair. Now, let us swiftly connect with the next treasure enthusiast. Chapter 013, Swift Investigation. Ning Jingdong is a police officer at the Xinjiang County Public Security Bureau in Mianshan City, southern Anhui. After graduating from university, he joined the police force and had been a grassroots public security officer. In recent years, due to the nation's increasing emphasis on cultural heritage protection, he was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Team's Cultural Relics Division, specifically tasked with investigating various cases involving the excavation and trafficking of cultural artifacts. Today, while organizing previous case files, the deputy team leader suddenly summoned him to the office. Ning, you'll be going out on duty with Lao Ma shortly. The deputy team leader pulled freshly printed documents from the printer and tossed them to Ning Jingdong. After reviewing the materials, Ning Jingdong inquired, somewhat astonished. Is this an investigation notice from the provincial office? Is it of such high importance? What's your concern? Look at the map. Can you locate the place in the image based on those 3 base stations? The deputy team leader pointed to the images on the paper. The images were clearly screenshots from Zhang Yang's live stream, showing several frames taken at the moment when a young man was describing the surroundings of a tomb. It should be possible, Ning Jingdong nodded, indicating the river on the map. This appears to be the Qing Shui River in the outskirts. Judging by the width of the water in the image, it should be downstream. Now look over here, this. All right, that's enough, the deputy team leader interrupted, waving his hand. You know what to do. This just came down from the higher-ups 2 minutes ago. Hurry and try to catch them in the act. If they escape, I'll hold you accountable. Ning Zhengdong's expression turned serious. Understood, I'll set off immediately. Meanwhile, in hushy village of Xinqiang County, by the banks of the Qing River, 3 young men from the nearby villages were gathered in a circle, peering into a pit filled with shattered bricks. At the forefront was a tall, slender young man, known by the moniker Crewcut, who had just practiced digging with Zhang Yang. A chubby youth inquired of Crewcut, "Brother Crewcut, should we continue digging?" The teacher mentioned that there's nothing of value here. Moreover, the comments in the live stream suggested that the cyber police might trace our signal directly to our location. Crewcut picked up a fragment of a diamond drill that he had previously assessed, weighing it in his hand as if pondering a dilemma. He then explained to his companion, "Listen, that streamer claims it's worthless because they are affluent and disdain this small sum. Can't you tell? That streamer has dug before. Otherwise, how would they possess such knowledge? They retired from the trade and, naturally, wish to dissuade us. If you heed their advice, the several thousand yuan from selling that would no longer be yours." After reflecting on this, the chubby youth asked, "Could we really split several thousand?" Crewcut shot him an incredulous glance. "At least 5,000, possibly even 10,000. Don't be fooled by the existing holes. The openings are too small to extract significant items. Even a simple antique chamber pot can be quite valuable. Besides, during the Qing dynasty, there were many wealthy individuals around here. Haven't you heard? The village chief's ancestors were officials. Perhaps their ancestral tomb lies right here. Who knows? There could be something grand within this tomb." At that moment, a bespectacled young man, excited, interjected while holding his phone, "Brother, I found something." Online, it says that the police can locate a suspect's position during a phone call, but it's a slow process and the range is quite vast. After hearing this, Crewcut tossed aside the fragment of brick and playfully slapped the bespectacled youth on the head. "Let me reiterate, we are not criminals. We are merely exploring." The bespectacled youth nodded. "Yes, I've got it. We're just here to see what remains after all the previous thefts." "Exactly." Crewcut replied, pleased. "Brother, we're not on a call. We're video chatting. Are you confused?" The chubby youth asked the bespectacled young man. "I looked into that too. It says online that they can only trace an IP address, but with 4G networks, they can't track the IP, so we should be safe." Crewcut mused, stroking his chin, turning to the chubby youth. "So, ISNT that settled? Are you still anxious?" The chubby youth pondered a moment before asking, "What if they trace us through our Douyin account?" "Those accounts are all real name registered." Crewcut, slightly exasperated, replied, "No worries. That account was registered with your father's ID. Have you forgotten?" The chubby youth's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh, then it's fine. My dad has been in before. Another time wouldn't he matter. All right then, let us get digging." The bespectacled youth handed a shovel to the chubby one. "You follow my lead while I keep watch on that hillside." "Okay, I'll do it." The chubby youth took the shovel, rolled up his sleeves, and positioned himself to start digging down through the previous excavation. 3 hours later, the chubby youth had completely disappeared from sight, leaving only a hole from which the sound of a shovel incessantly striking the earth could be heard. At the entrance of the cave stood a man with a buzz cut, engrossed in a live stream on his phone while cheering on his overweight companion. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. "What is it?" he asked, frowning as he turned around. A stern-faced police officer, none other than Ning Zhengdong on patrol, was gazing at him intently. "What are you doing here?" Startled, the buzz-cut man sprang to his feet. I report to you, officer. I discovered a large pit and, out of curiosity, came to take a look." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Zhengdong replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. "But when I came from that direction, I saw you squatting here. Have you been watching for long?" The man glanced past the officer and realized that the 2 policemen must have approached from the road. He thought to himself, "Damn it. Didn't the glasses guy say they were keeping watch? How would they not have shouted when the police arrived?" Just then, a voice from the pit behind him called out, "Bro, I've unearthed a coffin. Come down and take a look." Ning Zhengdong instinctively moved his hand to his waist, preparing to draw his handcuffs. The buzz-cut man was startled by the officer's action, fearing he was about to pull out a weapon, and immediately raised his hands. I confess. We are tomb raiders." At that moment, the overweight man, his face smeared with dirt, poked his head out of the cave and asked the buzz-cut man, "Bro, why aren't you responding to me? What else with the raised hands?" Ning Zhengdong turned his head, bypassing the buzz-cut man, to face the overweight companion with a smile. "Are you coming out on your own, or shall I arrest you?" Later that evening, a young man with sleepy eyes awoke on the hillside. "Bro, fatty, are you done digging? Why didn't you call me?" When he arrived at the tomb, he discovered that his 2 companions had already vanished, leaving behind a deep pit cordoned off with yellow police tape. "Oh no!" The glasses-wearing youth recognized the tape, identical to that used by police in television dramas to seal off a crime scene. Chapter 014. You are a student. Do not be too greedy. In the interrogation room of the Xinjiang County Public Security Bureau. Name? Li Wei. Age? 16. Ning Jingdong, having just taken a sip of water, sputtered it out upon hearing this. How old? He turned to the overweight member of the tomb raiding gang. Questioning, you say you're 16? At 16, he was built like an ox, and when Ning Jingdong and Lao Ma pulled him from the tomb, they nearly lost their balance. I am indeed 16, but having been raised on a diverse diet, I've developed quickly, the overweight boy explained. Very well, we'll take your ID as confirmation. Do you understand what you've done? We were just playing. Stop. Ning Jingdong interrupted, having already heard the same line twice before. Your elder brother, the buzz-cut man, has already spilled the beans, claiming you are tomb raiders. Then we are tomb raiders. Whatever my brother says goes, the overweight boy replied nonchalantly. Was it you who appraised the artifacts online? No, that was my father. According to our investigation, your father is currently serving time in the 3rd Provincial Prison. Are you implying he has escaped? Hasn't he been released yet? The expression on the plump man's face was one of unexpected surprise. There's nothing we can do. The appraiser is my older brother with a buzz cut. You're quite honest. Ning Jingdong nodded, appreciating individuals who readily admit their wrongdoings, as it spared him considerable effort. Very well. The plump man agreed. Everything began in a live streaming room called Zhang Master Appraisal. Without him, we would not have embarked on this path of illicit activities. A sneeze echoed from 1,000 miles away, as Zhang Yang, having just completed a live broadcast, suddenly found himself in a fit of sneezing. Has Xiao Zhang caught a cold? Sister Gao inquired with concern. It's getting chilly. You youngsters ought to be careful. Thank you, Sister Gao, Zhang Yang replied casually, though his mind began to race with worry. Could it be that the teacher discovered his truancy? Zhang Yang's part-time job occupied his afternoons, and this semester, he had only one class today, a mandatory elective for all students. The large class size min attendance was rarely taken, and the professor's attitude was relaxed, allowing students to come and go as they please provided they pass the exams. This leniency emboldened Zhang Yang to skip class without trepidation. Upon returning to school, Zhang Yang barely had time to drop off his backpack before he hurriedly jogged to the classroom. He glanced at the clock. The class had just ended, and he hoped to catch the professor to explain his situation. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Is the teacher still here? He casually asked a fellow student. No, they left. Professors usually exit right after class. Was attendance taken? Yes, but don't worry. There will be another roll call next week. Just skip again, and you'll be fine. Zhang Yang sighed in relief and nodded. At that moment, a girl dressed in a Lolita dress approached him, greeting him with a smile. Zhang Yang. Hey, Ding Ying. Zhang Yang recognized her. She was also from Class 4, resembling Wang Ziwen in stature and appearance. This girl, who donned Lolita dresses daily at the university, was a topic of much discussion among Zhang Yang's roommates. Have you been to the Linhai Antique City recently? Ding Ying asked softly. Yes, I have. Zhang Yang replied without much thought, assuming she might have visited as well and coincidentally spotted him. That's it then. What do you mean? Zhang Yang inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to introduce you to a girl. I'm free, Zhang Yang's roommate, Qin Kai, who happened to be nearby, interjected eagerly on his behalf, having overheard Ding Ying's proposition. Qin Kai cheerfully helped Zhang Yang remove his backpack. All right then, Zhang Yang nodded. He began to piece together Ding Ying's intentions. It was likely not an introduction to a girlfriend, but rather someone who knew about his recent acquisition of a pastel flower pot and wished to discuss it with him. Although he was uncertain how she found him, he was not surprised. In this age of big data, identifying a person through surveillance footage was hardly a challenge. Shall we go now? Sure. I was just about to grab dinner. Zhang Yang turned to leave with his roommates, as it was precisely 5 o'clock dinner time. What are you talking about, dinner? Qin Kai pulled Zhang Yang back, whispering in his ear, You're going out with a girl. Don't eat, just chat. Are you foolish? With a chuckle, he pushed Zhang Yang towards Ding Ying. We'll take our leave. You two can chat. Zhang Yang found himself in a perplexing situation due to his roommate's actions. He could only say to Ding Ying, I apologize, let us take our leave. He could not fathom why the girl who donned a yellow skirt daily at school felt compelled to change into a floral dress upon stepping outside the campus. After all, both garments were skirts. What was the distinction? This futile contemplation had him swatting mosquitoes for half an hour beneath the girls' dormitory. Ding Ying was equally baffled, questioning how her distant cousin could possibly know a boy from her class and why there was such an urgency to meet him. She had originally intended to attend a rehearsal for Lolita at the drama club. Only Fong Tian seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. In the Ruixing Cafe outside of Lehigh University, Fang Tiantian stirred her coffee while contemplating how to broach a conversation with Zhang Yang. While Ding Ying had already excused herself, the subtle expressions on Zhang Yang's face left the 5-year-older Fang Tiantian momentarily disoriented. Just moments ago in the cafe, she had thought of this sophomore as whimsical. It had turned out she was the fool in this unfolding drama. Cleared her throat, Fang Tiantian feigned a cough and quietly inquired, Zhang, is that pastel flower pot for yourself? Indeed, Zhang Yang replied, sipping his coffee contentedly. Ordinarily, one would feel a modicum of nervousness when addressing someone significantly older. Yet perhaps due to her work in an antique shop and Zhang Yang's inherent confidence in antiques, he felt at ease, both in tone and spirit. Do you have plans to sell it? Fang Tiantian pressed on. Are you interested in purchasing it, or are you inquiring on behalf of someone else? Zhang Yang retorted. That flower pot was worth at least 100,000, and given that she appeared unfamiliar with antiques, Zhang Yang concluded she must be inquiring for someone else. I wish to buy it myself, 3,500. Is that acceptable? Fang Tiantian asked, a hint of insecurity in her tone. To be frank, that flower pot was reserved, but amidst the chaos of a visiting influencer, I completely overlooked it. 3,500? Zhang Yang questioned, wondering if he had misheard. I've only seen sellers offer discounts to students. This is the first time I see a student asking for a discount. 3,500. You've already made a profit of 500, which is significant. It's truly worth 3,000, Fang Tiantian insisted stubbornly. We had experts authenticate it. My error in the shop warrants the extra 500 as a personal cost. In truth, her monthly salary barely exceeded 4,000, making the 500 a genuine token of her sincerity. As she spoke, she donned a pitiful demeanor, pouting her lips and fluttering her large eyes at Zhang Yang. When he remained unmoved, she deliberately tugged at her clothing, revealing a tantalizing expanse of fair skin just below her neck. Quite appealing, Zhang Yang remarked, gazing unabashedly at her, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You are so generous. I shall not beat around the bush. Even if we assume your monthly salary is 5,000, without eating or drinking, it would take you 20 months to afford that pastel flower pot. Why should I sell it to you for 3,500? Chapter 015. Master of Appraisal? Not quite acquainted. What do you mean? Zhang Yang's retort left Fang Tiantian flushed with indignation, prompting her to exclaim in ire. The other patrons in the coffee shop turned their attention upon hearing her exclamation. Zhang Yang hastily averted his gaze toward the window, eager to evade social embarrassment. This woman was utterly outrageous. He leaned in slightly and whispered a caution. Sister, this is a public space. Please be mindful of your image. Then, adopting a pitiful demeanor, he added, you see, our boss is rather fierce. Not only does he expect me to cover the losses, but he also intends to dismiss me. Please, kind brother, lend your sister a hand. I can certainly offer you a bit more. As she spoke, Fang Tiantian tugged at her clothing, seemingly determined to follow through with her intentions. In truth, the situation was far less dire than Fang Tiantian portrayed. Master Wang was merely slightly disappointed that the pastel flower pot had been sold. It was Fang Tiantian who sought to ingratiate herself with the Wang family, particularly with the young talent Wang Jianya, whom she admired. Naturally, she also hoped to profit from the encounter. As for this sophomore student before her, in her eyes, her submissive demeanor and displayed allure should elicit some sympathy from him. Sympathy? Zhang Yang's thoughts were entirely divorced from such notions. Instead, he pondered, does this woman not understand the value? 5,000 a month for 20 months amounts to 100,000. Or does she believe herself worth that sum? He turned to cast her a sidelong glance. Indeed, her physique and appearance surpassed the average, yet her demeanor was so repugnant that he felt no inclination to engage or flirt. Crossing his arms, he stated earnestly, Miss Fang, perhaps I was not direct enough. That pastel flower pot is a Qing dynasty official kiln piece, in exceptional condition. 100,000 is merely the starting price at an auction. Do you comprehend? So, please refrain from acting coy or attempting to charm me. I am not one to overlook the substantial for the trivial. Fang Tiantian's expression instantly darkened. She scrutinized Zhang Yang for a moment, her face betraying resentment, confusion, and a hint of complex envy. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Since that is the case, I shall be forthright. This item is of interest to Master Wang. She invoked the name of the national-level appraisal master, brandishing it like a banner. Which Master Wang? Zhang Yang inquired, Buzlet. The only Wang he knew of with any notoriety was the host of a program selling pickled vegetables. He had never heard of a master by that name. You, an antique enthusiast, do not know Master Wang? She retorted, her patience waning. Could you not simply provide the full name? With rising impatience, Zhang Yang interjected, Wang Guosheng. Have you heard of him? He sent me to find you. This piece is a national treasure and should not be assessed solely on economic merit. Wait a moment. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What are the specific characters in his name? Zhang Yang interrupted her lengthy discourse, retrieving his phone. Wang, as in the vast ocean, as in country, Sheng, as in sound. Upon entering Wang Guosheng, an encyclopedia entry promptly appeared. Moreover, this Master Wang hailed from Linhai, aligning with Fong Tiantian's claims. Yet, what relevance did this hold for him? A master of appraisal? He was not familiar with him at all. Understood. I grasp your intention. Yet your arrival was somewhat tardy. Zhang Yang displayed an expression of regret. That pastel flower pot has already been handed over to the auction house. I've been preoccupied with this matter all day. Really? Fong Tiantian exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be so swift? Of course it must be quick. The porcelain auction is scheduled for the 15th of this month. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait an entire year. When the auction takes place on the 15th, you will understand, Zhang Yang replied. It was now the 12th, with less than 3 days until mid-month, and Zhang Yang's explanation was entirely plausible. However, Fong Tiantian still wished to voice her thoughts. Yet, Zhang Yang had already risen from his seat. Wait a moment, you. I'm a student. You cannot expect me to foot the bill. Upon exiting, Zhang Yang noticed Fong Tiantian did not pursue him. He sighed, muttering to himself, how dull. I thought it was a chance encounter, but it turned out to be rather unfortunate. The following afternoon, Zhang Yang returned to work as usual. While he was applying makeup, Director Jean abruptly entered, accompanied by a photographer. How much longer will you be busy, Sister Gao? Director Jean inquired in a sharp tone. Jimei, I still need a bit of time. Sister Gao replied, mimicking Director Jin's intonation. Sister, you truly enjoy jesting, Director Jean remarked, gesturing with her elegantly arched fingers toward Sister Gao, signaling the photographer to step forward. She commanded, once our Master Zhang is finished with his makeup, capture a photograph of him that exudes a sense of depth and maturity. I intend to use it for the cover. What cover? Zhang Yang asked, his eyes now wide open. Typically, when Director Jean visited, he kept his eyes shut to avoid any distractions. Hearing this now piqued his interest. The profile picture for our Douyin account and the cover for our short videos. Director Jean replied with a beaming expression, her tone overflowing with delight. Zhang Yang, the boss has gone to the Guangdong province to procure goods. We anticipate commencing live commerce next month. At this juncture, we must establish a brand. Upon hearing this, a brand of chili sauce featuring a human silhouette as its logo suddenly flashed through Zhang Yang's mind, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Director, our contract did not stipulate the use of my likeness, did it? Just tell me, is an annual salary of 1 million sufficient? Wow, 1 million. Zhang Yang, you truly are valuable, Sister Gao exclaimed in astonishment. Well, fine. Since the conversation has ventured this far, I shall not protest further. Zhang Yang acquiesced and cooperatively posed for the promotional photographs. After all, until the contract was finalized, the company would likely refrain from utilizing these images, lest they infringe upon his right of publicity. Is this what a major streamer looks like? A chair has been broadcasting for 5 minutes. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback by such comments, glancing at the data beside him, which indicated that the stream had been live for 6 minutes. The director, not wishing to squander a single minute of Zhang Yang's work time, had begun the broadcast early to build anticipation. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Zhang Yang sheepishly bowed to the audience. I encountered a situation earlier. Without further ado, let us commence the treasure appraisal. The first connection request that emerged was, Xinjiang County Public Security Bureau requests to connect with you. Is it another police officer here for promotion? They no longer provide prior notice? Zhang Yang looked at the director with a puzzled expression. Chapter 016. This is truly heavyweight. Zhang Yang found the name of this place somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall the location of Xinjiang County at that moment. However, the audacity of the name suggested its authenticity. He connected to the live stream and greeted, hello, good afternoon, Master Zhang, replied the officer on the other side of the video, who remained off-screen, but the blue wall in the background already hinted at a police station ambience. Could you assist me with this? The officer directed the camera towards a small yellow and white jar, slightly larger than a bottle of camphor oil, upon which vague, colorful illustrations resembling an insect were visible. This depicts a cricket, the officer provided. Oh, quite interesting. Please hold it up so I can examine the bottom, Zhang Yang requested. He scrutinized the object for a moment, and once the item details appeared, he spoke again. This appears to be a powdered enamel snuff bottle. Snuff bottles were introduced to our country during the Ming Dynasty's Wanli era, but powdered enamel was not seen until the Qing dynasty. Such items are typically antiquities, and it is rare to find replicas. Oh, from the Qing dynasty? Could you be more specific? The police officer inquired. Based on the soil patina, I would estimate it to be from the mid-Qing period, around the Yongzheng or Qianlong reign. This must have been unearthed from a tomb, as the soil patina is not consistent with preservation in our air-rich environment. Is today a day for the old nine gates? Do those discussing the old nine gates not realize they cannot see the cuffs of the others? It is evident this is a policeman. Is the officer appraising the treasure? Or is he setting a sentence? Has the host completely betrayed us? Indeed, this was discovered not long ago in a tomb from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The officer succinctly stated, "Can we confirm it is from the mid-Qing period?" "Absolutely," Zhang Yang replied, nodding confidently as he observed the item's age and the information. What might such an item be valued at? Asking for a price, it seems a sentence is to be determined. The host is sending a colleague to face the sewing machine. Zhang Yang glanced at the comments, remaining unfazed, and stated honestly according to big data matching results. If it were brand new, a similar piece auctioned in Hong Kong previously, of comparable size, sold for 60,000. However, this one is quite damaged, so it may fetch about 20% of that. Why not just say 10,000? The comments are knowledgeable yet not. This calls for precision. The host is too meticulous. All right, the officer nodded, not lingering on the matter. Thank you, Master Zhang. I shall not disturb you further. All right then, goodbye. Was that officer in the previous segment? Brothers, stop asking foolish questions. Let us admire the treasure together. Zhang Yang turned to the camera. For those who haven't followed yet, please do so, for just a dime. You can connect with me. Don't be shy. If you have any treasures, hurry and join me. Now, let us welcome the next friend. Hello, Master Zhang. Today I have brought a treasure. Let me see it. As Zhang Yang twisted open the lid of his thermos, before he could take a sip, the scene in the video left him utterly astonished. In the frame, a pair of gloved hands retrieved a tall, colorful clay statue of a Vajrapani from a box adorned with red silk. The statue, over a meter high, stood upon a circular base, its vibrant colors showing signs of wear. Any individual with a modicum of knowledge regarding antiques would instinctively associate this with the term Tang Kai. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. If this is genuine, I suggest it be destroyed. Let us administer justice on the spot. Handcuffs are unnecessary. Perhaps we should offer him peanuts. Zhang Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Can this even be viewed?" After a moment of introspection, he reasoned that if bronze artifacts could be examined, then the Tang Kai should also be permissible, though he realized he must tread carefully with his words. On the other end of the video, a middle-aged man, having displayed the treasure, leisurely inquired, "Do you understand this, host? Such items are typically found in museums. I noticed you mentioned having worked in one. Surely, you've encountered it before. Is that gold-plated?" Zhang Yang asked. Through his recent experiences in appraisal, he had begun to grasp how to swiftly extract information about artifacts. The more comprehensively one observes the item, the clearer the understanding becomes, and information arrives sooner. "No, it's gilded," the man replied effortlessly. "Oh, let me examine the base," Zhang Yang suggested. The camera was directed to the base of the statue, revealing it to be hollow. "What do you think, teacher? This is quite a significant piece," the man proclaimed proudly. "This must be a national treasure, right?" Whereas Pullman, time to get to work. Although many found the allure of tomb raiding and treasure hunting fascinating, the sight of genuine cultural relics reignited a sense of righteousness within them. "What a substantial piece," Zhang Yang mused casually, though his gaze had shifted to the item's details. Name, Tang Kai Vajrapani. Materials, earthenware, copper, iron, manganese, etc. Production year, 773. Detailed information, Tang Kai clay statue of Vajrapani, gilded exterior in excellent condition, suspected stolen artifact from the Nanji Temple in Shanxi Province. Upon reviewing the item's information, only one word echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Wow. A thought then surfaced. The cyber police must have been dispatched by now, right? This piece should belong to a temple. Shouldn't he? He ventured to ask. "Ha ha ha. Teacher, you truly understand." The man responded, giving a thumbs up to the camera. "I understand. I worry that you might not." Zhang Yang replied with a hint of depth. "Ha ha ha, I comprehend." One comment suggested deserves to be executed 20 times already. "I'm quite frightened." The man's tone was audacious, exuding an air of invincibility. "Isn't anyone going to apprehend him? This is so brazen. Perhaps he has already fled. Indeed, it seems likely it has been smuggled abroad." The comments on the screen were of little concern to Zhang Yang at that moment. His sole focus was on buying time. This item, is undoubtedly authentic. Given that it is gilded, it likely was venerated in a temple. Certainly not something that emerged through legitimate channels. Of course, it's clear that this was not unearthed from a tomb, as it bears no traces of soil. This was a gift from a friend, given over 20 years ago. The other party chuckled and remarked, "These comments are utterly clueless, shouting catch 'em, ha ha." Over 20 years have passed. The statute of limitations for life imprisonment is merely 20 years. Do you understand? It no longer concerns me. So arrogant. The host needs to think of a solution. This time we support you. Such individuals must not evade justice. Zhang Yang also felt that the other party was indeed excessively arrogant. However, the more brazen the individual became, the heavier his heart grew. For the audacity displayed suggested a thorough understanding of relevant laws. Is there anyone in the live chat who enjoys collecting? I have something that can be auctioned overseas. Perhaps feeling that confronting the comments was insufficient, the individual began to hawk goods directly in the live stream. Just then, Zhang Yang finally witnessed the other party's video freeze. And soon after, the connection was lost. Finally, it appeared that the IP had been locked. He let out a long sigh of relief and addressed the audience. "Brothers, don't rush. Let me check the information first. Justice descends from the heavens. Support the host in combating cultural relic traffickers." Chapter 017. The Fate of 3 Simple Thieves. Nanji Temple, Tang Dynasty Ceramics, Theft Case. Midway through the live broadcast, the host abruptly began to search for information online, the keyboard clattering away. In another live stream, the audience would either lash out or simply exit. Yet, in Master Zhang's treasure appraisal session, the screen was filled with, "Justice descend from the heavens. Go, teacher." Soon enough, Zhang Yang, using keywords from the item information, located relevant data. He turned to the camera and spoke to the audience. "It seems everyone is quite invested in that Tang porcelain we just discussed, so let us analyze it together. From my analysis, that Tang porcelain certainly did not come from legitimate sources. The genuine pieces are housed in museums. It must have been obtained illegally. Didn't that person mention the statute of limitations? What is the host thinking? The treasure appraisal could easily transform into a case investigation. I'd love to watch. Indeed, I share your perspective. The likelihood of a legal acquisition is quite high. Here I've grasped another critical point, 20 years. That individual is well versed in the 20-year statute of limitations. So, what transpired 20 years ago concerning the Tang porcelain? A particular incident comes to mind. Take a look. Zhang Yang projected the computer screen into the live stream. It displayed an article regarding the Nanji Temple theft case. Nanji Temple ranks first among the existing Tang Dynasty wooden structures in China, being the oldest, aside from the statues in the Mogao caves. The Tang Dynasty statues within Nanji Temple are the earliest extant Buddhist sculptures in the mainland. In the late 20th century, 3 criminals broke into Nanji Temple, injuring the custodian and stealing treasures hidden within the Buddhist statues, as well as several earthen sculptures from the temple. This remains an unsolved case to this day. Brothers, does this timeline align perfectly with the 20-year claim of that individual? Zhang Yang analyzed while tapping on the table. The host makes a valid point. This is the first time I've heard of the Nanji Temple story. It bears a striking resemblance to the situation of the treasure appraiser earlier. I am unsure how to report that individual, so I can only report the live broadcast room for now. Upon noticing someone intending to report the live stream, Zhang Yang felt a pang of anxiety and hastily clarified, "Please, let us not stir up trouble, my friends. Our director is already in contact with the police regarding this matter. We are a channel dedicated to promoting positive energy. We must trust that justice will prevail, and no wrongdoing will go unnoticed. I will continue to monitor this situation closely, so rest assured." Now, let us invite the next appraiser. In the vicinity of Hushi Village, Xinjiang County, 2 police cars were stationed along the cement road, surrounded by a crowd of curious villagers peering from behind the cordon, gazing intently at the farmland by the river. Near the Qing Dynasty earth mound that Zhang Yang had appraised, a trio of tomb raiders, led by a man with a crew cut, was identifying the crime scene under the guidance of several officers. Today, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team was personally leading the operation, while Ning Jingdong and his partner, Old Ma, maintained perimeter security. Bored, Old Ma turned to Ning Jingdong and inquired, "Old Ning, when will the archaeological team we applied for arrive? It has been several days. If they delay too long and we encounter heavy rain, the tomb may be irreparably damaged." "I called to urge them yesterday," Ning Jingdong replied. "I informed them that we have a mid-Qing burial site that was previously looted and has now been disturbed again, necessitating urgent excavation. They mentioned that their team has been dispatched to the 3rd mining site in the city, where an Eastern Han site has been discovered, and they are currently unable to allocate personnel, so we must wait another 2 days." "An Eastern Han site?" Old Ma exclaimed in astonishment. "We have such a site here. Not merely a site, Ning Zhengdong remarked gravely. I have heard that they have also apprehended tomb raiders, who were tracked down thanks to an Eastern Han jade pig they possessed. A jade pig? Old Ma, knowledgeable in cultural relics, whispered. ISNT that typically clutched in the hands of the deceased. These tomb raiders are far more formidable than the 3 clumsy ones we caught. They must be facing at least 5 years in prison. Laughing, Ning Zhengdong added, of the 3 recently apprehended young men, the most amusing is the chubby one. You should have seen his reaction during the interrogation with the crew-cut fellow. I asked him where the idea to engage in tomb raiding originated, and he earnestly replied that he was inspired after watching Master Zhang's treasure appraisal videos online, believing he might unearth something valuable. Is that truly the case? Olma questioned. Of course not. Ning Zhengdong took it. I checked his browsing history, and it was all filled with videos of young women dancing. All of it. Indeed. I scrolled through a dozen clips, none related to treasure appraisal whatsoever. He must have cultivated quite the following, Old Ma mused. By the way, do you know how the crew-cut fellow was apprehended? Old Ma shifted the topic, recounting his interrogation of the man. Why so? That kid is remarkably tight-lipped, claiming he was unaware it was a tomb, insisting he was merely digging a hole for play. Then I took that small vial I found on the chubby one, about the size of a bottle of essential oil, to Master Zhang for appraisal. Master Zhang? This time, Ning Zhengdong was taken aback. ISNT that against protocol? What protocol? Old Ma shrugged and remarked, in our line of grassroots work, there ISNT much to debate. Asking Master Zhang for a glance and taking a photo for AI identification online are essentially the same, merely references. He continued, that small bottle from the Qianlong era, painted in pastel colors, is worth over 10,000. The fellow with the crew cut seemed to grasp Master Zhang's prowess. After watching the recording of my appraisal, he confessed, admitting that his motivation for tomb raiding was purely financial. Is it really that simple? Ning Zhengdong pondered, somewhat perplexed. That guy with the crew cut was so stubborn. He softened up after just one appraisal. I suspect he has reached his breaking point, Olmar reasoned. Nearby, the plump individual who was identifying the crime scene sees an opportunity to speak to the crew-cut fellow. Brother, I owe you an apology. I've implicated you. I initially intended for my father to take the blame, but it seems he hasn't managed to escape. Never mind, the crew-cut fellow replied, his face a mask of numbness and despair. Fatty, I wasn't lying to you. That snuff bottle alone is worth 10,000. Had I known, I would have excavated with you. Brother, stop talking, Glasses interjected, his expression one of anguish. We might not see each other again for 3 years. Surely not. I implicated both of you. That should count as merit for leniency, the plump man said, uncertainty creeping into his voice. The remaining 2 widened their eyes in surprise. Enough, you lot, behave yourselves, a police officer chided from behind the trio. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang, still streaming live, received a call from the Public Security Bureau of Hsinchu City. Hello, is this Master Zhang? A sweet-voiced young lady inquired from the other end. Indeed, that's me. May I ask if you have information regarding the theft case at Nanji Temple in our city? Yes, I possess numerous leads. Allow me to elaborate. Chapter 018. In the Chives Ditch, you and I. After elucidating the situation regarding Nanji Temple to the police, Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the audience in the live stream could not hear his words, they could see his animated demeanor, and they busily flooded the comment section. Has the hostess' wife given birth? Why so happy? Perhaps the goods, unearthed yesterday, have been sold. Maybe a neighbor's child has been born. The brothers' analyses are well-founded and convincing. Upon ending the call, Zhang Yang glanced at the comments for a couple of seconds, organized his thoughts, and addressed the audience. Just now. Cough. It was a call from Polamon. You can rest easy about the Nanji Temple matter. ISNT that a bit too quick, host? 66666. The host is incredible. What a relief. The live stream was inundated with 666 and gifts. Only Love Little Pear Flower has illuminated the host's majestic light board X1. Cosmetics Overseas Purchasing gifted the host a rainbow Ferris wheel X1. The only formidable Hoo-Hua by the Sea gifted V5X99. Thank you for all the gifts, Zhang Yang said, bowing slightly to the camera. This is what we ought to do. After expressing gratitude for a moment amidst the barrage of comments and continuing the live stream, Zhang Yang glanced at the time. There were merely 3 minutes left until the end of his shift. He thought that if he continued appraising treasures, he might risk delaying his departure as a diligent worker. Thus, he declared, today's broadcast will conclude here. The comments quickly reflected dissatisfaction. Is the host slacking off? With 10,000 viewers, he ending the stream. With this level of popularity, another host could attract a crowd. Guys, consider unfollowing. Don't indulge the host. No, he'll be back tomorrow. Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, he noticed a sudden drop of over 10 followers in the live chat. Zhang Yang, don't rush. Came the voice of Director Jean through his earpiece. Just a bit longer. There is still some business to attend to. Zhang Yang looked up to see the director had brought along a photographer, gesturing from beside the director. Continue. Let us appraise a bit longer. I need some more photos. It seemed the promotion was far from over. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly adjusted his demeanor, addressing the camera. Since everyone still wishes to watch, we shall extend the stream. Host, please don't push yourself. If you don't want to stream, you don't have to. No pressure. I'm in a good mood today. Let us extend for one lucky viewer. Zhang Yang waved his hand and promptly connected with the next guest. As the video call connected, the other party's screen was pitch black, and after a moment of silence, Zhang Yang prompted, "Hey, SideX007, are you there? Is your camera malfunctioning?" "Oh, just a moment. I'll turn on the light," replied a somewhat hoarse female voice. With a click, the lamp illuminated the room. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the sight before him. "Wow, young lady, you made quite a collection." The screen displayed a white bedspread lavishly adorned with jade ornaments, perhaps a dozen or 20 pieces, predominantly bracelets, along with some pendants. "These aren't mine. They are all purchased by my mother," the woman replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Whenever she travels, she insists on buying things from tourist spots. Everything on the table was acquired during her retirement over the past 2 years. I wanted to consult you to assess how much she may have overpaid, just to have an idea. Clearly, most of these are likely fakes. Sounds like my mother. She just won tea listen. From her tone, she seems to have mentally prepared for the worst. Host, be gentle. Don't give her a heart attack. Having acquired so much over 2 years, Zhang Yang estimated there were about 20 pieces, thinking to himself that this must be a well-off family. "Let us start with the piece you believe is the most valuable," Zhang Yang suggested. "Please help me assess this one," the young woman said, retrieving a sheep-fat white pendant, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, intricately carved with the image of Methria Buddha, adorned with a red cord. "Here, hold it up so I can see. Don't face it directly towards the light. It's a bit blinding." "Ah, sheep-fat jade indeed. A fine piece. It must be quite valuable." "Is it really?" The young woman expressed her surprise. "When my mother purchased it, she bought it as Hetian jade, and it cost her 30,000 yuan. 30,000? That's quite exorbitant. Where did she buy it?" "Zhang Yang inquired. In Jiokai Go. Zukaigu. Are you referring to the chives we usually use for making dumplings?" Zhang Yang thought he misheard, but the real-time voice recognition indeed captured the word chives. "Haha, is Jiokai Go a place specifically for harvesting chives? It should be Jiozhai Go instead." "Ah, no, that's not it. I misspoke. I meant Jiozhai Go. Oh, you startle me." Zhang Yang organized his thoughts and continued. "Have you ever seen those Hetian jades priced at a few hundred yuan on a certain treasure site? Yes, those must be fake. They're probably just glass." The young woman seemed to possess a bit of worldly experience. "It's not glass. Those, just like the one you have in hand, are indeed jade, but they are Afghan jade. Those in the jewelry trade typically refer to such material as liao." "Is Afghan jade valuable?" the young woman asked. "Mine comes with a Hetian jade certification. Shouldn't the price be somewhat comparable, especially since it's hand-carved? Acquiring a certificate costs very little if bought in bulk. Discounts can be applied. The essence of this material is marble, a construction material. Large pieces are used for flooring." Zhang Yang interrupted her allusions without further ado. "What you have is 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping, and it even comes with a pair of socks." The young woman on the other end of the video was momentarily speechless. Afghan jade marble. Such items are specifically designed to deceive the elderly. After all, it was purchased in Jiokai Go. "Can I take the certificate to confront them?" the young woman asked, somewhat unconvinced. "The seller is undoubtedly untraceable, but the appraisal agency should still exist." "You won't find them, sister," Zhang Yang explained. "Is this agency reputable? Is it still operational?" These are all questions. Even if it exists, they assert that the appraisal is genuine while claiming the product is fake, insisting that the item was swapped. Such matters are convoluted, and defending your rights is quite challenging. In fact, there are numerous cases documented online, but people often only think to look after they've been deceived. "All right." The young woman's tone was notably disheartened. "Then please take a look at this token." She picked up a white jade token shaped like a tablet, roughly the size of a third of a mobile phone, with a thickness akin to an adult's pinky finger, adorned with some patterns, while the center was a smooth surface. "This token signifies peace and freedom from troubles. I also bought this in Jiozhai Go, priced as Hetian jade. Purchasing 2 items in Jiokai Go. One must be truly audacious." Clearly Afghan jade. Zhang Yang shook his head at the presumptuous comments. Sometimes, one does not need to sell fakes to earn a profit. For instance, this one right here is legitimate. This one is fine. It is indeed Hitian jade. You can observe for yourself that its texture is entirely different from the previous pendant. This is the true texture of Hitian jade. Oh, I see. The young woman's tone brightened a bit. What do you estimate this to be worth? I could offer 1,500 for it, Zhang Yang replied candidly. He surmised that the other party had likely overpaid, yet he could not afford to provide a baseless quotation, as that would tarnish his own reputation. The young lady fell momentarily speechless, recovering only after a considerable pause. My mother spent 26,000 on this. Zhang Yang responded, Ah, dear sister, money can be earned again once it's gone. Familial bonds are far more precious than wealth. He empathized with the young woman, whose blood pressure must have risen at the thought of a 5,000 yuan item turning into 1,000, with still a dozen more pieces awaiting appraisal. I understand. Master Zhang, she said with a wry smile. This is my mother's own money. How she chooses to spend it is her affair. It is simply disheartening to be deceived. It cannot be helped. Consider it a lesson learned, she sighed. Master Zhang, please assist me in appraising the remaining items. Most were purchased in tourist areas. I have mentally prepared myself. All right. Zhang Yang readily agreed. This young lady maintains a commendable mindset. She must not be in financial distress. Otherwise, a typical person would have already broken down. Ordinary individuals would not spend 30,000 on marble, would they? I suspect these 20 items have resulted in a loss exceeding 100,000. 10 minutes later, as Zhang Yang ended the live stream, he felt somewhat numb. The young lady had presented 21 treasures for appraisal, of which only a single guanine pendant, valued around 5,000, was genuinely worthwhile. Yet she had purchased it for 10,000. In total, according to the statistics from the comments, she had incurred a loss of approximately 160,000. By the end, it seemed the young lady had grown somewhat despondent, even reluctant to disclose how much she had spent, as it was all a loss anyway. Brothers, it's time to sign off. The old Nine Gates brothers have an event this evening. 88888888. I hope the host isn't apprehended by tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend, master. Do you have plans? Zhang Yang had initially intended to conclude the live stream, but upon seeing the mention of the weekend, it suddenly struck him that tomorrow was the porcelain auction at the Linghai auction house. His pastel flower plate had already been sent to the auction house, and he needed to take a look to ascertain its status. However, would the company grant him leave? After some contemplation, he decided to inform them post factum. Brothers, tomorrow's streaming time may be delayed slightly as I am attending an auction. Are there still auctions in this era? Why can't auctions be streamed? Just broadcast outdoors. It cannot be done. Outdoor streaming requires registration. I must take my leave now. See you all a bit later tomorrow. The live stream ended, and the director signaled Zhang Yang with an OK gesture, indicating that his work for the day was complete. Well done, Zhang Yang, Director Jean said as he approached with the cameraman, pointing at him. Quick, capture the behind-the-scenes of Master Zhang. Director Jean, tomorrow, the auction, right? Just make up the streaming hours tonight. Sure thing. Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised by Director Jin's accommodating demeanor. While removing his makeup, he learned from Sister Gao that the cameraman accompanying Director Jean was her new boyfriend. Under the pretense of photographing Zhang Yang, General Jean successfully managed to bring her boyfriend into the company, consequently adopting a more amiable demeanor towards Zhang Yang as well. Zhang Yang, in response, could only think of one word: absurd. The following afternoon at 2 o'clock, Zhang Yang arrived at the venue ahead of schedule. The head of the Linhai auction house greeted him in the reception area. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. Here are the documents you previously confirmed online. Could you kindly review them once more? Certainly. Zhang Yang accepted a blue folder from the charming customer service representative, containing the items he had confirmed online, such as the contract and the fee details. At Linhai auction house, a storage fee of 2 is required regardless of whether the items are sold, while a transaction fee of 5 applies if the items are sold, and a no-sale fee of 3 is charged if they go unsold. Zhang Yang opted for post-auction payment, which was the recommended choice by the auction house. Everything appears to be in order, Zhang Yang remarked after a thorough review. He then inquired, when approximately will my items be up for auction? You can refer to the auction manual for that information, the customer service representative replied professionally. All right, Zhang Yang shrugged, rising to exit the reception room. As he opened the door, he unexpectedly collided with a couple. Ah Guang, is this the backstage of the auction house? The girl among them, who was clinging to the arm of a tall, slender man, asked in a high-pitched voice. With her distinctive voice and trendy looks, Zhang Yang immediately recognized her as the company's streamer, Xiao Lihua, known for having the highest revenue among female streamers last week. And this must be... Zhang Yang began. Hey, Zhang classmate. No, Zhang master. Xiao Lihua exclaimed upon recognizing him. She promptly introduced him. Ah Guang, this is the Zhang master who appraised your treasures. I told you he's merely masquerading as a middle-aged man, didn't I? Hello, Zhang master, the tall young man, Ah Guang, greeted enthusiastically, extending his hand. Hello, number one supporter. Zhang Yang smiled as they shook hands. What should I call you? You are Xiao Lihua's top supporter and also the number one on my live stream. Haha. My name is Chunyang Wang. Just call me Ah Guang. All right, number one supporter. Haha. You two are quite amusing. Xiao Lihua chuckled, covering her mouth. Zhang Yang, what brings you to the auction house? Just selling a small trinket, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Selling a mere 10,000 yuan flower pot seemed trivial compared to Ah Guang, who had spent nearly 300,000 on gifts for Xiao Lihua last week, rendering any need for secrecy unnecessary. Oh, Ah Guang's interest was piqued. Master Zhang has certainly captured my curiosity. You are so young, yet possess such knowledge. I suspect you must have elders in the antiques field. I'm quite curious about what you're selling. Oh, it's not that grand. I'm just an ordinary person. The expressions of the two suggested they found it hard to believe him. Noticing their skepticism and their determination not to let him leave without an answer, Zhang Yang conceded. Do you have this auction manual? I can show you what I'm selling. I do. Xiao Lihua retrieved a small blue-black booklet from her canvas bag. Let me take a look. Zhang Yang took the booklet, and to his surprise, upon opening the first page, he saw his own pastel flower pot. Typically, the first item at an auction is a prized possession. It may not necessarily be expensive, but must capture the interest of bidders. Otherwise, starting with an unsold item would portend ill. Zhang Yang did not expect the Linhai auction house to give such prominence to his piece, indicating that the experts behind the auction believed the valuation of 100,000 would surely attract buyers. This also subtly suggested that the initial price was somewhat undervalued. As Zhang Yang pointed to the pastel porcelain on the first page, Chen Yingguang exclaimed, Master Zhang, this item is quite impressive. Could it be that Brother Guang has knowledge of porcelain? This person, who struggles to understand stones, surprisingly comprehends porcelain? A little, Chen Yingguang humbly remarked. Your pastel flower pot is beautifully painted. It's from the Qing dynasty and clearly not inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang thought to himself that, indeed, he was quite ignorant. The 2 points he mentioned had no relevance to why the flower pot was valuable. Nevertheless, while harboring such thoughts, he replied, Indeed, this piece is certainly worth more than 100,000, but I fear it may go unsold. I can only hope the final price is a bit higher. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingguang's eyes sparkled, yet he refrained from saying much more, merely smiling and wishing Zhang Yang good luck. Chapter 20. Highland Museum, Ah Guang. Are you interested in that flower pot of his? After Zhang Yang left, Xiao Lihua tilted her head towards her current boyfriend. Indeed, that piece would be a perfect gift for the old man. The price is just right, Chen Yingguang replied, gazing in the direction Zhang Yang had departed. The old man has recently taken a liking to mimosa, and the size of the piece is just suitable. However, more than the item itself, he found the person quite intriguing. Intriguing? You mean Zhang Yang? Xiao Lihua inquired. Speaking of which, you two are alumni. Haha, I was a distance learner. By the way, where did he study? Chen Yingguang asked. I heard he majored in history. Sister Gao, who does his makeup, told me, so it must be credible. History, huh? No wonder he can appraise treasures. In this internet age, such individuals are truly exceptional, Chen Yingguang remarked absently, noticing the bewildered expression on the girl beside him. He chuckled and patted her head. Come on, let me show you that diamond necklace I photographed for you. Zhang Yang had indeed noticed Chen Yingguang's excessive enthusiasm, but he did not dwell on it. According to the renowned detective Sister Gao, it was established that this Chun fellow was likely the young heir of a chain medical beauty group, with a fortune in the tens of billions. His father had indeed made a fortune in the coal business, albeit not through mining, but through resale. It was quite normal for a young, wealthy second generation to indulge in live broadcasting, but if one truly believed they could befriend him, that would be somewhat foolish. They were simply not on the same level to force a connection. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang did not contemplate this for long, as another significant reason was that he had little time to spare. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered Fong Tian. Beside her stood an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. Zhang Yang recognized the elderly figure. He was likely Wang Guosheng, the esteemed appraiser Fong Tian had mentioned, the one interested in purchasing the treasure he had stumbled upon. Observing Fong Tian's familiarity with the two individuals, Zhang Yang surmised that they must have arrived together, contemplating the notion that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He feigned interest in his phone and hastily descended the staircase. only to be obstructed by a yellowish-brown wooden cane. "Do not take offense, young man," Wang Guisheng said with a smile. "You are Zhang Yang, correct? Do you have a moment to converse?" Realizing that Fong Tiantian had already identified him, Zhang Yang responded with composed respect, "Greetings, Master Wang. You are acquainted with me?" "Indeed," Zhang Yang nodded, gesturing towards Fong Tiantian. "She has mentioned you to me, and I have seen your photograph online. Furthermore, the cane you hold is genuine Hainan Huang, which makes the answer quite apparent." "Indeed." Sharp eyes, Master Wang acknowledged, a look of approval gracing his features. Beside him, Wang Jianya expressed interest. This young man can distinguish between Hainan Huang and other varieties at first glance. "And who might this be?" "This is my nephew, the curator of the Highland Museum," Master Wang introduced. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you," Zhang Yang realized. Understanding why Fong Tiantian was so attentive, she was eager to associate herself with the curator, transforming from a mere shop assistant to a socialite. The Highland Museum was formerly known as the Linheim Museum, but it was renamed after the establishment of the municipal museum, owing to its private ownership. Zhang Yang recalled visiting this museum on his elementary school graduation trip, his initial impression being, "What a beautiful museum." After listening to the guide's explanations, his sentiment shifted to, "These antiques must be incredibly valuable." He speculated that his current enthusiasm for appraising treasures might be somewhat linked to those childhood experiences. When the curator posed a question, Zhang Yang felt it prudent to respond respectfully, stating, "The cane features a sizable solid ghost eye, which is quite telling." Recently, he had been honing his skills in deducing evidence based on outcomes during his live broadcasts. Wang Jianya appeared visibly impressed, glancing at his uncle's cane several times, murmuring, "There are ghost eyes in Hainan Huang as well. How can one discern?" He then turned to Zhang Yang. "May we speak privately? It would not be appropriate to linger here." "Certainly," Zhang Yang acquiesced. His demeanor had subtly shifted. It was simple to comprehend why. This individual was the museum curator, a reliable channel for potential discoveries. Establishing rapport could alleviate the hassle of frequent auction visits. As for Fong Tiantian, who had previously irritated him, in the presence of 3 experts in antiques, she was relegated to menial tasks like serving water, which he found tolerable. In the temporary reception room, as Zhang Yang recounted his childhood visit to the Highland Museum, both Wang family members expressed keen interest. "When did you visit?" Master Wang inquired. "I believe it was 9 years ago, when it was still called the Linheim Museum. I recall the guide being an elderly lady who told us that acquiring those antiques cost the curator a fortune. At that time, I was still an undergraduate in Manchester." "Your guide was likely my mother," Zhang Yang noted. Wang Jianya furrowed his brow, seemingly burdened with unspoken thoughts, which ultimately culminated in a sigh. "Alas, my brother and sister-in-law have passed away." Master Wang spoke in a calm tone, noting that the elderly man, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, regarded such matters with a degree of detachment. "Thank you," he added, as Master Wang nodded in acknowledgement. "I hear you are a student at Lehigh University?" "Indeed, I am a sophomore in the history department." "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable," Master Wang remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "Even my friends, who grew up playing hide-and-seek among antiques, may not possess your level of insight. Does your family engage in the antique business?" "No, it's merely a personal hobby." "Is that true? Such prowess?" Wang Jianya's expression reflected astonishment, his demeanor exaggerated, revealing the influence of a Western education, lacking the calmness and restraint typical of many from Huaxia. In contrast, Master Wang remained composed, pushing a cup of tea toward Zhang Yang and inquiring slowly, "Do you have any artisans in your family?" This question bore significance, as those who delve into antiquities often refer to themselves as artisans, including those specializing in counterfeit antiques. Zhang Yang shook his head and replied, "No, I'm the first in my family to enter this field." "How did you discern that the pastel flower pot was a counterfeit?" "You confidently declared your intention to find a bargain the moment you entered the shop." "How so?" Wang Jianya pressed eagerly. Zhang Yang recognized that this young curator, Wang Jianya, was acting as Master Wang's mouthpiece, both eager to uncover his secrets. Contemplating how to deter their inquiries, a sudden knock echoed from behind. "Master Wang, the auction is about to commence." "Oh, it is about to begin." With the support of his nephew, Master Wang rose. "Young Zhang, would you do us the honor of joining us to witness the event?" Chapter 21. Master Wang cast a glance. With the invitation laid out, Zhang Yang found it difficult to refuse and followed Wang Jianya to the VIP room. It was his first experience of an auction in reality. The VIP room was located on the 2nd floor, primarily for viewing the auction items and making decisions. Those truly engaging in the auction process were seated downstairs in 3 rows, each person communicating with the outside world via telephone in their left hand, while their right hand was poised to raise bidding paddles. These were auctioneers striving to earn a modest living. The first item up for bid was, of course, Zhang Yang's Qing Xianfeng pastel lotus-patterned square flower pot, 6-character Kaishu mark. The starting bid displayed on the large screen was 100,000, with increments of 1,000. Now, let the bidding commence. As the host brought down the gavel, an auctioneer immediately raised a paddle. 8428, 101,000. 7529, 110,000. Very well. We'll raise it directly to 110,000. 3562, 120,000. Watching the numbers ascend on the screen, Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. He mused. A history undergraduate from Lehigh University earns an average monthly salary of merely 5,000. Yet in just a few days, I have managed to earn what would take me 2 years to make. How exhilarating. It was no wonder so many were willing to take risks, fantasizing about amassing wealth overnight through antiques, as the money in this field flowed so swiftly. Meanwhile, the auctioneer from the Wang family, situated on the first floor, glanced up toward his employer, his expression seemingly questioning. Didn't we agree to secure this pastel porcelain piece? Why is there no movement yet? In truth, Wang Jinya had long contemplated making an offer, yet just as his hand grazed the telephone, he was intercepted by Wang Guosheng wielding his cane. What is the hurry? Let those lacking conviction exit voluntarily. Zhang Yang, brushing his nose nonchalantly, feigned ignorance and continued to gaze out of the window. As the price escalated to 150,000 and only one contender remained, Wang Jianya seized the moment, informing the broker on the other end, 17 million. Downstairs, the number 5501 was promptly raised. 5501, could you kindly repeat that? 17 million. Is there a bid higher than 17 million? 17 million once. 3,562. Are you certain? Very well, 20 million. The figure on the screen surged dramatically to 200,000. Follow. Wang Jianya asserted vehemently into the phone. 5501, 21 million. Perceiving the uncertainty in Zhang Yang's eyes, Wang Jianya smugly elucidated, at the end of this year, there will be a pastel porcelain exchange in Europe, with a slight maneuver. We stand to make a tidy profit. This is a unique approach of our Highland Museum. Those below lack understanding. He now fervently wished for the 3562 number to persist in bidding. After all, the Wang family appeared determined to secure victory. Raise it significantly. 3562, 25 million. 5,501. 26 million. 3562, 30 million. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd at this bid, causing Wang Jianya to waver as he glanced at his uncle. Master Wang nodded. We shall continue. 5501, 31 million. 3562, 35 million. 5501, 36 million. 3562, 40 million. This time, Master Wang could not nod in agreement. Congratulations to 3,562, who has acquired the first lot for 40 million. Within the confines of the Wang family's private room, an awkward atmosphere ensued. The first item had been lost in bidding, and the owner of the lot was present, leaving the Wang family somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the seasoned Master Wang was the first to extend his congratulations to Zhang Yang. Congratulations. Young friend Zhang, it is a pity we are fated to miss out. Such is the prowess of those with discerning vision. Master Wang did not spare any words of commendation. As the auction progressed, it had already become irrelevant to Zhang Yang. However, since he was present, he deemed it worthwhile to observe the spectacle. Bored, Zhang Yang perused the item information of various lots, pondering if there might be any overlooked treasures. Ultimately, he failed to spot any gems, but upon reaching the 81st item, he discerned a counterfeit. Item 81, Northern Song Dynasty Suzhou Kiln White Ground with Black Flower Plum Vase. Starting price, 600,000. 5501, 700,000. Remarkably, it was Wang Jianya who took the lead, immediately raising the price to 700,000. Zhang Yang surmised his intentions. To other buyers, the backer of 5501, despite a rocky start, had since secured several lots with a cumulative value exceeding 1 million, indicating the buyer's substantial financial backing. Before the lot numbered 5,501, the increments had always been in the range of 10,000. However, this time, an unprecedented increase of 100,000 was observed, indicating a strong determination to acquire this particular Mingzhou vase. Consequently, many casual participants felt it unnecessary to engage in bidding. Yet, there will always be those undeterred by such complexities. Lot 3562 reached 710,000. A buyer who previously contended for items with the Wang family had remained silent for much of the auction, but now resumed bidding. This time, the increments for 3562 were merely incremental. As he watched the amounts on the large screen fluctuate, Zhang Yang's brow gradually furrowed into a frown. Title: Mingzhou Kiln Vase. Material: Qingtu. Production year: 1920. Indeed, even auction houses can sell forgeries. While Zhang Yang was engulfed in doubt, Wang Jianya and the buyer for 3562 had already escalated the price to 850,000. Zhang Yang pondered. The Wang family members were rather decent, as there was nothing to criticize during their interactions. A small gesture might be in order. Master Wang, could there be something amiss with this Mei vase? Wang Wusheng looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Wang Jinya was more direct, covering the phone and saying to Zhang Yang, "That's impossible. My uncle has already examined it." In such auctions, Wang Guisheng, as the legal representative of the largest private museum in the area, the Highland Museum, had naturally had the opportunity to preview the items after paying the deposit. Although he viewed it through glass, he could ascertain its authenticity with reasonable accuracy. However, this time, Zhang Yang was certain that Master Wang had made a mistake. "What if your uncle has seen it?" "I have seen it too." Though he thought this, Zhang Yang merely stated, "Perhaps I misjudged." Given that they had indirectly assisted him in selling his items, this warning was more than sufficient. Wang Jianya nodded, muttering, "My uncle's judgment is widely recognized. A nationally renowned expert in Jianbao. Could he truly have erred regarding a Mingzhou kiln piece? Unlikely." Wang Wusheng's reaction differed from that of his nephew. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the elder scrutinized the vase on the screen, his eyes narrowing gradually. He said to Wang Jianya, "Jianya, secure the item first." Then, turning to Zhang Yang, he acknowledged, "Young friend Zhang, you are correct. This is indeed a later imitation. I must have been mistaken. So do you still wish to?" It's fine. I can return the forgery to the auction house. But that buyer for 3,562 might not be so fortunate. Moreover, didn't he also purchase your items? Let us consider a favor." Master Wang gazed at Zhang Yang, his smile growing ever more radiant. Chapter 022, The Trap for Strangers. "Uncle, what exactly is wrong with this Mingzhou kiln vase?" Despite following his uncle's advice, Wang Jianya was still filled with confusion. "Something feels off." Wang Guosheng sighed. "At the time, I only examined the body of the vase through the glass case. I assumed it was genuine since the porcelain appeared fine, without giving it much thought. Now that young friend Zhang has pointed it out, the more I look, the more I sense something is amiss. It has now dawned on me. The base of that plum vase, encircled by a somewhat unevenly corroded surface, is not as smooth as one would expect from a typical plum vase. When I examined the image, I thought it was normal. Considering it has been passed down since the Northern Song dynasty, some corrosion is to be expected. Could it be the result of human corrosion? Wang Jianya inquired. It is highly probable. Moreover, upon closer inspection, those raised spots that remain uncorroded are excessively smooth, which clearly indicates they were deliberately refined during the imitation process. A genuine piece from the Zhizhou kiln could never be so flawlessly smooth. Although Wang Jianya may lack expertise in this area, he has taken an interest in the family business and possesses some knowledge about the Zhizhou kiln. The Zhizhou kiln was a folk kiln during the Northern Song dynasty. Known for mass production, craftsmen, when shaping the base, prioritized efficiency, allowing only for minimal adjustments and scraping. Achieving a pristine finish was impossible. In contrast, modern artisans, striving to fetch a good price for their replicas, labor with excessive care, resulting in a smooth and even base that ultimately serves as a telltale sign for connoisseurs discerning authenticity. Indeed, yet the sellers of such items, to think of roughening the base, is quite impressive. Zhang Yang continued in alignment with Master Wang's observations, admitting he was unaware of the unpolished nature of the Zhizhou kiln vases, but the Wang family naturally assumed he had already recognized it. Yet you remain unscathed by your discerning eye." Wang Guosheng laughed heartily, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Yang, marveling, "Truly, the youth are formidable. The master is too kind." Zhang Yang replied. As the auction concluded and they prepared to part ways, Master Wang extended an invitation. "Zhang Yang, when you find the time, do visit the Highland Museum. You might also discover how the museum of today differs from the one you encountered in your youth. You could directly reach out to Jianya when the time comes." "Yes, just give me a call," Wang Jianya said with a smile, handing over a business card. Zhang Yang accepted the card and nodded in agreement. As for the specifics of their meeting, that would only be revealed upon the occasion. However, at the very least, selling a couple of reasonably priced antiques to the Highland Museum should render them hesitant to bargain aggressively. Aside from the connection with the Wang family, the most significant factor was that the items were sold. After consulting customer service, he learned that after deductions for fees and taxes, he would still net approximately 350,000. Just a few days prior, he had to borrow money to afford a porcelain flower pot. Now he was set to reap a windfall. Zhang Yang mused that once the fund arrived, he could treat his roommates to a delightful feast. Despite the substantial income awaiting him, Zhang Yang was also determined not to neglect his live streaming obligations. Earlier that day, many had left comments on Master Zhang's Douyin homepage, eagerly inquiring about the live broadcast schedule as they had prepared their treasures and crafted their stories, all awaiting his presence. While Zhang Yang was applying makeup, the director altered the live stream title to broadcast at 7 p.m., resulting in fans showering the screen with gifts even before the broadcast commenced. Such treatment was usually reserved for female streamers. Master Zhang's foremost disciple presents a safety charm X99. What's up with the black screen gifts? Nothing much. Just celebrating Master Zhang's safe return from the tomb. 666. Must be a team effort. So Master Zhang hails from the Zhang family of the Old Nine Gates. Gentlemen, are you all having such a delightful conversation? Allow me to join in. Ah, a disciple of the great Master Zhang. I extend my gratitude to this brother for his generous gift of $10. Are you interested in a voice chat? If so, please apply quickly, as you will be prioritized today. Gifting allows one to jump the queue. The host must look down upon those who are less fortunate, I suppose. This does not constitute queue jumping. After all, the individual in question, despite being off-screen, has shown generosity, so let's give him some face. That esteemed disciple. Let this be a lesson learned. Henceforth, those who are off-screen and merely gifting shall not count. The esteemed disciple of Master Zhang wishes to connect with you. Hello. Is this Master Zhang? Brother, since your video is already connected, there's no need to pretend you're on a call. Oh my goodness, Master Zhang. You have finally gone live. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to go rescue you from the police station. The other party speaks with a thick Northeast dialect, infused with a hint of exaggeration, creating an amusing atmosphere. I hope this gentleman remains as cheerful after his appraisal. Haha, it sounds as though I truly went treasure hunting. Without further ado, let us see what you wish to appraise. Very well, please show me your item. In the video, the man extends his hand, revealing a gemstone the size of a fingernail, sparkling brilliantly under the light. A bare diamond. How many carats is this? 3 carats. A friend in the diamond business gifted it to me. Zhang Yang examined it for a few moments and nodded. Quite nice. This synthetic diamond is of good quality and should be worth over 10,000, and it sells well. So it's a synthetic diamond. That's a relief. I thought it was natural. A natural one would probably be valued around $1 million, but synthetic ones are indeed more aesthetically pleasing. Is anyone still buying diamonds these days? Isn't gold more appealing? 10,000, you say? The man's hand trembled slightly, though calluses on his fingers indicated he was no stranger to handling precious items, and the diamond remained secure. Surely, you did not purchase this as a natural diamond, did you? Zhang Yang expressed disbelief. There is no need for sellers of synthetic diamonds to masquerade as purveyors of genuine gems, as the legal repercussions are considerable, given that transaction amounts can easily reach hundreds of thousands. No, this was a gift from someone. The Northeastern man's tone remained relatively calm, not resembling someone who felt cheated out of $1 million. Surely, this individual does not think someone gifted him a diamond worth $1 million? There is something peculiar about this person. Clutching the diamond, he doesn't seem like one who comprehends jewelry. Could you assist in evaluating this as well? Certainly. Please hold the item up to the light. Zhang Yang instructed, as the man displayed a leaf-shaped jade pendant, no larger than his thumb, yet strikingly beautiful. This is quite lovely. It appears to be jadeite with floating colors. Is the outer setting made of K-gold? It should be. Yes, another friend gave it to me. The man replied. A gift, you say? Zhang Yang inquired. Please ask if your friend is in need of more friends. Haha. Laughter erupted from the video as the burly Northeasterner chuckled heartily. This wasn't a free gift. It cost me 10,000, so please help me determine its worth. 10,000 may be a stretch. If it's set in K-gold, it could fetch around 5,000, with a fluctuation of about 1,000 considered normal. Only half the value lost. It seems this friendship isn't particularly deep. A stranger gets half scammed, while a familiar face hits the jackpot. Clearly, he is a newcomer. Oh, that's acceptable then. There's no need to pursue him further. Despite having authenticated 2 counterfeit items in succession, the demeanor of the gentleman from Northeast China remained remarkably optimistic, devoid of urgency or distress. Could you take a look at this one as well? He inquired. presenting a jade pendant valued at 70,000. Chapter 023. Now I understand why he is in debt. 70,000? My friend, how much did you actually lend out? You are quite the spendthrift. Not much, just a bit of pocket change. He waved dismissively, retrieving a pale green jade mountain and water plaque. Let us examine it under the light. Zhang Yang had an instinctive feeling that this item was not worth 70,000. The gentleman before him seemed to possess the fabled aura of financial misfortune, destined to lose on every purchase. As anticipated, when the item information appeared, Zhang Yang's intuition proved correct. My friend, this is a low-quality material. Oh, low-quality material, indeed. It seems there's a crack in it, replied the gentleman. You don't know about jade, do you? Zhang Yang asked. How could one accept jade as collateral without any knowledge? That takes some nerve. I don't know much, but I had someone examine it, and it is indeed jade. The gentleman responded effortlessly. Low-quality jade refers to jadeite from Guatemala, which shares similar components with what we commonly refer to as jade, yet its value diverges significantly. Zhang Yang elucidated. The comment section was filled with individuals knowledgeable about jade. If it's low quality, it should be worth no more than 7,000. This gentleman is truly a pure victim. Could it be that all these items belong to the same friend, used as collateral? Is it really only worth 7,000? The gentleman from Northeast China, clearly live streaming, immediately queried Zhang Yang upon noticing the comments. How could that be? The brother who claims it's worth only 7,000 clearly lacks understanding of jade. I'll offer 7,100. Damn. The gentleman spat, casually tossing the low-quality jade aside. Then we need not examine these anymore. The camera panned to the other side of the table, revealing a red brocade box containing several pieces of jade and gemstones. The gentleman brusquely swept the items aside and beckoned to someone nearby. Promptly, an individual arrived to collect the box, replacing it with a new one. How many items does he possess? The more he has, the more he loses. There's nothing to envy. Why does it feel like he is a debt collector? The one who just switched the items must be his subordinate. Upon noticing the comments speculating about his identity, the gentleman from Northeast China chuckled. You've guessed correctly, brothers. I am indeed in that line of work. My apologies, Master Zhang, for taking up more of your time. Numerous comments began to speculate on the actual collateral value of the 70,000 yuan jade pendant, with some suggesting it counted for half and others for 20%, leading to a lively debate. This was also given to me by a friend who claimed to have paid. Hold on, my friend. Let us not discuss prices. Zhang Yang interjected as he caught sight of the item. The gentleman produced a white bracelet, yet the patterns and slightly yellowing surface indicated it was not Hetian jade. Its true nature was becoming increasingly evident. All right, the gentleman replied with a knowing smile. Could you assist me in determining whether this is short-haired or long-haired? Is the long-haired variety referring to mammoth ivory? Mammoth ivory is indeed tradable. The short-haired variety can also be considered, provided the sewing machine operates swiftly enough. Zhang Yang focused his gaze, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, this item was not illicit. Yours is the short-haired variety. What? The older gentleman, irritated, slammed his hand on the table. My friend claimed it was long-haired, and long-haired ones command a higher price. Well, we cannot make any definitive judgments on that. Do you have any other items? Zhang Yang noticed the barrage of comments about debt collection. He pondered. It appeared he had inadvertently become an auxiliary member of a debt collection agency, assisting in appraising whether the items could serve as valid collateral. The legal risks were minimal, but it was undeniably peculiar. Yes, please take a look at this. Is this being presented to you as Hetian jade seed material? Zhang Yang examined the new item the gentleman had produced, which appeared to be in good condition. It was a stone approximately the size of a fist, resembling a pebble, predominantly milky white with a hint of yellow skin. Indeed, this item cost him 500,000. The gentleman gestured with an outstretched hand. If it is genuine Hetian jade seed material, it is worth that price. This item is obviously fake. The skin looks dyed. Such a large piece of seed material must be valuable. Pay attention to Master Zhang's expression. The item should be authentic. I doubt this gentleman could receive genuine goods. So is this item real? Was the skin originally like this, or has it been dyed? The northeastern gentleman cautiously inquired, observing the comments. This is Russian material. I presume you are familiar with it, originating from the northern regions of the 3 eastern provinces. I have heard a bit about it. The comments were mistaken. The skin was indeed not dyed, but rather the stone's original color. Zhang Yang had thoroughly studied the theories regarding Hetian jade. It was unavoidable that the most sought-after items for appraisal were 3, jadeite, Hetian jade, and ancient coins. Other items, such as porcelain and bronze artifacts, were scarcely seen. Yet these 3 appeared almost daily. The raw stone of Russian material should be as large as a cantaloupe. Zhang Yang gestured with his hands. The outermost layer is gray skin, akin to the color of cement, followed by a yellow-brown transitional layer, with a pure white jade at the core. In certain regions of Guangdong, there are specialists who process Russian material, gradually removing the outer skin, leaving a slight yellow transitional layer, then polishing the white jade portion. It looks almost identical to genuine Hutian jade seed material. Zhang Yang's explanation was exceptionally clear, leading to a surge in comments. I've gained knowledge. Thank you, teacher. I've become smarter. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you, teacher Zhang, for the wisdom. While the comments were playful, the northeastern gentleman sighed. Teacher, how much is this item worth? 500, shipped to ease your worries. 3,000, no more. The comments urged not to underestimate the value of Russian material. Such a large piece could still be worth several thousand. If the skin were removed and the white jade quality were high, it could fetch an even greater price. It could never compare to seed material, otherwise. Why would anyone forge it? The northeastern gentleman, upon hearing this, exhaled a long breath of relief. Thank you, teacher. I have now come to understand why that individual is burdened with such a substantial debt. It is all due to his misadventures in purchasing stones. Jade is something that, under normal circumstances, one should only collect when financially capable. Zhang Yang refrains from saying much more. Thank you, esteemed teacher. After concluding his conversation, the elder brother disconnected the video call and generously sent Zhang Yang 99 sets of safety talismans. I appreciate your $10, my dear brother. You are too kind. Brothers, do we have any substantial dishes? Earlier, the elder brother seemed quite serious, though the items were not particularly impressive. Is a host truly this audacious? Is this a hint for the audience to engage? Host, may I take a look at my bronze mirror? A bronze mirror? Brother known as Xiangbei Wuyanzu. Please do not leave. I must connect with you promptly. I specialize in the appraisal of bronze mirrors. It is indeed my forte. Chapter 024. Zhao Jun leaves the frontier. You enter prison. Greetings, Master Zhang. In the video frame appears a middle-aged man with a shaved head, resembling Ji Chunhua, albeit without the lengthy beard. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, he breaks into a smile, looking even more like him. Brother, are you the Bloodblade ancestor? Zhang Yang cheerfully inquires. He feels quite delighted that someone is willing to show their face before the appraisal, as it indicates the absence of anything clandestine. Indeed, there is a resemblance. The bald man touches his head, his smile radiating warmth. One moment, let me adjust the camera. Please assist me in examining this. I await your guidance. Half a second later, Zhang Yang gazes at the bronze mirror positioned on a mahjong table in the video, letting out a soft exclamation. This item is quite appealing. With the mahjong at the edge providing a reference, one can estimate the mirror's diameter to be approximately 20 to 30 centimeters, which is rather conventional. The back of the mirror features an oval knob at its center, surrounded by 4 prominent copper studs, exuding an ancient charm with exquisite designs. This is a quintessential Han Dynasty bronze mirror. In addition to the intricate patterns, numerous Han characters are inscribed upon it. Zhang Yang examines it closely, confirming that the script is in clerical style, yet he cannot discern the specific content at this moment. Wow, if the patterns were any more intricate, could this possibly be the legendary Qin Wang Zayagujing? It is evident this is a modern craft, lacking even the effort to simulate oxidation. Indeed, it is beautiful if authentic. It should be a national treasure. Astonishingly, I can comprehend the characters on the bronze mirror. It is undoubtedly a fake. The remarks from the audience resonate with Zhang Yang's thoughts. The mirror's condition is remarkably pristine, with only the outermost ring bearing a hint of dirt and patina, while the intricate carvings of chariots and cavalry show no signs of age. It appears immaculate and exquisite, reminiscent of an item freshly produced last week. The theme of the carving depicts Zhao Jun leaving the frontier. The bald man voluntarily elaborates. I have examined each of these characters. The inscription on the inner ring reads, Zhongzhua, Iho Wang, Fu Ci Jing Je de Fu Chang. Brother, as you articulate this, we are still unaware of its meaning. Zhang Yang suggests on behalf of the audience. Please type this phrase in the comments so that everyone can replicate it. Zhongzhua, Iho Wang, Fu Ci Jing Je de Fu Chang. All right, my brothers, enough with the chatter. I have grasped the essence. Zhang Yang, being a student of history, can indeed comprehend classical Chinese to some extent. This inscription is the signature of the author of the bronze mirror, concluding with a phrase of auspiciousness, suggesting that the user of this mirror will undoubtedly attain great wealth and status. Now, do you perceive the value of this object? Inquired the bald man. Scrap iron is worth 38 yuan a pound. You could take it to the construction site and deceive the old-timers. It is difficult to ascertain. The patterns and characters do not appear to be fabricated. However, it is also possible that they were copied from another artifact. Come, lift the mirror for me. Let me examine the front once more. Zhang Yang scrutinized it for a considerable time, and the item information finally emerged. Name, bronze mirror. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production year, 38 AD. Detailed information. A museum-grade bronze mirror inscribed with the tale of Wang Zhaojuan's departure, which, among unearthed artifacts, is among the earliest, possessing immense historical value. 38 AD. Zhang Yang glanced at the chronological table beside him. That corresponds to the Eastern Han Dynasty, does it not? Master Zhang, I suspect this is a later imitation. After all, there is not a trace of patina on it, and while it bears Chinese characters, the craftsmanship is quite refined. I believe this could be a modern reproduction, or perhaps something from the 567 era. There's a notable distinction between these two values, hence I seek your insight. The bald man rambled on, oblivious to the fleeting shock that crossed Zhang Yang's face. Brother, did you purchase this? Not yet. This was introduced to me by a friend, and I am merely experimenting with it for now, chuckled the bald man. The friend you mentioned? Absolutely not my own. Very well, nodded Zhang Yang, continuing his inquiries. Do you often acquire bronze artifacts? How could that be? I frequently engage with antiques, but this is my first encounter with a bronze mirror, explained the bald man. Earlier, did you not mention that the user of this mirror would surely attain great wealth and status? The implication is quite favorable. I find myself somewhat intrigued. Great wealth and status may be unattainable, yet it can ensure your livelihood for a decade without worries. Really? One would not need to do anything, merely lie back? No, one would need to work operating a sewing machine, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. A decade of sewing machines, which implies this item is authentic. Good heavens, then this is a national treasure. Is it a bronze artifact from a Shang or Zhou dynasty? Did Zhaojun travel to the frontier during the Shang or Zhou? A time traveler, perhaps? The bald man's tone shifted abruptly, a hint of panic evident. Are you suggesting that this object is ancient? Indeed, it should be from the Eastern Han. Zhang Yang nodded, stating, Moreo fair. This piece records the tale of Zhaojuan's departure, a theme that has not appeared in artifacts this old. This is the first of its kind I have encountered. It is highly likely to be a first-class national relic. Brother, a word of caution. You have already revealed your identity. If you were to buy or sell this, a decade would be but a modest estimate. Haha. Understanding Zhang Yang's implication, the bald man chuckled awkwardly. The teacher is jesting. I certainly would not dare to purchase this now. I could directly turn it in and perhaps exchange it for a silk banner and a 2,000 yuan reward. Zhang Yang offered him a suggestion. But this object does not belong to me. What if it is a family heirloom of my friend? Here comes another ancestral relic. To be frank, it's better described as something picked up. For the brother in front, even picked items must be surrendered. Only ancestral ones are exempt. It seems that many brothers have engaged in this risk-evading act. The barrage should calm down. Do not let yourselves get caught up in this. There are officers monitoring our live stream. If you were invited for tea, do not blame me. Ancestry is not entirely impossible. If your friend gets apprehended, a DNA test could prove a blood relation to the tomb's owner, potentially resulting in a lighter sentence. Master Mu, do you mean this item originated from a tomb? Obviously. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Look at the quality of this mirror. Unless it was carefully wrapped and buried deep underground. How could it remain in such pristine condition after nearly 2 millennia? Enough, let us proceed to sentencing. Does this brother still doubt Master Zhang's expertise? Very well then. The bald man hesitated for a moment, but soon resolved. I will go report it shortly. Yes, good. Just say it was Master Zhang who excavated it and sold it to me. What? No, brother, such jokes are ill-advised. Chapter 025. The National Treasure Gang cannot afford to offend. Ha ha ha. Even you are afraid, teacher? On the other end of the video, the bald man laughed. It was clear he was not anxious. Afraid? If I were to be imprisoned, who would appraise treasures for the brothers? No worries, we can appraise ourselves. Teacher Shishian next door can also appraise. Finding treasures is difficult. Finding appraisers is not. Look, the barrage is saying so. How about the teacher visits the station for some inspiration? No, brother, let's drop that. I am quite busy here. Zhang Yang genuinely feared that someone might create chaos, conducting some underhanded activities that could jeopardize the live stream. All right, goodbye, teacher. The bald man did not linger, quickly ending the call, though he appeared more eager to turn himself in. Another artifact has been appraised, but this time the person seeking appraisal seemed entirely normal and quite cheerful. The audience subconsciously recalled the previous appraisal of the tan color. Immediately, someone in the barrage asked, Master Zhang, Has anyone been apprehended regarding the Tang color? Indeed. What is the progress on the Tang color case? Brothers, do not rush. Matters like this do not unfold swiftly. The efficiency is too low. If this drags on, the artifact dealers will transport the items away. Indeed, too slow. Where to file a complaint? Report the live stream. That will make the host anxious. The barrage became fervent in an instant. Just then, a user named Linghai Network Police 008 posted in the barrage. The suspected theft case of the Tang color from Nanji Temple is under investigation. The police will provide updates soon. Please be patient. Did the network police speak and everyone calm down? Quite the contrary. The live stream barrage erupted into chaos. Some copied the network police's message and kept flooding the chat. Others exclaimed, "The police have arrived. Are there really officers in the live stream? The wind is tight. Brace yourselves." Some individuals boldly harassed the account of the network police, showing no fear. Brothers, calm down. If you continue to send such messages, the live stream may be lost. Zhang Yang quickly intervenes to regain control of the situation. Let us not act as if we've never seen the world. Why target the network police? They have their duties to perform. Come on, director, swiftly connect with the next viewer while the live stream is still active. As Zhang Yang appraises a piece of jewelry worth 100 or so yuan in the office of the Linhai City Cyber Police team, Captain Sun Fanglai repeatedly reviews the recent live stream footage. At this moment, a young officer approaches to report, "Captain, we have already informed Team Lu from the Criminal Investigation Unit about this case." Sun Fanglai nods, rubbing his nose bridge, fatigue evident in his demeanor, and says, "Very well. Please document this information." The individual known as Xiangbei Wu Yinzu, a male aged between 30 and 40, registered his Douyin account without using his real identification, but may have familial ties to the account holder. He stands approximately between 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, is slightly overweight and bald. His speech carries a heavy accent from Xiangbei province, and considering the IP address, he is likely from that region. The backdrop during his appraisal appears to be a mahjong parlor, specifically one facing the street. Upon learning that Zhang Yang's livestream has yielded results, Captain Sun promptly requests the footage to analyze it meticulously. He shares his findings in detail with the officer beside him. This information, along with the investigation results regarding Xiangbei Wu Yin's Douyin account from the team, will be compiled and handed over to the Criminal Investigation Unit. How they choose to pursue the matter is beyond the purview of the cyber police. "Captain, there have been numerous incidents in Zhang Yang's live stream recently," remarks the nearby officer. "We haven't encountered such artifact cases before. That's because they were previously overlooked. Didn't I mention a few days ago that there was a directive from above urging us to focus on such artifact cases?" Captain Sun explains to the young officer beside him. "What a coincidence that all of this is happening in Zhang Yang's live stream." "I'm not sure about that either, Captain," Sun Fanglai replies, shaking his head. He then stands up and calls out to another officer in the distance. "Li Luyao, have you sent the materials on Zhang Yang to Team Lu, as I requested?" "I sent them yesterday, but there doesn't seem to be any useful information within. As long as it's been sent, we leave the matter of his activities and the multitude of tomb raiders seeking him to Team Lu to handle. We shall assist in the investigation." Captain Sun reclines back in his chair, exhaling deeply. "Captain, someone has reported Zhang Yang's livestream, stating that there are illegal activities involving the sale of artifacts." "What kind of artifacts?" "Allegedly, Tang Sankai." "Oh, that pertains to the Nanji Temple case. Quickly, go find Team Lu and inquire about the progress of the Tang Sankai case. Otherwise, we may receive many more such reports." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, who is currently engaged in a heartfelt discussion with an elderly gentleman from the National Treasure Assistance, the live stream has been reported. The items presented by the elder are all craftworks, yet he treats them as if they were national treasures. Zhang Yang, without examining the item's details, confidently asserts that everything is a counterfeit. However, this elderly gentleman, quite stubborn, insists on inquiring about each piece. "Sir, this is a modern imitation of the Yongle period, and it is likely not as old as you are," he is told. "Why is that?" he inquires. "The base is incorrect. You can search online for auctioned Yongle vases, and you will find that none possess a base like yours. After hundreds of years, it would not be so dry." The elder nods and produces a soup bowl. "This piece is clearly a fake." "Oh, this bowl is rather exquisite," he responds. The inscriptions on the bottom indicate it is from the Yongzheng reign. "If you encounter such markings, do not purchase it, sir." "But I have seen such pieces online," he continues to question. "Indeed, there are some, but they are predominantly enameled national treasures and would not be as ostentatious as yours. Would Yongzheng create something so flamboyant? Yongzheng's porcelain is typically understated. This is overly ornate." Zhang was too plain, and it was only under Qianlong that the more vibrant styles emerged. The elder nods again and reveals a black wine bowl. This bowl imitates the Zizhou kiln of the Song dynasty. Perhaps it has never been used? He asks. Sir, the Zizhou kiln was a folk kiln, accessible to common people. In water margin, some characters drank from bowls like this. After drinking, they would smash them on the ground, exclaiming, "Brothers, let us get to it." Huh, the host has even performed in water margin. I see. This is the live stream of Shiqian. So this is a fake as well? Perhaps Zhang Yang's comments were too elaborate for the elder to grasp. Indeed, sir, it's worth only 5 yuan. But I paid 600 for it. The elder's tone carries a hint of bitterness. 600, sir? Where did you purchase this? On Douyin. I'm not knowledgeable about these things. But I noticed others seemed quite fond of them, so I bought it. I hope it wasn't tea from this live stream. That would be truly unfortunate. It should have been purchased as a craft item. This price does not reflect that of an antique. Sir, this price is incorrect. For several hundred yuan, you can only acquire modern or late Qing plates or bowls, and they would not be particularly appealing. A somewhat attractive piece would cost 1 to 2,000. You're still buying on Douyin, sir? The videos about finding bargains online are all deceptive. Do not believe them. At this moment, Master Qiu, far away in Tianjin, suddenly sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose and pondered, could it be that I caught a chill while filming those bargain hunting videos yesterday? Chapter 026, A Share of the Reward. Changsha City, Yuhua District. A figure known as Xiangbei Wu Yanzhu stood in a parking lot not far from the police station, hesitating for half an hour. His surname is Hao, and he is the owner of a small restaurant in the area, due to being the 6th child in his family. He is commonly referred to as Hao Laolu. After ending the live stream with Zhang Yang, Hao Laolu took his copper mirror and drove his clattering Santana 2000 to the district police station. However, just as he exited the vehicle and approached the entrance, he started to have doubts. If I just go in like this, will I be able to explain myself clearly? I've never heard of a police station handling cases involving cultural relics. They might mistake me for a tomb raider and arrest me. Aside from obtaining his identity card, this was the first time Hao Laolu had taken the initiative to visit the police station. Initially, the officer on duty assumed that the bald man outside, clutching a black briefcase, was merely waiting for someone and paid him little mind. However, as time passed, the bald man remained, occasionally glancing towards the station. This behavior did not escape the notice of a passing market vendor, nor would it go unnoticed by Officer Zhang, who promptly stepped outside to inquire about Hao Laolu's purpose for being there. I'm here to submit an artifact as per Master Zhang's request, Hao replied, staying true to his nickname, Old Lu. Yet Officer Zhang appeared indifferent to Master Zhang. His attention piqued instead by the mention of an artifact. After all, the nearby district was home to the nationally renowned Muangduihan tomb, leading him to instinctively suspect the emergence of a similar burial site within his jurisdiction. Where is it? He inquired. Right here, Hao said, gesturing to the briefcase. He opened it slightly to reveal a portion of a bronze mirror to Officer Zhang. Blanc Savava. Officer Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed significant, prompting him to motion for Hao Laolu to enter the station for further discussion. Cool, me. Let us converse as we walk. Is this your find? It is not mine. It belongs to a friend. Fearing disbelief from the officer, Hao emphasized, I assure you, it is truly my friend's, not my own. Oh, and where did your friend uncover this? I am unsure. He may have stumbled upon it somewhere. But we absolutely did not engage in any trade of this item. Hao clarified, I am here to submit it. Officer Zhang took out a pen and paper, beginning to record the details. This story begins on the day I was browsing Douyin and came across a promotional video. Hao recounted the entire tale regarding the artifact appraisal. Master Zhang claims this is a national-level artifact. Officer Zhang pointed to the briefcase on the table. Indeed, Hao nodded. Master Zhang is an official artifact appraisal expert on Douyin, recognized with a verified badge. If you search for Master Zhang's artifact appraisals, you'll find him. Good. Officer Zhang diligently documented the relevant information and continued to question, what is your friend's background? Do you have a way to contact him? Since you are not the owner, we may need to reach out to him for further investigation. Oh, his name is Mao Yang, and he hails from Guizhou province. Hao readily divulged information about his friend. An hour later, Officer Zhang stood up, having gathered sufficient information, and shook Hao Laolu's hand. Thank you for your cooperation. Ah, yes, Hao responded, somewhat dazed. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly recalled an important matter. Officer, Master Zhang mentioned that there are rewards and banners for submitting artifacts. Is that true? Well, if the artifact is verified as such by the Cultural Relics Department, you will indeed receive either moral encouragement or material rewards. Rest assured. Haha, that is wonderful. How Lao Lu left the police station with a cheerful demeanor. Back in his vehicle, he did not rush away. Instead, he opened Zhang Yang's live stream and began typing in the comments. Master, I have submitted the item. I'll preemptively share a portion of the reward with you. Zhang Yang had just finished appraising the Yuan Dynasty coin before preparing to end the live stream when an unexpected surprise arrived. I extend my gratitude to Brother Wu Yanzu for the gift. How did you emerge so quickly? Did you not converse longer with the officer inside? I took note of the information, and the bronze mirror has already been submitted. He replied. Impressive, you work swiftly. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up to the camera. With your efficiency, I feel compelled to present you with a banner of commendation. Many viewers in the live stream were there to witness the treasure appraisal by Hao Laolu, and were now engaging with him due to his generous gifting. Brother, have you been to the station for tea yet? Has the reward arrived so promptly? Did you sell out the friend who sold you the bronze mirror? Indeed, what did that individual who sold you the mirror say? Zhang Yang was genuinely interested in this matter. That person, even if not a tomb raider, was likely entwined with the underworld of antiquities. I'm not sure. Let us wait for the police to investigate. Wu Yanzu responded. Just an ordinary friend. That person is merely an antique dealer. Classic definition of an ordinary friend. Zhang Yang certainly did not believe that assertion. Even if the individual were an antiquities dealer, it was improbable they would sell such a valuable item to a so-called ordinary friend. Without a thorough background check, one would never dare to bring forth something so precious. However, this was of no concern to a treasure appraisal streamer. Zhang Yang casually uttered a few words before concluding the broadcast. The receptionist was still waiting for him to enjoy a late-night snack. Li Hua, what is Zhang Yang's background? In the company S lobby, a late-night radio host known as Xiaomi Yu was tugging at Xiao Li Hua's arm, inquiring about the individual they were set to dine with. Her appearance was quite internet celebrity-like. An oval face, large eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a petite mouth, with a more modern essence compared to Xiao Li Hua. Yet, her advantage lay in her natural, curvaceous figure, embodying a mature feminine allure. Xiao Li Hua had invited her to accompany them. Having gleaned insights from Gao Jia regarding Zhang Yang's potential inclinations, specifically for this purpose. Really? You don't spare even the 20-year-old boys, do you, big sister? Xiao Li Hua giggled, covering her mouth. I'm only 18 myself. By calculation, I am the younger sister, she retorted playfully. Yes, 18. I can hardly count on both hands. Xiao Li Hua laughed, extending her hand. As the two young women frolicked on the couch, Zhang Yang emerged with his backpack. Upon seeing the girl beside Xiao Li Hua, he instantly understood. So that is how it is. Gao Jia truly shares everything. It seems I should refrain from being overly curious in the future. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. The two ladies, upon hearing him, returned to their refined demeanor in a mere half a second. Ah, Zhang Yang, you've concluded your live stream. Xiao Li Hua greeted him. Allow me to introduce. This is Xiaomi, the girl I mentioned earlier. Zhang Yang inquired about Chun Yingguang, the affluent heir. He had not anticipated that the individual who purchased his pastel porcelain in the afternoon would turn out to be the very top supporter he encountered on the road. He never anticipated that the top brother would invite him for a late-night snack tonight. Could it be that he intends to negotiate a return? Zhang Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 027. My sole interest lies in earning money. Guang has gone to reserve a table. I will drive you all there. After dining, we can head to the nightclub for some fun. Little Pear Blossom cheerfully outlined the plans, while Mia beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Only Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. But I have a mandatory class at 8 tomorrow morning. Little Pear Blossom displayed a puzzled expression. Who mentioned barbecue? I was referring to a late-night meal. Is there a difference? Zhang Yang inquired. Are we having seafood barbecue at a stall? Little Pear Blossom glanced at Zhang Yang, then pointed at Mia, incredulously asking, You really don't know what a late-night meal is? Little brother, are you genuinely oblivious? Or are you just pretending? Zhang Yang turned his head and noticed Miya's shy demeanor, and he understood. How thrilling. The top brother, indeed, is a person capable of spending millions on a live stream. He has already been thoroughly captivated. However, for Zhang Yang, such matters only sparked curiosity, devoid of allure. He had no desire to entangle himself in such trivialities. It appeared enticing, but who could fathom the other party's intentions? What if a photograph were taken? Wouldn't he be at their mercy? By the way, how did you find that pastel flower pot I mentioned earlier? Zhang Yang shifted the conversation. The flower pot? It's splendid. Did you pay a deposit or settle the full amount? Zhang Yang continued his inquiry. We paid in full. Are you worried about not receiving the money? Little Pear Blossom, believing she understood Zhang Yang's concerns, chuckled. Guang used his father's account. They spent over 10 million altogether, so worry not. What do you mean? Are you teasing me? We have already secured our table and room. I assure you, I'm a student, so please understand, Zhang Yang replied earnestly. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, little Pear Blossom visibly became less pleased, yet seemed to hold back her frustration, instead coldly stating, then don't rush to leave. I'll call Ah Guang, and you can speak with him directly. That demeanor gave Zhang Yang the illusion of mingling in a social circle. The atmosphere had shifted. Where was the previous charming Miss Clipper? Nonetheless, Zhang Yang remained courteous, greeting her without wasting time, patiently awaiting her call. After a while, little Pear Blossom dialed Chun Yingguang's number, conversed for a bit, and then handed the phone to Zhang Yang. Hello, Master Zhang? Good evening, Brother Guang. Zhang Yang adopted a colleague's form of address for Chun Yingguang. Was it the woman she chose for you that didn't meet expectations? Chun Yingguang's voice dropped to a whisper. She picked her unilaterally. This isn't a matter of my personal taste. That's not the case. This me is quite attractive, Zhang Yang replied candidly. Mia? Ugh. Chun Yingguang spat in disbelief. Isn't she the one from your company? The one who is rather hefty? Yes, what of it? Brother Guang, you? It's my issue, Master Zhang. Chun Yingguang continued in a hushed tone. This me underwent work done here. It appears, Master Zhang, that we share a similar taste, both appreciating the unrefined. Upon overhearing Chun Yingguang's candid confessions over the phone, Zhang Yang discerned that the other party had misconstrued his intentions. Brother Guang, you're reading too much into this. I have an early class tomorrow, and the dormitory closes at 11 tonight. Understood, he chuckled. What a convenient excuse to deflect a woman. Chun Yingguang smiled knowingly and continued, in fact, I invited you tonight to inquire if you would be interested in engaging in a business venture. A business venture? Is it live streaming or antiques? Wouldn't that be exhausting? If there exists a business model where one can earn money while lounging, provided it remains legal, I might consider it. Not exhausting, at least not for you. However, I must interject. What is your relationship with the Highland Museum? On the day of the auction, as Chun Yingguang exited, he had observed Zhang Yang leaving in the company of the Wang family. Although the Wang family was not as affluent as Zhang's, their social standing was elevated. With extensive networks and connections, these intangible assets often proved far more valuable than mere money, especially in the realm of antique jewelry. As for our relationship, I suppose we are merely acquainted, Zhang Yang modestly stated, acknowledging their brief encounter. Yet, this response struck Chun Yingguang with an unusual resonance. To claim mere acquaintance while attending an auction in a VIP room? Furthermore, this individual had auctioned off porcelain worth 400,000 at the tender age of 20. Though he had inflated the price himself, it was still quite remarkable. Surely, he was being modest, or perhaps playing the role of a naive fool. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, the affluent heir on the other end of the line, having traversed the depths of the internet, had developed a vivid imagination. Faced with a 20-year-old who possessed insights and resources far beyond his years, his thoughts had become clouded. In Chun Yingguang's eyes, Zhang Yang undeniably had significant ties to the antique world. His reticence hinted that their acquaintance had yet to reach a deeper level. Indeed, to think one could enter the circle with a mere 400,000 was rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, Chun Yingguang feigned indifference as he remarked, with your discerning eye, establishing a private museum would be a breeze. Brother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for riddles between us men. Very well. I shall be forthright. Clearing his throat, Chun Yingguang continued, you should know that I am merely a wealthy heir with no particular talents. However, I have a younger brother studying economics at Cambridge. I sense that my father wishes to shift the focus from the elder to the younger. Brother, isn't inheritance structured differently in modern society? Zhang Yang interjected. It's not about inheritance. It's a matter of how shares in the conglomerate will be divided. Chun Yingguang elucidated the intricate dynamics within their family business, summarizing it succinctly. It was exceedingly traditional, with the elders holding the reins. Ah, so you aspire to achieve in business and then seize the rights of inheritance? Zhang Yang envisioned the fierce battles of wealth within a prominent family. The thought of contending for billions was exhilarating. However, Chun Yingguang's perspective diverged starkly from Zhang Yang's assumptions. Business is too exhausting. I share your sentiment, which is why I devised a different approach. Let us procure some antiques that can convincingly deceive and sell them to my father and his acquaintances. Do not underestimate the simplicity of this plan. I conservatively estimate that extracting several million from those uninformed old gentlemen will pose no difficulty. And it is even conceivable to amass a fortune exceeding 100 million. Chun Yingguang spoke with enthusiasm, leaving Zhang Yang momentarily stunned. What is happening? Not only are the viewers in the live stream astonished, but even those familiar to him in reality seem equally bewildered. Chapter 028. The Appraisers of the National Treasure Gang come to compete. What do you think of my line of thought? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yang spoke with a hint of pride, as if he had uncovered a new continent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang mused, "Quite good this way. I can ensure 3 years of prison food." He felt fortunate that he had clarified the situation before the meeting. Otherwise, he would have faced significant trouble. However, the whims of a wealthy heir are to be expected. How he chooses to proceed is his own affair. Zhang Yang concluded that his task was to devise a strategy to dissuade the other party from involving him in such schemes. "Brother Guang, this method you propose, I have seen employed by others before." Upon realizing that his tactic had been previously utilized, Zhang Yang was initially surprised, but soon grasped the reality. Indeed, you are entrenched in the antique circle, where the adage of one genuine item among 9 fakes holds true. That is not the case. It is not a friend from my circle, but rather a cousin of mine. He employed this method, albeit his family lacks the wealth of yours. Thus he dealt in items like the yuan shirkai dollar. Oh, Zhang Yang immediately comprehended. The yuan dollar indeed has a plethora of fakes available online. Yes, he sold counterfeit yuan dollars to an uncle who was fond of collecting, swindling him out of approximately 20,000. Zhang Yang recounted a story he had encountered online. 20,000? That is quite audacious. However, later, his uncle, in need of funds, attempted to sell his goods at the antique market, only to be recognized and exposed for their inauthenticity, resulting in a broken leg. Hiss, Zhang Yang inhaled sharply, inquiring, "And then, did his uncle break his leg?" "No, but I recall that, as a consequence, his wife left him. Subsequently, my cousin's reputation was tarnished among relatives and friends, and the entire family was subjected to ridicule, leading them to relocate from Linghai. However, things have improved somewhat now." "Why is that?" Zhang Yang asked curiously. "Because I heard he was apprehended last year for selling counterfeits and is now serving a 2-year sentence, temporarily alleviating his concern about others' opinions." Upon your mention of this idea, I immediately thought of that cousin. I shall visit him in the coming days. After all, he never deceived me, Zhang Yang remarked with a sense of reflection. This narrative rendered Zhang Yang, the affluent heir, silent for an entire minute. Finally, he uttered, "Well, I shall reconsider and seek alternative methods." "Very well," Zhang Yang thought. "Whatever you decide is of no concern to me, as long as you do not involve me. What about tonight's supper and that girl named Mia?" "No problem. Let them come. I have already prepared the gifts, and they must not go to waste." "Brother, this time, my arrangements were lacking. I apologize." "Yes, you. Next time I will find you something more suitable." Zhang Yang vowed earnestly. "Let it be. Misunderstandings are merely misunderstandings. After all, I have not suffered any loss, and at least I have resolved the matter at hand. All right, please convey a message to Sister Pearblossom." "All right, hand her the phone." Perhaps the cautionary tale told by Zhang Yang has had a profound impact, as Zhang Yang has been consistently appearing in his live stream for several consecutive days. He has bestowed a considerable number of gifts, expressing a desire to glean insights into the world of antiques, hoping to avoid following in his cousin's misguided footsteps. Zhang Yang remains indifferent, as the payment for the colored porcelain flower pot has already been received, a staggering sum of 347,000 yuan. This substantial amount has indeed made his bank account feel considerably more robust. Tasting the sweetness of success, he has begun to contemplate when he might next venture to the antique market. Although the largest antique shop in Linhai likely lacks any remarkable treasures, that does not imply that other establishments are devoid of value, given the vastness of Linhai City. One might even pocket a few thousand yuan. However, Zhang Yang's ambitions, when juxtaposed with those of the treasure-seeking friends who frequent his live stream, seem rather modest. Those who genuinely believe they are striking gold often declare they won't part with their items for less than 1 million, and some even assert that their pieces are authentic, while those in national museums are forgeries. In such instances, Zhang Yang typically informs them that, in his view, the items appear to be counterfeit. But since the appraisal is conducted via video, colors may be distorted. Thus, it is advisable to consult an expert in person. His words are meticulously crafted. Yet, while Zhang Yang speaks with tact, others may not afford him the same courtesy. On this particular day, a notable user joined the live stream. His name is Li Lao Chi Appraising Antiques, a fellow practitioner. During the connection, the director took the liberty of checking the other party's live stream. In the realm of Douyin's antique appraisal, Zhang Yang holds the afternoon slot's top position with over 10,000 viewers. Although he may not rank within the top 10 during evening broadcasts, he is undeniably the reigning champion of the afternoon. Conversely, Li Laoqi Appraising Antiques boasts a modest following of a little over 300, placing him 33rd in the afternoon lineup. He has garnered some recognition. However, upon his opening remarks, Zhang Yang sensed that this individual might not measure up. Xiao Zhang, good afternoon. Aren't you even willing to address me as Teacher Zhang? Who is this person coming to appraise antiques while attempting to assert authority? He is another antique appraiser on Douyin. Is a fellow practitioner here to disrupt? Good afternoon. Treasure friend, what would you like to have appraised? Zhang Yang pretended not to notice the other party's ID. I'm not here for an appraisal. I'm here to test your discernment. Li Laoqi shifted the camera to a wooden box resting on the table, clearly containing something within. Yet he insisted on asking, what kind of box is this? What else could it be but a Polonia wood box? How do you know it's made of Polonia? Li Laoqi Vito. Of course, it's from the item information provided. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Outwardly, he replied, what a curious question. It's akin to asking why I address you as elder brother and not elder sister. It seems the host is unfamiliar with transgender individuals. LGBT rights activists express condemnation. Viewers, please refrain from causing a ruckus. If you trigger keywords, don't blame me if you vanish. Returning to the live stream, Li Laoqi had already retrieved the item. You guessed correctly about the box. Now take a look at this piece. The other party produced a porcelain piece, resembling a large soup bowl. The interior was white, adorned with a circular area at its center featuring colorful designs, depicting blue waves and a red-winged sea creature. This exemplifies the typical Changhua Douzai sea creature motif. Isn't this piece too new? In the realm of Douzai replicas, this would be considered a subpar item. How can a Ming Dynasty bowl utilize foreign pigments? Could you show me the exterior? Oh, the outside also bore the sea creature motif. Zhang Yang had already gathered some understanding. Brother, did you acquire this piece at the price of a Changhua Douzai? That would be exorbitant. A genuine Changhua Douzai sea creature bowl would fetch no less than several million. Several million? Li Laoqi scoffed. Let me put it this way. Just a few years ago, the Shanghai Museum held an exhibition, and the cover featured this bowl. How did their item end up in your possession? Zhang Yang Feigned surprise. His piece is his. Mine is similar but distinct. His is public, mine is private. Such typical talk from the National Treasure Gang. Wait, he will surely claim that the National Museum possesses one as well. Li Laoqi, seemingly oblivious to the barrage of comments, continued, with this item, if you placed it alongside the Shanghai Museum's piece and spun them around, no one would discern the difference. Chapter 029. A fake is a fake. I can hardly be bothered to analyze it. Listening to Li Laoqi, Zhang Yang's first reaction was disbelief. Was this person serious? This item was obviously a replica. It had been produced just last year, not even a year old. How could this person, a treasure appraisal streamer, lack such discernment? At that moment, a comment caught Zhang Yang's attention. Could this be a trap laid by the National Treasure Gang? Subsequently, numerous comments began to caution Zhang Yang. Streamer, be wary of them using the video to deceive. Zhang Yang pondered. There was indeed a possibility. Although the viewers might not possess the skills for treasure appraisal, they had certainly seen enough appraisal streams to recognize such tactics, perhaps witness them with certain streamers. Thus, there was no need to waste time with this individual. He would simply state the truth. This is fake, merely a recent imitation. Moreover, the craftsmanship is so poor that it is readily apparent. Zhang Yang stated bluntly. You. Li Laoqi was evidently taken aback by Zhang Yang's directness, momentarily agitated. He likely hadn't comprehended that they had just been discussing the story behind the treasure. How had it suddenly shifted to this? By what right do you make such a claim? After a pause, he managed to utter a phrase. You can't possibly have missed it, can you? Zhang Yang questioned doubtfully. I see your name states Li Laoqi the treasure appraiser. Aren't you also a treasure appraisal streamer? I am a streamer, but I assert that this is genuine. Unlike you, I specialize in ceramic appraisal. Li Laoqi replied with a hint of pride. I am a member of the English World Oriental Ceramic Association, paying monthly dues to access their literature and learn about various aspects of ancient porcelain. Therefore, my expertise in ceramics is not something you, Xiao Zhang, can compare to. How intriguing that the host is called Xiao Zhang. It turns out he is a master of porcelain, an association that one can join merely by paying a fee. Can this truly be a subject of pride? My good sir, I am a member of the Cosmic Ceramic Association. Are you familiar with the Voyager? The ceramic heat sink on is something I assisted in examining. Observing this individual speaking with such solemnity, yet uttering nonsense, Zhang Yang playfully decided to tease him, engaging in a bit of whimsical banter. Is it true or false? Li Laoqi seemed oblivious to Zhang Yang's sarcasm and muttered a few words. After a moment, He clenched his teeth and stated, "That matters not. You simply misjudged today. My item is authentic. If you fail to comprehend, allow me to enlighten you about the glazed surface." "Ah, my dear fellow, your tongue is quite resilient." Zhang Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. He truly could not ascertain whether this person was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Is this person truly simple-minded? I can discern that it is a counterfeit. I believe I have seen this host before. He owns a shop. Isn't everything sold in that shop counterfeit? Nai, xiao zhang, zu mi sun dun. Can you not approach this with humility and a willingness to learn? Let me test your knowledge. What varieties of red exist in the Changhua Dotsai? Which shade adorns my treasure? Li Laoqi's tone was urgent, exceedingly so, leaving Zhang Yang bewildered. In truth, had Zhang Yang glanced at Li Laoqi's livestream, he would have comprehended the situation. For the comments therein were all aimed at disparaging him. Is Master Zhang's treasure expedition targeting the counterfeit den of national treasures? Is the treasure hunting host dealing in fakes? Still in denial. Still in denial. Still in denial. Even many of Li Laoqi's longtime fans emerged to inquire. Didn't TU claim this was a national treasure? Does it not appear the same to all? Hence, Li Laoqi was eager to delve into theoretical discussions with Zhang Yang, attempting to sidestep the issue of authenticity. The problem was that Zhang Yang had no need for such discourse. He merely required to deduce the truth from the outcome. What is there to learn? Zhang Yang's tone grew impatient as he interrupted the other. This is a replica. Hear me clearly, a replica of the Ming Changhua Dotsai porcelain. A blue and white glazed Red Sea beast bowl. Do you know why I can state this with such clarity? Zhang Yang raised his phone towards the camera, revealing a product page from a certain online marketplace. Because an identical item is available for 1,500 yuan, with a monthly sales figure of 0. The host is ruthless. Total annihilation. If this is a performance, my suggestion is to amplify it. A splendid act, albeit slightly lackluster. Confronted with Zhang Yang's rebuttal, Li Laoqi began to feel a twinge of panic, but quickly regained his composure and devised a means of justification. The imitations you mention online are merely copies of mine. This statement was so audacious that even Zhang Yang had to concede its audacity. Since you have stated it so, shall we conclude today's collaboration here? In Zhang Yang's eyes, the other had resorted to petty tactics, leaving nothing further to discuss. However, Li Laoqi held a different perspective. Does that imply you concede that you made an error in judgment? Zhang Yang responded, I did not err. This is indeed a counterfeit. As Zhang Yang pondered the remarks made in the barrage, the thought that this might be a ploy orchestrated by the National Treasure faction steeled his resolve. An image of himself standing in the defendant's seat suddenly flashed in his mind. There could be no room for compromise. Falsehoods must be acknowledged as such. It appeared that the other party still did not comprehend the matter at hand. Look here, he pointed out. This is a reddish-brown hue with a hint of purple, and the glaze exhibits gradations in thickness. This layer of glaze is slightly thicker than the other reds. Is that all you've got? It's fake, a mere imitation. Zhang Yang's tone carried a hint of disdain. It seems you truly lack understanding. This piece has been examined by Master L.V. Chenglin, who attested to its authenticity as a genuine Dotsai. If what you say is accurate, then he must have erred. He erred? What a joke. Do you presume to be more authoritative than Master L.V.? Zhang Yang was unfamiliar with the individual referred to as L.V. Chenglin. There were too many experts in the field of antique appraisal, and it was impossible to recognize them all without years of experience. I may not know Master L.V., but I do possess the contact information from Master Wang Wusheng. Perhaps I can have him take a look for you? Wang Wusheng? Upon hearing the name, Li Laoqi's demeanor shifted, a cold smile emerging. I see now. You are a sycophant of the National Museum's faction. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder you seek to suppress us, the grassroots collectors. Li Laoqi slammed his fist on the table, causing the bowl to leap slightly, though it miraculously remained intact. Friends in the live stream, do you now see the vile nature of this Master Zhang? Vile? Zhang Yang was taken aback. The slander was rather outrageous. The individuals from the National Museum's faction monopolized the official repositories, deliberately labeling our national treasures as fakes to preserve the rarity of their own possessions, which they sell at exorbitant prices. Just contemplate, how could there only be a handful of porcelain antiques spanning 5,000 years of Chinese culture? It is entirely normal for us ordinary citizens to possess a few national treasures. Isn't that the rhetoric of a national treasure faction? Could this person be one of the notorious 9 bags elders from that faction? Chapter 030, plotting a scheme to undermine Master Zhang. One can see that this individual's rhetoric is indicative of a fraud. Indeed, the mind of a con artist is clearly lacking. It appears he is attempting to deceive viewers in Master Zhang's livestream. Let's report him. As Zhang Yang listened to Li Laoqi's fervent tirade, he surveyed the high-quality comments in his livestream and felt a sense of satisfaction. His stance was unwavering. If the audience still believed the other party's words, there would be no hope for them. Hey, Li Laoqi, may I inquire about the origin of your piece? Why do you ask? Li Laoqi replied with suspicion. I'm merely worried that you might be ensnared by a counterfeit syndicate. If you are indeed in peril, just blink, and I shall call for assistance, Zhang Yang quipped. No need for your assistance. Very well then, Zhang Yang interrupted. I shall take my leave now. I have genuine appraisals to attend to. With that, he abruptly disconnected the call. Let us report this individual. At the very least, they should shut down his live stream. I checked his shop, there are transaction records, suggesting he has deceived many. My brothers, even the experts at the National Museum, dismiss him as worthless. I truly find myself at a loss. Zhang Yang sighed and remarked, such individuals, even if you were to send their items to Oxford for thermoluminescence dating, which is globally recognized, they would still assert that the appraisal is fraudulent, claiming their possessions are genuine. What can one do? Do not harbor hopes of persuading the National Treasure Gang. What we must do is inform our relatives and friends that these items are counterfeit, mere crafts. If they doubt, let them watch my live broadcast recordings. If any brother has someone in their family who has been deceived, do not endure in silence. Please endeavor to report it to the authorities. So what if the National Treasure Gang does not acknowledge their items as fakes? It is inconsequential. The law recognizes it, and selling counterfeit antiques is a form of fraud. In the rain, Yu Zhong listened to Pear Blossom. I just checked out Li Laoqi's live stream, and there are still quite a few people stubbornly defending him. Pay them no mind. Those from the National Treasure Gang have long been brainwashed. My live recordings, everyone, please share and give a thumbs up. At the very least, it will ensure that those who trust my expertise in identifying treasures will not purchase his counterfeit goods. In Jiangnan Province, Jingdi Town, in a ceramic workshop, Li Laoqi was in his office, shouting into his phone, no returns. Here, purchases cannot be returned. That is the rule of the antique industry. Do you understand? What I sell to you is at the price of a national treasure. Everyone possesses a national treasure. What is the issue? Yes, trust someone like Zhang, and you will never prosper. So what if he is officially certified? That certification can be bought. I could obtain one too. You may seek any appraisal you wish, regardless. What I sell is genuine. It matters not who comes. Upon hanging up, Li Laoqi, breathing heavily with anger, picked up a dotsi bowl adorned with sea beast patterns from his desk and smashed it onto the floor with force. The national treasure he had just been boasting about shattered into countless pieces with a resounding crash. Oh dear, what has happened now? Li Laoqi's wife heard the sound of the bowl breaking and hurriedly grabbed a broom to come in. Isn't it just taking someone else's words? Why are you so furious? That Master Zhang is impervious to reason. It's infuriating. The more Li Laoqi spoke, the angrier he became. He had no idea where this person had come from, mixing with the official certification from Douyin, causing all the viewers to flock to him. No matter how I tried to persuade him to analyze, he adamantly insisted it was fake, not uttering another word. Unbelievable. Moreover, Li Laoqi pointed to the shards on the ground and said, that scoundrel Wang Lao heir, selling the bowl we sent him as a national treasure, has directly posted it online for 1,500 each. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, it would have been a disaster. That Wang Lao heir is truly despicable. Li Laoqi's wife spat in disdain. All right, enough of the cleanup for now. Go prepare some food. I need to call Chiu Gu to discuss matters. The National Treasure Gang operates as a pyramid-shaped organization. The majority of those at the grassroots level, much like the elder brother Zhang Yang initially met, possess a smattering of knowledge about antiques and have been misled to the point of confusion. The middle tier of the National Treasure Gang, of course, comprises individuals like Li Laoqi and Master Chiu, serving as their mouthpieces. With the advent of the internet era, figures like Master Chiu, who possess a certain level of online acumen and a following, hold a status slightly superior to that of Li Laoqi. Brother Chiu, are you busy? Upon calling Master Chiu, Li Laoqi immediately donned a different demeanor. The person on the other end is a strategist within the organization. Olhat, Lao Li, what brings you here? Isn't it too early for your delivery? Dubbed as a purveyor of treasures, Master Chiu attracts unsuspecting buyers seeking national treasures through his frequent postings of treasure hunting videos. There is no need for advertising. Once the videos are released, individuals naturally come knocking. Most of these treasures, however, are high-end replicas provided by manufacturers like Li Laoqi. It's not about stocking up. It's more about discussing my dealings with Master Zhang from Douyin. Oh, you know him? That presents a lucrative opportunity. Master Chiu has indeed watched Zhang Yang's live broadcasts. The antique circle is small, and he has come across the king of the Douyin appraisal sector during the day. Indeed, Brother Chiu, I was thinking of joining you. I attempted to reach out to him for an appraisal, following your previous advice in the group. What happened? Did you fail to seize the opportunity? Yes. That person is quite tight-lipped. I ended up messing up a dotsai bowl. Then try a few more times, mix it up, and approach some individuals who have previously purchased from you but no longer engage. Convince them to seek an appraisal. Master Chiu quickly devised a plan. What do you mean? Li Lao Chi was somewhat puzzled. Are you that dense? If those individuals who no longer interact with you have their items appraised as fakes, it will be their loss, not yours. If that streamer lets something slip, you can capitalize on it. Wow, Master Chiu is indeed clever. No wonder you can amass wealth. Li Lao Chi flattered him. Of course, Master Chiu said with a hint of pride, even if the curator of the National Museum were to come, I could still profit from him. What appraisal master? They are merely our tools. While these two schemers plotted to deceive Zhang Yang, he had already fallen into a trap. This was evident as 3 of his roommates paused their keyboards and mice upon his entrance, turning to him with sympathetic gazes. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you have words above your head. What words? 3 words, unlucky fool. It turns out that at 2 o'clock that afternoon, the counselor had hastily convened a class meeting, announcing that this week the history department was hosting an event that required 6 volunteers from the sophomore class. University event volunteers are mere free labor. Aside from those eager to impress their teachers, no one was willing to participate. Seeing no one stepping forward, the counselor declared that names would be called from a list. The first name read was Zhang Yang's, as he had not attended the class meeting. Well, I'll go, it's not like I'm the only one. Zhang Yang did not perceive this as particularly unfortunate. Do you know what this event is about? What event? Treasure hunting into the coastal city for 2 days from dawn till dusk. Outdoors guiding and maintaining order. I forgot to mention, the average outdoor temperature these days is 33 degrees. Just imagine, under the scorching sun, you have to help maintain order while we, in the dormitory, enjoy ice-cold watermelon and play games. At this moment, what thoughts occupy your mind? Zhang Yang found himself momentarily speechless, suddenly sensing that life had lost its allure. Then, he recalled a more pressing matter. What about the live broadcast while volunteering? Chapter 031. Authenticity guaranteed by the construction site. As a volunteer, being in close proximity to the action, he remembered to take photographs with several experts in appraisal, as these would serve as excellent promotional material later on. Do I need to come to the company for makeup? Zhang Yang's emotions were complex after hearing this. However, considering Director Jin's straightforward approval for leave, he agreed to give it a try. In truth, there was little to test. He was assigned to the pedestrian guidance team, tasked with directing individuals from the school gate to the event venue. Specifically, Zhang Yang's role was to provide directions at the school entrance, purely menial labor. Clad in ice sleeves and a straw hat, even if the cameraman captured him on television, he would remain unrecognizable. At 10 o'clock the following morning, the television station staff erected promotional posters for the treasure hunt in Linhai, marking the commencement of Zhang Yang's day of volunteer service. Excuse me, which way to the treasure appraisal by the television station? Hey, can my car get through? I'm not here for the appraisal. I'm looking for someone at Lin University. Brother, check out this beautiful piece. It's a national treasure. The individuals seeking directions were a diverse array, some even approaching Zhang Yang to engage in conversation. Typically, Zhang Yang participated in video appraisals, where fellow enthusiasts rarely revealed their faces. Today, encountering so many treasure hunters was an eye-opener for him, who said that antiquities enthusiasts were all of advanced age, at least among those he met. The ratio of young to middle-aged and elderly was nearly equal. However, it was indeed true that older individuals were more susceptible to being deceived. Several suspected treasure enthusiasts were retired seniors. The standard of folk collectors in Linhai was rather low. Zhang Yang concluded after observing at the school gate for most of the day. Genuine artifacts were seldom seen, with the majority being modern replicas. Sifting through the ocean to find a needle, the few authentic items he managed to uncover were from the late Ming and Qing dynasties, worth little. Of course, there was a significant likelihood that the truly valuable items would not be easily revealed by their owners. After standing for an entire day, without any particularly stimulating treasures, by the afternoon, even the number of people asking for directions had dwindled. Zhang Yang could only sit on the steps beside the security office, engrossed in his phone. Just as his battery was about to die, someone nudged his arm. Looking up, he saw an elderly man with a dark complexion, donning a yellow vest typically worn at construction sites, grinning broadly at him. Brother, are you the one who collects antiques? The old man inquired, chuckling. Antiques? The old man's words triggered a key concept for Zhang Yang. Some individuals appear to be mere volunteers, but were, in fact, masters of appraisal. And this master seemed eager to seize an opportunity. Zhang Yang glanced around, noting the absence of others, and quietly asked, "Where's the item? Let me take a look." "Right here." The old man rummaged through the bag of rice he was carrying and produced a crumpled piece of newspaper. As he fully unfurled it, a fist-sized bell, tarnished with verdigris, was revealed, a bell intended for livestock. The old man explained, "It still rings." He was about to give it a shake when Zhang Yang swiftly intervened, raising a hand to stop him. "Name, bell. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production year, 1399. Detailed information, a common ancient bronze bell, typically hung around a horse's neck. The surface is covered in substantial verdigris, with some of it recently flaking off, suggesting it may have just been unearthed." The year 1399 was well known to Zhang Yang, a history scholar, as it marked the infamous Zhang Yang campaign. What the old man had produced was, astonishingly, a piece of bronze from the Ming dynasty. While its monetary value might be modest, the old man's attire clearly indicated to Zhang Yang that this bell had recently been excavated from a construction site. This implied the possible existence of a tomb nearby, perhaps containing more treasures. "Sir, this item must have just been dug up, correct?" Zhang Yang inquired directly, keenly observing the old man's expression. The old man nodded candidly, saying, "Indeed, just a few days ago, it was unearthed by an excavator at the site. I suspect we might have hit a grave, as there were fragments of bones, but it seems this is the only valuable item." "Unearthed a grave? And bones?" Zhang Yang was taken aback by the man's words. It wasn't the rarity of discovering a tomb that surprised him, but rather the audacity of the old man, who was aware it was a grave, yet still sought to sell the bronze artifact. "Look over there." Zhang Yang pointed to the surveillance camera at the entrance of the security booth. "That camera has captured both of us. Running away now would be futile." The old man glanced up and realized Zhang Yang spoke the truth. Cursing under his breath, he abandoned the rice bag and copper bell, attempting to flee. However, Zhang Yang swiftly grabbed the back of his shirt. "If you run, I will call security." Upon hearing this, the old man finally calmed down, turning to size up Zhang Yang. After a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Are you really an antique dealer?" "No, I study antiques," Zhang Yang replied with a smile, removing his straw hat to reveal a youthful, handsome face. "I'm a university student from Linhai University, not a police officer, so there is no need to panic." His appearance, resembling that of scholarly youth, was quite persuasive. "Oh, you're a student. You scared me." The old man patted his chest and wiped the sweat from his brow, perhaps feeling more at ease. He took the straw hat from Zhang Yang and waved it to cool himself. "Since you're a university student, can you tell me if this item is worth anything?" "It's not worth much," Zhang Yang shook his head. "This is merely a horse bell. While it does have some age, who would spend money on a horse bell?" "Really? Is that true?" The old man appeared skeptical. Zhang Yang, however, had no time for a discussion on value and asked directly, "Why didn't you report the grave unearthed at your construction site? It truly seems you were a university student. You possess quite a bit of knowledge." The old man gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, remarking, "But it's evident that you lack flexibility in handling matters. You could report it a couple of days later. Sell the items first, and then report it. Otherwise, once the archaeologists arrive, the construction site will have to halt. And where will we get our money from?" No wonder Zhang Yang nodded in agreement and said, "So now, should I call the police directly, or will you go to the station yourself?" "Huh? Is that really the case?" The old man seemed skeptical about Zhang Yang's words. "What benefit does reporting it bring you? At worst, I could give you $5 and you can pretend you never saw me." $5 was indeed quite generous. "It's not about the money. I intend to report it because the grave you unearthed might conceal even more treasures. There's nothing else, just this copper bell. You still claim it's not valuable." The old man's tone was somewhat disheartened, appearing genuine rather than deceitful. Having listened to discussions on archaeology, Zhang Yang naturally held a different perspective. He elaborated, "You excavated with a digger, while archaeology requires a small brush, like the kind used for barbecuing, to meticulously uncover artifacts. I can tell at a glance that this is an ancient item extracted from the earth. Do you think I lack understanding?" The old man hesitated for a moment and, with a sense of resignation, nodded. "All right then, I will escort you to the police station to file a report. If you run away and I notify the police, they might find you, and that would escalate the situation. What happened then? You could end up in prison." "Huh, very well." The old man sighed, muttering, "What bad luck." "Bad luck." Zhang Yang observed the other man, shaking his head inwardly. The method by which the other sold items seemed to invite misfortune upon himself. Chapter 032. The items have come into my possession, The old man on the construction site was nicknamed Wu Lao Heir, without children or family. He had spent decades laboring at construction sites, achieving nothing significant. The only asset he could boast was his vast experience. Wu Lao Heir had encountered all manner of things, be they fresh or rotten, black, white, or yellow. His life had indeed seen more salt than others had rice. Thus, when bones were unearthed a few days prior, he immediately recognized the possibility of a tomb. Having witnessed such occurrences in his youth and even assisted archaeological teams with meals and coffin transport, he was acutely aware that tombs typically contained not only bones but also burial goods. That very night, he gathered a few colleagues, and under the cover of darkness, they ventured to the site where the bones were found, spending much of the night searching, ultimately discovering several jars and this bronze bell, along with some rusty coins. Although they had found treasures, none of them understood antiques or knew which items held value. Wu Lao Heir initially intended to divide the items among them, planning to disperse quickly. However, as tensions rose among his companions over the copper bell, fearing an uproar, he volunteered to sell the items first. He also hoped to locate a significant buyer who could purchase all the remaining jars as a bundle. Converting antiques into cash promised a more straightforward and gratifying outcome than splitting the items. Had Zhang Yang been a tad more patient and attempted to deceive Wu Lao Heir into believing he was an antique collector, he might have uncovered even more treasures. For this very reason, Wu Lao Heir knew he could not truly go to the police station. Having fled, he had merely lost a trifling bronze bell. Had he accompanied the others to the police station, the treasures concealed beneath the construction site's bed would have been irretrievably lost. As Wu Lao Heir walked along the road, his agitation grew with each passing moment. He had resorted to every tactic he could conceive, playing the victim, pleading for mercy, discussing profit sharing, and even proposing brotherhood, but the university student beside him remained obstinately silent. The replies were perpetually the same. This bronze artifact holds little value. There is no need to languish in prison over such a paltry sum. The bell is insignificant. It is the tomb behind it that matters. The cameras have captured everything. What else do you desire? By the end, Wu Lao Heir was nearly beside himself. He had to escape today. He intended to show this young man the harsh realities of society. Outrunning him in a conventional manner was impossible. How could an old man compete with a youth in speed? He had to leverage the terrain, such as the traffic lights. As they approached the police station, they passed a large intersection. Standing on the safety island, Zhang Yang continued to converse with the old man. Sir, do not grieve. If there truly is a great tomb behind this object, you are sure to receive a reward. Although it may not compare to the money from selling the bell, it is certainly safer, and there's even a chance of making the newspapers. He added candidly, to be frank, your method of selling items will either lead to being swindled or directly encountering the police. Suddenly, the screech of tires echoed as a car slammed to a halt. The old man is reckless, came a driver's shout. Zhang Yang turned to see an elderly gentleman in a bright yellow vest, who, in mere seconds, had dashed into the crosswalk. Goodness! Zhang Yang instinctively lifted his foot to pursue, but was halted by a traffic officer beside him, who extended her arm resolutely. What are you doing? Can't you see the red light? She shouted loudly. No, that person. Zhang Yang gestured through the ceaseless flow of traffic, pointing at the old man. His running the red light is his affair. You, still young, wish to emulate the elderly? Do you want to test whether these vehicles will yield to you? You appear to be barely in your 20s. Are you seeking danger? The officer's barrage of words left Zhang Yang speechless. As cars zipped past, he watched helplessly as the old man sprinted further away. Old man without you. How shall I present the bronze bell? Wait, something was amiss. It appeared the officer across the street had stopped him. Zhang Yang initially thought there was hope, but soon he observed the old man gesturing animatedly with the traffic officer before they both ambled away, disappearing into the sea of people. At that moment, the pedestrian signal directing to the police station finally turned green. Zhang Yang glanced at the bag in his hand, pondered briefly, and resolved to leave the matter to the professionals. At the community police station, 2 officers welcomed Zhang Yang. Upon hearing that he had acquired a bronze artifact from an elderly worker at the construction site, their expressions shifted subtly. When Zhang Yang produced the bell, one officer could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? He inquired, bemused. I apologize. It reminded me of something amusing, the officer replied. Zhang Yang nodded, sensing that the officer's demeanor was peculiar, yet he proceeded to share his assessment. This is a bronze horse bell from the early Ming dynasty. Behold the verdigris upon this artifact, a testament to its prolonged burial within the earth. Observe the soil clinging to it, freshly unearthed. The The two police officers stifled their laughter, somewhat perfunctorily indulging Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. Do you not believe? Zhang Yang detected the insincerity in their responses. It was all too apparent. I do not believe. Officer A quickly shook his head. Officer B then inquired, how much did the old man at the construction site ask you for this item? It cost me nothing. The moment he learned I intended to bring him to the station, he ran a red light to escape. However, the surveillance cameras at our school's security office should have captured his image. What then is the significance of submitting this item? Officer A questioned. Without a transaction, it's difficult to classify it as fraud. Fraud? No, that is not my intention. I suggest that this artifact may be linked to a Ming Dynasty tomb, which could potentially harbor more relics. All right, wait a moment. Let me show you something. Officer A retrieved a cardboard box from the wall, appearing rather heavy. These are all the counterfeit antiques collected this week, yet to be cataloged. Here, take a look at this jade bowl, jade slab, jade figurine, Buddha statue, and jade lamp, commonly referred to as the 5-piece set from construction sites. Moreover, we have upgraded versions, such as Buddha heads and jade rings. There are also bronze artifacts. See this one. Officer B opened another box, and Zhang Yang peered inside, utterly astonished. Within lay a grand 5-ram square vessel. Incredible, isn't it? Officer A chuckled. However, such large fakes are rare, as most lack the courage to purchase them. Present-day bronze artifacts are primarily from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Look, this is a bronze lamp from the Ming dynasty and the incense burner from the Qing dynasty. There's hardly room for so many tombs. The items the old men from the construction sites are selling are all fraudulent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang understood that the two officers were attempting to convince him of the inauthenticity of the bronze bell. He also recognized that, regardless of his assertions, he could not trust these two individuals. After a moment of silence, he devised a plan. It can certainly be sold as a craft item that would be acceptable, perhaps fetching a dozen or so. However, selling it as an antique is out of the question. The two officers patiently explained to Zhang Yang. Well, a dozen is still quite a sum, enough for a hearty meal, he mused inwardly. Treasure hunting, here I come. Chapter 033. Where did this come from? Just unearthed. Zhang Yang, you need not stand guard this afternoon. As noon approached, his instructor passed by the school gate and called out to Zhang Yang. Teacher, wait. Please do not depart just yet. Zhang Yang halted the instructor. What is it? Could you cover the remainder of my guard duty? Zhang Yang said, extending his straw hat. Huh? The instructor was taken aback. After so many years of teaching, he had never encountered such a request. He smiled and replied, if you have pressing matters, feel free to leave. I will find someone to take your place. Oh, thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Yang quickly placed his hat down, grabbed the rice bag at his feet, and dashed toward the venue. Wait, you haven't told me what urgent matter you have. He shouted as he ran. I am in a hurry to authenticate a treasure. When he arrived at the event venue, several volunteers were already setting up the iron barriers. No need to queue. The preliminary selection has concluded. Upon hearing such news, the waiting crowd erupted in discontent. Ah, why wasn't this announced sooner? Indeed, had I known, I would have risen earlier. Exactly, what a waste of time. My national treasure has yet to be appraised. Excuse me, excuse me. Zhang Yang shouted as he navigated through the throng. Initially, he had intended to find someone to stand in for him, allowing him to avoid the rush. However, on such a sweltering day, who would be willing to undertake such a burdensome task? It was impossible to find anyone. He could only devise a way to catch the tail end of the audition. Don't push, it's all over. A middle-aged woman called out. I'm a staff member. Make way. Zhang Yang shouted for several minutes before finally squeezing to the front of the line. The barriers had already closed, and he leaned against the railing, breathless, addressing the volunteer before him. I am Zhang Yang from Class 3. Open the gate. Why did you arrive just now? We thought you had already entered. Oh, it's just so hot. I could hardly move. Zhang Yang was quite familiar with the volunteer. Although they were not in the same class, they had trained together during freshman military training in the same squad. The volunteers held fixed positions, and Zhang Yang easily inquired who was guarding the entrance. He had already made arrangements with this brother the previous night. Upon seeing Zhang Yang being allowed entry, the waiting crowd grew displeased. Why is he permitted to enter? Exactly. Even if he is handsome, rules must be upheld. I made an appointment, Zhang Yang explained loudly. What appointment? We haven't heard anything about reservations for treasure hunting. Indeed, who are you trying to fool? If you really had an appointment, just look over there. Zhang Yang pointed behind him, where an elderly gentleman in a suit, leaning on a cane, with a head full of silver hair, was smiling and waving at him. Isn't that Master Wang Wusheng? Some in the crowd recognized him. Wasn't it said that he had retired? Does this young man have connections to Master Wang? Then why is he here to appraise treasures? Ignoring the murmurs around him, upon sighting Master Wang, a weight lifted from Zhang Yang's heart. With such a prominent figure present, the trivial item in his possession could finally be resolved. The bell had rested in Zhang Yang's hands for an entire night, leading him to a realization. Such an object, freshly unearthed, holds little intrigue. While it's amusing to watch others unearth treasures, when it comes into one's own possession, it becomes a considerable mental burden for someone conscientious like him. Although it appeared that Zhang Yang was seeking favor the previous night, it was Wang Jianye who had taken the initiative to call Zhang Yang. He even turned the tables, stating that he had an item he wished Master Wang to examine. Wang Jianye was somewhat displeased by this remark, yet the listening Master Wang Guosheng found it intriguing and readily agreed. He even proactively arranged a time and place to meet with Zhang Yang, resulting in the scene outside the venue today. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. A bronze artifact Appraiser expert, teacher Kiliyun. The preliminary selection has indeed concluded, yet with Master Wang present, this is hardly an issue. Greetings, teacher Ke. Greetings. I consider myself a half-student of teacher Wang. As for this young Zhang, there is no need for excessive formality. We are all familiar faces here. Wang Guosheng has privately discussed with a few close friends in the circle regarding the incident of purchasing a counterfeit Mei vase at the auction. So several experts in artifact appraisal, including Che Lijun, are aware that the elder of the Wang family has encountered a remarkably perceptive young man, who is quite youthful and handsome. The moment Zhang Yang appeared, Che Lijun recognized him without a doubt. After sipping only 2 mouthfuls of tea, Zhang Yang eagerly presented an item. Teacher Che, I have a bronze artifact from the early Ming dynasty. I would appreciate your assistance in determining its authenticity. Oh, Che Lijun expressed surprise, perhaps not anticipating that Zhang Yang would bring forth such an item. However, being an expert, he did not hesitate. He donned white gloves and began to scrutinize the piece in his hands. This resembles fecal rust, Che Lijun muttered, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Yang. Simultaneously, Wang Guosheng discreetly observed Zhang Yang. Zhang remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, appearing somewhat fatigued from his earlier exertions. This style indeed resembles an antique. Kiliyun commented again. Noticing Zhang's continued lack of reaction, he placed the item down. The piece appears authentic. Zhang Yang, may I inquire about its origin? It was just excavated, Zhang replied nonchalantly. Uft. Wang Jianye, who was sipping tea at that moment, burst out laughing upon hearing this. He asked Zhang, did you just dig up someone's ancestral grave? Zhang shook his head. No, it was someone else's work. The two elderly gentlemen remained composed, their faces betraying little reaction. Wang Guosheng chuckled and said, Zhang Yang, do not keep us in suspense. Please share how you acquired this item. Zhang recounted the events of that day under the sunset, detailing his encounter with the foreman on the construction site. He concluded, my studies keep me quite occupied, and I truly lack the energy to deal with such matters. So I was hoping the two of you could perhaps leverage your connections with the police to assist in turning this in. Additionally, arrangements must be made regarding the construction site. Haha, I see you are reluctant to deal with the two officers who doubt your words. Wang Guosheng unabashedly exposed Zhang Yang's true feelings. Well, indeed, that is partially true, Zhang admitted candidly. Very well, let Jianye handle this matter. Wang Guosheng continued, Jianye, do you not know Director Guo? Yes, I will take care of it, Wang Jianye replied as he wiped the tea from the table. With the formalities concluded, the group engaged in casual conversation for a while. Suddenly, the elder squinted his eyes, tapped his cane, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang, inquiring, young Zhang, what is your relationship with Master Zhang, the appraiser from Douyin? Chapter 034. Your family must be artisans then? Teacher, you also use Douyin? Zhang Yang did not shy away from Master Wang's scrutiny, realizing it was too late to conceal anything at this point. The algorithm on Douyin recommended Master Zhang to you. The moment I saw that person's features, I felt I had encountered him before. Wang Guosheng wore an expression indicative of success, imbued with a touch of whimsicality that rendered him all the more approachable. The elder continued, upon further reflection, I realized that among all those I've encountered, who resembles you? It is indeed you, Zhang Yang. Ha ha, it truly is me. I apologize for any amusement I may have caused, Zhang Yang replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. The duo, one old and one young, could easily be mistaken for a grandfather and grandson engaged in a heartfelt conversation from a distance. To be candid, I was initially uncertain, but later, Jianye employed an AI drawing software to restore Master Zhang's visage to his youthful appearance, and it was an exact replica of yours. You are quite remarkable, Master Wang recounted these events as amusing anecdotes, subtly conveying to Zhang Yang that he harbored no ill feelings regarding the matter. That was an imitation. It takes a full half-hour to paint it properly, yet you saw through it instantly. Of course. Have you forgotten what I do? We specialize in antique appraisal. How could I possibly miss that? Wang Guosheng, pleased with himself, sipped his tea and then inquired, why do you, being so young, feel the need to appear so mature? Are you concerned that others may not believe you? In Master Wang's eyes, Zhang Yang was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of expertise when it came to discerning the authenticity of treasures. The imitation making that Zhang Yang identified has led to a lack of consensus among auction house experts, and it has even been sent to Oxford for thermoluminescence dating. Not merely disbelief, but rather, it's as if no one would even allow me to examine it, Zhang Yang expressed with an air of resignation. As he spoke, he contemplated, when I signed the part-time agreement, I never anticipated it would lead to such prominence. My initial intention was merely to make a living, surviving amidst other streamers. Becoming a living relic in the realm of live-streamed antique appraisal seemed to be his only path to recognition. Unexpectedly, he found himself able to access item information and even received official promotional support, causing his viewership and popularity to soar. Just a few days prior, there were individuals dedicated to creating live-stream clips of Master Zhang's appraisals, and the response had indeed been favorable. It was highly probable that Master Wang had stumbled upon the clips of his appraisals. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wang Guosheng nodded in agreement, offering reassurance. As a young person, you must learn to be patient. In the antique business, no one will trust a mere novice. During my apprenticeship, I too spent several years navigating the counter before anyone would consider seeking my expertise. After reminiscing for a moment, Master Wang suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Yang and shifted the conversation, asking, you are quite impressive. However, where did you acquire such skills? I am quite curious. Please do not take offense. I surmise that your family must be artisans of antiquities, and that they run a rather substantial business? The term artisans is a genteel euphemism, as it actually refers to those who replicate cultural relics. Wang Guosheng suspected that Zhang Yang's family was engaged in the business of creating antique replicas. What makes you think that? Are you eager to uncover where the flaws lie? Wang Guosheng chuckled softly, replying, this is classic artisan thinking. When someone detects a problem, the first instinct is to discover precisely where the issue resides. It is, in fact, quite straightforward. I have watched your videos on appraising antiques, and they come across as rather direct, resembling an assembly line. Moreover, when you analyze the authenticity of items, you often fail to hit the nail on the head. However, your discerning eye is indeed sharp, and you have not made a single erroneous judgment. The inability to grasp the essence of antique appraisal suggests a lack of systematic study in this field and an upbringing far removed from a childhood spent amidst relics. Yet, your capacity to swiftly identify replicas indicates that you possess an understanding of where the fakes lie. The answer is, therefore, apparent. Wang Guosheng gently stroked his white beard. If there were a voiceover, it would surely say, the old man has seen through everything. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. When fortune falls from the heavens, one must seize it. Master Wang's logic was essentially airtight, leaving Zhang Yang with no room to critique. Furthermore, the elder's tone conveyed no intention of distancing himself due to Zhang Yang's identity. The only rationale he contemplated was, why did his family engage in forgery while he ventured into antique appraisal? Yet, Zhang Yang swiftly devised an answer, rebellion. Those two words sufficed. Very well indeed. Wang Guosheng smiled, offering yet another compliment to Zhang Yang. Your familial background that has nurtured such an individual as you is truly fortunate. Perhaps they would not share this sentiment. Zhang Yang, fully immersing himself in his role and emotions, responded half-truthfully to ensure that everyone brings forth their treasures. Not entirely. Wang Guosheng shook his head. Our primary intention is to inform those aspiring to enter the realm of antique collecting that valuable items are not as plentiful as they might think. National treasures are few, and those that appear superior to them are certainly fakes. I believe your live-streamed appraisals serve a similar purpose, Master Wang asserted, his admiration for Zhang Yang unmistakable in his tone. If you have the chance, visit the Highland Museum. I will assist you in verifying your association with Master Zhang during his tenure there, to avoid future complications. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude, understanding that Wang Guosheng was mentoring him. The following afternoon, Master Zhang's antique appraisal returned punctually. Has the host risen from the dead? Is a mere 48-hour detention rather lenient? Master, I have prepared the necessary groundwork. Where shall we dig tonight? Where to dig? In the small garden, We shall dig and dig. Well then, without further ado, it is time for appraisals. Let's welcome the next participant. Hello, brother. Can you hear me? Greetings, master. On the screen appeared a young man in his 20s. Please hold on a moment while I adjust the camera. The young man presented a yellow-green square jade landscape plaque, clearly showcasing a dragon carved into it. Under natural light, the yellow hue appeared relatively translucent. It resembles Shio jade, machine-carved Shio jade. This is a piece of yellow jadeite in good condition. Zhang Yang promptly provided his appraisal. Reflecting on Master Wang's words, he decided to elaborate further. When viewed against the light, you can see that it possesses a jade structure within. Oh, thank you, Master. Wait, I haven't interviewed you yet. Is this a gift from your brother? Indeed, it was a gift from good friend, the young man replied. Young man, this item should come as a pair. No, it is just this one, he insisted. Nay, it is indeed a pair. Zhang Yang affirmed confidently, for the item information indicated as such. Long Yang, the theme of the carving aligns perfectly. Cunning zero, ensnared in a trap. Teacher, do not frighten me. I am merely appraising a treasure. The young man's voice trembled. I am not deceiving you. It truly is a pair. Unfortunately, the item information does not specify why it is considered pair. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the barrage of comments, and an answer began to form in his mind. Observe the middle of the sign below it. This combination of an old man and a bird typically represents but one theme, the god of love and the paired birds in the heavens. May we become as paired birds, you know? These birds exist in twos, bound together through life and death. Goodness. The young man, startled, tossed the sign onto the bed. Laughing death, ha ha. Zero overflow incident. Isn't it simply waiting for a bird? Congratulations, brother, you have found sweet love. Chapter 035. What a small world, live capture. The young man's tone grew frantic. Zhang Yang and the barrage remarks made this straightforward man involuntarily shiver. I consider you a brother, yet you think otherwise? Do not panic. It is possible he made an error in his purchase. Zhang Yang chuckled. Indeed, he should have, nay, he definitely made a mistake, the young man reassured himself. Whether he bought it correctly or not, do you not know in your heart? This is what we call love. Noticing the young man's increasing discomfort, Zhang Yang added. Of course, under normal circumstances, one would inquire about the engraving when purchasing such a landscape plaque, so the likelihood of a mistake is quite low. Love is innocent, brother. Huh? No, I should return it to him. The young man grew more anxious, and upon uttering these words, he abruptly ended the video call. This person seems like a flirt, not a fierce one. Indeed, the voice does not suggest otherwise. No wonder he is anxious. Brothers, were you discussing about zeros and ones? I cannot comprehend. Could we converse about something I understand? Listening to pear blossoms in the rain. Teacher, what you mentioned about being bound through life and death, is it true? Oh, what is this? Has our #1 supporter in the live stream received such a thing? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow at the camera and asked, shall I connect with you to assist in your appraisal? Perhaps it is also love? Listening to pear blossoms in the rain. No need. It was a gift from a girl. Go away, stranger. Peaceful little pear blossom, sir, this way. Does Rain Emperor still remember how much he lost on that bracelet? What this viewer said is quite astute, though it may be somewhat vexing. If I were to purchase a stone that enabled others to profit by 20 million, they would likely offer their daughters or wives to me. Hence, let not the impoverished brothers in the live stream be disheartened. All right, let us connect with the next treasure seeker. Facing the gale, applying to connect with you. This viewer is a bit of show-off. Come on, showcase your Yasuo, darling. Hello, teacher. The speaker is a middle-aged man, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, as numerous individuals engage in conversation nearby. The camera is directed towards the ground, revealing a pockmarked surface adorned with 4 or 5 pieces of porcelain, including bowls and plates, predominantly in blue and white, with faint traces of soil. They appear authentic. This backdrop unmistakably resembles a construction site. Which site has goods for sale? These must be genuine. The question is their worth. Construction sites can also have counterfeits. The old men, they are notorious for deception. Is your brother involved in construction? Zhang Yang found the comments on the screen to possess a semblance of truth. In these times, where the ground remains unpaved and the surroundings are tumultuous, it indeed resembles a construction dormitory. No, we are here at... Just as Baoyu was about to clarify, an unexpected voice interrupted. Police, do not move. Put everything down and squat. The individual who had been connected with Zhang Yang via phone, likely hearing the authoritative call, placed the device on the bed, but neglected to end the connection. Consequently, thousands of viewers in the live stream, along with Zhang Yang, found themselves peering at the bed while eavesdropping on the unfolding events. Be compliant. Do not move recklessly. Who sold a bronze bell the day before yesterday? Right outside the gate of Lehigh University. An individual, evidently not a police officer, answered. It was Wu Lao Air. Who is Wu Lao Air? Stand up. Officer. Wu Lao Air went out to buy cigarettes. Oh no, the police have arrived. Is this a live arrest of the old Nine Gates? I've long heard of Master Zhang's live sessions. Today, I finally witness it. Sir, please say a few words. Zhang Yang glanced at the comments and shushed the camera. He could speak, but the moment was not yet ripe. The police were occupied. What about the items you unearthed yesterday? The officer continued. Old Guan, quickly inform the officer where the items are. They're all right here. Wow, quite a collection. Is this for distribution? Xiaofeng, come over and take stock. Hearing the voices grow nearer, Zhang Yang summoned his courage and called out, Hello, can you hear me? The host is impressive. 666, 6666. I would dub this the most extraordinary occurrence of the day. Listening to the pair blossoms in the rain sends forth aerospace rockets X-10. Hey, whose phone isn't muted? The officer on the other end indeed heard Zhang Yang's voice. The phone was swiftly picked up. In the frame, 4 or 5 shirtless men squatted on the ground, with the edges of the camera faintly capturing the presence of uniformed officers. Don't hang up. Officer, I have something to say. The police officer, holding the phone, turned the camera around. In the video, a middle-aged officer in uniform stared at Zhang Yang for a couple of seconds. Master Zhang, appraising treasures? You are the treasure appraiser from Douyin. It turned out he was viewing information from Zhang Yang's livestream. Yes, we are a positive energy livestream. Officer, please notice the official certification in the upper left corner. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Why does Master Zhang seem so flustered? His manner of speaking appears quite rare. The police officer, observing the barrage of comments, furrowed his brow and inquired. Are you involved in selling stolen goods for Tomb Raiders? Impossible, replied Zhang Yang. I am a legitimate treasure appraisal streamer. Officer, are you at a construction site? Is it due to a bronze bell? As the officer was about to end the call, Zhang Yang's mention of the bronze bell halted his actions, prompting him to ask, How do you know about the bell? It's a personal matter, Zhang Yang admitted, feeling a surge of excitement. The Wang family is incredibly swift, but with their speed, it's no wonder. There are cameras everywhere nowadays. That old man was wearing such a conspicuous yellow vest yesterday, making it easy to trace him through the road surveillance to the construction site. I overheard that, he added, quickly compensating for wasting the officer's time with crucial information. I examined those individuals' porcelain pieces and can confirm that most of them are from the Ming dynasty. Understood. The officer responded, with no time for further conversation, promptly disconnecting the call. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief, reclining in his gaming chair. That feels good. Noticing the barrage, he realized Chun Yingguang had stealthily sent a gift worth 5,000. He gestured towards the camera and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, top supporter, for treating your brother to a meal. Rain, listening to Pear Blossoms, commented, Good job, I'll help you get trending. No need, Zhang Yang replied. Too much attention can be detrimental. It was merely luck, pure luck. Now let us continue. Chapter 036. If it's fake, then let us smash it. Teacher, I have quite a few items here. Could you assist me in examining them? Of course. Are all these your collectibles? Zhang Yang noticed a long line of antiques displayed on the sofa in the video and thought, yet another unfortunate soul. Based on his experience in treasure appraisal over the past few days, he concluded that aside from jade and gemstones, the more items a collector has, the less discerning their taste tends to be. There was once a folk collector who wished to donate 6,000 pieces to a museum. Out of those, 5,999 were counterfeit, and one was a modern imitation. This person has so many items. They must be running an antique shop, one comment read. Considering so many items for appraisal at once, I suggest the streamer charge a fee. Bold prediction. There is likely only one genuine item among them. Upon reading the final comment, Zhang Yang mused, You could be even bolder. The likelihood is that all these items are fakes. This suspicion was solidified when he saw the first item the young man held, which almost made him lose consciousness. These items all belong to my father. Please help me evaluate this one first. The young man presented a round porcelain jar, reminiscent of the salt jar at his grandparents' house during his childhood. Just the right size for a spoon. The exterior of the jar was adorned with colorful illustrations, and the side the treasure friend showcased depicted a yellow cow. Young man, do you not find this cow somewhat abstract? Does it not resemble the type of drawings found in elementary school textbooks? That depicts brave cow. The drawing resembles a pig rather than a cow. My 5-year-old niece could create a more aesthetically pleasing pig. Therefore, is this a forgery? The young man was quite direct, implicitly suggesting to Zhang Yang that there was no need for further analysis. He simply wanted to know the truth. However, It seemed that the elder beside him disagreed with this inquiry. The young man's father, the true owner of the artifact, could not help but interject. It is not a forgery. It should be something from the Hongwu period. Hongwu? Are you implying that this item dates back to the Ming dynasty? Indeed, there's an official kiln mark beneath it. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, these 6 characters should indicate it was made during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, which is a century apart. Ah, it is a Hongwu imitation of Jiajing. That is correct. Clearly, history has not been well studied by this individual. Evaluate the elder's mental state. An illiterate collector. Ah, yes. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's remarks, the elder seemed oblivious to their implications and hastily diverted the conversation. The painting features a rhinoceros and a child. This artwork is evidently old. Moreover, there are Tai Hun present inside. Right here. Old? In what way is it old? Was there animation during the Ming dynasty? Tai Hun was a specialized term. Zhang Yang thought that had he not researched, he would have been unaware of such terminology. In the past, ceramics were handcrafted and for more intricate designs that could not be formed in one piece. They were made in several parts and then assembled. The marks from this assembly process are known as Tai Hun. Old ceramics generally exhibit this trait, so some people use Tai Hun as a basis for authentication. This was a point previously mentioned by Master Wang during his discussion with Zhang Yang regarding authentication criteria. Following the elder's indication, Zhang Yang indeed observed distinct marks within the jar. However, the information section clearly stated, production date, 1988. This item is a modern imitation. Master Zhang furrowed his brow, understanding my point. I suspect he is pondering how to fabricate a story. This elder is advanced in age. How will he cope? Elda. Would you like to take a couple of blood pressure pills? The barrage of comments reminded Zhang Yang. No need. I bought this long ago. It is of little value. Yes, teacher, please just tell us whether it is real or not, the young man echoed. In my assessment, this is a later imitation. The artwork is indeed too abstract, and I have yet to encounter such aesthetics from ancient times. Of course, to be prudent, one may seek a live appraisal. Zhang Yang cautiously provided his evaluation. Did you hear that, Dad? It's fake. The young man suddenly exclaimed to his father. The elder merely acknowledged with a sound, curious about what the two were planning. Zhang Yang observed as the young man dragged a large stainless steel bucket from his side. Subsequently, he raised the jar and, with a loud crash, smashed it into the bucket. From the sound, it was likely shattered beyond repair. Bro, what are you doing? This jar would have been perfect for storing salt. What a waste. Why keep a fake? It could still be found and used to deceive others. It is better to destroy it. The young man spoke softly, while his father let out a heavy sigh. Remaining silent, it was evident that the two had likely conferred beforehand. The method of handling the counterfeit deserves commendation. In truth, an object could sit for 500 years and still be considered an artifact. Such ugliness would hold no value even after a millennium. The young man displayed remarkable resolve. Based on his statement today, I shall candidly reveal the authenticity of the items without any nuances or circumlocution. Zhang Yang expressed his stance clearly, offering his support wholeheartedly. All right, teacher, please take another look at this piece, the young man said as he picked up a gray jar. The elder readily took it from him, introducing it to Zhang Yang. This features 3 swallows, and the jar displays an orange peel pattern. Orange peel pattern? This elder truly seems knowledgeable, Zhang Yang thought, seizing the opportunity to discreetly activate the voice search on his computer desktop. Oh, the orange peel pattern. He feigned contemplation while sneaking a glance at the information. The so-called orange peel pattern generally refers to the uneven surface texture resembling that of an orange peel found on the glaze of porcelain. This still feels like modern craftsmanship. These swallows resemble moths. Perhaps the elder should take his medicine soon. Otherwise, it may be too late. This piece is a counterfeit, a modern imitation, no more than 30 years old. Zhang Yang remained true to his promise to the young man, delivering a direct conclusion. All right. The young man's tone revealed no hint of joy or sorrow. Yet, from the way he snatched the porcelain from his father's hands and subsequently smashed it into the bucket, it was clear that his mindset had shifted subtly. Please examine this one, the elder suggested, now taking up a colorful porcelain vase. This is a typical example of kiln-changed glaze. Kiln-changed glaze refers to the unpredictable changes in the glaze's appearance during firing, resulting in vibrant colors. Is this a decorative piece? Wow, people actually buy kiln-changed items? Do they have money to spare? Let us not analyze it too deeply. I fear the elder might struggle to keep up. Smash! 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 This is kiln-changed glaze. It's beautiful. Zhang Yang exclaimed jaswali. This one also features 3 joining lines. The elder elaborated. indicating the presence of 3 joining seams. Zhang Yang discerned that the elder was not a true expert. Rather, he had picked up a few technical terms from somewhere and was attempting to apply them to the porcelain. This, too, is a modern imitation. Smash! What a decisive action! Zhang Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the young man, applauding his resoluteness. Perhaps due to the frequent smashing, the young man's father, exasperated, picked up another piece of porcelain, resembling a wine bowl from period drama, and presented it to the camera. Is this a gin bowl? The elder began to explain, discussing the base and glaze, sounding as knowledgeable as an expert from a national museum. However, upon seeing the item in his hand, nearly all the comments declared, fake. This bowl appears too new even for a low-budget period drama. It's so shiny, it seems as if it wasn't washed after a meal. This Jianzhan is a modern imitation as well. Zhang Yang swiftly reached a conclusion. All right, the young man replied, expertly taking the item. Teacher, please take a look at this red glaze. This time, it was the young man who presented the item, explaining, my father bought this. I could tell right away that something was amiss. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, once again commending him. Your intuition is correct. This, too, is a contemporary replica. The young man sighed, his tone revealing a hint of fatigue as he casually tossed the item, hitting the mark perfectly. His father wished to continue the appraisal, but the young man stopped him. If it's determined to be fake, would you smash it? Why smash it? It can still be used for storage, the elder grumbled. Would you really be able to let it go without smashing it? I bought it with my own money. Your own money? What about the money I set aside for my mother's retirement? Who exactly is the father and who is the son here? I believe the son is right, otherwise his father won't learn a lesson. Isn't this akin to parents smashing their children's gaming consoles when they misbehave, only to still want to play? Antiques are far more expensive than games. Speaking of games, I recall my dad tearing up my Yu-Gi-Oh cards when I was young. The comments flowed chaotically. The appraiser was embroiled in a quarrel, while the host observed the spectacle. Ahem, brother, sir, isn't it about time to settle down? Zhang Yang glanced at the time. He had been on a call with the father-son duo for nearly 10 minutes, having spent over a minute merely watching the drama unfold. The young man's mother had just joined the fray, and if this continued, it would transform into a familial melodrama. My apologies, teacher, I forgot to hang up. The young man was quite polite. No worries. Actually, regarding your situation, Zhang Yang intended to intervene from an observer's perspective, but unexpectedly, the young man hung up the call. Brother, I hadn't finished my sentence yet. Master Zhang wouldn't consider intervening on behalf of that elder, would he? He's too gentle, it's heart-wrenching. Let us not meddle. Let's focus on the appraisal instead. Indeed, if the elder didn't stir things up a few more times, he likely wouldn't awaken to reality. I suspect that the young man was driven to desperation, resulting in him confronting the counterfeit directly. To all in the livestream. Who else wishes to have something appraised? Please connect, and I'll assist you. Teacher, I'm at an antique shop. Could you help me appraise an item? A sincere shout out to the innocent brother who sent a fanlight sign X5. To this brother known as a sincere innocence, I do not take such requests. I will top up your account with 50 cents later. Please refrain from spamming. It's not that I fear making mistakes, but rather that if I speak the truth, you might find it hard to leave the antique shop. 3 hours of live streaming passed in a blink. After shutting down the broadcast, Zhang Yang stood up and stretched luxuriously. It had been another safe broadcast day, leaving him in high spirits. Zhang Yang decided to treat himself to a massage that evening, seeking relaxation, especially since he hadn't spent much of the substantial earnings he had made earlier. Just as he was preparing to head out, he suddenly noticed 2 security guards entering, carrying a large box. Uncle Wang, what are you moving? Zhang Yang recognized one of the security guards as Old Wang, who was on duty at the lobby downstairs. The company's office building was an establishment transformed from a 4-story restaurant. The first floor comprised a lobby, reception area, and exhibition hall. The second floor was dedicated to a live broadcasting room, while the third and fourth floors housed the female streamers' dormitories. Each time Zhang Yang descended, he observed Old Wang engrossed in playing games at the front desk. Yet this was the first instance he witnessed Old Wang actually working. Isn't this for your evening broadcasts? Old Wang inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Are there still people broadcasting here at night? Zhang Yang pondered. He hadn't heard anything about it. His office supplies remained untouched, giving no indication that anyone had intruded. Well, I wouldn't know. It's just that the boss instructed us to move it upstairs. This revelation took Zhang Yang by surprise. General Yu, nicknamed Fathead Fish, was notably large and portly. Unlike his cousin, General Jean, Yu's sexual orientation was quite conventional, and it was said he changed girlfriends every 3 months. Sister Gao once remarked that if one averaged out the girls these 2 brothers had been with, they would all be considered normal. So, the items brought in are the goods, then? Brother Wang, let me see what's inside. Zhang Yang stepped forward, reaching for the box. Old Wang, quick on his feet, blocked the latch with his hat. Hold on, Zhang Yang, the boss didn't say you could look. I'll just take a quick glance. General, you want to know. That is not allowed. Old Wang shook his head. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from the entrance. If Zhang Yang wants to see, let him see. Why waste words? Yes, yes, Old Wang quickly stepped aside. The only person bold enough to speak so loudly in the company, compelling Old Wang to bow and acquiesce, could only be General Yu. Thank you, General Yu. Zhang Yang didn't lift his head, merely offering a casual remark of politeness. In the past, he would have stood up to greet General Yu with proper decorum, considering he was the one disbursing his salary. However, now, Zhang Yang felt no need to do so. With hundreds of thousands in his pocket, he carried himself with a newfound confidence. Be polite, Zhang Yang. Come, take a look at the items I purchased. General Yu was quite enthusiastic, even stepping forward to assist Zhang Yang in opening the box. Wow, that's a lot. Zhang Yang was taken aback to find the box filled to the brim with jade jewelry, pendants, bracelets, and bangles, all packed in plastic bags, giving the initial impression of cheap glass trinkets one might find on the street for a few dollars. He casually picked up a jade tablet and examined it for a moment. How is it? General Yu inquired. The items are quite impressive. Zhang Yang nodded. Although they are relatively new, the quality of the jade and the craftsmanship are commendable. Haha, I bought all these from Guangdong province, General Yu said, beaming with pride. He continued, now that we've admired goods, let us take a look at the people. People? Zhang Yang turned, puzzled. General Yu took a couple of steps forward to evade Zhang Yang's gaze, revealing a young woman standing behind him. She was dressed in a floral sundress, tall and fair-skinned. In terms of appearance, she could be described as sweet and charming, rather than a stunning beauty. However, the most striking feature was the jade jewelry adorning her neck and wrists, a vivid green that captivated the eye. Is she a model? Zhang Yang inquired, taking it for granted. The girl's fair skin beautifully accentuated the emerald hue. Almost. She is someone I invited to assist with sales, and will be your assistant from now on. Chapter 038. A raise perhaps, but overtime is out of the question. Hello, Master Zhang. I am Chao Jiayun. You can call me Xiaoyan. She introduced herself. Zhang Yang had yet to remove his makeup, and he appeared to be at least in his 30s. The young assistant brought in by General Yu, upon seeing his unkempt appearance, naturally assumed he was a middle-aged man. Hello, Miss Chao, he responded. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Yang was about to clarify, when General Yu burst into laughter. Ha ha, Miss Chao, given his age, you ought to address him as brother. He jested. He looks as if he has donned old-age makeup. Is that for real? Chao Jiayan looked at Zhang Yang with a mix of surprise and skepticism. Indeed, I am but a sophomore, Zhang Yang clarified, which lent him credibility. A sophomore? Then you can indeed call me sister, little brother. Chao Jiayan chuckled, her tone reminiscent of the female streamers Zhang Yang had encountered in the company, slightly coy, a touch flirtatious. It seemed that apart from Sister Gao, the remaining women in the office shared this particular demeanor. Perhaps it was a side effect of being a female streamer fishing for wealthy patrons? The thought of collaborating with someone like her to promote products instinctively made Zhang Yang uneasy. Yet, another question emerged in his mind. Evening promotions? But I don't work at night. He quickly turned to General Yu. General Yu, do you conduct promotions in the evening? Indeed, General Yu affirmed. No one buys during the day, but I finish work by then. Then you'll need to work overtime. General Yu replied matter-of-factly. General Yu, have you forgotten that my part-time hours are only in the afternoon? Director Jean had not been misleading Zhang Yang. He had indeed discussed the contract matter with the boss. I am aware, Zhang Yang nodded. Then it's settled. You will work both afternoons and evenings. Your base salary will be 20,000, and you'll receive 10% of the sales profits. How's that sound? General Yu spoke with remarkable decisiveness, establishing the base salary and performance metrics on a whim. However, the terms differed significantly from the annual salary of 1 million mentioned by Director Jean, a disparity that seemed rather pronounced. General Yu, your cousin, Director Jean, did mention an annual salary of 1 million, and several people heard him. This gap is quite substantial. That is why I say you young folks have a narrow perspective, General Yu sneered before pointing to a box of jade. This box alone should yield at least 50,000 in profits. Chao Jiayan chimed in, yes, 50,000 in profits. That is merely the quantity for tonight. 50,000 a day translates to 150,000 a month, and over the course of a year, it approaches 20 million. 10% of that amounts to 2 million. General Yu exclaimed emphatically. Zhang Yang observed the jiggling flesh on General Yu's round face, saliva flying as he spoke, and for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt that despite Director Jin's effeminate demeanor, he was far more acceptable than this cousin of his. Although these two individuals are cousins, their talent for embellishing prospects seems to be an inherited trait. 2 million? That is merely a conservative estimate. Chao Jian chimed in from the side. Conservative, you say? 20 million would rival the annual net profit of an ordinary public company. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Chao Jian, pondering. Is it typical for a business owner to engage in such fanciful projections, and even the sales assistant is complicit? What does that imply? A mercenary? He inquired directly. Miss Chao, have you previously handled merchandise? Is this profit estimation your own? Aren't you the new girlfriend of the boss? Zhang Yang's straightforward question left the other two momentarily stunned. Chao Jian paused for less than a second, stepping back slightly, seemingly attempting to distance herself from General Yu. No. Zhang Yang, what are you saying? Haven't you met my girlfriend before? General Yu's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet he did not seem angry. As a businessman, he possessed a modicum of tolerance. Oh, well, let me be candid then. Zhang Yang cleared his throat and articulated his reasons for refusal. Boss, the persona I project during my live streams is that of a middle-aged individual who has navigated the antique industry for many years. If I were to promote goods myself, I would have to be the one in charge, wouldn't I? But I have never engaged in such activities. Moreover, the partner you have assigned to me is highly skilled. During the live stream, I would merely become a puppet, wouldn't I? That would be a surefire way to expose the ruse. Rest assured, I am quite professional and will not overshadow you. Chao Jian interjected. You see, I hadn't even finished my sentence before she interrupted me. Zhang Yang lamented, raising his hands in resignation. This a look of embarrassment crossed Chao Jian's face. Upon realizing that this middle-aged man was, in fact, a sophomore student, she could no longer treat him with the reverence reserved for a master. Observing this, General Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and he slowly spoke. Zhang Yang, do you not wish to promote goods? Are you unwilling to sign a new contract? His words clearly equated the signing of a new contract with live streaming sales, overtly threatening Zhang Yang. The contract must be signed, indeed. Zhang Yang, unfazed by General Yu's tactics, replied, I have already helped you elevate the popularity of a live streaming room, secured the official certification from Douyin, and Director Jin has been promoting my photos and videos everywhere. To turn against me now, after all this effort, seems rather late. Upon hearing this, General Yu's brows furrowed, and his face began to redden, indicating he was clearly angered. However, he seemed to hold back his fury and said, So what? The company can elevate a Master Zhang, but can also elevate a Master Li, a Master Wang, or a Master Zhou. It merely requires finding a few more stooges. True, but wouldn't that entail additional expenses? Moreover, the results might not even match my own. Zhang Yang maintained a relaxed demeanor. Furthermore, consider this. If today yield a profit of 50,000, how many days and how many 50,000s would it take to elevate another? That makes sense. Chao Jian suddenly interjected again. This comment astonished Zhang Yang. He thought, is this woman not quite right in the head? Just moments ago, she supported General Yu, and now she speaks on my behalf. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chao Jian's words seemed to have a significant impact, rendering General Yu speechless. At last, the plump-headed fish nodded in acknowledgement of Zhang Yang's reasoning. What exactly do you want, Zhang Yang? Name your conditions. It's quite simple, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. A salary increase is acceptable, but overtime is not. Raise my salary to 20,000, yet I shall only come to work in the afternoons, leaving Miss Chao to manage the evening sales on her own. If you don't show up, who'll believe her? General Manager, you retorted. No waities. I trust Miss Chao will find a way. Zhang Yang initially intended to provoke the assistant, but, recalling her earlier assistance, added, if it doesn't work out, I can join a live stream and vouch for her. Is that permissible? General Manager Yu inquired, though it seemed more directed at Chao Jian. Absolutely, I will say. Chao Jian met Zhang Yang's gaze, her eyes sparkling as she declared, just say I'm Master Zhang's little wife. At the door, Sister Gao, who had just taken a sip of tea, burst out laughing, spraying the entire contents onto General Manager Yu's head, who stood half a head shorter than her. Gao, Xiao, Huan. General Manager Yu ground out through clenched teeth, as if he were about to tear her apart. I'm so sorry, I'll get some tissues, Sister Gao stammered, hastily placing her thermos down and patting her pockets. Unfortunately, in her haste to witness the spectacle, she had forgotten to wear the coat that contained her tissues. At that moment, General Manager Yu turned, glaring at Sister Gao with fury blazing in his eyes. Zhang Yang realized he had inadvertently set General Manager Yu off, and now that he had a reason, he would surely unleash his wrath on Sister Gao. Recalling that there were tissues on his streaming desk, he quickly spoke up, "General Manager Yu. Here." Chao Jin seamlessly followed up with Zhang Yang's words, presenting a pack of tissues. Upon seeing her offer, General Manager Yu paused in surprise, then forced a smile. "How could I accept this?" "Thank you, Miss Chao." He did not take the tissues, but extended his hand, waiting for Chao Jiyun to place them in his palm. Zhang Yang observed this scene, pondering the nature of Chao Jiyun. The gesture of General Manager Yu accepting the tissues, coupled with his expression, reminded him of a child seeking their parent's approval to buy snacks. Could it be that Chao Jiyun's true identity was actually the stepmother of General Manager Yu? Absurd. Noticing Zhang Yang's gaze, Chao Jiyun turned to him and offered a gentle smile. As General Manager Yu began to clean his large head with the tissues, Zhang Yang quickly moved forward. "Come on, Sister Gao, help me remove my makeup." "Huh?" Sister Gao, still contemplating how to assist General Manager Yu, was flustered by Zhang Yang's sudden call. "Xiao Wanu," General Manager Yu began, but was interrupted by Chao Jiyun. "Removing makeup? May I take a look?" "Yes, yes. Take Miss Chao to see." General Manager Yu's tone softened instantly as he waved his hand, signaling Sister Gao to proceed. Zhang Yang swiftly cast a glance at Sister Gao, urging her to leave the scene of the incident. In the makeup room, he addressed Miss Chao with a hint of irritation. "Though you aided Sister Gao, it is rather inappropriate for you to gaze at me so intently, is it not?" Since he began to remove his makeup, this woman had been fixated on him. Occasionally, a female host would enter to retrieve cosmetics, and she would inquire about his situation with them. As for Sister Gao, she had been no less relentless, extracting every morsel of information in no time at all. "Isn't it quite evident that you're interested in the young lad?" Chao Jiyun remarked in a flirtatious tone. However, her earlier assistance to Sister Gao made Zhang Yang find her less irksome, allowing him to tolerate her for the moment. Yet, his patience was wearing thin. Delayed by General Yu, he was on the verge of missing his regular bus. Thus, he needed to dismiss this woman post-haste. "How wonderful! I have yet to visit Linhai University. May I accompany you?" Chao Jiyun feigned excitement. "Absolutely not," Zhang Yang replied coldly, drawing from Sister Gao's wisdom. He understood that when a female host engaged him in conversation, any request she posed should be met with refusal, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage. "Can I pose a question to you?" "Go ahead," he said, as she promptly set aside her tools and exited the makeup room, kindly closing the door behind her. "Zhang Yang, how is it that you can appraise antiques at the tender age of 20? "Just a lucky guess, really. The company employs a ringer," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. "That's a lie. I have watched your live stream. It is certainly not mere guesswork," Chao Jiyun asserted confidently. "Come clean. Sister Gao's analysis must be correct. Does your family run an antique shop or a jewelry store?" "Neither." "Then from whom did you learn to appraise antiques?" "I mean no harm. I am merely curious. It is just one question, and I shall depart immediately." "Very well. My mentor in antique appraisal is Master Wang Guosheng. Are you familiar with him?" "If I am not, then I am at a loss." Zhang Yang had no choice but to invoke Master Wang's name to expedite her departure. "Master Wang? Is that for real?" Chao Jiyun's face displayed unmistakable astonishment, which quickly morphed into skepticism. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Describe Master Wang's appearance. How tall is he? What is his weight? What does he enjoy eating? How would I know? However, I can tell you that his nephew is Wang Jianya, the current curator of the Highland Museum. Look, here is his business card that I took a photo of." He added, "By the way, Master Wang is currently in Linhai. We just met, and here is a photo of us together." Everything Zhang Yang stated and displayed had been previously coordinated with Wang Guosheng. The master likely felt that it was commendable for the son of a counterfeit family to emerge as a counterfeiter. Thus he treated him with considerable care. They even standardized their public narrative, asserting that Zhang Yang had learned his skills from Master Wang to protect his familial background. Goodness, it truly is Master Wang. The photograph of Zhang Yang with Wang Guosheng dispelled Chao Jiyun's doubts. She did not inquire further, nor did she utter another word, and simply exited the room. At the door, she exchanged a few words with Sister Gao, smiling, before promptly leaving. "What a perplexing woman," Zhang Yang muttered under her breath. As soon as Sister Gao entered, she began to probe Zhang Yang. "Sister, weren't you the one who was so lively just now? I saw you didn't want to speak a word." "Oh, wasn't there someone else present?" Zhang Yang replied. "I had long wanted to douse that fat fish with some water." "Tell me, what's wrong with changing water for a fish?" "You're something else, Sister Gao." Zhang Yang chuckled at Sister Gao's teasing. "You almost distracted me from the topic. Quickly tell me, what did that girl say to you?" "Not much. She just mentioned that she wanted to pursue me, but I turned her down." Zhang Yang began to jest. Sister Gao had just revealed all her secrets to the girl surnamed Chao, so Zhang Yang refrained from divulging too much. You're quite the charmer. Have you even glanced at her magnificent jade? She is wealthy enough to pursue you? Sister, let me tell you, be cautious. This woman has a significant background. Did you not notice how President Yu changed his expression just now? He was about to scold me, but suddenly forced a smile. Sister Gao mimicked President Yu's earlier demeanor. That expression, looking worse than crying. I suspect this fat fish has some leverage in this woman's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't behave so submissively in front of us. Chapter 040. Have you heard of art thieves? Though Sister Gao's chatter was incessant, it did not hinder her from her tasks. She quickly helped Zhang Yang remove her makeup. Zhang Yang glanced at the time and realized that if she hurried, she could still catch her usual bus. She swiftly grabbed her backpack and dashed outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Chen Yingguang, donning sunglasses, casually leaning against the reception desk while perusing the company's promotional brochures. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, he immediately approached her. Master Zhang, how can I pick you up after work? Chen Yingguang beamed, reaching out to take Zhang Yang's backpack. Brother Guang, what is going on? Zhang Yang instinctively took a step back. His sudden eagerness felt somewhat strange. Was it not typically the privilege of female streamers to be escorted home by the top male anchor? What is the matter? Didn't we agree that I would find an opportunity to treat you to a late-night snack? Chen Yingguang said with a grin, Don't worry. I've vetted everyone who will be dining with us. No one has ill intentions. Oh, so it's a meal we're talking about. However, I had planned to go for a massage tonight. Zhang Yang rubbed the back of her neck, feeling discomfort from sitting for too long during the live stream. Massage? Chen Yingguang raised an eyebrow. How about a back massage? What pressure do you prefer? I can arrange that. Zhang Yang knew his thoughts were veering off course again, and felt a bit helpless. Come on, brother, sit here. Zhang Yang thought for a moment, and pulled Chen Yingguang to sit on a nearby sofa. Now tell me, what idea do you have this time? For the past few days, Chen Yingguang had been present for nearly the entire duration of Zhang Yang's live broadcasts, showering gifts and comments without restraint. Was this rich second generation truly so devoid of better amusements? From what he had just said, it was evident that his nightlife was quite vibrant. Thus, Zhang Yang had always felt that this fellow was seeking inspiration within a live stream. Last time, Chen Yingguang mentioned treating to a late-night snack, but ultimately revealed his true intentions, to pursue a path of deception by acquiring counterfeit goods to swindle his father. Now he has returned, evidently with yet another nefarious scheme. Ah, Master Zhang, your discerning eye is remarkable. Enough with the master title. It makes me feel as though you intend to trick me, Zhang Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, how can you say such a thing? Am I that kind of person? Chen Yingguang retracted his smile, leaned in, and whispered into Zhang Yang's ear. Are you aware of the art thieves from the 1990s? Zhang Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly pressed Chen Yingguang for details. What is it? Please elaborate. We cannot discuss this here. If someone overhears, I may find myself in a precarious situation. Cool me. Let's go to my car. I have something to show you. Chen Yingguang was quite theatrical, making it seem like a clandestine meeting. He presented Zhang Yang with a palm-sized golden Buddha, its surface tarnished in places. The intricate craftsmanship of the Buddha's face, the top knot, and the lotus pedestal was remarkable. The base was sealed with wood. Zhang Yang weighed it in his hand, concluding it was not overly heavy, likely hollow, with a wooden base intended to prevent distortion of the statue. Is it authentic? Chen Yingguang gazed intently at Zhang Yang, awaiting his verdict. Whether it is genuine depends on the context of the purchase. Indeed, this is a gilded Buddha from the late Qing dynasty. What era did you acquire it under? Under the guise of antiquities, Chen Yingguang replied. Zhang Yang turned to examine him. How could this affluent second-generation scion be so foolishly preoccupied with incarceration? Slightly perturbed under Zhang Yang's scrutiny, Chen Yingguang explained. Do you recall the art thief I mentioned? The one from the 1990s, Li Hitao? This, purportedly, is one of the pieces he extracted from a museum. Hearing Chen Yingguang's conviction, Zhang Yang promptly pulled out his phone to research the name. To his surprise, he discovered that such a person existed, a notorious thief who had pilfered over 200 artifacts and had been incarcerated over a decade ago. Gazing again at the Buddha in his hand, Zhang Yang exclaimed, Good heavens! Are you serious? Brother, are you truly going this far? Is it not better for a wealthy heir to purchase mere counterfeits and suffer minor losses than to pursue something so grand? Is it real? Chen Yingguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He held the golden Buddha, examining it from all angles while muttering, Finally, I have acquired something genuine. Observing his enthusiasm, Zhang Yang found himself more composed. After all, It was Chun Yingguang who made the purchase. Regardless of the potential consequences, it had little bearing on him. Moreover, the claims surrounding the artifact were not necessarily truthful. The Buddha indeed dated to the late Qing dynasty, with its information clearly indicating a production year of 1839. However, numerous gilded Buddhas from that period have survived to the present day, and the information provided did not specify that it had been stolen from any particular temple. Perhaps the seller simply fabricated a background story to inflate the price? Such tactics are not uncommon in the antiquities market. Items once used by historical figures can see their prices inflated tenfold or more by mere association. Brother Guang, how did you come by this? Surely, this isn't a relic that a tomb raider has dreamed of giving you? Zhang Yang inquired with a chuckle. Of course not. I purchased this from a source I found on your Douyin account. Qin Yingguang replied, his gaze directed at Zhang Yang, exuding an air of innocence. Come on, brother. Don't stir up trouble. My account has no such sources. It does. Just click on the video where you appraise the Tang Dynasty ceramics, and I will show you. Chen insisted. Skeptical, Zhang Yang began to sift through the videos on the company's Douyin account. The video editing had always been managed by Director Jean, and Zhang had seldom watched them himself. Found it. Is this the video? He asked. Yes, scroll down further. Stop. This comment right here. The account had posted a comment with only a single like, dated a week prior. Zhang Yang cast a penetrating glance at Chen Yingguang. How did you even find such an obscure comment? That solitary like must have been from the account holder themselves, right? Did you actually contact them to make a purchase? Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? I managed to track this down. Chen Yingguang grinned, quite pleased with himself. That day, while watching your live stream, a comment popped up saying, it seems many who come to appraise treasures are merely seeking buyers. I thought, how insightful. So, I began to search through the comments. You did this yourself? Zhang Yang was incredulous. With over 100 videos on the company's Douyin account, this individual had meticulously read through each comment section. I certainly did not have the time for such an endeavor. I paid a few girls to assist me, Chen replied casually. Fair enough, Zhang Yang nodded. And then what happened? Then I managed to get in touch with this person. Chapter 041. Do me a favor, generous rewards await. On a particularly dark and windy night, the notorious wealthy second-generation heir, Chen Yingguang, summoned 7 or 8 lesser-known female streamers to his villa. Did you think it was a party? No. He distributed mobile phones to each streamer, enlisting their help to locate accounts on Douyin suspected of selling antiques. Once identified, these streamers would first privately message the sellers, filtering out those who were merely boasting or blatant frauds, before presenting options to Chen Yingguang. Ultimately, through a video call, he confirmed the purchase of a mid-Qing dynasty gilded bronze Buddha statue, transferring a sum of 5.88 million. That price seems rather steep, doesn't it? According to Zhang Yang's research, this amount, approaching 600,000, was evidently what one would pay for mid-Qing items. Clearly, late Qing artifacts could not command such a price. Not a problem. A slight loss is insignificant. Chen Yingguang was unperturbed. Are you purely collecting for the sake of it? Zhang Yang was skeptical. It seemed that someone's interest in antiques was merely a ruse to swindle money from their family patriarch. Chen Yingguang hesitated, rolling his eyes before providing an explanation. As a somewhat affluent second-generation heir, having watched a week's worth of treasure appraisal streams, I felt the itch to acquire a proper antique, which seems quite reasonable. Doesn't T it? That makes sense, Zhang Yang nodded. However, as an officially recognized positive energy treasure appraisal streamer, I have frequently collaborated with the police to promote the knowledge of cultural relic protection. And even the honorary president of the Huaxia Cultural Relic Society has acknowledged my contributions to relic preservation through my live streams. Now I have doubts about this item. It seems reasonable to take a photograph and consult someone else, right? Reasonable indeed. Chen Yangguang nodded and then realized what Zhang Yang meant. Wait, are you going to report me? It's not a report. I intend to take a picture and send it to Master Wang for his assistance in verifying whether it is on the list of items sold by that notorious antiquities thief. Are you asking now? Yes, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Regardless of anyone's schedule, they should all be awake. Zhang Yang glanced at the time and replied, All right then, you inquire, and I shall wait with you. If it is indeed authentic, we can report it together. It would be splendid to make the news and let everyone know I've acquired an artifact. Chen Yangguang seemed unconcerned about potentially losing 600,000. As if his purchase was solely to affirm his discerning eye. Did you have someone appraise this item when you bought it, or did you rely on your own judgment? Zhang Yang expressed his curiosity. I bought it myself. Who told you to stay cooped up in the dormitory like a big girl? I verified it via video, but I couldn't connect on Douyin, so I had to rely on my own assessment. Chen Yangguang animatedly recounted his purchasing experience. You wouldn't believe how nervous I was that night. I felt more pressure during exams at school. I reviewed the materials for an hour. During the video verification, Xiao Lihua was beside me, reminding me of the key points to pay attention to. I told the seller that as long as the item was verified as genuine, I would purchase more. The thrill of acquiring something authentic is truly exhilarating. Out of boredom, Zhang Yang listened intently. However, he soon noticed a flaw in Chen Yangwang's words. Wait a moment. Did you just say you wanted to buy more? Does that imply the seller has more? Huh? What are you saying? Chen Yangwang attempted to feign ignorance, but ultimately couldn't suppress a laugh. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured, rest assured, if it is indeed an artifact, I will not purchase further. I must cooperate with the police investigation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang realized that if Master Wang confirmed the statue was indeed a lost cultural relic, Chen Yangwang would undoubtedly continue his purchasing spree. However, it is often difficult to dissuade the determined. Zhang Yang decided not to speak further, as it was not his fate on the line. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, news finally arrived from Master Wang. This time, Wang Jianye personally called. Zhang Yang, how much did you spend on this item? Chen Yangwang looked at Zhang Yang and gestured for him not to disclose his information. I haven't purchased it yet. It belongs to a friend who asked me to take a look. It is priced at 600,000. How much? 600,000? Which little rascal set that price? That's outrageous. Wang Jianye exclaimed indignantly on the other end of the line. This is an item that should have been discarded by the Highland Museum. It ought to be at some partner's antique shop. I will inquire further to ascertain the situation. All right, I will hang up for now. Thank you. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang hang up the phone, Chen Yingguang fiercely struck the steering wheel before him. Amidst the blaring of car horns, he shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Stay calm, stay calm." The good news is that the item is not an antiquity. Zhang Yang had initially intended to laugh, but upon noticing the unusual expression on Chen Yingguang's face, he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. After a moment of silence, lasting approximately 5 minutes, Chen seemed to have found something, handing his phone to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, today I shall address you as brother. Brother, I need a favor. What kind of favor? Chen replied. Are there any more of those goods available? Yes, boss. What type are you looking for? Just those you showed me last time. I want them all. All right. Shall we arrange a meeting place for an offline transaction? Sure, Chen said. Binhai Grand Hotel, tonight at 8. I'll book a presidential suite and await your arrival. How's that sound? Sounds good. What does that mean? Zhang Yang could only discern that Chen Yingguang was arranging a transaction for that evening. I previously understated the matter. In fact, I purchased the Buddha statue for 800,000. Chen Yingguang's expression was slightly awkward. At that price, Zhang Yang could only exclaim in disbelief. However, this seemed to align with Chen Yingguang's style, as the other party had previously overpaid for his flower pot. Presumably, this individual believed that spending a little money to cultivate relationships would facilitate future business dealings. Unfortunately, the other party regarded him as an easy mark, and he felt somewhat vulnerable. Of course, the reason for his anger was not solely financial. It was primarily due to the fact that this group had attempted to deceive him with items purportedly from a museum, claiming they were stolen antiquities. Was this not a classic case of selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head? Reflecting on how many well-meaning individuals have been duped by such tactics, he found it utterly intolerable. Enough with the theatrics. Just tell me what you need my assistance with. Zhang Yang interrupted Chen Yingguang's performance. I'll offer you 200,000 as an appearance fee. Help me expose them tonight. By the way, this needs to occur after I finalize the transaction and report to the police. I want to spend a bit more to ensure they face justice. Chapter 042. The Qing Dynasty Imitation of the Xuanda Furnace. How do you intend to ensure they face justice? Zhang Yang inquired curiously, observing Chen Yingguang's visibly agitated demeanor. 200,000 is quite enticing, Chen replied, but I worry that I might not earn this amount and would end up wasting my effort. The reasoning was straightforward. The other party was selling antiques. Antiques possess one of the most peculiar attributes among tradable items. Unless the seller is fully aware that the item is counterfeit and intentionally sells it to you, enabling you to accuse them of fraud, most other situations are final. Once the transaction is made, the seller bears no responsibility. Even if you overpaid or acquired a replica, you cannot hold the seller accountable, as the law tends to favor them. Furthermore, if one could retract a purchase based on price discrepancies, then sellers could likewise retract their offers, and the concept of snapping up a bargain would cease to exist. They sold me a $10,000 item for 800,000. Is that not fraud? Chen Yingguang exclaimed vehemently. A typical display of pent-up frustration seeking release through loud outbursts. If I were to purchase several million worth of items, they would surely attempt to deceive me again with inferior goods. Liking to deceive, I shall give them a significant blow, which will surely land them in trouble. I will contact the attorneys at the cooperating law firm to make arrangements. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang realized the gravity of the situation. The 200,000 was at risk of being squandered. Selling a 10,000 worth antique for 80,000 does not constitute fraud, unless one can prove that the counterpart intentionally misled with false information. Unfortunately, the other party possesses no such deceitful information. The item had been handled by Master Wang, and it is highly likely that records can be traced. As for the statue being linked to a relic thief, Zhang Yang was convinced that those who deceived Qin Yingguang would not boldly assert that it was certainly stolen property. This is merely a backdrop. Those who believe it are fools. Qin Yingguang, indeed, is the type who could suffer losses exceeding 10 million in jade trading. Zhang Yang has discerned that aside from female streamers, he has little else to engage with. Individuals like him in the antique market are rare, akin to a prodigal child of fortune, nourishing the deceivers. After pondering, Zhang Yang concluded that to earn this money, he must devise his own means. You just mentioned to them that you wish to purchase all those items. What exactly are they? They must be trivial possessions, replied Qin Yingguang with a gloomy expression. If they could sell a 10,000 worth item for 80,000, those valued at 30 or 40,000 must originally cost around 10,000, right? Are those also said to be from relic thieves? Zhang Yang inquired. Some are, some are not. In any case, you will know once you see them tonight. Recalling painful memories, Qin Yingguang's expression became quite pained. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang pressed on. What specific items are they? Statues? Porcelain? What else? How can I assist you if you do not clarify? Qin Yingguang appeared somewhat taken aback by this inquiry and glanced at Zhang Yang. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Lawyer Fong from Ping and Law Firm. Hello, Lawyer Fong? Yes, I was deceived in purchasing antiques. Please do not mention this to my father. Are the items authentic? They are. I have had them appraised, but the dates and prices are incorrect. A contract? Do I need to sign a contract to buy antiques? No, I didn't sign anything. Really? 5 minutes later, Qin Yingguang hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. He informed Zhang Yang, of course, one could also vent their frustrations by confronting them physically. Zhang Yang was astonished. It is difficult to imagine such words coming from a lawyer. Qin Yingguang chuckled slightly, explaining, Lawyer Fong's firm specializes in handling medical disputes for my father, so they are familiar with both the lawful and the unlawful. He stated that, in situations like this, pursuing legal avenues is futile. Indeed, it would be utterly useless. A firm that manages medical disputes for a nationwide chain of beauty institutions must be a professional team. Zhang Yang's earlier assumptions were thus confirmed. Well then, I cannot accompany you tonight, Zhang Yang. I must go and release this pent-up frustration. Qin Yingguang's face showed regret as he patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Little Pear Blossom will come and pick you up. I have arranged everything on that end. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy what? Zhang Yang suddenly recalled that one of Qin Yingguang's secondary motives for visiting him today was to treat him to dinner. With the allure of romance on one side and 20,000 on the other, is there even a need for deliberation? Do not rush. The lawyer is helpless. But perhaps I have a solution. Is that true or false? You may be unaware of who Lawyer Fong is. Qin Yingguang was not particularly convinced by Zhang Yang's words. It is said that when Lawyer Fong was younger, his gaming account was stolen, and he promptly recharged $1 million, leaving the thief utterly paralyzed with fear. What a plot befitting an urban fantasy novel, Zhang Yang silently ridiculed in his heart. In matters of law, I certainly cannot compare to him. But when it comes to antiques, he is far beneath me. He spoke with considerable confidence. Do you have a way for me to see those items in advance? Perhaps a video call with them? To probe into their true nature. If they are indeed genuine, it is likely that they are from the Wang family antique business. And contacting Wang Jianya could resolve the matter. However, if they're forgeries, it would simplify things considerably. Wouldn't a video call at this point alert them? Wait, I might actually have a video. Qin Yingguang seemed to suddenly recall something and began searching through his phone. I selected that Buddha statue from a myriad of antiques. A video? That would be excellent. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Since a video call could reveal item details, wouldn't merely viewing the video also present an opportunity? Look, this is the one. All right, play it. I want to see. Stop. Zoom in. This is the incense burner. Then he picked it up and showcased the base mark to the camera, made during the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty. Did they claim this is a Xuanda burner? 10 Xuanda items, 10 forgeries. This. Let me think. Qin Yingguang displayed a pensive expression, yet it seemed his memory was not particularly sharp. As he struggled to recall, never mind, take another screenshot and ask them. Zhang Yang said helplessly, all right, right away. This is not a Xuanda burner. A well-preserved Schwanda burner would fetch several million at auction. This is a Qing dynasty imitation, and although its condition is mediocre, it boasts significant age. If you desire it, I can offer it for 200,000. He smiled. What do you say? Chen Yingguang looked at Zhang Yang with hopeful eyes. This is a forgery, and moreover, it is a modern inferior craft. Zhang Yang replied with certainty as the item information gradually emerged. Chapter 043, Master Zhang's Nighttime Appraisal. At 8:30 in the evening, in room 301 of the Linhai Grand Hotel, Chen Yingguang sat with his back against the door, gazing at the three middle-aged men across the coffee table. One was tall, one short, and one slender, each possessing their own distinct characteristics. The tall man was robust, with a dragon tattooed on his bicep, giving him an imposing appearance. However, the focus of this trio was the bald man in a long gown who sat in the middle, short in stature, while the other two, tall and thin, merely served as his entourage. The bald man, surnamed Gua, was nicknamed Guolongwang. Guolongwang regarded Chen Yingguang and the three suited bodyguards behind him, adjusted his thin-framed glasses, and inquired with a smile, Mr. Chen, have you examined the items? They're all as you saw last time, correct? Indeed, they certainly are. On the coffee table, less than half a square meter in size, lay an array of antiques, including incense burners, lamps, and Buddha statues. Most of these items come with certificates. Of course, there are exceptions. Guolongwang gestured toward a string of Buddhist beads on the table, stating, this item is made of modern Haiwang, which has not been exported. However, just look at the ghost eyes on it. You can tell this is a genuine treasure, quite rare. Ghost eye Haiwang? Chen Yingguang's face lit up with excitement. That's splendid. My father is in need of a bracelet. Let us do this. You can tally everything together, and once you're done, I'll transfer the money to you. Ha ha. It's truly a pleasure doing business with someone as straightforward as you, Boss Chen. Both Guolongwang and Chen Yingguang shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, outside the company's live streaming room, Zhang Yang was engaged in a direct confrontation with General Yu. Upon hearing that Zhang was there for an appraisal, Yu's anger flared. Zhang Yang, are you out of your mind? At this hour, Miss Chow is busy promoting products. What are you doing appraising? It will be resolved in 5 minutes. Zhang Yang replied, gazing at the workbench in the streaming room. Even if it can be done faster, it's Miss Chow's time. Either join her in promoting or get out of here. General Yu responded impatiently. Then let me speak with Guangge, Zhang Yang retorted. Even if the Jade Emperor speaks to me, it one team make a difference. Zhang Yang, disinterested in further discussion with the rather rotund Yu, promptly dialed Chen Yingguang's number. Before the latter could speak, Zhang interjected, General Yu 1T, let me start the stream, insisting we need to promote first. So be cautious not to reveal anything. All right, hand a phone to him. I'll speak with him. Chen Yingguang's tone remained relatively calm. However, once the phone reached General Yu, the voice that emerged was anything but composed. Yudi Hai, I swear, cooperate with Master Zhang immediately and start the live stream. I intend to broadcast the appraisal. Are you attempting to stop me? Don't force me to settle accounts with you. Remember your own matters. Ooh, Zhang Yang, let us discuss this with Miss Chow. General Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and gestured for Zhang to follow. Inside the streaming room, Chao Jieyun was also feeling frustrated. Based on her previous selling experiences, a live stream featuring Master Zhang's appraisal, typically attracting around 10,000 viewers, could yield sales upwards of several hundred thousand in a single night. To ensure her inaugural stream showcased appealing data, she had carefully selected high-quality jadeite with an affordable price point, maintaining a profit margin of 50, emphasizing a strategy of modest gains through volume. However, she found the atmosphere in the streaming room perplexing. Initially, the barrage of comments consisted of inquiries about her identity. In an effort to bridge the gap with her audience, Chao Jieyun remarked, soon, comments began to flood in asking, has Master Zhang entered? And is your master-apprentice relationship legitimate? With a 40-year-old master and a 20-year-old apprentice. ISNT, this just a gender-swap version of Yanghua and Xiao Longnu. If it were just speculation about her relationship with Zhang Yang, it might have been tolerable. Comments that played on innuendos were overlooked, while those crossing the line were swiftly banned. Master Zhang said that jadeite is merely a means to exploit the naive. Run. They're starting to harvest. Fellows, don't panic. I'll be the organic new wave. While comments about exploiting the naive were somewhat manageable, others directly began appraising her wares. Sister, can you really sell this full cotton material for 200? This must be a machine-carved piece, as Master Zhang has stated. Such items hold little value. He once appraised an identical landscape plaque, priced at merely $99, and even included 2 pairs of socks as a bonus. The chaos instigated by these individuals is rendering her items unsellable. A landscape plaque valued at 200 has gone unsold for 5 minutes. Thus, when she spotted Zhang Yang entering, Chao Jian's heart cried out, "Zhang Yang, hurry over and manage your fans." Yet, President Yu summoned Zhang Yang away once more. "You should let him come over, you. Miss, what are you looking at? How about taking a look at your elder brother? It's all your fault for scaring Master Zhang's girlfriend." "Brothers, what are we discussing?" Zhang Yang strolled leisurely to the camera. Chao Jian, infuriated by the barrage of comments, promptly stood up to give her seat to Zhang Yang. "Miss Chao is being too polite," he remarked, thus establishing a greeting. Who is this man? Aware that the comments were merely jesting, Zhang Yang picked up a jade landscape plaque from the table. Its marked price was 500, yet the link in the live stream advertised it for 199. "Brothers, is anyone interested in purchasing the plaque? It's made of pure cotton material and retails for just 199. Unfortunately, no socks come with this one, as they are pricier than the plaque." "Oh, congratulations to the brother named the old monk wants to return to secularity, who has secured this jade worth 99 for the lofty price of 199. Let us flood the screen with congratulations." Instantly, the live stream was awash with messages of congratulations. The old monk responded, "Thank you all. Please help report the shop." Chao Jiayun watched in astonishment. She could easily discern that Zhang Yang and the comments were merely joking. But is this truly acceptable? This is a business involving real money. Is the buyer a fool? No, let us not jest. In our live stream, if you are unsatisfied with your purchase, we offer a week-long return policy. Now, let us get back on track. I'm not here solely to sell products today. You all must know the Rain Emperor, right? Yes, the #1 supporter. The first to use a public vehicle for personal gain. To the brother named Pepsi is the world's #1. Your comments are quite perilous. Remember to lock your private messages. Today, the Rain Emperor insisted on joining me for a live treasure appraisal, wishing to showcase his recently acquired treasures. Together, we shall discover just how much he has lost tonight. Chapter 044. Is this the work of a rich second generation? Can a host reveal just how much he has at least lost? If the host spoils it, let us report him directly, brothers. If you keep arguing, I'll report the live stream first. No one should watch. These two brothers, should we spill the beans or settle this with a duel first? Chen Yingguang has yet to be fully prepared, so Zhang Yang engaged the comments for a while. Were we starting the call? If there's nothing to do, we could start selling products. President Yu, upon seeing such comments on the director's screen, felt a surge of excitement. He cheerfully glanced at Chao Jian, barely restraining himself from suggesting, "Why doesn't Team Miss Chao collaborate with Zhang Yang?" Observing Zhang Yang engaging in idle chatter with the audience in the live stream, devoid of any substantive content, yet witnessing a gradual increase in viewership, Chao Jiyun's brow furrowed in perplexity. The last time she encountered such a flurry of playful comments in the chat was during a live stream hosted by Eagle Sauce. Can the world of antique appraisal indulge in such antics? Is there profit to be gleaned from this? With a spirit of experimentation, she quietly instructed the backstage staff. Upload the next link. The staff member understood immediately and promptly featured a jade pendant in the live stream seconds auction. Within less than half a second, it was snapped up, truly a rapid auction. Could this signify a potential new model for merchandise promotion? Chao Jiayun pondered. No introduction of the product was necessary. The audience dared to purchase outright. She was acutely aware that on the first day, in order to assess the purchasing power of the live stream audience, the company had not engaged any shills. The previous buyers were undoubtedly genuine. Old monk, you are returning to the secular world, my friend. So you have come to procure goods in the live stream? Zhang Yang seemed to notice something being uploaded backstage, but after a blink, it vanished, leading him to believe he was imagining things. Unbeknownst to him, it had been claimed by the same netizen. Oh no, he got ahead of us. Folks, don't be fooled. This is a shill the host has hired. Makes sense. The host does indeed seem to be returning to the secular world. Is there any more jadeite with full cotton? Let us have another piece. Upon reading such comments, Chao Jian was about to instruct the team to upload another link, but before she could utter a word, Zhang Yang halted her. Backstage crew, everyone, please remain calm. We are about to commence the appraisal. Chen Yingguang had already sent a message. Okay. As the prelude to Little Knife Society played in the background, Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the table. Here we go, brothers. Let's welcome tonight's big spender, Rain Emperor. With that, he pressed the button to connect the live stream. While engaging in lively banter, he still intended to feign unfamiliarity during the video connection. Hello, dear treasure friend. Master Zhang, greetings. I have a few items I would like your assistance in authenticating. Chen Yingguang was already a familiar face in the live stream, and many in the chat recognized his voice. What hotel is this? The decor is exquisite. Wow, if only there were a few more antiques on that coffee table. All right, dear treasure friend, please showcase your treasures. One moment, please. Chen Yingguang turned with his phone to retrieve the antiques from the coffee table when suddenly a loud knocking echoed from the other side of the room. I apologize, master. Let me answer the door and mute myself for a moment. In room 301, outside the camera's view, a tall individual instinctively attempted to stop Chen Yingguang from answering the door. However, Guolongwang waved his hand, signaling him to step back. We are respectable businessmen. There's no need to act like we're in the underworld. Who is knocking, Boss Chen? The livestream appraisal had been agreed upon by Guolongwang. The wealthy second-generation individual across from him possessed a modicum of knowledge about antiques. Thus his dealings were not excessively shrewd, and he brought only quality items. Having previously engaged in doing antiques appraisal, he was well aware of the industry's nuances and paid no mind to Chen Yingguang's actions. Guolongwang even felt a hint of gratitude towards the streamer known as Master Zhang, pondering that perhaps this Chen fellow, the unwitting fool, was prompted to bring money after watching his treasure appraisal livestream. Ah, it's a trivial matter. I have reported it to the police, Chen Yingguang remarked with a smile, stepping forward swiftly to open the door before the tall individual could act. Outside stood 3 uniformed police officers. Good day. May I inquire who called the police? I, Chen Yingguang, made the report. Someone has defrauded me of over 2 million, and the individual is trapped in my room. However, the video feed revealed that the front camera of the other party's phone seemed to capture something peculiar. As Chen Yingguang held his phone with his arm hanging naturally, it only recorded half of the door knocker's attire. Yet, the dark blue uniform and the police badge on the belt already spoke volumes. Damn, the cops have arrived, brothers. Run. Don't panic. This is a raid on Yu Huang. It has nothing to do with us. The one shouting to run is still too young. Do you think you can escape? What's the police doing here? Zhang Yang pretended to be surprised. No worries, brothers. If Yu Huang gets taken in, I'll be sure to bring him meals. The streamer prided himself on being loyal and righteous. No one knew what conversation transpired between Yu Huang and the police, but after a few minutes, they saw him ushering the officers into the room. The video angle returned to normal, and sound resumed. Brothers, we had a minor issue, but it's nothing serious. Teacher, let us continue with the appraisal. There should be no danger on your end, right? No, not at all. I am a respectable person. Haha, splendid. Zhang Yang suppressed a smile. Teacher, please help me examine this. It's a Schwanda furnace. Can you tell me its era? A genuine Schwanda furnace, indeed. It's a blatant fake, identified as a true great fool. Is this the prowess of the top treasure appraisal streamer? Haha, come, hold it up for me to see. Is it smooth to the touch or rough? Following the appraisal points for the Schwanda furnace, Zhang Yang feigned an examination. Finally, he concluded, treasure friend, this should be a modern imitation. The material is incorrect. A Schwanda furnace copper is meticulously forged, whereas yours is made of modern electrolytic copper. The color can be faked, but the sound cannot. Just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, an agitated male voice suddenly burst through the video feed. What nonsense are you spouting? Streamer? This furnace is a Qing dynasty imitation. Zhang Yang replied, treasure friend, who was barking just now? Chen Yingguang stifled a laugh and replied, just an ordinary passerby who got overly excited. Perhaps they specialize in counterfeiting. Oh, that is possible. They might be jeopardizing someone else's livelihood. Yet nowadays, the fakes are so lackluster. Using electrolytic copper, anyone can discern it with a simple test. Haha, Chen Yingguang chuckled awkwardly. Could you take a look at this lamp? I suspect it's also a modern imitation, but perhaps a bit older, likely from the 50s or 60s. Interesting. This piece might be from the mid-Qing period. It certainly won't qualify. My dear friend, this boxwood bracelet is not suitable for wearing. It has been dyed, and prolonged use will undoubtedly cause discoloration on your wrist. I cannot distinguish it. Chen Yingguang exclaimed while shielding his eyes, a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth revealing everything. Chapter 045. Consider your personal IP. Master Zhang, could I trouble you to provide an appraisal? This mud sculpture from the late Qing dynasty. Chen Yingguang presented the few items that could be deemed antiques, requesting Zhang Yang's assistance in valuing them. For this, I can offer you 30,000. Upon hearing this valuation, the tall figure of Chen Yingguang, situated nearby, became somewhat agitated. 30,000? Say that again. However, his mouth was promptly covered by a bodyguard. Quick, ask how much Rain Emperor paid for it. Indeed, weren't we supposed to see how much he lost? Well. Zhang Yang, following the commentary's direction, inquired. My friend, how much did you purchase this item for? This one? Chen Yingguang gestured towards the late Qing mud sculpture. I reckon it cost me around 100,000. A counterfeit Schwanda furnace, 15,000 a fake lampstand. 12,000 these few items as he spoke. The commentator in the chat assisted in tallying the figures. 7, 15, 12. In total, that amounts to a loss of 76 million. I've studied mental arithmetic, so I'm confident in this. This figure is rather conservative. The prices given by the host are essentially auction prices, and the actual loss is likely greater. The police called in by Rain Emperor certainly have their hands full with a case exceeding 2 million. Wasn't there someone berating Master Zhang earlier? It must have been the seller of counterfeit goods, presumably brought in by the police. That is all, Master. These are the items. Very well. Zhang Yang nodded, secretly amused while maintaining a demeanor of casual advice to the ordinary viewers. Brother, try not to purchase so many next time. Yes, thank you, Master. Chen Yingguang politely ended the video call. So what do you think, brothers? Rain Emperor's eye for quality is unquestionable, despite nearly 3 million in losses. 66666. This is a classic case of a fool with too much money. Alright, this concludes tonight's treasure appraisal livestream. I am not signing off. I wasn't even on duty. Today's session was a spontaneous broadcast to fulfill the wishes of our top supporter. Our regular streaming schedule is in the afternoon. Does our second supporter also have a wish? Let me see who is in second place. Noticing the comments flooding in with after the first, it's time for the second. Zhang Yang checked the fan leaderboard. The second supporter was none other than the one who had been bidding earlier. Old Monk wishes to return to secularity. Old Monk, do you have anything for appraisal? Old Monk wishes to return to secularity. It's too late today. Let us do it tomorrow afternoon. All right, brothers, it's not that I'm unwilling to appraise. It's just that the second supporter has no items. We shall reconvene tomorrow afternoon. Before departing from the workbench, Zhang Yang glanced at the viewer count. 13,000 viewers online. With so many treasure appraisal hosts streaming in the evening, the number of viewers in his room had not diminished but rather increased, indicating that he had established a loyal audience. Indeed, such a host makes the endeavor worthwhile, Zhang Yang mused. Upon noticing Mr. Yu and Miss Chow observing nearby, Zhang Yang approached them and greeted, Miss Chow, I trust that the piece of jade I sold earlier does not adversely affect your performance? Not at all. Miss Chow replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. She then gestured towards the live broadcast camera and inquired, why don't you join me in greeting the audience? Goodbye. Mr. Yu. Would be, Miss Gao. Zhang Yang exclaimed cheerfully. Goodbye. Mr. Yu forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. At 10:30 that evening, after finishing his massage and arriving at the dormitory entrance, Zhang Yang received a call from Chen Yingguang. Impressive. No one in this society can rival you, Brother Yang. When it comes to antiques, Chen Yingguang began, showering him with praise. Yet, none of this could compare to his concluding remark. Tomorrow, I'll have Xiao Lihua send you a card. Since we missed dinner tonight, I promise we'll make it up next time. No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Zhang Yang responded comfortably. He refrained from inquiring about the developments at the Linhai Grand Hotel. But from Chen Yingguang's exuberant tone, it was evident that things were likely moving in a favorable direction. After all, he was backed by a professional legal team, making it a breeze to handle a few antique dealers. Once back in his dormitory, Zhang Yang lay on his bed and glanced at his bank account balance, 335,000. He had barely touched the first pot of gold he had acquired from his fortunate finds, and now the second was on its way. This amount was insufficient for purchasing a house, impractical for a car as a university student. What should he do with it? Should he invest in business or continue seeking out treasures? Zhang Yang found himself at a loss for a clear direction. At that moment, a call came in from an area code associated with Guangdong province. Hello, is this Zhang Yang? Who is this? This is Chao Jiayun. The voice on the other end differed somewhat from what Zhang Yang had heard earlier in the day. It lacked the flirtatious tone and sounded much more genuine, perhaps revealing the true essence of Chao Jiayun's voice. Oh, Miss Chao, it's rather late. Is there something you need? Zhang Yang thought to himself that if this woman was calling him at 11 o'clock at night to discuss work matters, he would hang up immediately. Indeed, I have something quite important to discuss. Chao Jiayun's tone was remarkably serious. Zhang Yang, given your exceptional abilities and distinctive live streaming style, have you considered establishing your own IP? My own IP? Zhang Yang immediately recalled Director Jin's desire to use his likeness to apply for a trademark. However, the new contract had yet to be signed, so that matter had not been finalized. Well, the company should be able to assist me with that, right? After all, the image I project while live streaming is quite distinct from my everyday self. He was unsure whether the persona of Grandmaster Zhang could even be considered Zhang Yang's personal IP. You expect the company to handle it? Mr. Yu's company? Chao Jiayun asked incredulously. Haven't you heard the story of Li Ziki? I have heard she was taken advantage of by an MCN company. It's more than just being taken advantage of. It was because her personal IP was controlled by the company. When the company owner manipulated things, she ended up earning nothing. Chao Jiyun enthusiastically began to enlighten Zhang Yang about the commercial value of personal IP, eventually revealing the true purpose of her call. Are you interested in collaborating with us? The us referred to by Chao Jiyun consists of several jade processing factories in Zhaoqing City, Guangdong Province, which also engage in the raw stone trade. Live streaming sales have become an essential channel for their marketing. The collaboration proposed by Chao Jiyun involves Zhang Yang breaking away from General Yu's company to establish his own, thereby partnering with her under the company's name. This would encompass a comprehensive approach to treasure appraisal and sales. In her words, should the operation flourish, one could achieve financial freedom within a year. Is financial freedom truly attainable? How much have you earned tonight? Zhang Yang presumed that Chao Jiyun must have discovered substantial profits during her live stream, which prompted her to seek a private partnership. Chao Jiyun seemed momentarily at a loss for words, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. Could it be that she is bound by a confidentiality agreement with the company, preventing her from disclosing any data? Zhang Yang, being perceptive, inquired gently. He then articulated his reservations. While you may have earned a significant sum tonight, it is essential to recognize that this treasure appraisal live stream belongs to the company. I utilized the company's account for streaming, and the certification was negotiated by the company with Douyin. Should I venture into entrepreneurship, I would need to start afresh, devoid of official traffic support. You are well aware of the current state of the live streaming industry. No worries. I believe starting over could also be beneficial. It would provide you the opportunity to adopt a new style. Chao Jiyun remarked unexpectedly, followed by a wry smile. Although your current live stream attracts many viewers, they lack purchasing inclination. My revenue for the night barely exceeded 3,000, which is certainly not reflective of a stream with 10,000 viewers. Thus, I believe a fresh start may be in order. Chapter 046. The Golden Opportunity Awaits. Starting a new live stream with the ultimate goal of sales? The prospect of achieving financial independence at 20, after just 1 year, is undeniably enticing. However, Zhang Yang found himself lacking a clear strategy and needed to contemplate further. His hesitation to agree immediately stemmed from a desire to avoid being manipulated. While discussions of collaboration stagnated, Chao Jiyun revealed another piece of information intended to sway Zhang Yang, causing him to sit up in surprise. General Yu had lost his entire fortune in the raw stone trade in Guangdong Province and was now deeply in debt. Chao Jiyun's visit to Linhai was, in fact, on behalf of the creditors, as Fathead Fish sought to exchange company shares to settle debts. Zhang Yang found this assertion credible, and even Sister Gao could see that General Yu had some leverage over the young woman named Chao. However, according to Chao Jiyun, she harbored no fondness for the rest of the company's personnel, save for Zhang Yang, who possessed genuine talent. She held the other female streamers in disdain. While Zhang Yang graciously accepted her flattery, he did not take it to heart. Rather, he retained the information regarding General Yu's financial crisis in his mind. The following morning, Zhang Yang sought confirmation from Chun Yingguang regarding a matter. He felt that the confrontation General Yu faced from Chun Yingguang yesterday indicated that the top supporter knew something significant. Are you referring to Fathead Fish? His fortune has long been squandered. He even sold his house, Chun Yingguang remarked, noting that this was common knowledge among the wealthy circles in Linhai. This individual still owes me over $1 million, claiming he will repay it once the company secures financing. If it weren't for the debt, do you think someone with the surname you would be so obstructive regarding the contract with Xiao Lihua? The company is notorious for its stringent contracts with female streamers. After conversing with Chao Jiyun, Zhang Yang had already abandoned that notion. He feared that signing a formal contract would only lead to his exploitation by the MCN company. Financing? The owner is already using shares to settle debts. Is there truly any prospect of financing? Zhang Yang suspected that in a few days, Fathead Fish would seek to sell the company, as there seemed no other way to repay those gemstone investors. Wait, sell the company? Recalling Chao Jiyun's words, Zhang Yang suddenly conceived a bold idea. He gathered his thoughts and first inquired of Chun Yingguang. Boss Chun, do you intend to forego that over $1 million from Fathead Fish? Please, just call me Xiao Chun. Chun Yingguang replied with a playful grin. After last night's events, this wealthy second generation had elevated his opinion of Zhang Yang. This appraisal master possessed considerable skills. Even Lawyer Fong couldn't handle certain matters, yet he could devise a solution. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was Zhang Yang's willingness to take action. For Master Appraiser, 20,000 was but a trivial sum, yet his readiness to assist was a sign of respect. All right, Xiao Chun, you may not be aware, but Bossy is deeply in debt from gambling on stones and is preparing to use company shares to settle those debts. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Chen Yingguang was not astonished but burst into laughter. Ha! That is just what he deserves. Zhang Yang, you have no idea. I used to battle him online for the top spot among female streamers, only to later discover that woman was his girlfriend. A couple shops scammed me. Can you believe a person would do such a thing? You used to lend him money? One does not become acquainted without some conflict. Among the many in the streaming industry, his discernment is commendable. Just look at the streamers under his wing. Chen Yingguang clicked his tongue, as if he had experienced much. Is that so? Zhang Yang, preferring directness, stated, Are you interested in assisting me? I could use the more than 1 million you lent him. Chen Yingguang, being a college student, quickly grasped Zhang Yang's intent. You wish to take over Yu's company? Essentially. Heh, I thought you were one to shun worldly desires. I didn't realize you had such appetites. What about the female streamers in the company? I only wish to acquire a portion of it. As for the streamers, they can manage their affairs as they please. I merely desire to seize the appraisal live streaming room. I require the live streaming account, official verification, and the traffic contract with Douyin. I want all. I also need the streaming equipment, as I have grown accustomed to it. What about the staff? Chen Yingguang inquired. They're likely useful. Sister Gao has decent makeup skills, and the director, though a bit of an otaku, has a kind heart. Zhang Yang considered before responding. Who even asked you that? Chen Yingguang looked somewhat exasperated. Young man, you're squandering such vitality. I hope you meant genuine vitality. Zhang Yang chuckled. Ha ha, you caught me. Truly worthy of being a master. On the other end of the line, Chen Yingguang spoke halfway through before suddenly falling silent. After a brief pause, he resumed. Ahem, I apologize. We had some guests at home just now. Zhang Yang, I cannot partner with you for the live broadcast. My family doesn't allow me to engage in such activities. It's not about partnering with you, Zhang Yang clarified, realizing the misunderstanding. I'm in to ask for your assistance in having Bossy use my live streaming room to offset a portion of the debt he owes you. As for the amount, I will settle that with you. Oh, I see. Chen Yingguang chuckled awkwardly. Then it's simple. I will take care of this issue. Wait for my good news. You'll handle it personally? No, of course not. I'll have Lawyer Fong assist us. Oh, a professional team. Zhang Yang felt instantly reassured. In the afternoon, the live broadcast proceeded as usual. Has the old monk arrived? Old monk? Before the routine live treasure appraisal session, Zhang Yang recalled his promise from the previous day to give a special favor to the brother in second place on the leaderboard. Don't streamers add the second place friend? How else do you lure him in? ISNT this a male streamer? Adding friends would only lead to swordplay, right? For the sake of money. It's not impossible. The comments from the audience were lively. Zhang Yang waved at the camera. I sell my skills, not my body. If the old monk doesn't show up, I will appraise treasures for the other brothers first. Please remind me when he arrives. The old monk is returning to secular life. He is here. Oh, just in time. How punctual. Come on, go ahead and request to connect. During the video link, he asked hello. Can you hear me? Yes, clear and smooth. Zhang Yang nodded in response. On the screen appeared a young man clad in a professional diving suit, equipped with an oxygen tank, beaming at the camera. Behind him flowed a broad river, its waters gently gliding past, bordered by lush trees, while in the distance, a sand-dredging boat traversed the river. Is this person an outdoor streamer? What on earth is diving in the river? Zhang Yang was equally perplexed and inquired, Brother, what is going on here? The young man grinned widely, pointing at the river behind him. Master Zhang, have you heard of lowering the golden soup? Chapter 047. Just pulled something out, and you're asking me if it's real? Lowering the golden soup? What is that? Zhang Yang blinked, having never encountered this term before. Fortunately, the knowledgeable viewers in the comments quickly provided clarification. Lowering the golden soup refers to underwater tomb raiding. It's a new term inspired by a certain novel mimicking the actions of tomb raiders. Underwater tomb raiding? No way, not again. Zhang Yang glanced at the young man in the diving suit, reiterating his stance. Young brother, we are in a treasure appraisal live stream. I believe your actions are inappropriate. Teacher, don't be hasty, the young man pointed upstream, saying if you go about 5 kilometers up this river, you'll reach the site of Zhang Xianzhong's sunken silver. The archaeological team has been here several times, but I believe they haven't searched thoroughly. Don't you think there is a possibility that treasures might have been washed away by the water? In a moment, I shall descend to the riverbed to retrieve some items. I kindly ask you, esteemed teacher, to assist in their appraisal. Zhang Xianzhong, a name familiar to both Zhang Yang and myself, is a notorious leader of the Dashi army. A figure whose bloodlust has rendered him the principal architect of the precipitous decline in the population of Sichuan during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Indeed, there exists a folk legend that he, in his flight, once submerged thousands of boats laden with gold and precious jewels beneath the river's depths. Is this the very river in question? Goodness, this individual possesses remarkable capabilities. Finally, we are witnessing a professional at work. His equipment speaks volumes. My friend, do share your contact information. We should converse further in the future. My friend, there is a message in the chat requesting you to provide your contact details for smoother communication, as Zhang Yang echoed the sentiment from the comments. Is this your idea of a joke? The young man, visibly skeptical, responded, "You want my contact information merely to report me to the teacher, don't you? I am a devoted fan. Do not attempt to deceive me." It dawned on Zhang Yang then that this individual was indeed a prominent supporter. Brother, since you are a loyal fan, surely you are aware that anything retrieved from the river does not belong to you? Furthermore, might it not be possible that you have already revealed your identity, making escape impossible? Fear not. I shall present my findings for recognition and reward. That should suffice, right? Teacher? The young man wore a cunning grin as he spoke to Zhang Yang. You best be careful. There is no escaping from this. I understand. Your channel has a considerable following, and I have already declared my status as a loyal fan. Do not frighten me. The young man waved dismissively and, securing the breathing apparatus to his mouth, adjusted it before giving an OK sign to the camera and leaping into the river. The surface erupted in a spectacular splash, akin to that of the Philippine diving team. Good heavens, he truly jumped, Zhang Yang exclaimed, reclining dramatically in his chair. Who are these people? Surely, he won T actually pull something from the water? Gentlemen, should we not end this stream? It feels rather inappropriate. Oh, come now. Let's see what he manages to retrieve. Indeed, one cannot judge a tale by merely its first half. If those diving into the golden soup remain unfazed, why should a treasure appraisal streamer be anxious? All right. I'm not anxious. However, should the stream be suspended, you shall bear the brunt of the consequences for your banter. After 5 more minutes of observation, Zhang Yang sensed something amiss. What if this individual were to discover a treasure and abscond with it? Would he not be, in effect, providing cover for him? Moreover, with over 10,000 viewers fixated on a river livestream, did it not seem rather foolish? One might mistakenly believe this channel was dedicated to virtual fishing. Zhang Yang glanced at the comments. The audience appeared to be thoroughly engaged, with the stream's popularity only increasing. This person must be orchestrating a performance. Should he unearth a trove of items, they are likely pre-placed. Let us have a fisherman take away his phone. Now that would be entertaining. I'm not far from that river. I'm tempted to witness this in person. There are over 1,500 rivers nationwide. Surely, each harbors numerous antiques. Only rivers with gentle currents would be suitable for diving, I presume. As Zhang Yang perused the comments, he noted the usernames of those making inappropriate remarks. In future interactions, should he encounter these IDs, he would need to tread cautiously. Who knows if they were truly intent on practical endeavors. Zhang Yang had no desire for future livestream partners to inquire about his proficiency while wielding a Luoyang shovel. Approximately 15 minutes after the second-ranked brother leapt into the river, the video finally captured sounds beyond the rustling of the wind. Oh my, he swam downstream. I wondered why the phone was missing from the place where he emerged. The young man appeared on screen, panting, with a few strands of water grass clinging to the cap of his diving suit. Teacher, I'm late. No worries, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The police should be arriving soon. Haha, don't scare me, teacher. The young man stepped forward, picked up the phone, and aimed the camera at his palm. In his hand lay a silver ingot, about the size of a mobile phone, with a thickness exceeding 5 centimeters. Is this for real? Amazing. I shall refer to you as the first person to uncover treasure during a live stream. Could it possibly be fake? Teacher, please take a look. Naturally, Zhang Yang was eager to examine it. He had yet to see what silver pulled from the water truly resembled. The edges of the ingot were somewhat curled, and as the young man began to showcase it, numerous small pits, eroded by water flow, became visible at the base. Zhang Yang noticed what appeared to be inscriptions on the front of the ingot. Come, let me have a closer look at the front. The characters on the silver ingot were clearly legible, and he read aloud. In the 27th year of Wanli's reign, 50 taels of official silver were allocated by the water department. On the 10th day of the 4th month, the governor of Wugong, Yingnan, and the silversmith Wang Wenqing. Teacher, this must be genuine, right? The young man asked, beaming with delight. The object is indeed authentic. This is official silver from the Ming dynasty. Then what is the estimated value of this ingot? The young man inquired. Why the curiosity about the price? Zhang Yang's mind was always on high alert. Whenever someone inquired about the price, it triggered a reaction within him. Didn't you mention wanting to exchange it for a banner? Oh, I was just curious. Forget it. At that moment, in the split screen, a police car with flashing lights approached from across the river. Zhang Yang could faintly hear the sirens wail. They're here. Justice has descended. Haha, this person has no sense of counter-surveillance whatsoever. It's possible they were already on patrol. Another grand operation to capture a suspect during a live stream. I must return to a mundane life. It's teeming with police outside. Zhang Yang chuckled. He did not believe the young man was genuinely there to steal sunken silver. The reasoning was simple. In broad daylight, clad in a black diving suit, was he truly concerned about being unseen? Moreover, he had revealed his face during a live stream. The young man's demeanor mirrored Zhang Yang's thoughts. He remained unflustered, displaying no intention of fleeing. As the police car pulled up, 2 officers exited, and the young man approached them voluntarily to explain his situation. Officer, I discovered this artifact while diving just now. I have already consulted Master Zhang, an expert in appraisals, and it is indeed a silver ingot from the Ming Dynasty. What brings you to dive here? The officer inquired. This is a team-building activity for our live stream channel. Please, take a look. The young man led the police officer to the mobile screen, pointing at Zhang Yang. Chapter 048, The Whereabouts of Tang Kai. Hello, officer. Zhang Yang politely greeted the officer who appeared on camera. Upon seeing the young man bringing the police over, Zhang Yang immediately discerned that he was a seasoned individual. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the presence of such characters in the live streaming room. The back-end statistics of Zhang Yang's streaming room revealed trending keywords in the bullet comments. And in a treasure appraisal live stream, the most popular terms were largely unrelated to the subject matter. They consisted mainly of phrases like grave robbing and police. One particularly irksome term was report, with examples such as report the host and report the live stream. The officer seemed to recognize Zhang Yang, tilting his head to glance at the live stream before stepping back to greet him. Isn't this Master Zhang? Hello, Master Zhang. I often watch your streams. The moment he uttered this, the officer's identity shifted from that of a police officer to a friend from the precinct. Is that true? Are you also a friend? Zhang Yang inquired. The officer nodded, then shook his head. I'm just a casual viewer. I watch your treasure appraisals, but can't afford antiques myself. Me too. Another voice chimed in. I only watch and don't buy. I'm just a viewer. Oh, the police have infiltrated our ranks, another joked. The bullet comments in your live stream are quite amusing, the officer remarked. Indeed, they think during the day and lament at night, dreaming of operating a sewing machine. The officer pointed to the young man beside him, asking, is it true that this is a team-building activity in the live stream? That is certainly a falsehood, sir. P.S. slandering me. Zhang Yang innocently explained. You watch my streams too. I've never organized any activities. I thought so. What a peculiar way to conduct team building. Peculiar? We are a grave-robbing live stream. The young man interjected suddenly. Brother, stop talking. Think about how to explain later. Zhang Yang then asked the officer, how do you usually handle situations like this? The young man appeared to have professional diving equipment, resembling someone specifically searching for silver ingots submerged in water. However, the site he intended to dive into was not a historical site, and since he intended to hand over any findings, it was challenging to assess his actions. Nevertheless, such conduct was highly discouraged. The underwater environment is complex, and archaeological teams typically excavate using cofferdams to locate artifacts. Diving directly poses considerable risks. The officer glanced at the camera, seemingly cautioning some viewers who might fantasize about every river harboring antiques. Not advisable. Then I must do it, one commenter retorted. Understood. No diving, just use cofferdams. The bullet comments in the live stream exhibited a rebellious spirit, to which Zhang Yang chuckled softly. As for mere comments, they generally pose no issue. The officer smiled in response. Well then, goodbye. Zhang Yang waved farewell to the officer, ending the connection. This time, he did not hastily connect with the next friend, but instead looked into the camera, earnestly advising, brothers, refrain from turning everything into a spectacle. You are enhancing the atmosphere of a live stream, and I appreciate your efforts. However, involving oneself in such antics could lead to significant losses. Engaging in frivolities will ultimately harm only yourselves. At this juncture, a new request for a video connection caught Zhang Yang's attention. Highland Museum requests to connect with you. Is it Wang Jianya or Master Wang? Or perhaps a staff member from the museum? With a sense of curiosity, Zhang Yang accepted the connection. Hello. Good afternoon, Teacher Zhang. On the screen appeared Wang Jianya, clad in a suit, seated in his office, greeting him. It turned out to be the museum director. Zhang Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. It would have been a significant honor to connect with such a prestigious figure. Nonetheless, Wang Jianya was still a commendable individual. being a museum director. Soon, the chat began to speculate. Director? Could it be the director of the museum? Master Zhang has worked at the museum. What is strange about knowing the director? Since they are appraising treasures, they must no longer be engaged in museum duties, right? Clearing his throat, Zhang Yang introduced. This is Director Wang, the owner of a private museum, with whom I have had some previous interactions. Without having prearranged his narrative, Zhang Yang refrained from hastily associating his experiences with the Highland Museum to avoid any inconsistencies. While Zhang Yang spoke, Wang Jianya had already turned the camera towards a long rectangular box on the table. Teacher Zhang, do you find this familiar? It rings a bell, Zhang Yang casually replied, quickly recalling that this object resembled the one he had encountered in a recent livestream, a box containing Tang Sankai. He promptly inquired, does this contain a Tang Sankai clay sculpture? Indeed, you have a keen eye. This should be the Tang Sankai you previously appraised. Wang Jianya opened the box, revealing, as expected, a Tang Sankai statue resting upon a red brocade cloth. How did this come into your possession? Zhang Yang asked, astonished. It just arrived. Can anyone enlighten us on what this is? This is the Tang Sankai previously appraised by the host. It is a looted artifact. Yes. I still vividly remember the arrogant demeanor of that appraiser. Has this item resurfaced? This is from an official channel. They wish for our museum's experts to preliminarily authenticate its authenticity. If it turns out to be a counterfeit, it won't be reported. Wang Jianya's words were somewhat vague, yet they were crystal clear to Zhang Yang. This item must have been intercepted by the police or airport security, intended for Master Wang's appraisal. However, it was likely that Master Wang had seen Zhang Yang's video on Tang Sankai, prompting him to let Wang Jianya present it to him. What did the museum's experts say? Zhang Yang inquired. He mentioned that there are some issues with this item. Hence he wanted you to take another look to see if it is the same as the previous one. Issues? Zhang Yang quickly scrutinized the Tang Sankai clay sculpture in the box. He directed Wang Jianya, please lift it up for me. Soon, the information regarding the item materialized. This item indeed has issues. Zhang Yang asserted resolutely. Within the item information, the words counterfeit prominently appeared, and there was no mention of the Nanji temple. Upon witnessing the object, he felt a sense of intrigue. After all, this was a relic worth a mere peanut, and how fortuitous it seemed to encounter it not once, but twice. At first glance, the style and color appeared identical to that of the piece seen during the live broadcast, and certain markings indeed bore the patina of age. However, the authenticity of the item could not be deceived. Given that both of you share the same opinion, it stands to reason that this must be a counterfeit. Where did you acquire this? Zhang Yang inquired insistently, pursuing the trail to uncover the source of the artifact. At that moment, an elderly male voice resonated from the video. Zhang Yang, have you heard of Mengjin in Zhongyuan City? Chapter 049, A Fractured Aesthetic. Mengjin District is a subdivision of Zhongyuan City, home to the premier village of Huaxia Tankai culture. This village is renowned for its exquisite replicas of Tankai, which have been officially gifted to foreign dignitaries due to their exceptional craftsmanship. Notably, many official events have utilized their wares as table decorations, underscoring their esteemed reputation. Zhang Yang was initially unaware of this information, but upon Master Wang's mention, he promptly searched online. Isn't that place solely dedicated to reproductions? This item shows signs of aging. Zhang Yang questioned Wang Wusheng. According to online sources, these locales specialize in the production of antique-style ceramic art and tourism memorabilia, which does not fall under the category of forgery. The object may have originated from that region, Wang Jianya remarked. Subsequently, Master Wang provided a more detailed explanation. In the 1990s, a group in Mengjin was dedicated to crafting Tankai replicas, achieving a level of imitation that was nearly indistinguishable from a genuine article. Just how convincing were their creations? Wang Guosheng chuckled self-deprecatingly at that time. A batch of these Tankai replicas made their way to Panjiayuan. Occasionally, genuine artifacts would surface there, prompting the National Museum to send personnel for assessments. Upon examining these Tankai pieces, several experts unanimously concluded they were authentic. To safeguard the relics, an allocation of 800,000 yuan was requested to secure the items. In the process of collection, it was also reported as a suspected tomb robbery case to law enforcement, given the sudden influx of genuine items, leaving the possibility of illegal excavations open. Ultimately, the source was traced back to mere craftsmanship. Who is this elder? He seems quite distinguished. He must be an expert from the museum. It's evident he knows Master Zhang. Thus, even experts in artifact appraisal can sometimes err. So, this item was also produced there? Zhang Yang asked. Wang Guosheng spoke with the tone of one who had lived through the events, or, at the very least, had some connection to them. Indeed, the moment I held it, I recognized it as a replica, masterfully crafted. But do you know who the forger is? The original artifact may very well be in their possession. That I cannot ascertain. Wang Guosheng replied, his tone somewhat elusive. Well then, thank you, Master Wang. At least now, there is hope in unraveling the mystery of the Tankai theft. Zhang Yang refrained from lingering on the matter, aware that certain things might be difficult for the elder to disclose, especially during a live broadcast. Such individuals, who specialize in forgery, should be easy to locate, correct? Individuals possessing such talents are undoubtedly rare. The elderly speaker seems to possess some knowledge. Let us not edit today's live stream recording to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. As soon as the topic of the Tang Kai theft case arises, the chat room is instantly flooded with an outpouring of positivity. It is hard to believe that mere moments ago, this same crowd was fervently discussing the suitability of the river for gold panning. What a stark contrast in atmosphere. Zhang Yang mused internally as he approved the next viewer's request to join the stream. After watching 2 lively segments consecutively, the ensuing interactions became significantly more stable. The treasures presented by the guests were mere trinkets, each worth around 100 to 80 coins, ordinary, and at times, rather mundane. Yet, this is the everyday reality of a treasure appraisal host. Today's results were decent, especially considering the second-place contender was sent off. Tomorrow, we shall see if the old monk will return to secular life makes an appearance in the stream, which will reveal the gravity of his transgressions. Here comes the final guest of the day. Zhang Yang stretched languidly and welcomed the individual named The Past Follows the Wind with me. Let us connect. Hello, teacher. I encountered someone at a market stall who claims that the items he offers were excavated during the demolition of old houses in his hometown. Could you assist me in evaluating them? The viewer addressed the camera. Certainly, Zhang Yang nodded. However, as the camera shifted to reveal the item in the man's hand, Zhang Yang could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The individual held a rather muddy white jade guanyin statue, roughly the size of a banana. This very item, Zhang Yang had previously seen in great quantities at the local police station when he turned in bronze bells. It was one of the 5 essential pieces from construction sites. The construction package, though delayed, has arrived. Respectful admiration. The expression on this guanyin is quite haughty. Ha ha ha. It's astonishing that such a scam still finds believers. Brother, is this the only piece? What about the remaining 4? Zhang Yang inquired, suppressing his amusement. There should be a bowl and perhaps a finger ring as well, he replied. He claims these were just excavated. The viewer shifted the camera, revealing a white woven bag on the ground filled with various items. Bowls, wine cups, finger rings, and jade tablets, essentially completing the 5-piece set. The scene showed numerous onlookers gathered around the stall. Come on, teacher, please take a look at this. The young man lifted a bowl, its base adorned with a bagua symbol, still coated in mud. Whose bowl has this been? It seems incredibly fake. Observing the viewer's earnestness, Zhang Yang, with professional integrity, scrutinized it a moment longer. Indeed, the item was modern. Brother, are you looking to purchase this? Zhang Yang asked. If it were a few coins, it wouldn't be a loss. Yes, I would appreciate your assistance. Are you wearing headphones? No. Then shall we step aside for a moment? Zhang Yang suggested. I fear the vendor might take issue. The vendor? He has no objections. The viewer then shifted the camera to reveal a middle-aged man, listlessly seated beside the stall, indifferent even to being filmed. Zhang Yang, with keen observation, noticed a conspicuous bruise on the man's face, accompanied by traces of dirt. Could this be the capture of a swindler? It certainly feels that way, with the boss exuding an expression of utter despair. This individual possesses some intriguing qualities. A champion of justice? Now, the pressure has shifted to Master Zhang. My friend, although swindlers are detestable, it is still advisable to address the issue through legitimate channels. Zhang Yang kindly advised. I understand, teacher, but are these items genuinely authentic? They are counterfeit, entirely fabricated. Not a single genuine piece among them. The netizen remained cautious. Let us do this. Please show me each item. After all, there is still a bit of time before the workday concludes, and we can examine everything thoroughly. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yang inquired further. How much does he intend to sell these items to you? The netizen gestured with his hand, indicating the sum of 8,008. Goodness, that's exceedingly exorbitant. Indeed, which is why I find such individuals utterly contemptible. Here, teacher, take a look at this jade ring. Counterfeit, made of plastic. And this bracelet? Fake, crafted from glass. Oh, this one, wait. Don't run away. In a live broadcast, the stall owner, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, suddenly sprang up and fled into the distance. The netizen, connected via the stream, hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 050, A day at the museum. Live pursuit of the fake antique dealer. As the netizen chased after the stall owner, the barrage of comments had already conjured potential titles for the video. Initially, Zhang Yang cheered on his companion, but he soon realized that the stall owner exhibited a degree of agility indicative of prior experience innovation. In the footage, the stall owner's silhouette receded into the bustling crowd, ultimately vanishing at the entrance of a large shopping mall. Faced with a vast sea of people, the netizen conceded defeat and halted at the roadside. "My friend, your pace is somewhat sluggish. It's unattainable now. All the items are fake. He surely wouldn't want them anymore." Zhang Yang imparted a crucial piece of information. Those items likely amounted to a mere 20 yuan. Who would risk another confrontation for a mere 20 yuan? That is a valid point. Well then, thank you, Teacher Zhang. I will take my leave now. No trouble at all, just a minor matter. My friend, do remain vigilant, as you are engaging in activities that could jeopardize someone else's livelihood. This fellow is quite brave. Isn't he afraid of encountering a gang? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't dare to chase. What a pity missing the opportunity. Otherwise, I would have liked this brother to deliver a few punches on my behalf. I loathe swindlers. My sister was deceived for 8,000. To the netizen with the 8,000, please introduce me to your sister. I do not wish to become your brother-in-law. Rather, I mean that your sister could benefit from assistance before making any purchases in the future. All right, my friends, the joyous moments are always fleeting. Today's live session will conclude here. Zhang Yang glanced at his phone, noting the time was precisely 4:30. Just moments ago, Wang Jianya had messaged him, indicating he would come to pick him up and invite him to the Highland Museum for a visit. As he prepared it in the live stream, an unexpected gift effect appeared in the chat interface. Xiangbei Wuyinzu gifted the host a rainbow Ferris wheel X2. What is happening? Did the old man go wild? Oh, thank you for your generous support, my friend. Are you here to pick me up from work? Upon glancing at the ID of the donor, Zhang Yang found it somewhat familiar. Upon further reflection, wasn't this the individual who had previously appraised the copper mirror of Wang Zhaojun? My friend, last time you mentioned sharing the bonus with me. Has this occasion brought another reward? Xiangbei Wuyinzu. Yes, they claim it is a first-rate national treasure. Hence the generous bonus. That sounds splendid. Some of the newer viewers may not be aware, but this Wuyinzu here once presented a bronze mirror from the Easterhan dynasty, stating it was a gift from a friend. Now it seems that friend has encountered some trouble. Zhang Yang briefly introduced the top contributor of the day, Xiangbei Wuyinzu. Perhaps it would be best for the host to refrain from disparaging remarks. That was a tomb raider, not a friend. Indeed, a tomb raider. And now the ties have been severed. Just a jest. Nonetheless, I sincerely appreciate your gift. Gentlemen, see you tomorrow. This final exchange significantly lifted Zhang Yang's spirits, and he exited the broadcast with a beaming smile. However, adhering to the principle of conservation of happiness, the total amount of joy remains constant. Where there is elation, there must also be discontent. Thus, as Zhang Yang stepped out, he encountered Director Jean waiting outside, looking quite displeased. Zhang Yang, you have let me down. Director Jean, what brings this on? Zhang Yang promptly retreated a couple of steps, maintaining a safe distance of 3 meters. I have nurtured your talents, and you wish to change companies? I even worked on your promotional photos this morning. Change companies? Zhang Yang pondered, surmising that this pertained to Chun Yingguang's request for the rights to the livestream. Could Lawyer Fong be that efficient? However, judging by Director Jin's demeanor, it appeared the matter was not yet fully resolved. Otherwise, he would not be here seeking reasons, seemingly attempting to convince Zhang Yang to stay. Why consider leaving? Is it the compensation from President Yu that is unsatisfactory? If you find the remuneration inadequate, we can certainly discuss it. That brother from the little pear flower is merely a useless wealthy heir. Apart from money, he offers you nothing. Our company is a prestigious platform that can aid in your continual growth. While Director Jean spoke earnestly, his rhetoric felt somewhat cliched. After his speech, Zhang Yang disregarded any further conversation and bypassed him en route to the dressing room. There was no need to waste words on someone with whom he would no longer interact. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Yang arrived at the Highland Museum. As the largest museum in Haicheng, it boasts over 20 exhibition halls and displays more than 4,000 artifacts. According to Wang Jianya, the total number of items in the collection exceeds 20,000. What a staggering fortune that represents. Zhang Yang openly expressed his envy. Quite a transformation. Isn't it? 5 years ago, there was an expansion, and I've recently restructured the exhibition halls. Does it not evoke the beauty of European museums? Today, Wang Jianya appeared somewhat different from when Zhang Yang had previously encountered him. He seemed overly enthusiastic. In the past, he maintained a more reserved demeanor. But now he took the initiative to introduce the entire museum to Zhang Yang. Even the eager female guide was dismissed, as he insisted on personally attending to Zhang Yang. This esteemed guest, Zhang Yang, perceived the underlying motives but chose to remain silent, smiling in agreement with his companion. As Wang Jianye approached the reception room, he could no longer contain his anxiety. Before entering, he hesitated momentarily, then turned to Zhang Yang and whispered, "Zhang Yang, could you do me a favor? Please, do not bring up the Wang family antique shop during our conversation, all right? The antique shop? Why would I inquire about that?" Zhang Yang replied, somewhat puzzled. "It's about the artifact thief you mentioned last time," Wang Jianye briefly explained. "That gilded Buddha statue from the late Qing dynasty was taken by a new employee of mine from the antique shop to sell. The police have already contacted me about it. It's a matter of my poor judgment in hiring. So please, whatever you do not discuss this, or I'll face a scolding from my uncle." "Understood. I'll bring it up on my own," Zhang Yang assured him. He was willing to cooperate, acknowledging that he had merely been assisting with the Buddha statue. "But if the old man asks, I can't be held responsible." "That happened," Wang Jianye chuckled. "Today, my uncle summoned you for two reasons. One is regarding that Tang Sankai clay sculpture. There are certain things that cannot be discussed during the live broadcast. The other is about the auction results, which he wishes to discuss with you in person." "Is it about the Meiping vase from the Zizhou kiln?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Yes, indeed. However, I am uncertain about his intentions," Wang Jianye admitted, his tone tinged with awkwardness. Wang Guosheng was not only his uncle, but also the most esteemed figure in the Wang family. As a museum director, sometimes he felt more like an errand boy. "By the way, that Buddha statue, surely you weren't swindled, were you?" Wang Jianye asked, his concern evident as he paused at the doorway. "No, I wasn't." Zhang Yang shook his head. "That's a relief. If you had been deceived, I would have to find a way to compensate you." Wang Jianye exhaled, visibly relieved. "Huh. If compensation is needed, you should have mentioned it earlier." Chapter 051. Gifts and requests for assistance in the reception room regarding the Tang Sankai case. Wang Guosheng informed Zhang Yang. "The item indeed comes from an experienced craftsman from Mengjin, who replicated it from the original. The imitation was completed before the suspect approached you for appraisal. However, that craftsman has already passed away, and his legal awareness was quite limited. He left no information about the individual who hired him, only a payment account. Had it not been for someone attempting to export this item, its true nature might have remained undiscovered for quite some time." As for the Meiping vase from the Zizhou kiln, Master Wang presented Zhang Yang with a thermoluminescence test report issued by the Oxford Identification Center, confirming that the piece was indeed a modern imitation. "This item has certainly deceived many," Master Wang said, chuckling. According to him, 2 out of 3 porcelain appraisal experts from the Linhai auction house believed the piece was authentic. With Wang Guosheng's dissenting opinion, the matter stood at a stalemate of 2-2, necessitating a definitive examination abroad. Following the results, the auction house promptly contacted Wang Jianye to apologize and issue a refund. "Did they discover who submitted the counterfeit for auction?" Zhang Yang inquired curiously. As soon as he posed the question, Wang Jianye's expression shifted subtly, sensing that his uncle might be alerted by this query. Wang Jianye quickly sought to divert the conversation. "Ah, uncle, weren't you going to show Zhang Yang something?" Wang Jianye abruptly interjected. "Oh, I almost forgot. Here, Zhang Yang, take a look at this blue and white porcelain vase." Master Wang retrieved a small vase, measuring 30 centimeters in height, from the box and handed it to Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang was perplexed by its significance, his instinct as an appraiser kicked in. He instinctively examined the bottom of the vase. To his surprise, 4 bold blue characters were inscribed there, Kangxi period. The item information indicated that it was a recent reproduction. "What do you think?" Master Wang inquired. "This should be a modern imitation. And what else? What more is there?" Zhang Yang asked, a look of confusion on his face. Appraisal result. The painting technique is coarse. The blue flowers appear inconsistent. The molding technique is evident, with a rough and loose texture. Signs of intentional aging are apparent, clearly identified as a contemporary imitation. Upon reading halfway through the appraisal, Zhang Yang grasped Master Wang's implication, reminiscent of their prior conversation. Zhang Yang's assessments sometimes resembled a tree devoid of roots, or water without a source. While he could discern authenticity, his conclusions often lacked substantial grounding. His evaluations of jade and stone were relatively straightforward, as they adhered to a finite set of criteria. However, when it came to porcelain and paintings, his insufficient knowledge became glaringly apparent. "Master Wang, I wish to learn this as well, but not so swiftly," Zhang Yang chuckled ruefully. "There's no rush, no rush. Consider me an old man meddling. merely offering you a gentle reminder. Today, the primary gift I wish to present to you is this. Master Wang smiled as he pushed a red box toward Zhang Yang. What is this? Zhang Yang asked, harboring a mix of curiosity and anticipation as he opened the box. Upon a yellow satin lining lay a small bowl. Its interior was adorned with white glaze, while its exterior boasted a vibrant red glaze. Just by its coloration, Zhang Yang surmised that even if it were not genuine, it had to be a high-quality imitation. He carefully lifted the bowl to examine it closely. The item information revealed that although the base was inscribed with made during the Qianlong period of the Great Qing, the actual era was the Daoguang period. Specifically from the Imperial Kiln. What do you think? Master Wang inquired after Zhang Yang had contemplated the bowl for a moment. This is an Imperial Kiln piece from the Daoguang period, imitating Qianlong. Very good. Master Wang nodded, pointing to the bowl's exterior glaze. And what type of red is this? What type of red? Zhang Yang recalled that he had recently self-studied the nuances of red glazes, remembering the distinctions among Langyao red, kidney bean red, coral red, rouge red, and Jihong red, among others. The bowl before him, lacking a white rim and exhibiting a remarkably smooth glaze without cracks, closely resembled the least expensive Jihong red. Considering that Master Wang intended to gift it to him, he was nearly certain of his conclusion. This should be a Jihong bowl. Excellent. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Master Wang clapped his hands in approval. Although distinguishing Jihong red was not particularly challenging, Zhang Yang's rapid identification, despite being a novice, indicated that this piece was indeed bestowed upon the right person. Master Wang smiled, stroking his long beard. This is quite embarrassing. Master Wang, in truth, I can also appraise Yuan blue and white porcelain. Zhang Yang jested. Ha, my boy, I have no Yuan blue and white porcelain to give you here. However, Zhang Yang, would you be interested in taking on a part-time role as a museum researcher with us? Part-time? Master Wang's words left Zhang Yang somewhat perplexed. If the gift of the Crimson Bowl worth several tens of thousands was meant as gratitude for his assistance in identifying the Meiping from the Zizhou kiln, then what merit warranted thanks for the role of a part-time researcher? Was it perhaps the compensation Wang Jianya had mentioned earlier? Zhang Yang instinctively glanced at Curator Wang beside him and was taken aback to see a look of confusion on Wang Jianya's face as well. It was evident he had just learned of this matter. The young man, despite his tender age, seemed overly contemplative. Wang Guosheng raised an eyebrow, stating, You helped me uncover such a significant issue regarding the Zizhou kiln. How could I, an old man, not express my gratitude? This position of researcher is not merely a means to fulfill your live-streaming persona, is it? Rest assured, you need not worry about the museum's affairs. We have hired numerous professional appraisers. Wang Master suddenly sighed. As you know, we are a private museum, and relying solely on ticket sales cannot sustain such a large establishment. Thus, at times, we engage in picking up bargains and reselling. Every year around this time, we dispatch individuals to various antique markets, and occasionally venture into rural flea markets. However, this year, my health has regrettably declined, making it challenging for me to continue, hence my desire to seek your assistance. And what about the others at the museum? Zhang Yang inquired. They are primarily researchers at public museums and are only part-time here. Any fines would ultimately be reported to the public museum, Wang Jianya clarified. Moreover, we have several specialized channels, which increase the likelihood of discovering authentic items, Wang Guosheng added. The notion of specialized channels sounded enticing. That could work, but I have one stipulation. If I encounter a significant find, I would like to purchase it discreetly. Would that be permissible? No need for secrecy. If you buy it, simply hand it over to us for resale, Wang Guosheng replied with a smile. Chapter 052, Yang Ming Studio. Wang Guosheng's words were an unexpected delight for Zhang Yang. He had previously contemplated the risks associated with treasure hunting. His primary concerns were whether the items could be sold and the fear of drawing unwanted attention, especially given his audacious approach to picking treasures, focusing solely on item information without considering characteristics. The items he painstakingly acquired, if not recognized by experts or auction houses, could lead to unsold goods and wasted effort. Furthermore, selling too many items could attract the scrutiny of discerning individuals. In the realm of antiques, it was all too easy for watchful eyes to notice. Nowadays, tracing a person is not particularly challenging. Bank cards, phone cards, and the like are all registered under real names. One could find themselves ambushed right after receiving payment, captured and confined in a basement, bound with belts for meticulous examination. Entrusting matters to Master Wang and his associates not only alleviated his burdens, but also provided access to specialized acquisition channels. Zhang Yang mused that, at least in the short term, this collaboration would be entirely beneficial. Of course, He acknowledged the necessity of controlling the frequency of his acquisitions, lest the Wang family find themselves overwhelmed. When shall we depart? Zhang Yang inquired. I have several commitments in the coming days. If I could have a specific timeline, I will be able to arrange my schedule accordingly. Busy with what? If it pertains to academic matters, we can offer you our counsel. Master Wang has not forgotten that Zhang Yang is still a second-year student. Although it may appear that this young man does not require a graduation certificate to earn a living, possessing an undergraduate diploma is certainly preferable to lacking one. Fortunately, there are no significant issues regarding his studies. The primary concern lies with my live streaming endeavors. I wish to embark on a path of independent development. Zhang Yang briefly elaborated on his intention to leave the company and pursue solo ventures. Naturally, this information was not lost on the two Wang relatives. At the end of his discourse, Zhang Yang posed a question. On the day of the unveiling of the Yangming studio, would Master Wang and Director Wang be inclined to grace us with their presence? This suggestion was imparted to Zhang Yang by Chunying Wang. In the realm of commerce, this affluent heir has encountered much and can adeptly replicate successful strategies. Generally, only significant events such as grand openings warrant invitations to industry luminaries. Hence, it is essential to seize this opportunity to lay a solid foundation for the new company. Surely, no one from your side will attend, correct? Master Wang's mind was swiftly at work, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Being a nationally recognized appraisal expert, it would be problematic if he were to appear in the same photograph as Zhang Yang's entourage involved in counterfeit and fraudulent activities. No, certainly not. By then, I should present myself as Master Zhang. Zhang Yang clarified, reassuring Master Wang. That should not pose any issues, as long as I'm able to move on that day. I shall certainly come to support you. Haha, thank you, Master Wang. Once the date is set, I will make a special trip to formally invite you. In the following days, Zhang Yang's life became notably hectic. On the first day of his live streaming in the new location, the chat room was inundated with inquiries. Has the background of the live stream changed? Have you moved? Was the previous streaming location shut down? The term shut down is aptly used. Who would move if they were a respectable person? It has not been shut down. Rather, I have changed my environment for better lighting. Zhang Yang drew open the curtains behind him, revealing a panoramic view of the entire coastal city. The company is situated on the 66th floor of the tallest office building in the city, and the scenery is indeed splendid. The afternoon sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a halo-like glow upon Zhang Yang's head. Master, I have attained enlightenment. The anchor is on the verge of becoming extraordinary, not allowed to become extraordinary yet. Zhang Yang hurriedly pulled the curtains closed. All right, let us welcome the first treasure seeker in this new environment. Dream traveler Su Yun requests to connect with you. Joining Zhang Yang was a middle-aged man with a somewhat dark complexion, donning a black round hat, greeting the camera with a radiant smile. Behind him stretched an expansive plain with scattered patches of green grass that appeared somewhat desolate. Isn't this Su Yun? Where has he wandered off to? Hello, Teacher Zhang. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Are you outdoors, brother? Where exactly are you? Su Yun nodded. There's a bit of a delay here. The signal outdoors is not very strong, but it should be manageable. Teacher Zhang, I am currently in Kyrgyzstan, and behind me lies the city of Suyue, one of the 4 towns of the Tang dynasty's Anxi. Suyue City? The birthplace of the poetic immortal Li Bai. One of the 4 towns under the Anxi protectorate during the Tang dynasty, stands as a vital hub along the Silk Road. As a student of history, Zhang Yang stood up and gave a thumbs up to the camera. Impressive, my brother. Are you embarking on an archaeological expedition or merely traveling? Su Yun smiled and showcased his bicycle. I cycled all the way here from my homeland and plan to ride to Iceland. I often watch your videos, and when I passed through Suyue City, I came across something that instantly reminded me of you. Fantastic, brother. What did you find? Zhang Yang eagerly anticipated what treasures might lie at the Tang dynasty ruins abroad. Could it be an excavation abroad? Surely, excavating in Central Asia isn't illegal. Su Yun would never engage in such activities, but there might indeed be Tang dynasty tombs near Suyue City. They must have excavated them in the last century. I doubt there's much left. Teacher, can you discern if this is a site of a dwelling? Indeed, this is a rammed earth wall, and it appears to have been previously excavated. Normally, after so many years, the walls of these houses should have long been buried. What a pity, Zhang Yang lamented. These relics have not been preserved. If left to natural erosion, they may soon vanish. Indeed, it is unfortunate. However, I discovered some items. Please take a look. Su Yun led Zhang Yang and the live audience to a wall constructed of earthen bricks. So many Tang bricks, what a find. The color indicates they are quite new. Could there be something hidden behind this wall? This place resembles the entrance to a burial chamber. Are these bricks new, Or do they belong to the Tang era? Cool me. Step a little closer. Let me see. Zhang Yang instinctively directed. Examining closely, he was nearly certain that the bricks had been fired just last year. Just as he was about to speak, a brick at the bottom right corner of the video frame caught his attention. The hue of this brick differed from the vibrant ones in the center of the frame. Brother, lower the camera a bit. Yes, the one at the very bottom. Once Su Yun wiped away the dust from the brick's surface, the details emerged, and Zhang Yang could confirm that it was indeed a Tang brick. Production date, 687. Chapter 053. Is this a burglary hole? This brick is from the Tang dynasty. The production date aligns perfectly with the period when the Tang dynasty controlled Suiya City. Zhang Yang continued his analysis. This brick wall appears to have been intentionally sealed here. There may be some special structure behind it. The bricks might have been discovered while digging the foundation and were simply utilized. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tomb, considering this is within the city. I never expected to find Tang dynasty bricks here, Su Yun remarked, feeling the brick. However, this particular brick lies at the very bottom of the wall, making it unlikely to be removed. Is it possible that this brick was part of the room where Li Bai was born? It witnessed his first cry in this world. What does it matter? He is a sword cultivator and can fly on his sword. Please refrain from frivolous comments. How can we excavate if the wall collapses? Zhang Yang expressed his bewilderment. Su Yun, perhaps you should check if there are any other walls around. Some bricks might be easier to obtain. None. Su Yun replied with a shake of his head, then shifted the conversation. However, over there, I have discovered several holes. Holes? Are they Tomb Raider's tunnels? Let me take a look. Zhang Yang's excitement surged once more. This time, Su Yun led the group to another site of rammed earth walls, where circular openings dotted the vicinity of certain wall sections. The openings were large enough to allow a person to pass through freely. These are indeed Tomb Raider's tunnels. Is there such activity in Central Asia? Come, shine your light inside. Let's ascertain if it's truly a Raider's tunnel by examining how this hole develops beneath. This shouldn't be a Tomb Raider's tunnel. I suspect it was excavated by those from Neon Country a few years ago, as reported in the news. Su Yun shared his perspective. Indeed, it likely isn't a Raider's tunnel. Zhang Yang concurred after examining the site. My brother possesses vast knowledge. This is most probably the work of archaeological teams from Neon Country. Those familiar with history would recognize the envoy to Tang dynasty. Given this historical connection, the Japanese have been quite enamored with Tang culture. Zhang Yang recalled his teacher mentioning that since the remnants of the Tang dynasty in China were inaccessible to the Japanese, they resorted to excavating in Central Asia, where the Tang once ruled. But why couldn't it be a Raider's tunnel? Yes, perhaps they were searching for buried Tang treasures within their homes. These holes are distinctly different from Raider's tunnels. Zhang Yang elucidated to the comments. This should be a gray pit, characteristic of archaeological remains. Having attended archaeology lectures, he possessed some expertise. Observe the semicircular platform at the base. That is a half section. Quite technical. I shan't elaborate further. Simply consider the perspective of a Tomb Raider. A Raider would only need to dig a hole large enough for a person to pass through, not this wide. See, this is professionalism. A good person wouldn't adopt the perspective of a wolf. A normal person wouldn't assume the viewpoint of a Tomb Raider. So what does that make the host? Teacher Zhang is indeed professional, Su Yun affirmed. Nonsense. It's all learned from books. It cannot compare to your extensive travels. Will you continue searching for the ruins of Suiya City? That place is vast. Zhang Yang inquired. It is said that Suiya City was modeled after Chang'an, so its area must be considerable. Let me take another look. If I uncover anything of significance, I will seek your assistance in identification. All right, Zhang Yang nodded and suggested. In fact, even fragments of porcelain are worthwhile and hold commemorative value. Perhaps along the edges of those rammed earth walls, there might be some. Are there any interested individuals in the Tang ruins of Central Asia? I possess a Luoyang shovel. Do you have a plane ticket? Could the host organize an archaeological team to investigate? The comments hold me in too high regard, and what you propose doesn't seem like genuine archaeology. Hello, teacher. Could you assist me in examining this painting? The painting can be inspected, but I cannot guarantee accuracy. Zhang Yang approached the painting with a hint of skepticism. Although he had a solid grasp of the era, one must not merely assess art based on its age. However, this time, the item presented by his friend was rather amiable, as the box bore the prominent inscription of Su Beihong's name. The goods have arrived. Warning, high energy ahead. Su Beihong's artworks are indeed quite expensive nowadays. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Haha, I have no idea. It was passed down to my family, replied a netizen. All right, please unveil it for me. Wait, you needn't reveal entirely. Just half will suffice. Zhang Yang chuckled. I am but a humble individual, known in the circles as Zhang half Zhang. I can discern the authenticity of a painting by merely examining half of it. Very well, teacher. Ha! I hear they call you Zhang half Zhang? Come, come, the host is about to be proven wrong. No worries, remain calm. Just zoom in a bit. Let me see the inscription. Zhang Yang was completely unperturbed. The inscription on the painting read, in the year of the metal rabbit, Su Beihong at Shantiniketan. This indicates that the artwork was created by Su Beihong in the year of the metal rabbit, 1951, during his stay at Shantiniketan. Isn't Shantiniketan the university founded by Tagore? It seems Su Beihong indeed visited India. This is genuine. Zhang Yang pondered, shouldn't Master Su have been in China in 1951? Friend, show me half of the painting, not half of the paper. Oh, I made a mistake. His friend quickly revealed half of the horse depicted in the painting. At that moment, the crucial item information emerged, confirming that the artwork was indeed created in 1951. The date was accurate, yet the details were amiss, as the subsequent text stated. Friend, this piece is flawed. Shantiniketan is overseas, yet during the year of the metal rabbit, Su Beihong was in China. Thus, this inscription is questionable, Zhang Yang explained. But my grandfather said it was purchased from a student of Su Beihong, his friend insisted. It could well be that this student merely copied it. If you have doubts, you might consider consulting a specialized art appraiser, Zhang Yang advised cautiously. There are experts who focus specifically on Su Beihong's horses, and they are quite authoritative. Days later, while Zhang Yang was in class, Chen Yingguang unexpectedly sent him an image. At the edge of a lush forest, there lay a yellow earth cave, just large enough for a person to enter. This should be a genuine Tomb Raider's hole, right? Chen grinned. Where did you find this online image? Zhang inquired. Just tell me if it looks authentic, Chen urged. It does appear so. Where is it located? I can assist you in reporting it. It's in the outskirts of a neighboring city. Are you interested in accompanying me to take a look? Such matters are best left to the police. We are not professionals. Zhang replied. This is not tomb raiding. It's merely a unique agritourism spot. Agritourism? 3 large question marks appeared above Zhang Yang's head. It was really just a distinctive agritourism establishment devoid of any issues. Perhaps fearing that Zhang Yang would not believe him, Chen Yangguang took the trouble to make a phone call. The idle rich are often unpredictable, conjuring whims as they please. In matters of treasure hunting or agritourism, Zhang Yang had no desire to involve himself. After finally enjoying a few days of leisure, he simply wished to relax. However, Zhang Yang underestimated Chen Yangguang's tenacity. The following morning, Chen arrived at the school, driving a luxurious vehicle. Having once obtained a correspondence diploma from a prestigious institution, he found it relatively easy to navigate the campus and locate the building where history undergraduates attended class. His intention was not merely to intercept someone, but to seize them. As soon as Zhang Yang exited the classroom, 2 young ladies clad in JK uniforms emerged from Chen's car and approached him directly. We are here to find Zhang Yang, they declared in unison, one in pink and the other in white. In an instant, Zhang Yang's 3 roommates retreated, leaving him isolated. Old Zhang, your romantic debts have come calling. And look, it's not just 1 but 2. Qin Kai remarked with a hint of mischief. Wait, why are there 2? As Qin Kai scrutinized the appearance and figures of the 2 young ladies, he felt a pang of disillusionment, questioning his earlier amusement. Also, Zhang Yang, you really are something else. My dear ladies, do we know each other? Zhang Yang asked, certain that he had never encountered them before. The girls offered no reply, but instead moved closer, each encircling an arm of Zhang Yang. What are you doing? He inquired. Ah Guang sent us to find you. The girl on his left whispered in his ear. Ah Guang, as in Chen Yangguang? Just then, a man leaned out from the car window, not far away, adjusting his sunglasses and raising an eyebrow at Zhang Yang. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yang sat in the back seat, feeling somewhat awkward. To his left and right sat Sakura and Peach, their names and demeanor exuding a distinctly anime-inspired charm. Are you conducting some sort of social experiment with me? Zhang Yang asked Chen Yangguang. The 2 young ladies leaned in closer, their subtle fragrance wafting toward him. While this proximity was somewhat pleasant, the sight of Chen's mischievous eyes in the rearview mirror rendered the situation rather perplexing. Considering you helped me secure the studio, I can endure you for another 10 seconds. If you don't get to the point, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang issued an ultimatum. No, please, don't leave just yet. You do as you please. Sakura, may I borrow you for a moment? All right, I concede, brother. Chen Yangguang surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and turned to the twins, signaling them. They promptly opened the car doors and exited. Zhang Yang immediately felt the space beside him grow empty. Master Zhang, do you perhaps have a disdain for women? Chen Yanguang inquired. Not at all. I am quite normal. Zhang Yang replied. That's rather peculiar. Why is it that when tofu is offered to you, you refuse to partake? Oh, I see now. You don't trust me. Chen Yanguang turned fully to appraise Zhang Yang. After a moment, he remarked, Very well, you must not be from Nantong. What on earth are you talking about? A friend of mine recently remarked that with my versatile appearance, someone like Nantong would undoubtedly be captivated. However, when you glanced at me just now, there was no sign of salivation. Chen Yingguang's analysis, if one disregards his looks, is quite reasonable. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Zhang Yang does not believe that the other party is merely idle, bringing along two girls for amusement. The crux of the issue is that Chen Yingguang hesitated momentarily before letting out a heavy sigh. The situation sounds dire. Yet there is no trace of despair on Chen Yingguang's face, only a profound sense of annoyance. He then recounted the tale of a billionaire who, despite being talented in the grand trumpet, had mastered the piccolo but refrained from adding piccolo players to his circle of friends. Chen Yingguang's younger brother, under their father's deliberate nurturing, has maintained a poor relationship with him since childhood. Should his brother take over the family business, Chen Yingguang, the eldest son, would gain nothing. Fortunately, Chen Yingguang has a mother who cares deeply for her son. Prior to this, Chen's mother insisted that he resolve his personal matters. Do you know what that implies? Chen Yingguang asked Zhang Yang. It means you shall become a son-in-law? Nonsense. How could I ever become a son-in-law? It implies that I can no longer indulge in the live-streaming world. Thus, I wish to escape to the countryside to clear my mind, away from those girls who are overly enamored with me. Zhang Yang speculated that Chen Yingguang might have omitted a crucial detail, the love for his wealth, which is fervent. In essence, it is simply that your mother advises you to distance yourself from those female streamers, yet you are reluctant, opting for evasion and cold treatment. Zhang Yang summarized with resignation. He refrained from further commentary, unsure of where Chen Yingguang might wander next. All right, that works too. Chen Yingguang nodded, handing Zhang Yang a bank card. This contains the 300,000 you provided for the studio, along with an additional $1 million from me. The password is the opening date of your studio. What does this mean? Are you also drawing a line with male streamers? Is this my severance pay? Zhang Yang zhuklet, sensing that Chen Yingguang sought him for another purpose, though the compensation was unexpectedly generous. Yet, the more money involved, the more challenging the situation likely is. How could I possibly offer severance pay? You underestimate me. A simple block will suffice. They will understand, Chen Yingguang asserted. This money is to request your guidance in the realm of antiques. That is absolutely fine, and you need not provide such a hefty tuition. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, considering it a shared learning experience since he himself was also in the process of learning. Actually, I require this sum because I would like to ask you about tomb raiding as well, Chen Yingguang added. Excuse me? Zhang Yang believed he might have misheard. Are you referring to tomb raiding? Indeed. You have no idea about my future father-in-law. Before he was released from prison, he was a tomb raider, Chen Yingguang stated earnestly. Is that true? Please do not conflate fiction with reality. Zhang Yang expressed his disbelief. Absolutely. Look, this is his autobiography. I spent 7 years inside, and due to good behavior, I received a reduced sentence. The first thing I did upon my release was visit a temple and light 3 incense sticks. To my surprise, when I looked up, I noticed that the statue of the Buddha in the temple appeared strangely familiar. Chapter 55. The leisure farm journey of the wealthy second generation, as Zhang Yang gazed at the array of specialized terms in the book handed to him by Chen Yingguang. A sense of doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be that this book was indeed penned by a rustic scholar? The colloquial expressions seemed far more credible than the esoteric terms like Tomb Raider or Golden Touch. How is it? No issues, right? Chen Yingguang regarded Zhang Yang as an expert, unaware that the subject matter had ventured into Zhang Yang's realm of ignorance. I haven't encountered these things before, so I can't make a judgment, Zhang Yang admitted candidly. I don't believe you, with that serious expression on your face earlier. It's obvious you have your own thoughts, Chen Yingguang retorted, curling his lips. Isn't it typical for antique enthusiasts to be so cautious? Set aside what you don't understand. I can teach you about antiques for free, considering how often you've helped me. This is a trivial matter. However, when it comes to the excavation aspect, I truly have no knowledge. By the way, can I borrow your book? Zhang Yang pointed at the volume titled From Woyang's Spade to Sewing Machine. As a treasure appraisal streamer, one must keep pace with the times, rather than clinging to the outdated methods of the past. Much of the content in the book could bridge the gaps in Zhang Yang's knowledge. Sure, I have another copy, Chen Yingguang readily agreed. He genuinely understood, not merely out of politeness, since he had already finished reading the autobiography written by his future father-in-law and was aware that some elements were indeed authentic. It was entirely reasonable for Zhang Yang to be reticent about discussing it, given that he was holding a narrative crafted by someone who had spent 7 years in prison, which warranted careful consideration in conversation. Wait a moment, there's something else. This place is the leisure farm I mentioned, Chun Yingguang said, pointing to a location on his phone's map in a suburban area of a neighboring city called Qiuming Mountain Village. Shall we go together? Unfortunately, I can't. It's too far, and I have to stream every day, Zhang Yang replied with a resigned gesture. After pondering for a moment, Chun Yingguang nodded. All right, but I must inform you in advance that I might need to reach out to you. If it's during your streaming, please be cautious and avoid getting my stream banned. Zhang Yang subtly reminded Chun Yingguang of the importance of legal awareness, as the latter's understanding seemed somewhat lacking. With the potential for him to emulate the infamous brother too and voluntarily land himself in trouble. Don't worry, I'll bring along someone who studies law when the time comes, Chun Yingguang assured him. Zhang Yang assumed that the law student Chun mentioned would be someone from a law firm, perhaps even a lawyer. He could never have imagined that this individual would be Huang Bin, a dropout with a degree in law, one of Chun Yingguang's less savory acquaintances. The two of them, along with Wei Fugong, whose family owned a bar, formed a trio of wealthy second-generation individuals who ventured together to Qiuming Mountain Village. Qiumingshan Village is a traditional settlement nestled against the mountains, boasting a history that spans over 3 centuries. The vehicles driven by the 3 men had a low chassis, rendering them incapable of traversing the mountainous paths. Thus, they had to halt at the village entrance and proceed on foot along the cement road. Awaiting their arrival were the Shun brothers. 3 esteemed guests. Your presence truly illuminates our humble abode, exclaimed Shun Laoda, a somewhat slender man with a perpetually kind smile, occasionally gesturing in welcome. There is no need for such formality. We have already paid our deposit. Please, guide us to the site, Chun Yingguang stated plainly, eager to minimize unnecessary walking. Indeed, let's skip the superfluous pleasantries and not waste our time, Wei Fugong concurred. Very well, Shun Laoda replied, displaying a demeanor of compliance as he discreetly nudged his somewhat dull-witted brother, Shun Laer. You go prepare, he instructed. Understood, Shun Laer replied, swiftly darting into the nearby woods. What's he doing? Chun Yingguang inquired, observing Shun Laer's retreating figure with curiosity. He's taking a shortcut to scout the area first. It's broad daylight. He needs to check the surroundings, Wei Fugong remarked. Professional, he added, giving a thumbs up. Let us refrain from such comments and not assume positions, Huang Bin quickly interjected. We're merely looking. There's no need to scout anything. If you keep talking like this, you might inadvertently reveal something, and issues could arise even if there are none. My brother is a law student. It's wise to heed his counsel, Wei Fugong thoughtfully explained to Shun Laoda. That is splendid. Shun Laoda's face brightened. He then turned to Huang Bin, asking, this esteemed lawyer, or perhaps judge, may I inquire if excavating one's ancestral grave is unlawful? Not unlawful at all, Huang Bin replied matter-of-factly. It is only illegal to disturb someone else's property. Isn't that akin to tomb raiding? Shun Laoda pressed. Not at all, Huang Bin shook his head. Tomb raiding typically refers to the theft of another's possessions. Taking what belongs to your own ancestors is akin to inheritance. How professional. Wei Fugong once again raised his thumb in admiration. Indeed, otherwise, Lawyer Fong could not have taken Bin Bin as his personal disciple, Chun Yingguang remarked with a smile. In modern society, such mentor-student relationships must indicate a profound appreciation. Impressive, Shun Laoda, somewhat perplexed, could only shower them with compliments. The trio ambled along the road, pausing intermittently. After roughly 10 minutes, they finally heard Shun Laer's voice calling. Brother, come here. All right, gentlemen, follow me this way. Shun Laoda gestured toward the adjacent bamboo grove, where Shun Er's robust silhouette was faintly visible in the distance. Okay. Chun Yingguang nodded, recognizing his companion's trepidation and leading the way behind Shun Laoda. The other two hastily followed suit. After traversing the bamboo forest, passing through a patch of reeds, and finally crossing a tea garden, they arrived at their destination. Gentlemen, take a look, Shun Laoda gestured invitingly. Wei Fugong approached, pointing at the inscription on the stone. In the 6th year of the Daowang era, in the month of late winter, the esteemed Shun Gong. Can you check what year that corresponds to? Chun Yingguang whispered to Huang Bin. The latter glanced at his phone and replied, 1826. That's nearly 2 centuries ago. Chun Yingguang remarked. Brother, your surname is Shun, isn't it? Huang Bin inquired of the nearby Shun. Indeed, Shun nodded repeatedly. How many years have you lived in this place? How many years? I'm not certain. Our family has resided here for generations. My grandfather once told me that our ancestors held high positions. Every household had treasures hidden away. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Enough, we understand, the others interjected. Those esteemed guests, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Shun asked with a smile. One more question. If this is your ancestral grave, why must it be excavated at night? Because these are not solely our ancestors. There are several families with the surname Shun in the village. Shun provided a reasonable explanation. He also assured them, rest assured, whatever we unearth will be contracted to you, and any trouble that arises will be directed solely at us. Chapter 056. The Troubles of Wang Jianya. Some were digging away in a small tea garden. Others were spending lavishly in a grand shopping mall. Fortunately, Zhang Yang did not venture to Qiuming Mountain. Otherwise, he would be swatting mosquitoes in the pitch-black tea garden instead of enjoying the bright lights of the marketplace. After acquiring ownership of the live streaming account from his former company, Zhang Yang unexpectedly discovered that there was still money in the account, a windfall. The gifts given remained intact. The smallest amount was merely a dime, designated for card use. The highest, of course, was over 40,000 from the top contributor. After splitting with the platform and accounting for taxes, he would still receive more than 30,000. Isn't this better than working for a salary? It was precisely due to this unexpected windfall that Zhang Yang remembered his funds were not yet depleted. Earning money had become so effortless that the desire to spend it had diminished. How should he utilize this remaining sum? First, he considered his career. After assessing his studio's shortcomings, he swiftly posted a job listing online, offering a monthly salary of 15,000 to recruit an experienced video editor. Zhang Yang had not intended to rush this aspect, but the fans were pressing him for more content. The comments on Douyin were overwhelmingly filled with demands. Where are the live stream videos? The videos from the day before, yesterday, today? They expected daily afternoon streams. And, without editing the compilations, it was driving him to distraction. Master Zhang, you wouldn't want me to send you a razor blade, would you? The flood of pressure from the fans was immense. As for opening an account on a small video platform, that was also a suggestion from his fans. Some mentioned that certain creators who sliced his treasure appraisal streams had garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Why give away such traffic to others when he could benefit from it himself? Zhang Yang pondered this. There was some merit to the idea, while traffic was secondary. The essence of his live stream content often required viewers to see the entire process to appreciate the thoughtfulness behind it. Viewing just snippets of 2 to 3 minutes could easily lead to misunderstandings. At this moment, having his own official account to release videos would provide much-needed security. After contemplating his work, he turned his attention to his personal life. Zhang Yang headed directly to the largest mall by the seaside, ready to indulge in a bout of shopping. While establishing his studio, he rented a spacious apartment primarily for storage. Although his only valuable possession at present was a crimson bowl, who could predict what treasures from June, Ru, or Yao kills might require safekeeping in the future? Thus, a secure and private space became paramount. He procured 3 antique shelves and scheduled a delivery time, ensuring that all pressing matters for the evening were handled. Subsequently, he set off to explore the surroundings. As he passed by a jade shop, a small sign caught Zhang Yang's attention. Direct supply of Myanmar jade, guaranteed refund and exchange. The shop seemed to be thriving, with groups of young men and women gathered at the counter, selecting jewelry that caught their fancy. A middle-aged woman, dressed as if she were the shopkeeper, noticed Zhang Yang's pause and immediately beckoned him over, speaking in a genuine Cantonese accent. Handsome, what are you looking to buy? Come in and take a look. I'm not here to buy anything, just browsing, he replied. Browsing is perfectly fine, she responded cheerfully. Zhang Yang nodded and stepped inside the jade shop. Though modest in size, the shop featured a long counter to the left upon entry. The variety of jade was impressive, including glass, icy, and glutinous types, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to a mere 200. Initially, the shopkeeper was quite cordial, enthusiastically introducing the items to Zhang Yang. He nodded repeatedly, examining everything closely, yet showed no intent to select any piece for further inspection. Noticing his disinterest in purchasing, the shopkeeper quickly lost interest in attending to him and shifted her focus to new customers. However, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. After perusing the offerings, one thought lingered in his mind. The jade industry is indeed highly lucrative. Upon seeing the retail prices in the shop, he understood the truth behind what Chao Jiayun had mentioned about thin margins and high sales. The price of an IC modeled Mithya Buddha pendant in the shop was at least 3 times higher than that in the live broadcast. According to Chao Jiayun's claim of a 50% profit margin, the profit rate soared to an astonishing 500. As for discounts, not a chance. The quality was invariably marked as excellent, never inferior. This realization transformed Zhang Yang's perspective into one of mere observation. And indeed, there was much to observe. Just as he was about to leave, a young woman who had entered the shop began to argue with the shopkeeper. Initially uninterested, Zhang Yang's curiosity piqued upon seeing the woman's face. Was Ti Shifeng Tian, the clerk from the antique shop? At that moment, she was holding a fully green jade bracelet, pointing at the shopkeeper and exclaiming, "You clearly stated a 7-day return policy when I purchased this. It's only been 4 days. Why won't you allow a return?" The return policy applies only to items with quality issues or defects. It's not a no-questions-asked return policy, the shopkeeper patiently explained. "I don't care. You must refund my money. If you refuse, I will report this shady establishment." Feng Tian remained as vexatious as ever. The shopkeeper frowned, and just as tensions escalated, her phone rang. After answering, within moments, the previously furious shopkeeper's demeanor noticeably softened. She then took out another phone and sweetly said, "Scan the code for me, and I will transfer the money to you." Soon, a notification rang out from Feng Tian's phone. Payment received via Alipay, 90,000. 90,000 for a jade bracelet? Zhang Yang questioned his own hearing. Yet the expressions of other customers in the store did not suggest any deceit. They had evidently heard the same. Indeed, it was that expensive. Zhang Yang pondered. This bracelet must be at least of a glutinous ice variety. No wonder the owner was reluctant to refund it. There were several tens of thousands in profit at stake. Once Feng Tian left triumphantly, Zhang Yang intended to examine the bracelet's quality. Just then, a weary middle-aged man entered the shop. Upon his entrance, the man sincerely apologized to the shop owner. "I am truly sorry, Wang Jie, for the trouble I've caused." "HM?" That voice sounded so familiar, almost like an acquaintance. Zhang Yang looked up and locked eyes with the man. "Director Wang?" Zhang Yang. Chapter 057. Witnessing the Stolen Goods. In a cafe, Wang Jie sighed. "Zhang Yang, you will keep this matter confidential for me." "One to you? What matter?" Zhang Yang feigned ignorance. "Oh, what a coincidence. Director Wang, you are here too." "Ha ha, indeed, such a coincidence." Wang Jie replied with a smile. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhang Yang. "What a grand gesture." Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. After listening to Wang Jie's narrative, Zhang Yang perceived that this overseas student had lost the essence of his character. Wang Jie's story can be summarized as follows. A bookish foreign student had a girlfriend for 6 years, only to discover upon graduation that he was merely one of the many suitors vying for her father's approval, essentially a talking ATM. Many were drawn to him, and Wang Jie managed to select the most extraordinary of them all, Feng Tian. Subsequently, he fell victim to her manipulations. The bracelet that Feng Tian returned was a carefully chosen gift from Wang Jie for her, selected 4 days prior. Absurdly, they were still in a romantic, financially supportive relationship. Perhaps fearing Zhang Yang might misinterpret the situation, Wang Jie elaborated, Tian comes from a modest background, so she is quite sensitive about money. However, her not asking me for financial support indicates that she still cares for me. That seems plausible. Zhang Yang, for the sake of their impending collaboration, suppressed his discomfort and nodded. His agreement was not entirely insincere. After all, even when withdrawing money from an ATM, one must worry about card retention. Who could claim that Feng Tian was entirely indifferent? She surely won Tigo, Zhang Yang mused, concerned about another matter. "I know you dislike her," Wang Jie replied earnestly. "Haha, it's not quite that." Zhang Yang certainly wouldn't admit it. After this inquiry, he was certain this did not concern him. He was merely a bystander witnessing the unfolding drama. That evening, while listening to Teacher Catfish's live broadcast, he perused from Luoyang's shovel to sewing machine. If a progress bar were visible above his head, one would see that Zhang Yang's knowledge and conversational skills were gradually advancing. At this moment, several miles away from the entrance of Qiuming Mountain Village, within a nearly abandoned tea garden, Chen Yangguang's experience bar was on the rise. However, it was the bar for tomb raiding. As it turned out, this tool was none other than the Luoyang shovel. Wei Fugong reached out to grasp the shovel that Shun Laojiu had left on the ground. "Do not touch it. Be cautious of leaving fingerprints." Huangbin halted him and quietly provided an explanation. "If these two brothers deceive us and do not bear the surname Shun, then they are indeed engaged in tomb raiding. Tomb raiding is a crime. If you touch the shovel, it becomes complicated. Away, remain calm." Since both of their names contain the character Wang, we must refer to them by their surnames to differentiate. What if we witness their crime and do nothing to stop it? Is that permissible? It's fine. The law will not trouble anyone. They are armed. Who would dare to intervene? Are we seeking death? Chen Yangwang deduced from common sense. Huang Bin, the half-hearted lawyer, nodded in agreement. Wait, why do I feel like you two are lecturing me on the law? Wei Fugong questioned with a puzzled expression. Didn't we agree to keep an eye on them while they dig? This doesn't hinder us, Huang Bin shrugged. Shoo, they are coming. The goods have emerged. Chen Yangwang gestured for the two to stop. From the nearby excavation, a hand had already reached out. Boss, we have unearthed something remarkable. An hour later, at the Shun residence, beneath the glow of yellow, incandescent lights, two benches were pushed together, upon which rested 3 items, all excavated from the tomb of the Shun brothers' ancestors. Which should we examine first? Huang Bin inquired of his companions, being the only one among them unenchanted by the treasures. As he had been coerced into coming by Wei Fugong, this golden incense burner, Wei Fugong indicated the leftmost object. It was a metal incense burner shaped like a mythical beast, emanating a golden radiance. The creature had 4 legs, with a serpent coiling atop its head, and the lid resembled the beast's head. One could easily envision wisps of fragrant smoke curling from the creature's mouth. What air do you think this is from? Wei Fugong whispered to Chen Yangwang. Opposite them, the Shun brothers sat around the table, allowing ample space for discussion among the 3 bosses. Unknown. Perhaps use an image recognition app. It's up. You should look for yourselves. Huang Bin had already retrieved the information while his companions deliberated. The display on his phone revealed Qing Kongshi, copper gilt, incense burner in the shape of a mythical beast. At auction, it fetched a price of 220,000. This one has lost all its gold plating, yet our piece remains intact, Wei Fugong whispered to the other 2. All right, just keep in mind. This item was in a coffin, naturally well preserved. Chen Yangwang recalled having heard in Zhang Yang's livestream that those antiques appearing flawless were either forgeries or had emerged from tombs. It was evident that this one had come from a tomb. Earlier, as Shun Laojiu had been digging the hole, some dirt had splashed into Chen Yangwang's shoes, which he had yet to shake out. All right, let us continue. Away, let us each search one. Sure thing. The following afternoon, in a quaint rural hotel near Cumingshan village, Chen Yangwang was earnestly instructing his 2 companions regarding the upcoming live broadcast. Remember, whatever Master Zhang says is absolute. Even if he claims these 3 items are counterfeit, do not engage in debate with him. Otherwise, you will become the subject of ridicule for tens of thousands on that minor platform. Do you understand? Is it truly that serious? Wei Fugong inquired, astonished. He was aware that his brother had a penchant for watching live streams, but that was solely limited to female hosts. He was bewildered as to how he had come to know such an impressive male host. Huang Bin, being more pragmatic, directly posed a question to Chen Yangwang. What if this Master Zhang declares us fools? That won't happen. His standards in that regard are reliable, Chen Yangwang replied. Shaking his head, hypothetically. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yangwang realized that although Zhang Yang had never insulted anyone directly, he had indeed disparaged numerous individuals in the barrage of comments, particularly those from the National Treasure faction and mindless contrarians. He reluctantly added, if it does occur, you may have to endure it for the moment. Understood. Huang Bin nodded, grasping the implications regarding their boundaries during the broadcast, which effectively amounted to having none. Brothers, welcome this treasure enthusiast known as the Outlaw Zhang-san, announced Zhang Yang's voice through the phone speaker, prompting Chen Yangwang to swiftly retreat to a corner. Huang Bin, on the other hand, donned white gloves and presented a red lacquer piece, roughly the size of a power bank, to the camera. Chapter 058, The Deity of the Faux Antique Dealer. Was this carved red lacquer? Zhang Yang inquired, his surprise evident as he observed the item Huang Bin had unveiled. Prior to their live session, Chen Yangwang had forewarned him about a good friend in the countryside who had acquired several intriguing artifacts and sought his assistance in appraising them. A relentless tide of dealers had long since depleted the antiques that had circulated through the countryside. At most, only some copper coins remained. However, the lacquerware that Huang Bin presented, comparable in size to a brick, had an unexpectedly appealing appearance. The vivid red surface was adorned with carvings depicting a group of children frolicking in a courtyard. Is carved red lacquer synonymous with carved lacquer? It involved applying a thick layer of paint and then engraving patterns upon it. How exquisite! Did the ancients use it as a cosmetic box? The sheen on the box's surface does indeed resemble that of paint. Zhang Yang initially intended to educate the audience about carved red lacquer. But with nearly 15,000 viewers in the live stream, many were already knowledgeable. There were not only those providing information, but also analysts offering insights. With one observation after another, the viewers quickly identified the issues surrounding the lacquerware. This item appears far too pristine. Carved red lacquer, although a luxury favored even by Emperor Yongle, was ultimately meant for use. Any piece with some age would inevitably show signs of wear. Dear treasure enthusiast, for where did you procure this item? It is remarkably intact, without a single flaw. Zhang Yang chose not to rush the appraisal. Since this was a contact recommended by the top contributor, there was no need to hastily dismiss him. It was acquired from farming household, Huang Bin replied, adhering to their pre-discussed script. Was it in this condition upon acquisition? Has it been cleaned? I see not a speck of dust in the seams. Zhang Yang's words left the treasure-hunting trio momentarily stunned. In their minds, a singular thought emerged. Indeed, why is there no dust in the crevices? They had merely wiped the surface of the lacquerware. Even if the items were stored within a coffin, dust would surely settle over the years. Haha, the host has rendered everyone speechless. I am now regretting my impulsiveness. What else is there to consider? It must be a fake. The seams are so clean. Has it been ultrasonically cleaned? Here comes another fool. Wei Fugong, seeing the glaring comment, became agitated. Could it not be that it has been preserved properly? If wrapped in cloth and locked in a box, wouldn't it remain dust-free? His reasoning successfully persuaded Zhang Yang and the comments, yet it failed to convince Chen Yingguang, who could no longer contain himself and hurried to the passenger seat to fetch a cigarette. You say that, but it is possible, Zhang Yang nodded. Please lift the item for me to inspect. Be careful, don't let it get scratched. This lacquerware is quite precious. Moments later, the item's information appeared. Name, plastic lacquer box. Material, plastic paint. Production date, 2023. Detailed information, a craft resembling lacquerware, typically featuring several thin layers of paint applied to a molded plastic shell. Zhang Yang glanced at the AI's image recognition results. This item seemed to be modeled after a Qing Dynasty cinnabar box. A similar original had previously been auctioned at Jayashide for a staggering 180,000. Naturally, the plastic box before them cost merely a few cents. Dear treasure friend, this acquisition shouldn't have been too expensive, right? Not too expensive. I got it for 40,000, Wei Fugong replied. Upon hearing the figure of 40,000, Zhang Yang instinctively pressed his lips together, suppressing laughter. 40,000. Well, that's somewhat acceptable. Somewhat acceptable? Is it a loss or a gain? A loss, but not by much. From my assessment, it appears to be plastic with a layer of paint. At most, it's a loss of 40,000. Zhang Yang responded earnestly. Come on, isn't that a total loss? And that is not considered significant. Indeed, it is not a substantial loss. Had it been a genuine article, the loss would be at least 100,000. This loss ratio is approaching that of the top bidder. In the passenger seat, Chen Yingguang, while puffing on a cigarette, watched the comments in Zhang Yang's livestream. Upon seeing the final comment regarding him, his hand trembled, causing the cigarette but to fall onto his lap, nearly igniting his trousers. Meanwhile, Wei Fugong was in a state of inner conflict. On one hand, he believed that Master Zhang might have misjudged, as live treasure appraisal could lead to oversights. After all, he had witnessed the item being unearthed from the tomb. On the other hand, he pondered whether it were possible that plastic had existed during the Daoguang era. Let us try this. Please examine this item for me. Wei Fugong produced their second treasure. Quite impressive, a pair of cloisonné rouille. Regardless of its authenticity, it certainly resembles an enamel piece. Dear friend, there's indeed a story behind these items. Just moments ago, we discussed the intricate art of carving red lacquer, and now we delve into the realm of cloisonné. Both of these exquisite crafts belong to the esteemed 8 treasures of Yanjing. Did you acquire these in the countryside near Yanjing? Zhang Yang speculated. No, we found them near Naxiang. Isn't Naxiang located by the coast, in the Jiangnan region? To discover the 8 treasures of Yanjing in the rural Jiangnan. Ponder that for a moment. This individual is quite naive. The surface is dusty and soiled, which I have cleaned, Wei Fugong explained. However, Zhang Yang shook his head. It could be that the items are too exposed. Information about them circulates swiftly. Dear friend, this is not made of copper. It is likely iron with a copper coating. Furthermore, the colors are not enamel, but rather modern chemical pigments. This object is probably younger than your vehicle parked behind you. When did you purchase your car? Wei Fugong Nuchtvang Bin. Last year. This person is still not giving up. The fact that Master Zhang hasn't allowed him to examine it indicates it's clearly a fake. Brother, how much did you spend on this? I can help you determine your losses. Zhang Yang discerned that this brother, recommended by Chen Yingguang, was likely a partner in the underhanded trade of counterfeit antiques. I bought this for 50,000. So, how much do you think you've lost? Lost? 50,000? Wei Fugong asked cautiously. That cannot be. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. If you sold this as scrap metal, it would fetch about 3 yuan and 80 cents per gene. Weigh it yourself, and you shall see. Wei Fugong fell silent once more. Dear friend, are you all right? I'm fine. He's merely slapping himself. Teacher, let us take a look at the last item. Huang Bin feebly presented the gilded copper incense burner, shaped like a mythical beast. Here, let me see the base. Certainly. Allow me to view the front as well. It is clearly iron. Do you have a penchant for metallic objects? Nowadays, what alloy cannot be replicated? Master Zhang, I wish to bear you a child. Did someone just express their desires? Teacher, is this gold plating over an iron base? Huang Bin glanced at the comments, having lowered his expectations significantly. Dear friend, did you acquire this entirely golden piece from the countryside as well? Even the most backward rural areas recognize the value of gold. Do they not? Chapter 059. There is something amiss with your copper coins. Zhang Yang found the gilded incense burner peculiar, but never entertained thoughts of tomb raiding. When one thinks of items unearthed from graves, they typically ponder prison sentences rather than authenticity. Yet, Wei Fugong fell silent yet again. Dear friend? Zhang Yang assumed the connection had faltered and hastily declared the appraisal result before it dropped. This incense burner is also incorrect. The exterior is not gold, but rather a copper-zinc alloy. If sold, it too would only fetch scrap metal prices. Haha, all three items are counterfeit. These two brothers are in despair. The host hasn't even inquired about how much he paid for this burner. Very well understood. Thank you, master. Huang Bin sighed. It turns out there was no disconnection. No need for formalities, just relax and consider it a lesson learned through expenditure. After the appraisal, offering a few words of consolation has become a customary procedure for Zhang Yang in the realm of treasure identification. One must not merely appraise a treasure and then leave others in despair. Farewell, master. He simultaneously glanced at Chun Yingguang and called out, Old Chun. What responded was a loud bang as someone vented their frustration by slamming the car door. The items must be counterfeit. Damn it, deceived by those two surnamed Shun. Either the tomb is a fabrication or it has long been emptied. They lured us to the tea garden to be bitten by mosquitoes, putting on a show for us. Chun Yingguang gritted his teeth and spoke with resentment. His stark difference from the other two lay in his nearly unwavering belief in Zhang Yang's appraisal, allowing him to react with remarkable swiftness. No wonder they agreed to our offer so readily, Wei Fugong realized. We have signed a contract, Huang Bin reminded his two friends. Besides, we cannot contend with Shun Laoer. This agritourism spot was introduced to Chun Yingguang by Jiang Feng, the son of a coal magnate. Now that they have been duped, it is only right to inquire with this introducer. Chun Yingguang quickly dialed Jiang Feng's phone. Hello, Xiao Jiang, what is going on? This agritourism place is a scam. How are you deceived? The ancestral tomb is filled with modern crafts. There are only a few copper coins left. Copper coins are acceptable. Here is the plan. You need to hop on Douyin and connect with Master Zhang immediately. Yes, the one who is currently trending in treasure identification. Hurry up. The three of us, me, Wei, and Bin, are all waiting. Upon ending the call, the other two quickly gathered around him. What is the plan now? In the few minutes he spent smoking in the passenger seat, he had already sorted out his thoughts. I recall that Master Zhang can even appraise tomb bricks. Once we have Zhang's results, we can quietly investigate whether that grave is genuine. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhang Yang encountered the busiest period of his day. At this hour, those who indulge in afternoon naps were waking, resulting in a peak in the number of treasure seekers. Welcoming a treasure enthusiast named Yu Yefeng. Hello, Master Zhang. Following his friend S instructions, Jiang Feng engaged in his first video call. Are you a university student? Zhang Yang recognized from the background that he was in a male dormitory. Yes, Jiang Feng responded somewhat stiffly. What treasures do you bring today? Some copper coins. 7 coins bearing the inscription, Qianlong Tongbao, appeared on the screen. Without exception, these coins were half covered in green patina, while the other half remained untouched and exhibited a lustrous bronze color. These coins are intriguing. Only half of them is rusted. Why does the patina on the coins resemble that of bronze artifacts? Pick one up and bring it closer to the lens. Let me take a look. Not bad. This coin is indeed a genuine Qianlong Tongbao. Are the others from the same batch? Yes, they are. All right. Then there is no need to examine further. They should all be authentic. Ordinary copper coins worth a few dollars are not worth the scrutiny. The copper patina on the coin piqued Zhang Yang's interest, as he had recently been studying the relationship between the patina of bronze artifacts and the pits formed on them. Dear friend, where did you acquire this coin? He inquired. I received it from a merchant as a gift after making a purchase, Jiang Feng replied, weighing the coins with a hint of ambiguity. Such a generous gift? You must have spent quite a sum, Zhang Yang remarked. I can't shake the feeling that these coins seem to have been partially embedded within something, he continued. Is this a gift? Something feels off about these coins, my friend. What do you mean? These coins are indeed genuine. but the remarkably pristine green patina indicates they were likely buried in the earth, where rainwater, infused with soil compounds, would have caused such erosion. The host is quite knowledgeable. Came a voice from the audience. Are you suggesting these coins were excavated? Zhang Feng quickly clarified. I'm not certain. They were given to me. It doesn't matter if you don't know, but I must inform you. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. Some things, once obscured, become clear through analysis. Just like now, I've deduced why only half of these coins exhibit rust. Have you considered why there are precisely 7 coins? Zhang Yang's tone grew increasingly somber. Are you familiar with the 7 stars formation? Have you heard of accompanying coins? This is rather unsettling, came another response. You mean these are coins for the deceased? These coins emerge from a coffin. Zhang Feng, though not entirely convinced, shook his head. I don't know. This is actually a traditional funerary custom. Zhang Yang explained in a hushed tone. At the bottom of the coffin, 7 coins are arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, placed beneath the deceased. These are colloquially known as accompanying coins. Oh my! Zhang Feng exclaimed, tossing the coins he held aside. This is feudal superstition. Don't be afraid. Just hear me out. Zhang Yang continued. To prevent these coins from shifting during the transportation of the coffin, the individual who places the accompanying coins nails half of each coin into the coffin. Thus, now you understand why only one half exhibits patina. The other half, being lodged within the coffin, naturally remains unaffected. I see. Zhang Feng's voice trembled. Aren't these supposed to be lucky money? How did they turn into accompanying coins? Very well then, dear friend. Could you enlighten us as to which coffin you pried these coins from? Chapter 060. They are not tomb raiders. They are merely acting. Dear friend, are you still listening? Zhang Feng's abrupt question left the other party speechless, prompting him to disconnect the call. Wait, why are you running away? It's too late to flee now. Zhang Yang gazed at the live stream, where only his handsome visage remained, feeling a sense of resignation. To the friend who just left, if you are still in the chat, could you leave a message to inform me if anything of value was found in the coffin? And if convenient, please share how many years you were sentenced. He has already been sentenced. How could he leave a message? The host has caught another tomb raider. How amusing. These tomb raiders never learn. They always bring trouble to the teacher. The host mentioned that the tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties are as impoverished as dogs, lacking any substantial treasures. However, the coins from the reign of Emperor Qianlong, known as Qianlong Tongbao, were in relatively good condition. This suggests that these coins were specifically selected by those who organized the burial rites for the deceased. As we have seen in television dramas, truly destitute individuals are often wrapped in a simple mat and buried directly. The presence of a coffin and accompanying coins indicates a better standard of living. The host, who is experienced, hails from the Zhang family of the Old Nine Gates. I must reiterate that I have no connection to the Old Nine Gates. A viewer inquired about how to leave comments after being sentenced. In cases of tomb raiding, if the value of the items is not excessively high, one might receive a suspended sentence if they voluntarily confess. Therefore, I urge that viewer to seek out the nearest police station without hesitation. At that moment, dazzling gift effects appeared in the live stream. One viewer, under the name Zhang San, generously gifted the host 10,000-year meteors. The audience reacted with astonishment at the sheer amount. As Zhang Yang expressed gratitude for the gifts, Huangbin looked at Chen Yingguang in disbelief. Brother, that's my account. Chen Yingguang replied, I know, but you wouldn't expect to authenticate treasures for free, would you? Huangbin insisted, I've already invested in the fan badge. That's not enough. The 3 items combined cost us over 300,000. The host helped us identify the issues, so a gift of 10,000 would be appropriate. Wei Fuguang concurred. Huangbin discreetly put away his phone and glanced at his 2 companions. Not at all. Wei Fuguang shook his head. I was just pondering why Xiao Zhang's copper coins were pried from a coffin, while ours are modern artifacts. Chen Yingguang turned to Wei Fuguang, patting him on the shoulder. If you can't figure it out, don't stress. Just follow my lead. I have experience in such matters. Although Chen did not want to admit it, he had indeed learned how to deal with these fraudsters after the incident involving cultural relic thieves. Wei, you should report this to the police, stating we encountered someone selling items excavated from tombs. Bin, when the police arrive, we'll be relying on you. Are you sure we're innocent? Huangbin confidently nodded, absolutely. We, as buyers of counterfeit goods, are the victims. 2 hours later, in a local police station in Nanshang City, Huangbin anxiously peered toward the door with his hands in his pockets, while Chen Yingguang leaned against the wall, visibly frustrated. Wei Fuguang paced the small room. The 3 brothers never imagined that after the Shun brothers were apprehended, they would turn around and accuse them of knowingly purchasing items from tombs, intending to resell cultural relics. As soon as the hat was put on, it became difficult to walk. Regarding the authenticity of the antiques, Both parties held steadfast to their claims, leaving the police in a quandary. Huang Bin, didn't you say before that we are not breaking the law? Wei Fu Wang could not help but inquire. Indeed, we are not breaking the law, Huang Bin replied, his tone unwavering as ever. Wei Fu Wang, whose family operated a bar, feared the repercussions of being taken into custody. This is what my master instructed me, Huang Bin elucidated. Lawyer Fong? Yes, my master told me that if I were ever arrested, I must remain calm, avoid revealing my background, and never mention his name to outsiders. Did he explain why? Chen Yingguang asked, furrowing his brow. He said this way, he could defend me with a neutral stance. That makes sense. Wei Fu Wang nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Chen Yingguang felt a sense of unease. For some reason, he always sensed that Lawyer Fong was apprehensive about being associated with Huang Bin. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the police station several meters away, the officers were conducting an intense interrogation of the elder Shin brother. Since the second Shin brother had been apprehended, he remained silent, prompting the police to focus on the elder, who was more willing to communicate. Shen Liangkai, will you confess to the fraud first, or to the tomb robbing? Tomb robbing? I haven't done anything like that. Digging up my ancestors' graves cannot be considered robbery, the elder Shen protested indignantly. The shortest one among the three is a lawyer. He explicitly told me that taking what belongs to one's ancestors is inheritance. Was there a lawyer among them? Officer A looked quizzically at his colleague. Officer B shook his head. He had been responsible for recording the information of the three brothers. There was no lawyer. Those three have no fixed occupations. They are all wealthy second-generation individuals from Lehigh. Did you hear that? No lawyer. Damn it. So they're also frauds. The elder Shun cursed in anger, noticing a breakthrough in the elder Shun's demeanor. Officer A pressed further. So you're already aware that the Shun family ancestral grave was constructed in the 6th year of the Dawang reign, correct? Yes. We've lived in Qiuming Mountain Village for generations, and we used to go there for ancestor worship when we were young. The elder Shin recognized that the officers before him were locals and did not attempt to argue. Then you admit that you and your brother, Shun Liandong, excavated the Shun family ancestral grave together? I don't know. The elder Shin chose to feign ignorance. It was a bit late for that and rather insulting. What do you mean you don't know? Officer A slammed his hand on the table. All three have identified you as the one who dug the grave. Shun Liangkai, you excavated a Qing dynasty grave. According to the criminal law, graves from the Qing dynasty and earlier are classified as ancient tombs. You are now charged with the crime of excavating ancient tombs. If serious, this could lead to a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Do you understand? In addition to the fraud charge, which also carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Confessing will lead to leniency. Resisting will lead to severity. Are you not willing to be forthright? 2 charges, each 3 to 10 years, could amount to a maximum of 20 years. The elder Shun did not anticipate such severe consequences and panicked. Officer, I will confess. I will confess everything. We did excavate the grave. However, we did so under the direction of those 3 bosses. We knew nothing. Half an hour later, Chen Yingguang finally seized the opportunity to speak. Officer, the one surnamed Shun is lying. They did not commit tomb raiding that night. It was merely a performance. They had excavated that grave long before we arrived. We were merely participating in a themed agritourism experience. Chapter 061, The Dawn Market. You say agritourism, and they let you go? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Chen Yingguang's tale. The absurdity of being deceived by a fabricated tomb raiding was already hard to fathom. What were the odds of encountering the Shin brothers? They could have easily conned people directly without resorting to a tomb raiding act, yet they ended up getting apprehended. It was even more ludicrous that Chen Yingguang and his companions directed the excavation of their ancestral grave, but did not spend even a couple of days in confinement. Was it the intervention of Lawyer Fong? Please, spare me the laughter. I feel utterly foolish, Chen Yingguang lamented, cradling a cup of coffee, his expression a blend of discomfort and embarrassment. Thankfully, the Shun brothers displayed a lack of professionalism, leading to their apprehension by the police. They had excavated the grave 6 months prior, discovering nothing of value, which prompted them to resort to counterfeit antiques for deceit. Initially, it tried selling some copper coins, but by the time we arrived, even those were gone, and they resorted to brazenly using items purchased online to deceive us. We had them dig a fake grave, and the antiques we bought were all forgeries. The police were at a loss on how to categorize our actions. Fortunately, we did not cause significant harm. We received a verbal reprimand and were required to write a letter of reflection. 1,000 words? I have never written anything so lengthy, Chen Yingguang remarked. Zhang Yang succinctly summed it up. Fools are often blessed. However, With such antics, trouble was inevitable. One must remain cautious when dealing with him in the future. All right, having heard your tale, it is time to address the matter at hand. This was precisely why Chen Yingguang had sought him out at the studio. Otherwise, Zhang Yang might not have been available for a meeting. This time, I genuinely seek your assistance. Chen Yingguang handed over a somewhat familiar-looking bank card. Actually, I wish to procure a suitable gift for my father-in-law, ideally something unique from grave. However, given the recent events, I no longer dare to go myself. I can only turn to you to see if you can help me acquire some one-of-a-kind antiques. Just unique? Zhang Yang inquired. Preferably something profound that reflects my taste. Something that, upon seeing, would leave others trembling with excitement. If it's imperial, that would be ideal. Otherwise, items used by high officials would suffice. Chen Yingguang eagerly described his envisioned antique. Imperial, unique, profound, and breathtaking. Zhang Yang indeed had something that fit the bill. What do you think of this? He asked, presenting his phone to Chen Yingguang. The image displayed a knife that had been appraised by a collector just days prior during a live stream. This is from a friend who privately messaged me, hoping I could help find a buyer. Ah, this knife is quite remarkable, though it appears to be rusty. From which dynasty does it originate? The Ming dynasty. Excellent, excellent. Does this knife have any history? It was used within the imperial palace, Zhang Yang explained. Is it truly that impressive? Is it an emperor's sidearm, or perhaps a knife used by a prince consort? Chen Yingguang made a sweeping motion with the knife, his mouth mimicking the sound of whooshing. Have you heard of the Eastern Depot during the Ming dynasty? This tool is employed for castration. With a single stroke, you would become eunuch Chun. Have you heard of the Bixia swordplay? Stop there. Chen Yingguang felt a chill beneath him. The air conditioning in the cafe was rather brisk, causing him to shiver. What is the matter? Is it unique? Are you trembling? ISNT their rust on this? Wound T cutting it lead to tetanus? Your perspective is always commendable. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up. Chen Yingguang was busy, and he could assist with ease. He would send the budget to Wang Jianya, who could promptly locate suitable antiques among the museum's unexhibited collections, complete with certificates, facilitating a transaction worth millions. Zhang Yang could earn favors from both sides. But what if the client's demands are too lofty? Chen Yingguang pondered for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea. Have you visited the antique shops recently? Could you possibly stumble upon a national treasure? The national treasure you speak of, is it from a National Treasure Society? Zhang Yang looked at Chen Yingguang incredulously. Is this the top supporter in his live broadcast? He is actually talking about finding national treasures in antique shops? All that watching the live stream was for naught. Haha, of course not. Chen Yingguang replied with an awkward smile. When do you need your items? Zhang Yang inquired. This way, it alleviates the hassle of helping Chen Yingguang scout for items. Anything he finds himself is bound to be authentic. No rush. I have a blind date on the 9th of next month. That is still quite a ways off. I'll help you select some items and gather them together for you to choose from. Really? That is a lifesaver, Chen Yingguang exclaimed. You have no idea. If the blind date goes well, once we're united through marriage, as long as my father-in-law's family remains stable, my position in the group will remain unshaken. Zhang Yang felt enlightened. The intricacies of the wealthy were indeed manifold. In comparison, antiques seemed far more tangible, with their age and materials plainly inscribed upon them. The next day, Zhang Yang and Wang Jianya set off. Their first destination was Yang City, specifically the Tianguang Market. On the way, Director Wang provided Zhang Yang with a brief overview. Tianguang Market is a type of folk bazaar that originated in Yang City, also known as the Ghost Market. It typically opens either in the early morning or at midnight, closing at dawn. Originally a second-hand goods market, it later evolved as enthusiasts of cultural artifacts established an antique market, thus elevating its status. Purchasing a few old trousers at midnight pales in comparison to acquiring a few ink-wash landscape paintings, both in style and price. Wang Jianya intended to take Zhang Yang to Yang City's antique market. The location of this antique market frequently changes, and without an insider's assistance. Even locals struggle to find it. After alighting from the car, Wang Jianya contacted the informant while explaining to Zhang Yang. Following the informant's directions, they walked for about 5 minutes until they arrived at the entrance of a community called Zhangryuan. We'll stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning at 4. There will be an antique market down that street. You mustn't oversleep. Wang Jianya chuckled. No worries, I'll just retire early tonight. Zhang Yang gazed in the direction indicated by Wang Jianya and inquired, has there been any significant trade here? Although this area is an old district, it is merely a few decades old. What antiques could possibly exist? Ah, you seem to be unaware, Wang Jianya replied, donning a knowing expression. In Yancheng, the tradition of collecting antiques is deeply rooted. Many locals, upon discovering valuable items in the countryside, will seize them directly. The residents here are affluent. They buy without hesitation and part with their treasures without regret. You may consider this place a veritable hub for antiques in the Guangdong province, although counterfeit goods abound, which truly tests one's discerning eye. Tomorrow morning, a master craftsman introduced by my uncle will join us, and you can select from the items he has pre-selected. Chapter 62. The 500,000 yuan Luohan statue. Hello, Teacher Huang. At 3:30 in the early morning, the streets gradually came alive with vendors setting up their stalls. It was at this moment that Zhang Yang finally met Teacher Huang, introduced by Wang Wusheng. The man was a tall, slender elder, carrying a cloth bag and a thermos, resembling a retired teacher. Long time no see, Xiao Wang. Teacher Huang greeted Wang Jianya with a warm handshake. Observing their camaraderie, Zhang Yang discerned that they were evidently acquainted from the past. Teacher Huang, this is Zhang Yang. Wang Jianya facilitated the introduction. Greetings, handsome. Teacher Huang replied with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Huang. Can you understand what I'm saying? Zhang Yang asked. He was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Huang is inquiring whether you can comprehend Cantonese. Wang Jianya explained. My apologies. I'm accustomed to it. Let's converse in Mandarin today. Teacher Huang seamlessly transitioned, his Mandarin surprisingly articulate. Noting Zhang Yang's astonishment, he offered an explanation. Actually, I hail from the north. I came to Guangdong during its rise and eventually settled in Yangqing. Just a moment. I'll take you to some stalls of a few seasoned vendors. They possess valuable connections. If you find something appealing, place it before you without rushing to inquire about the price, lest you be taken advantage of. Once you have made your selections, we can discuss the prices collectively. Teacher Huang thoughtfully elucidated the rules of the morning market. Unlike ordinary markets, the prices here are relatively steep, as many vendors aim to earn enough for a year's sustenance. If a young man like Zhang Yang displays too much eagerness to purchase, the sellers are sure to inflate their prices. It can be said that Teacher Huang has been specially invited by Wang Wusheng to safeguard the interests of the two. All right, Teacher Huang, I'll call for you once I've made my selections, Zhang Yang declared, eyeing the bustling market with enthusiasm. Of course, I'm here today simply to assist you with the payments, Wang Jianya added with a smile. This remark took Teacher Huang by surprise. He couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Yang, puzzled by the apparent age difference between the two. How could it be that this youthful man seemed to take precedence over Wang Jianya, who appeared to be significantly older? Could it be that he is a second-generation heir with a significant background? Wait a moment, in this line of work, could we become the most gullible patrons in the history of the antique market? In deference to my old friend Wang Guosheng, Teacher Huang decided to lead Zhang Yang and his companion to find a more accommodating vendor, at least one who might not overcharge them. While Teacher Huang greeted the stall owner, Zhang Yang had already crouched in front of the stall. The ambience of the market was quite pleasant. No one enforced discipline. Yet all the stalls were neatly lined up, and the passers-by moved in an orderly fashion. The only issue was the inadequate lighting. At 4 in the morning, daylight was still far off. The streetlights barely illuminated the path, leaving the items of the stalls in shadow. Years ago, market-goers had to rely on the stall owner's oil lamps to inspect the goods. Now, powered by portable chargers, LED lights were ubiquitous, making it considerably easier, though one still needed to get closer to see clearly. Before Zhang Yang lay a modest 3-square-meter canvas, adorned with an array of porcelain and sculptures of varying sizes. This particular vendor specialized in a diverse range of ceramics, including moon vases, lantern vases, ginger jars, phoenix tail vases, gourd vases, general jars, and teapots. Zhang Yang, having matured in his knowledge, could now match the physical items with their names from reference materials. Zhang Yang, this Luohan statue seems to have some age to it. Come take a look. Wang Jianya, not well-versed in such matters, was like a child discovering a new world upon spotting something he could understand. Quickly nudging closer to Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang took the item, illuminated it, and examined it carefully. The carving depicted a drunken Luohan, with much of the lacquer worn away. Yet hints of gold remained visible in some crevices. Indeed, this is a Luohan statue carved from Huanyang wood, lacquered in gold, and it does have some age. Zhang Yang whispered to Wang Jianya. Shall I inquire about the price? Not yet. Let us look some more, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head to signal him to be patient. The conversation had attracted the attention of both the vendor and Teacher Huang, who gestured behind Zhang Yang to indicate that they should not rush. Modern, all modern, the vendor exclaimed. This was just produced this year. It must have been wholesaled. Zhang Yang perused the porcelain displayed, noting that apart from a Qing dynasty Qianlong period civilian blue and white ginger jar, which could be considered an antique, the rest were suitable only for decorative purposes in a hotel lobby. He picked up the ginger jar and placed it alongside the Luohan statue. Wang Jianya shook his head, indicating he had not found anything new either. Teacher Huang, we have made our selections. So soon? Why not take another look? The vendor eagerly introduced. These June wares are all new arrivals. Haha, no need for that. These young folks wouldn't understand June wares at all. They just look at the blue and white porcelain. Teacher Huang remarked, pointing to the items on the ground. Hee, true enough, the vendor nodded vigorously, agreeing with Teacher Huang's assessment. Come, let me see what you have chosen. Oh dear, my friend, this blue and white vase you possess is indeed an authentic piece of Kangxi porcelain, exclaimed the vendor, dramatically slapping his thigh. Wang Jianya, taken aback, cast a curious glance toward Zhang Yang. Has it sold so quickly? Teacher Huang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated discovering a genuine artifact so promptly. He even entertained the notion of taking a closer look. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang interjected, My good sir, your vision is rather limited. Why could it not be Yuan blue and white? Zhang Yang had the audacity to make such a claim, for he was confident in his assessment. This vase was displayed alongside 3 other modern ceramic pieces of similar size and shape. All 4 artifacts bore identical traces of paint on their bases, suggesting they were likely acquired together. The original owner of these ceramics may have been unaware of their authenticity, perhaps believing one to be insufficient, and thus purchasing 3 imitations to complement it. Zhang Yang surmised that the vendor was merely attempting to deceive him. Yuan blue and white? Then I would have to sell it to you for over 100 million. The vendor's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. 3,000. What do you say? This is already a rock-bottom price for Kangxi porcelain. How about 2,005? After all, it might be from the Qianlong era. Teacher Huang chimed in. I think that's agreeable. The vendor promptly acquiesced. Let me take another look at this statue. The vendor picked up the statue chosen by Wang Jinya and remarked, Oh no, this is something my old man intended to display at home for worship. It must have been mistakenly taken when he left the house. However, if you were genuinely interested, how about this amount? The vendor extended 5 fingers. 5,000? Teacher Huang inquired. No, 50,000. 50,000 did seem a bit excessive. Given their acquaintance, he was asked to present a reasonable offer. Teacher Huang glanced at the Arhut statue, recognizing it as a common representation from the Qing dynasty. He and the vendor were only half acquainted, and the vendor's initial offer of 50,000 indicated a high probability of authenticity. It merely remained to ascertain the extent of the markup. To speak candidly, this is a boxwood carving from the Qing dynasty, verified by an expert. It is indeed intended for my father's use. However, he has a penchant for lighting incense and candles before these Buddhist statues, which my wife absolutely detests, resulting in my daily reprimands. As the vendor recounted this tale, Zhang Yang lifted his gaze to assess him. The man appeared balding, likely in his 40s, or perhaps a 30-something laid-off programmer, regardless of which, the narrative sounded credible. If you truly wish to acquire it, considering Brother Huang's presence, I shall offer a firm price of 80,000. Not a single cent less. Shall we absorb the cost of the vase? Teacher Huang gestured towards the blue and white vase selected by Zhang Yang. The vendor inhaled sharply, fell silent for 5 seconds, and then gritted his teeth. Very well, we shall absorb it. Please take this Arhut statue along with the authentic Kangxi blue and white vase. Wang Jinya instinctively turned to look at Zhang Yang, who was preoccupied with his phone. He glanced once more at the information shimmering atop the wooden carving. Upon the statue of Luohan Mountain, there are a total of 18 Arhuts sold for 18 million, which equates to a value of 65,000 for each diminutive Arhut. Presently, the singular large Arhut statue is priced at 80,000. Is this not an astonishing profit? However, Zhang Yang revealed not a trace of a smile. These vendors, having encountered thousands of buyers in the antique market, are not easily deceived, and he preferred to remain inscrutable. When Wang Jinya leaned over to glimpse what he was observing, Zhang Yang spoke up. I conducted an online search. The price of 8,000 for a Huangyang wood Arhut carving from the Mid-Qing dynasty seems rather inflated. Did you neglect to include the term lacquer gold? The vendor asserted with conviction. Shall I take a look? It appears that indeed you did not. Zhang Yang, gazing at the news regarding a 17th century lacquered gold Arhut statue of Huangyang wood, which fetched a price of 520 euros, nodded earnestly. Lacquered gold commands a premium. 80,000 is already the market price. The vendor wore an expression suggesting that Zhang Yang had taken advantage of the situation. Truly, you ought to consider this more thoroughly. Zhang Yang nodded, feigning to offer a critique as he remarked to Wang Jianya, "I believe it's satisfactory. We can save on the cost of that vase." This elicited a faint smile from the vendor. The subtle interplay of gestures and expressions among them, each glance exchanged, was enough for Zhang Yang to discern that he was the one capable of making the decision among the three, a realization that would otherwise render a man of his age foolish. He thought to himself, "Stop pretending and hasten to pay." Wang Jianya hesitated, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately restrained himself and, previously stated, dutifully became the one to settle the bill. "Shall I assist you in wrapping it up?" "No need. Just provide me with 2 sheets of scrap newspaper. We can manage on our own." Teacher Huang retrieved from his cloth bag the pre-prepared box and bags. Being knowledgeable in the field, he understood that requesting the merchant's assistance in packaging creates an opportunity for substitution, and even among acquaintances, one should not test human nature. If, by chance, they had prepared a counterfeit of the same item and swapped it, by the time one realizes the deception, the dawn would have long since arrived, and the antique market would be closed, leaving one to accept their fate. Such lessons were learned through Huang's own bitter experiences. After securely packaging the items and departing from the vendor's stall, Wang Jianya could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Zhang Yang, "This wood carving. There is no loss, right?" "No loss whatsoever. You can rest assured." "Then, what dynasty does your blue and white vase belong to?" Zhang Yang replied, cradling the box containing the Arhut statue, with a piece of wood carving potentially worth millions nestled in his arms. Who could still concern themselves with the mere thousands of folk-kiln blue and white? In all honesty, Zhang Yang felt that he had already accomplished the purpose of his visit. It was well worth the early rising at 3 o'clock that morning. Nonetheless, since he was already there, he decided to continue exploring. Under teacher Huang's guidance, Zhang Yang scoured other stalls, gathering various vessels from the mid to late Qing dynasty, which he handed over to Wang Jianya, who still held the Arhut statue. "Can we hire a courier?" Wang Jianya remarked, feeling the weight of the load. He had discerned that the Arhut statue cradled in Zhang Yang's arms likely held considerable value. Thus, he hesitated to ask Zhang Yang for assistance, fearing that one piece could outweigh his entire collection. "Here they come. The cart is arriving." It was still teacher Huang, who was well acquainted with the surroundings, procuring a small cart. After Wang Jianya relieved himself of his burdens, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been revitalized. He promptly inquired of teacher Huang, "Are there any stalls we have yet to visit?" Throughout their journey, aside from the jade stalls, which they had entirely bypassed, the trio had already perused the others. Bronze artifacts? A legal conundrum. Wang Jianya nodded, his face alight with excitement. Zhang Yang turned his head, casting a suspicious glance at teacher Huang. "Teacher, even if they are genuine ones, would we dare to purchase?" The 3 of them, after all, had come in earnest, without disguises or false identities. Given the plethora of surveillance cameras, it would not be unreasonable to say they were engaging in a real-name shopping experience. However, bronze artifacts are particularly unique, even if they are not unearthed from recent decades. They can easily be classified as cultural relics. Yet the likelihood of forgery for such items is alarmingly high, nearly reaching 99. When one does encounter an authentic piece, there is a significant probability that it originated from a grave site. That would certainly raise the stakes. You need not worry about this, Zhang Yang. If it is genuine, we naturally have ways to mitigate the risks, Wang Jianya asserted with considerable confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that a museum curator stood beside him. How disrespectful of him, as the primary purpose of this venture was to assist the Wang family, and knowing that the bronze artifacts would not remain in his possession. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "Then let us take a look. It is my first time engaging with bronze artifacts in person, and I am quite eager." Under teacher Huang's guidance, the 3 meandered from the bustling streets into the shadows, turning into a narrow alley. At the entrance, there was a guard. Yet after a brief conversation in Cantonese with teacher Huang, they were granted passage, even receiving an offer to store the cart for Wang Jianya. However, Wang Jianya politely declined, asserting that this was his responsibility and no one else's. As they ventured deeper into the alley, after several meters, the view suddenly opened up. Amidst the unique handshake buildings characteristic of Guangdong province, there lay a small courtyard, wider and more vibrant than the street outside. Bronze artifacts were ubiquitous, with grand 5-ram square vessels and ivory pieces as thick and long as Zhang Yang's arm, indicating the extraordinary nature of this place. If everything here were authentic, even a 5,000-year sentence would scarcely suffice for the distribution among these individuals. This wooden sculpture is what I intend for you to assist in selling. Kindly help me safeguard it, Zhang Yang decisively handed the Arhut statue to Wang Jianya, his excitement turning toward the sea of bronze artifacts. Chapter 064. One cannot merely touch without making a purchase. Zhang Yang pondered to himself, wondering if there were any particularly exquisite items here. As he gazed upon the dazzling array of bronze artifacts, he was acutely aware that his purpose for being here was not merely to stumble upon hidden treasures. If his sole intention had been to seize a bargain for profit, he would not have ventured into the alley at all. For regardless of the authenticity or the potential value of the items before him, these pieces adorned with verdigris did not seem particularly high in worth. While the sale of bronze artifacts is prohibited domestically, it is permitted abroad. People even sell the ropes with which they hang themselves. What is a cultural relic in comparison? Zhang Yang had seen auction prices overseas in recent years. For example, the type of goblet used by King Zhou, the cheapest fetched over 100,000. If inscribed, the price could multiply 2 to 3 times. The bronze cauldron, reputed to be a significant artifact, even in pristine condition, holds a mere value of just over 2 million if it lacks substantial inscriptions. The worth of such an object is entirely disproportionate to the period of incarceration it might entail. However, what Zhang Yang desires at this moment is merely the exhilarating sensation of uncovering genuine bronze antiquities with his own hands. As for monetary gain, the statue of the Arhut has already sufficed to cover today's expenditure. Teacher Huang, shall we observe together, or proceed independently? Zhang Yang, wishing to operate solo to prevent the two companions from discerning his peculiarities, nonetheless inquired of Teacher Huang beforehand, wary of any unspoken conventions that might exist. This inquiry revealed certain precautions. Teacher Huang retrieved a pair of white gloves from his satchel and offered them to Zhang Yang. Here, take these. Some bronze artifacts may be dyed and potentially toxic. Even if they are not poisonous, they might have been soaked in contaminated water. It's best to exercise caution. The seasoned veteran indeed had an array of preparations, reminiscent of a magician's bag of tricks. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude, donned the gloves, and made his way to the nearest stall, leaving Wang Jianya and Teacher Huang behind, who remained stationary. As Zhang Yang examined the bronze pieces at the stall, the two men engaged in conversation. What exactly is Zhang Yang's background? Your uncle mentioned him as a semi-official disciple. When did he take you under his wing? I was unaware of this. Teacher Huang inquired with curiosity. Uncle, you might not believe it, but I am equally in the dark. Wang Jianya chuckled, shaking his head. Did your uncle not hint at it a couple of times? Indeed, he did. Wang Jianya nodded. He told me that in the realm of antique appraisal, I doubt I will ever catch up to Zhang Yang in this lifetime. Cultivating a good rapport with him could save me from many detours. Is it truly that peculiar? Hearing Wang Jianya's words, Teacher Huang's gaze upon Zhang Yang sharpened perceptibly. The first vendor Zhang Yang approached was a middle-aged man clad in a tattered coat and a dark felt hat, resembling a character from a story, exuding an aura of intrigue. Young man, what are you looking to purchase? The vendor inquired, his authentic northeastern accent evident. Just browsing, Zhang Yang replied dismissively, already scanning the stall. The wares displayed were predominantly small items, the largest being a bronze cauldron comparable in size to a sandpot. Noticing Zhang Yang's white gloves, the vendor clicked his tongue. Those gloves are quite professional. How about taking a look at this? He effortlessly lifted the largest cauldron with one hand, intending to pass it to Zhang Yang. No, thank you. Zhang Yang quickly waved his hands, aware of the considerable weight of such an item. Moreover, what could one discern from a shoddy bronze cauldron produced in Fuyang just 2 years prior? Although Zhang Yang declined, the vendor did not immediately lower the cauldron. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. This doesn't add up. Could it be that this young man has discerned its authenticity? The sight of Zhang Yang entering with two companions had already caught the attention of the vendors at the entrance, and coupled with his youthful appearance, he was quickly categorized as a wealthy second-generation heir ready to part with his money. What could possibly compel such a person to remain indifferent to the authenticity of this exquisite bronze ding? The vendor found it perplexing. What he held was no ordinary counterfeit, but rather a high-end imitation, fashioned from genuine aged bronze and adorned with antiquated copper sheets. To the naked eye, and without an X-ray scan, the deception would remain undetected. Brother, this ding is from a reputable source, authentic and certified. The vendor attempted once more, offering the item to Zhang Yang. My friend, it seems you are quite stubborn. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. He casually picked up a uniquely shaped bronze beast from a stall. Upon closer inspection, it bore a production date from 3 years prior, with an inscription marking it as dating back to 477 BC. This transcended the realm of forgery, standing as a piece of abstract art. In the ensuing minutes, As patrons came and went, Zhang Yang, undaunted by the vendor's ambiguous gaze, meticulously examined the array of bronze artifacts. The oldest piece, coincidentally, shared his birth year, having been manufactured 2 decades ago. Truly, these were bronze wares with an authenticity rate of 1 in 10,000. Brother, do you have any more? This collection is but a handful. I find it rather unsatisfying, Zhang Yang expressed, lingering on the thrill of discovery. To the vendor, however, this was akin to saying, "These are all fakes. Do you have anything genuine?" Even a purveyor of counterfeit antiques possesses a sense of pride, prompting him to wave dismissively, "No more, no more. If you find them unsatisfactory, perhaps you should visit another stall." "Well, this is my first encounter with a vendor eager to chase away customers," Zhang Yang remarked. Rising to his feet, his legs slightly numb from squatting. As he stood, he noticed a small bamboo basket behind the vendor, cushioned with a woven bag containing numerous fragments of bronze artifacts. Even these remnants held value, provided they bore inscriptions. Zhang Yang, however, chose to remain patient, silently committing this to memory. After an hour's search, he finally located a genuine fragment of a bronze sword, presumably from the spine of the weapon. Unfortunately, the vendor only possessed this solitary piece, claiming to have acquired it from a scrap collector. Any further details were met with refusal. A pity, for had it been an entire sword, his day would have been complete. Zhang Yang fondled the fragment in his hand, and as he approached Wang Jianya to hand over the item, a sudden thought struck him. "What's wrong?" Wang Jianya inquired. "Nothing, you can hold on to this for now," Zhang Yang said, pressing the fragment into Wang Jianya's hands before turning back to the original vendor. "Brother?" he called out cheerfully as he approached. "The bronze ding is priced at 888,000, including certification. I wish to see those fragments," Zhang Yang stated directly after the vendor finished. The vendor looked up, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Zhang Yang, before responding coldly, "Why would you look if you have no intention to buy?" He gestured dismissively toward his phone resting on the stall. Zhang Yang glanced over to see messages flooding a chat group, with numerous individuals commenting. "The guy who only touches but never buys has gone to Lao Feng's stall. Is there something peculiar about him? It's my first time seeing someone examine every item without even asking about the price. Is it possible he is an undercover officer? His 2 lackeys are blocking the alley, perhaps fearing our escape. An officer? Would I, Crow brother, be intimidated by them?" Chapter 065. The objective is to piece together a bronze guet. Who claims I merely observe without purchasing? That is unequivocally slander. I just acquired a fragment of a bronze sword, spending 89 yuan. If you don't believe me, check my payment record. Zhang Yang feigned to pull out his phone to defend his integrity. "Enough, enough. I shan't look. You're not spending money in my presence." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, turning around to present a bamboo basket filled with bronze fragments before Zhang Yang. 300 yuan per piece, non-negotiable. The abundance of fragments attracted numerous passers-by, yet before they could reach out, they were halted by a pair of gloved hands. "Do not disrupt the order. First come, first served. I will examine them before you do," Zhang Yang said in a low voice. "Most of these are counterfeit. This crowd is genuinely eager to be deceived." "Then hurry up," a middle-aged man muttered nearby. Understood, understood. Zhang Yang nodded, promptly beginning his assessment. Imitations, fakes, modern reproductions, last year as production. Even among the already inexpensive bronze fragments, the majority remained inauthentic. The antique market prominently features the notion that as long as you are willing to buy, there will assuredly be counterfeit goods awaiting you. While Zhang Yang scrutinized each piece, 2 elderly gentlemen squatted nearby, fixated on the item in his hand, commenting as they observed. "Young man, can you truly discern so quickly? You are far too swift." The earlier pieces felt rather dubious. Don't discard that beast mask pattern. It is an authentic Taotai design from the Shang and Zhou dynasties." "The Taotai pattern?" Zhang Yang glanced at it, indeed confirming its presence, but the production date was 2019. "Don't hand it to me," the elder on the right exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang passed it to him. "Heh, thank you," the elder replied with remarkable courtesy. Observing the elder on the right leaving happily with a Taotai-patterned bronze ding fragment, having lost 300 yuan, the elder on the left could hardly contain himself. "This one won't do. The rust indicates it's counterfeit. Quickly, look at the next one." "The next one?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "This is the one. Name, fragment of a bronze guet. Material, copper, tin, zinc. Production date, 981 BC. Details, a fragment of a beast face-patterned guet from the Western Zhou period, featuring incomplete inscriptions, possessing significant historical value." Zhang Yang examined the item in his hand. It appeared to be a fragment from the rim of a bronze guet. Judging by the curvature of the rim, the entire vessel would be slightly larger than a bowl for instant noodles. A guet is an ancient utensil used by scholars to serve staple foods, which makes this piece appear rather diminutive. What is the matter? Young man, you don't genuinely believe this item is authentic, do you? The elder on the left continued to advise. Look at the verdigris. It is uneven, floating on the surface, clearly a modern imitation. Sir, that is excessive. All these are genuine antiques. Where would the new imitations come from? The vendor, visibly displeased, retorted curtly. The elderly gentleman ignored him and continued speaking to Zhang Yang. Young man, be quick. It's already past 5 o'clock, and soon it will be dawn. All right. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Boss, I'll take this. Please wrap it up for me. Observing the situation, the vendor retrieved a red plastic bag from beneath the stool and handed it to Zhang Yang. Here, take it. You can pack it yourself. Will be cash or a scan. Don't rush. There's more to come. Zhang Yang continued to sift through the items, and before long, he unearthed another genuine artifact. A fragment of a bronze guet from 981 BC. How fortuitous, from the same year. He compared it to the previous piece he had found. Aside from the similar rust coloration, there was no discernible connection between the two. The earlier fragment bore a beast face pattern and half an inscription, while this one was entirely smooth on both sides, devoid of any ornamentation. This one looks authentic, resembling the belly of a bronze vessel. The elderly gentleman resumed his critique. Zhang Yang chose to ignore him, placing both fragments into the bag as he continued his search. If there are more items from 981 BC, even if they do not belong to the same bronze vessel, they could originate from the same tomb. Indeed, at the very bottom of the basket of shards, he discovered a third fragment. This time, it was a handle piece, and the beast face pattern bore some resemblance to the first. Zhang Yang's thoughts crystallized. It was no longer a matter of haphazardly collecting remnants. There was a genuine possibility of uncovering a bronze guet inscribed with characters. With current artifact restoration techniques, as long as all fragments were located, a complete restoration could undoubtedly be achieved. How many pieces have you selected? The vendor inquired. Noticing Zhang Yang seemed momentarily lost in thought. 3 in total. Zhang Yang refrained from immediately inquiring about their provenance. Instead, he paid the vendor and presented the items to his companions. Are we certain they originate from the same bronze guet? Wang Jianya and Professor Huang both regarded Zhang Yang's assertion with skepticism. Discovering 3 authentic fragments in this locale was not extraordinary. However, if the 3 fragments were indeed from a common source, that would be quite remarkable. I am 80% confident that they derive from the same bronze vessel or the same tomb, Zhang Yang offered with assurance. Professor Huang examined the fragments closely, turning them over in his hands for a while before shaking his head with a wry smile. I cannot decipher this either. However, if they do belong to the same object, it is quite likely that tomb raiders inadvertently shattered it and sold the pieces to these vendors. I share that sentiment. Zhang Yang nodded. Nowadays, unlike decades past, no one would sell bronze artifacts as scrap metal. If they were shattered decades ago, the likelihood of them all ending up in the same basket is exceedingly slim. The most plausible scenario is that someone accidentally broke them, but was too fearful to seek restoration. In that case, you should keep an eye on a vendor while I contact the Cultural Heritage Department in Yangsheng, Professor Huang suggested. Though I wonder if they have dispatched anyone today. Typically, when the antique market opens, museum personnel would roam about, checking for any national treasures that may have been left behind. Aren't you going to report it? Zhang Yang countered. After spending considerable time interacting with the police in the live broadcast room, Master Zhang found that entrusting matters to the Cultural Relics Police was indeed quite reliable. However, he hesitated at the thought of alerting them, fearing that Teacher Huang, glancing at the crowd behind Zhang Yang, might conclude that this place would soon cease to exist. 2 years prior, items excavated from tombs had been sold here. An esteemed expert had purchased them for 5,000 yuan, and they now resided in the Yangqing Museum, having been listed among the prohibited artifacts for international exhibition. Teacher Huang suggested that this small courtyard represented a gray area, where the wares of tomb raiders could be sold, at least leaving a trail to follow. Zhang Yang was not entirely in agreement with this perspective, yet Huang's words served as a reminder. Previously, experts from the museum had visited this place, and he had a museum director right beside him. Did he not? Turning around, Zhang Yang looked at Director Wang Jianya with a smile. Suddenly, Director Wang shivered. Chapter 066. Teacher, can the June kiln be repaired? I am Wang Jianya, the director of the Highland Museum. Under Zhang Yang's persuasion, Director Wang felt compelled to engage in business. The reasoning was indeed compelling. If you do not disclose your identity now, and later an expert from any museum in Yangchang arrives to take over the matter. This bronze gouet would belong to someone else. After pondering, Wang Jianya found this reasoning valid. Thus, he became the first registered buyer in the courtyard. Does your coastal museum have any jurisdiction over Yangcheng? The vendor remarked while glancing at Wang Jianya's business card. Minor issues certainly do not fall under my purview. But this is a significant problem. What problem? Look at this. Zhang Yang displayed an image of a bronze gouet. The 3 fragments I just examined belong to the same artifact. It is this item. And so, the vendor inquired, frowning. This item, known as a gouet, is akin to a ding. In ancient times, it was considered a ceremonial vessel, Zhang Yang patiently explained. You are aware of the phrase one word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, right? In ancient times, a sovereign used 9 dings, but only 8 gouis. This artifact likely emerged from the tomb of an ancient feudal lord or even an emperor. Isn't that right? Tomb raiders. Zhang Yang lowered his voice, enunciating each word carefully. Wow. The vendor, startled by Zhang Yang's assertion, nearly leapt from his seat, but quickly sat back down, muttering, please don't speak so recklessly. I'm just a businessman. Zhang Yang thought to himself, brother, your acting is far too transparent. The vendor's attempt to refute, while appearing flustered, suggested that even if he had not engaged in tomb raiding himself, he likely knew individuals who had. However, this was not the focal point of Zhang Yang's concern. We are solely interested in the artifacts. Let us not stray into other matters. He pressed now. Can you disclose where the fragments originated? Director Wang Jianya's business card and photo were quite imposing, prompting the vendor to forego concealment and speak candidly. These are all from the group. Group? Which group? What other group? The Hedong group, the vendor whispered to Zhang Yang. I advise you not to inquire further. Your reach from Highland does not extend to Yangcheng. I can only say that those who understand. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Zhang Yang nodded perfunctorily and quickly searched online. In the Guangdong province, numerous companies share the name Hedong Group, yet none have any connection to antiques. Fortunately, the stall owner, being quite amiable, pointed out the company in question. Hedong Group Company Limited primarily deals in stationery, toys, and industrial products. Observing the stall owner's evasive demeanor, one might suspect that this company operates in a morally ambiguous manner. However, Zhang Yang was not one to take anything at face value. He pressed on with his inquiries. Apart from you, do these others also source their goods from the group? All fakes, except for items like this genuine bronze ding. The stall owner indicated the artifact before him. Very well, my friend. Are there any pieces that came in the same batch as yours? Just those bronze fragments? Zhang Yang surmised that the remaining shards might have been sold collectively. Indeed, the stall owner stood up, eager to direct Zhang Yang and his companion, when suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a black tank top and patterned shorts rushed over. He approached the stall owner with urgency and whispered a few words. The stall owner nodded, held up 4 fingers, murmuring something unintelligible before pointing at Zhang Yang and changing his gesture to 3 fingers. What does that mean? Zhang Yang inquired, his senses heightened. However, the 2 men across from him paid him no mind, and the stall owner hurried away. The man in the tank top approached Zhang Yang, initiating conversation. My friend, how has your day been? Not great, Zhang Yang replied expressionlessly. Indeed, quality items are scarce. The man nodded, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering them to Zhang Yang and Wang Jianya. Seeing that neither of them smoked, he lit one for himself. Brothers, I must confess something that feels rather embarrassing. I sold a basket of bronze fragments to that man, the one who just sat here. I just realized I took the wrong basket. These were actually reserved for another important client. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang understood the implications. This individual was likely affiliated with the Hedong Group. The trio, a senior man and 2 young fellows, matched the configuration of Zhang Yang's group. I've already accepted a deposit from a buyer, and it's quite awkward. Would you be so kind as to assist me by returning those 3 fragments? You purchased them for 300. I can offer you 1,000 for them. 100. As a gesture for you both to enjoy some tea. How's that sound? The man in the black tank top queried politely. 100? You must be jesting. Do we appear to be in need of such a trifling sum? Then what price do you propose? He asked with a forced smile, despite his seemingly cordial demeanor. The way he crushed the cigarette but indicated he was not to be trifled with. Zhang Yang remained unperturbed, as Teacher Huang and his group had already arrived at his side. With a 6-to-1 advantage, he felt confident. If it's up to me to set a price, let us call it 3,900,000. The man in the tank top smile vanished as he fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Zhang Yang. Brother, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. 3 million is the price for a bronze gouet with inscriptions, and 900 is what you owe me for the return. Zhang Yang smiled, gesturing toward the man and turning to Teacher Huang. stating the items originated from him. Excuse me? The man in the tank top appeared increasingly perplexed. Teacher Huang brought individuals who reacted swiftly. Two young men approached immediately. One of them retrieved his identification from his pocket. Hello, we are staff members from the Uesho District Bureau of the Public Security Bureau in Yang City. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang glanced quizzically at the two elderly individuals beside him. Teacher Huang, didn't you say it was inadvisable to call the police? He had envisioned a dramatic chase, only to find that the reinforcements had produced their credentials directly. Haha, let me introduce you. This gentleman is Teacher Zhong Xiao from the Yang City Museum. He and Master Wang are like brothers. That afternoon, in the studio of Teacher Zhong within the Yang City Museum, Zhang Yang conducted his first live stream using his mobile phone. Has Master Zhong moved again? Times have been tough lately. The state has begun a crackdown. Look at that row of bronze vessels in the background. They are stunning. Which feudal lord's tomb has been emptied this time? Brothers, don't misunderstand. A Haven team moved, nor have I looted a feudal lord's residence. Zhang Yang split the camera view to include Teacher Zhong. Today, we are at the Yang City Museum. Let us have Teacher Zhong show everyone how experts restore cultural relics. As he spoke, he turned the camera to reveal the workbench before him, upon which lay 37 fragments of bronze guet, all extracted from the abode of a man in a black vest earlier that morning. The individual was an antique shop owner who secretly assisted the Hudong group in selling counterfeit items, while also facilitating the illegal trafficking of cultural relics, thus accumulating a significant record of criminal activity. There was no need for interrogation. He had willingly confessed. Did these pieces get shattered during tomb raiding? I repair cultural relics at the Forbidden City. Anchor, could you please ask the teacher if June kiln ceramics can be restored? Chapter 067. Emergency Meeting of the Hudong Group. Teacher Zhong, can June kiln ceramics be repaired? Zhang Yang inquired of the professional beside him. He had accumulated knowledge regarding forgery and tomb raiding. Yet this was his first encounter with cultural relic restoration. I believed what the anchor said and have shattered all the porcelain in my home. Anchor, can a damaged brain be repaired? Can a sole piece of porcelain be restored? Can the Great Wall, which Meng Jiangnu wept down, be repaired? Go on. Stop making a fuss. Teacher, I'm all set over here. All right, let us begin. Teacher Zhong nodded. As a cultural relic restoration expert at the Yang City Museum, he had faced various cameras, yet this was his first experience with live streaming. Nevertheless, he was remarkably adept, explaining the process while handling the bronze fragments. The initial step in bronze restoration is to sort and arrange these fragments according to the shape of the artifact. This is the abdomen, this is the handle, this is the rim. Following this, cleaning and rust removal are necessary. The cracks and any dirt or corrosion must be eliminated. The mud can be cleaned with distilled water. Teacher Zhong picked up a white spray bottle, gently misting water onto the fractured edges. Once the muddy water flowed out, he first wiped it with a lint-free cloth, then used a heat gun to dry it. The patina of the bronze artifact presents a considerable challenge. Fortunately, the damage appears to have occurred only within the last 2 or 3 years, and the rust in the fissured areas is not severe. This is a meticulous task that cannot be rushed. This time, Master Zhong opted for a small-handled knife to delicately repair the edges of the fragments. Oh, what a relief this is, exclaimed one. It feels akin to mending a donkey's hoof. Have you noticed that Master Zhong has fallen silent? He seems to be observing with great intensity, another remarked. Did you not hear the teacher mention that the item was recently shattered? Master Zhong must be feeling quite anxious now. For fragments with more severe rust, a specialized rust removal solution is necessary. Master Zhong presented a small beaker containing a slightly opaque liquid, indicating its purpose. The restoration of bronze artifacts is a painstaking process. Yet to align with Zhang Yang's live broadcast, Master Zhong chose only a few pieces to demonstrate. Once the rust is eliminated, the next step is soldering, which many of you are likely familiar with. It wasn't until I entered the workforce that I learned it is not merely glue that binds. I imagine the teacher is around 70 years old. Someone speculated. I'm currently assisting in an electronics factory with circuit board repairs. Perhaps I too could restore bronze artifacts in my old age. Stop dreaming. The line is getting longer, another interjected. Indeed, age has made his hands less steady. Master Zhong chuckled, yet Zhang Yang perceived a hint of modesty in his demeanor. There was not a single error. The soldering was impeccably executed. Once soldering is complete, any missing sections must be addressed. In the past, we relied on seasoned artisans to create replacement fragments, but now it seems 3D printing is an option. However, if dealing with such supplementary elements, coloring becomes an additional complication. Fortunately, the fragments I possess are intact, rendering the task somewhat easier. I understand now. We can use 3D printing to replicate a later version of the Mother Wu Ding. I specialize in 3D printing. Why am I unable to secure such business? Alright, gentlemen. Today's live session concludes here. After watching Master Zhang work for several hours, Zhang Yang felt a profound sense of tranquility. However, the temporary makeup artist sourced by Wang Jinya was rather lacking. Her skills paled in comparison to those of Sister Gao. And Zhang Yang now felt uncomfortable with the wrinkles painted on his face, eager to wash them off. Are we not appraising treasures? Has the host forgotten? Treasure appraisal is the primary vocation, while excavation is merely a side endeavor. Today, we shall not engage in treasure appraisal, my friends. Please refrain from requesting to join the stream. It makes it difficult for me to conclude the session. With a firm assurance, Zhang Yang finally earned the viewers' forbearance, and they ceased to bombard him with requests. Upon ending the live broadcast, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Zhang. Thank you for your assistance today. There's no need for thanks. Your format of live streaming is commendable, Master Zhang replied with a smile. He, like Master Wang, held Zhang Yang's broadcasting endeavors in high regard, albeit for slightly different reasons. Master Wang had previously remarked that Zhang Yang's approach serves as a valuable channel for promoting awareness of cultural heritage preservation. However, after viewing the compilation of Zhang Yang's treasure appraisal videos, Master Zhang felt that the most significant contribution of Zhang Yang's live streams was the constructive dismantling of the fantasies held by members of the National Treasure Assistance Group. The individuals associated with the National Treasures, while content to mingle with counterfeit goods, insist on compelling others to validate their actions. Each time I participate in the public appraisal events organized by the museum, my blood pressure rises due to their antics. Next week, another such event looms, and I brace myself for the ordeal. As Teacher Zhang, with a resigned expression, exchanges insights on appraisal with Zhang Yang. At a first-tier city located 1,800 kilometers away in the North China Plain, Qiu Junshun beams with delight. Just a few days prior, Master Qiu received the final payment from a treasure enthusiast via a small platform. His video showcasing a remarkable find garnered interest in under half an hour, with someone approaching him to purchase the treasures featured therein. A counterfeit piece valued at 3,000 yuan was sold for an astonishing 130,000. Presently, he plans to drive his newly acquired Cadillac to a spa recommended by his car enthusiast group for some well-deserved relaxation. Just as he fastens his seatbelt and prepares to start the vehicle, his phone suddenly lights up. A message appears in the group chat. Hedong Group North China General Agent. All members, please attend the group meeting at 7 o'clock tonight. Attendance of all agents at level 3 and above is mandatory. The chairman will be present. Any absence will bear consequences. Hedong Group North China General Agent. Click the link to join the meeting directly. Damn, a meeting at 7 in the evening? Don't they ever get off work? Promptly at 7, the National Senior Agent Conference of Hedong Group commences. The main screen displays a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, seated before a large red banner proclaiming everyone has a national treasure, greeting the audience. Good evening, everyone. I am Cheng Zongyin. This man, bearing the surname Cheng, sits before a placard identifying him as the current chairman of Hedong Group. With a solemn expression, Cheng Zongyin addresses the attendees. I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. The general agent for the Ueshio district in the South China region was apprehended yesterday. Colleagues, the situation is quite dire. Chapter 068. The demolition expert is in position. Bang. As Cheng Zongyin speaks, Qiu Junshun pops open a bottle of champagne, forgetting to mute his microphone, causing the jubilant sound to resonate throughout the meeting. Which fool is so eager to pop champagne? The general agent for the South China region can barely contain himself. Ahem. Cheng Zongyin pretends to cough a couple of times. If no one has anything to contribute, please mute your microphones. Even if someone has personal grievances against that colleague, it is best to refrain from celebrating during the meeting, as he has indeed contributed to the group. All right, let us now proceed to the main topic. Xiao Zhao, please display the PPT. Flustered, Qiu Junshun quickly mutes his microphone and turns his attention to the computer screen. The visuals are striking. The PPT displays rows of photographs, all styled uniformly, with each individual standing before a height chart in a police station. These individuals represent all the employees of our group who have unfortunately been apprehended over the past 2 years. Some have since been released, but have lost their fighting spirit, thus effectively leaving us forever. Others, it is likely, may not emerge at all. Chairman, may I interrupt? Qiu Junshun suddenly hears a familiar voice. I have already been released, and it is not due to selling national treasures, is it? Who are you? Cheng Zongyin inquired. The 13th one in the third row. Qiu Junshun looked in the direction indicated by the person, and realized it was old Li Qi. He had indeed been incarcerated, but for causing a disturbance rather than for fraud. Very well, Secretary Zhao will verify the situation after he descends. It seems our data gathering program may have some issues. Shall we continue discussing the current pressing topic of the difficulties we face? The PowerPoint presentation moved to the next slide, displaying the recent sales data map of the group. Some areas were densely marked in red, while most were quite sparse. It was evident to all that business was indeed challenging. Chairman Cheng lamented. Firstly, in the central China region, we have virtually been marginalized from the mainstream market. The artisans in Jing City crafting bronze wares have already divided the pie among themselves, leaving our products struggling to gain traction there. The He by we sell lacks the market appeal of their Yuango Jian sword. Conversely, the situation in the southeastern coastal region, especially near the coast, remains relatively favorable. Reports suggest that several thousand sets of our Group 3P set are being seized weekly, indicating a healthy sales volume. Chairman Cheng clapped his hands lightly, offering a token of encouragement, before letting out a sigh. The most dismal scenario, however, lies within the southern China region, particularly near Yangcheng. This area should have been a stronghold for us, given that our factory is located there. Yet we are now down to merely over 30 senior agents. The situation is dire, my brothers. Everyone must strive diligently, contributing ideas for the development of the group. Upon hearing such remarks, Qiu Junshin internally scoffed. He held Chairman Cheng's words in disdain. A brother, you say? Why don't you drive a Land Rover for me? Had it not been for the severance from the group, old Li Qi and his ilk would not have been unwilling to supply independently, and Master Qiu would have long established his own enterprise. As Qiu Junshin pondered this, considering whether to continue with the original evening arrangements since the meeting seemed irrelevant to him, he was unexpectedly called upon. The group research discovered that the risks associated with sales could actually be mitigated through online channels. Chairman Cheng began to delve into the subject of the meeting. Old Li Qi, I recall you were engaged in live streaming sales. Would you share your experience? Is Qiu Junshin present? Boss, he is here. He was the one popping champagne just now, the secretary interjected. Oh, how delightful. Please introduce your experience with online sales. Certainly, Chairman. Qiu Junshin promptly replied. You. Old Li Qi. Master Qiu gritted his teeth, setting down the car keys in his hand. Quickly composing himself, he spoke. Good afternoon, Chairman and esteemed colleagues. I'm a senior agent from the North China region, and my surname is Qiu. My business primarily involves exquisite antiques, which may differ significantly from the work most of you undertake. No worries, we could draw parallels. Chairman Cheng remarked with a smile. You are correct, Chairman. My approach is rather straightforward. It involves purchasing traffic and enlisting the help of influencers. The current state of video platforms is rather bleak, leading to a significant reduction in traffic costs compared to the past. Purchasing likes, coins, and view counts allows the platform to algorithmically promote my videos to potential clients. Engaging helpers has become exceedingly simple. Many online influencers now offer certifications for a fee. They often do not even inspect the actual items, as any misjudgment can be conveniently dismissed with claims of oversight or substitution, thus making the pricing quite negotiable. My primary strategy revolves around the principle of willingness to engage. This encapsulates the essence of my approach. Qiu Junlin reflected on this and acknowledged that there was little else to add. His greatest asset was his early entry into the industry, which provided him with a foundational fan base, something that cannot be taught. Master Qiu's explanation is rather succinct. Does anyone have any questions? He encouraged the audience to type their queries in the chat box on the right. What if a customer discovers the item is counterfeit and requests a refund? To process a refund, we either need an invoice or a contract. It is crucial to have the agreement finalized in advance. Qiu Junlin provided an example. Nowadays, people are willing to forego an invoice for a meager sum, provided they believe they can snag a deal worth thousands. Getting them to sign a waiver is quite simple. In fact, most individuals hardly consider signing a contract. Once they see the item and the certificate, the final payment is swiftly transferred. What if the treasure appraisal live streamer sells counterfeit goods? Why does this question sound so familiar? Qiu Junlin pondered, glancing at the ID of the person who asked, only to find it was Li Lao Qi again. This individual truly does not know when to give up. It seems my previous remarks went unheard. Cheng Zongyin also noticed Li Lao Qi's comment and inquired, will the treasure appraisal live streamers affect our group's sales? Yes, Chairman. One of my salespersons encountered someone who brought his goods to a live streamer for appraisal while setting up a stall outside. Ultimately, the appraisal turned out to be false. If he fled quickly, he could have been caught. Wow, The audacity of treasure appraisal live streamers nowadays is astonishing. Zhang Yang felt a surge of anger. He promptly instructed his team, go and compile a list of the live streamers who are causing trouble. Coordinate with our partners to enlist a few demolition experts and disrupt their live streams. Chapter 69. Brother, have you arrived home? 3 days later, at noon, in Lehigh, at the Yangming studio. Our studio resides here, occupying the entirety of this floor. The restroom is located on the left side of the hallway, while the dishwashing area is adjacent. Zhang Yang, accompanied by a girl who was half a head shorter than him, walked through the door of the studio, introducing her as they entered. Upon noticing someone entering, Sister Gao briefly glanced away from her phone screen. Upon recognizing Zhang Yang and the girl with him, she immediately paused her game of King of Glory and rose to greet them. Mr. Zhang, is this your sister? This is my junior, Tang Qiyun, Zhang Yang introduced. She is the new video editor. Tang Qiyun possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of Lin Chen from the era of Tianwei Feixian, with a fair complexion and a hint of youthful roundness in her face. Clad in a whimsical t-shirt adorned with the beloved character Doraemon and carrying a light gray backpack, it is evident that Xiao Tang is quite youthful. This is Sister Gao, who is responsible for makeup and administration. Hello, Sister Gao. Greetings, Xiao Tang. Welcome to the Tumble Studio, Sister Gao replied with a warm smile as she shook hands with Tang Qian. Sister, let me reiterate, we are the Yangming Studio, not Tumble. Please do not lead the newcomers astray, Zhang Yang interjected. Currently, he only live streams for 3 hours each day, which he finds to be the most comfortable duration. Thus, the studio's working hours are from 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sister Gao had never experienced such an easygoing work environment. After just 1 week, she declared herself a staunch member of the iron-blooded Tumble Party. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Sister Gao nodded vigorously. Xiao Tang, since you are new, remember that whatever the boss says is correct. Now, let me introduce you to the basic situation. Familiarizing newcomers with the environment is a task Sister Gao would never delegate to anyone else. This curved screen computer is specially prepared for you. Equipped with a 4060 graphics card, it should suffice, right? I will sit next to you, but I only do so when I play games. Otherwise, I am in the makeup room, assisting Boss Zhang with his makeup. The workstation in the opposite corner belongs to the director, Su Jia, who is an avid fan of the second dimension. Speaking of the second dimension, do you play Honor of Kings? I am currently at the rank of Starry Glory 3. By the way, where is Su Jia? It was only upon Sister Gao's reminder that Zhang Yang recalled that it was already this time, and the director was not at his station. Could it be that after just a few days away from the company, the staff have forgotten their shifts? He mused. He is probably playing Genshin Impact in the live stream room. That lad is likely trying to avoid me. Sister Gao remarked with an unhappy expression. While quietly whispering to Tang Qiyun, Su Jia has a volatile temperament. If you see him looking as if he has just consumed explosives, it means his card draw was disastrous, and you should keep your distance. Sister Gao, you are spreading rumors. I was merely debugging the equipment. Su Jia hastily emerged from the live stream room. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and Tang Qiyun, he paused in surprise before smiling. Finally, we have a new member. Such a young lady. Do you play Genshin Impact or Honor of Kings? I rarely play games, Tang Qiyun replied, shaking her head. Oh, what a pity. Sister Gao and Su Jia found rare common ground. Here, if you do not cultivate a hobby, it can become rather dull, Sister Gao lamented. All right, prepare for work. There are still 40 minutes left. As the one responsible for salaries, Zhang Yang held a certain authority, prompting the 2 veteran employees to return to their respective posts. Xiao Tang, go to your workstation. I will outline your specific tasks. Without delay, Zhang Yang spent 10 minutes clearly assigning tasks to Tang Qiyun. The urgency of the tasks was evident, as the backstage fan requests for updates had reached a staggering 99. The subsequent task was to edit the 3 hours of daily livestream footage, trimming out the uninteresting parts for upload to a lesser-known platform. Overall, the workload was not excessively high, but one was required to work nearly every day, with breaks only granted when Zhang Yang was out and not live streaming. At the outset, some of the interviewees, upon hearing that weekends could not be guaranteed, quickly departed after a brief conversation. Subsequently, Zhang Yang highlighted this point in the job description, resulting in a complete lack of applicants. Ultimately, they managed to recruit a rather introverted junior with decent editing skills. As for why she was working part-time in her freshman year, Tang Qiyun did not elaborate, merely assuring that her studies would not interfere with her work. With a 3-month probationary period, Zhang Yang was not overly concerned about this matter. Please wait a moment. Sister Gao will finish her makeup and take you to sign the contract. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Yang cheerfully greeted the audience in the live stream. Have you all settled in here? Why does it feel like you are welcoming me? All right, I understand. It's my fault. I will try not to take such a long leave next time. He awkwardly assured the audience, noticing the barrage of questions flooding the screen. Before we commence the appraisal, let me explain why we now have a queuing system. This brings us back to my original intention. I am here to engage in the appraisal for three things. Fairness, and indeed fairness. This queue is established to ensure equity. Do you understand my point? Does anyone not understand? Host, stop rambling and get on with the appraisal. Yes. You've already wasted 5 minutes. I'm already at number 250. Will I even get my turn this month? All right, let us warmly welcome our first treasure seeker. And no, it's not me. Hey, is it finally my turn? Judges? The voice of the man speaking was slightly hoarse. This is the appraisal live stream, not a singing competition. I am here for the appraisal. Dear judges, please have a look at this. As he spoke, a video showcased a bowl with a blue underglaze and white lotus patterns. The interior base appearing yellow, as if not properly cleaned. Treasure seeker, is the bottom of this bowl unwashed? Or is it inherently this color? This has been washed, but seems to have rust that won't come off, the appraiser explained. Really? Could you pick it up and turn it for me to see? No. This is soil seepage. How can it be rust? Zhang Yang chuckled. The distinction between rust and soil seepage was quite clear. One had a reddish hue, while the other was a dark yellow. Moreover, rust sits atop the surface, while soil seepage penetrates the porcelain. Soil seepage, is it? A burial item, perhaps? This brother has come to the right place. Seeking appraisal from Master Zhang is always a wise choice. My friend, you have returned home. Zhang Yang clasped his hands together towards the camera. I am Zhang Tianshi from the Old Nine Gates. May I inquire which faction you belong to? I am not from the Old Nine Gates. I know you are from the Zhang family of the Old Nine Gates. This should be rust, right? The treasure seeker still insisted. It is not rust. It is definitely soil seepage. I have never seen rust like this before, Zhang Yang asserted with increasing confidence. Having encountered numerous excavated antiques, this was the first time he had deduced an item's origin without seeing its details. This was also related to the inherent characteristics of soil seepage. If it were artificially faked, it would be challenging to penetrate beneath the glaze. Moreover, considering the substantial weight of this earthenware bowl, its aesthetic value has significantly diminished, rendering any attempt at forgery completely unnecessary. The emergence of the item's details only corroborated Zhang Yang's earlier deductions. Detailed information. A late Qing dynasty blue-glazed bowl, exhibiting distinct signs of earth infiltration. Suspected to be an excavated artifact. My dear brother, these past few days must have been rather arduous for you, Zhang Yang insinuated. This individual is the first treasure enthusiast, indicating that he had already begun queuing prior to Zhang Yang's visit to Guangdong province, which means he has been waiting for at least 4 days. This is a burial site from the late Qing dynasty. If the excavation is incomplete, it would be wise to refrain from further digging. It's simply isn't worth it. Let us put a stop to this. The live stream is filled with law enforcement officials. I assure you, I did not conduct the excavation. Please do not lead me astray, teacher. The netizen, with unwavering conviction, stated, "This is my wife's dowry. It has been stored in our home for over a decade. Truly, if you don't believe me, I can show you our wedding photos. Is it truly a dowry? Do not deceive me. There are numerous brothers watching the live stream, and you cannot escape if you are lying." Zhang Yang glanced at the viewer count in the live stream. Due to several days without broadcasting, the audience had slightly diminished, with only 13,000 viewers online. Nevertheless, the barrage of comments remained unabated. Burial goods? As dowry? Is it a ghost marriage? Unless his wife hails from the Nine Gates. It's also possible that his father-in-law pilfered it. Bestowing items unearthed onto a daughter as dowry is considered inauspicious, isn't it? Uncultured individuals cannot comprehend these matters. Have you forgotten the jade pig pendant worn around the sun's neck? Brothers, I am truly not a tomb raider. I possess a level 7 fan badge in this live stream, and I listen to Master Zhang's teachings daily. How could I possibly engage in such illicit activities? The netizen immediately began to converse with a barrage of comments. That means it was excavated by her father-in-law. Zhang Yang chose to trust his level 7 fan. Loyal supporters are hard to come by. Treasure enthusiast, what is your father-in-law's surname, and where is he from? Just mention it, and I shall know if it is true. His surname is Ma. Indeed, Zhang Yang exclaimed, slapping the table. The Ma family from the northeast, correct? Zhang Yang had recently devoted considerable time to studying these folk customs and made the connection instantly. Yes, the netizen on the opposite side responded with a barely audible acknowledgement. Quickly shifting the topic. Can you assist in appraising this item for its value? Teacher, what does the Ma family from northeast China signify? Have you heard of the saying, South Ma Mountain, North Ma Master? Is there a talented Ma from Northeast China? Who is the devil that mentioned Ma being talented? This item is of little worth. You can see for yourself that the earth infiltration is quite heavy, and the aesthetic condition is far from satisfactory. Let me put it this way. This may be the least expensive, genuine porcelain piece to have ever appeared in this live stream. I see. The netizen's tone barely concealed his disappointment. All right, thank you, teacher. However, if this were 20 or 30 years ago, you understand. Noticing the netizen's favorable attitude, Zhang Yang casually offered a reminder. In any case, if there are internet police watching the live stream, the alarm should have been incessantly ringing. As long as you are aware. While Zhang Yang continued to engage with the camera and audience, the director Su Jie suddenly approached with hurried steps. Boss, the live stream has been shut down. What? Zhang Yang was taken aback, glancing at the live streaming page displayed on the adjacent screen. Indeed, it read, your live broadcast has been reported excessively and has been interrupted. Violation penalty, suspended for 12 hours. The audience remained, still sending barrage comments, predominantly questioning with confusion. Master Zhang, assessing the situation, remarked, brothers, the live stream has been reported and paused for a while. Is this the first time Master Zhang has commented? Another viewer noted, eager for a snapshot in the front row. Are you certain this isn't a malicious shutdown? Came another inquiry. What has the host done? Why do they not cherish their live stream? Another lamented. What shall we watch while enjoying our afternoon tea? One viewer quipped. This is somewhat acceptable, another agreed. Host, just leave. We will chat for a while, another chimed in. Indeed, let us discuss how to handle the mercury found within the tomb of the first emperor of China. After clarifying the situation through the barrage comments, Zhang Yang promptly checked the back end for the suspension notification. Boss, what is going on? At the entrance of a live room, Tang Qiyun and Sister Gao had arrived. I was watching her live stream when the screen suddenly went black. Tang Qiyun explained her swift arrival. The boss is currently investigating the issue. Su Jie pointed toward Zhang Yang. It appears the live room has been reported by numerous users for allegedly engaging in illegal activities. Triggering a protective suspension, he elaborated. Zhang Yang examined the information sent by the official backend and shared it with a few employees. Due to the uniqueness of the treasure appraisal broadcasts, when General Jean led the contract negotiations with Douyin's officials, there had been an agreement regarding user reports. Typically, personal reports are verified before any action is taken. However, this time, the sheer volume of reports likely breached Douyin's default threshold, resulting in a precautionary suspension for half a day. Could it have been orchestrated by competitors? Sister Gao speculated boldly, given her extensive experience in live streaming. Su Jie quickly reacted, checking his phone. Let me see if other streamers have also been suspended. Shortly thereafter, he provided his findings. All 6 live rooms with over 1,000 viewers this afternoon have been suspended, each for 12 hours. It's undoubtedly the result of malicious reporting using bot accounts. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yang said, I will file an appeal. Everyone, take a moment to rest and monitor the unblocking situation. As Master Zhang is indeed the afternoon king of the treasure appraisal sector, his appeal for unblocking was submitted, and within an hour, the live room was reinstated. Furthermore, customer service even called to explain, assuring that such erroneous suspensions would not occur in the future. The live room resumed broadcasting. Brothers, please tread carefully. Every word you utter could be the proverbial last straw for the host. All right, let's connect with our second treasure enthusiast. Perhaps due to a temporary fix from the officials, the subsequent live broadcast proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, having lost an hour, Zhang Yang streamed until 5:30 in the afternoon before concluding. As he ended his stream, he noticed that teacher Zixuan from the evening segment had already begun her broadcast. Curiosity piqued. He ventured into the neighboring live room for a brief glance. By a stroke of serendipity, he happened upon a breathtaking scene. The screen displayed a pristine white bedspread, accompanied by soft, poignant sobs, captivating the audience's attention and stirring their emotions. Zhang Yang recognized her at a glance. It was teacher Xiaotian. However, wasn't this the live broadcast room of Zixuan's treasure appraisal? Why was she encroaching on Tang Maru's territory? Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Before hastily disconnecting the call, "What are you doing, buddy?" he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the live stream went dark. Chapter 071. The Hidden Rules of Live Treasure Appraisal. Seeing that even the seasoned veteran teacher Ninyu had fallen for the trap, Zhang Yang realized that this was an assault on the entire treasure appraisal sector. That evening, the treasure appraisal host group erupted in chaos for the first time. Zixuan the Handsome. I'm infuriated. Bald guy. What happened, Teacher Ninyu? Master Nyo, you wouldn't know if you weren't streaming. But both Zixuan and I fell victim to a self-destructing truck. Master Yu, me too. Yang Yang, What SA self-destructing truck? I'm confused. Zishuan the Handsome. It's when someone airs prohibited content while live streaming, swapping their account with yours. Zhang Yang silently lurked, observing the messages in the group chat. In truth, the moment he spotted the neon film star, he had already grasped the situation. The instigator must have realized that reporting bots were ineffective and had resorted to the self-destructing truck tactic. For online streamers, this maneuver is nearly a death blow, especially given that many streamers offer free treasure appraisals. The cost of such an act is minimal, yet its destructiveness is profound. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was scheduled for the afternoon slot and had been reported. Had it been the evening, he likely would have suffered the same unfortunate fate. There was no chance of appeal, as the ban was automatic and mindless, lasting 3 days. Admin Jenny Turtle. This afternoon, numerous small accounts maliciously reported, and in the evening, someone self-destructed. This seems targeted at you prominent streamers. I hope the remaining few take care with their broadcasts. Bald Guy. Now I'm hesitant to stream tomorrow. Zishuan the Handsome. Stream anyway. Don't give in to them. After 3 days, the ban will lift automatically. Yang Yang. Could it be the National Treasure Gang causing trouble again? Master Nyo. It's highly probable. This wave targets most of us treasure appraisal streamers. Zishuan the Handsome. Truly despicable. The National Treasure Gang? Zhang Yang pondered, realizing it could very well be the case. Upon reflection, aside from a National Treasure Gang, most others he had offended had already been dealt with. Surely, there couldn't be a major player manipulating a sewing machine while remotely commanding minions against him. Moreover, virtually every major streamer in the group had been affected. This was not a mere case of one-on-one retaliation. Have I offended any members of the National Treasure Gang? Zhang Yang said internally. Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind. Ball Guy. These fools are probably warning us. Master Nyo. Better to face the king of hell than to deal with the troublesome little ghosts. Qingya. Li Lao Qi. Are you the one behind this? Bald Guy. Master Nyo. Zishuan the Handsome. Yang Yang. Master Yu. Admin Jenny Turtle. Qingya. Master Zhang. Please change your nicknames. Zhang Yang Treasure Appraisal. Apologies, I was lurking and forgot to change it, haha. Zhang Yang Treasure Appraisal. Li Lao Qi. I remember you being part of the National Treasure Gang. Are you the one behind this? Ball Guy brother, you're fierce. Zhang Yang Treasure Appraisal. Li Lao Qi. Are you absent? Or are you too afraid to speak? Li Lao Qi. Don't spread rumors. How am I part of the National Treasure Gang? Li Lao Qi. Does the prominent host intend to engage in workplace bullying? Super Administrator Jeannie Gouet. Master Zhang, please calm down. It's best not to speak recklessly about matters without evidence. No evidence? Zhang Yang swiftly opened his Douyin app and shared the video he previously made, identifying Li Laoqi's counterfeit Dotsai bowl with the group. So you prefer to be stubborn, do you? Zhang Yang Jianbao. Listen, they are suppressing our faux collection. Zhang Yang Jianbao. Indeed, the items in the Palace Museum are fakes, imitations of yours. ISNT, that's still the National Treasure Gang? Master Nyo. So, Master Zhang. Do you have a private relationship with Teacher Wang? Perhaps we have met before. Super Administrator Jeannie Gouet. That Li Laoqi has already exited the group. Bald brother, you're quite bold, but be cautious in your live stream. They truly have no shame. Master Nyo, yes. Perhaps you entered the industry late and are unaware of their unscrupulous ways. While we live stream appraisal, we must avoid risks. Zhang Yang Jianbao, huh? Doubtful. Master Nyo, don't you know? First, never mention the words National Treasure Gang during your live stream. The moment you do, they will come sniffing around. Master Nyo. Second, even if you discern where something is counterfeit, such as from Jingcheng or Fan Jiaowell, never say it out loud, or they will certainly send someone to harass you. Master Yu. This is something to pay special attention to. I was once disgusted this way. Zhang Yang Jianbao. Thank you. I've learned something. Bows respectfully. Master Nyo. No need for thanks. Zi Xian, the handsome man. Zhang Yang Jianbao. Don't panic. You can learn from me to deal with them sarcastically. Even if you launch personal attacks, they won't dare to utter a sound. Zhang Yang Jianbao, is that true? What they get angry? I heard from Master Nyo that even mentioning the National Treasure Gang is off limits, and Zhang Yang suddenly felt the opposing force was rather formidable. Zi Xian, the handsome man. Those who show themselves are mere small fry. Confronting them individually poses no issue. They hold little weight within the National Treasure Gang. Master Nyo, in my years of experience, I have only encountered such live streaming antics for the second time. Master Yu. They first targeted me. Zhang Yang Jianbao. That stings. Thank you, esteemed teachers. After the group chat, the super administrator privately messaged Zhang Yang, advising him that if conditions allow, he should find someone to check the accounts for the live stream beforehand. Any account with suspicious IPs or history should not be connected, especially during these peculiar times. One must protect oneself. Zhang Yang promptly called Su Jie, who confirmed that not only could he handle it, but Zhang Yang could as well. With over 300 accounts lined up in the back end, Zhang Yang could clearly see that he would be connected with those individuals the following day. While major treasure appraisal hosts' live streams fell into chaos during the evening, in the VIP suite of the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Linhai, Zhang Yang was reviewing the battle reports sent by his subordinates, his face alight with joy. What a trivial matter to deal with this so-called master of appraisal. Opposite him, a long-haired man reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly asking, "Brother, you still haven't told me why we arrived in Linhai 2 days early. Didn't Dad and Hui say we were gathering the day after tomorrow?" Zhang Zongyin shot his brother a glance and retorted, "Is Hui your daughter or mine? As your daughter ventures into the realm of matchmaking, you, as her father, seem utterly disinterested, do you not? If hiring a private investigator suffices, why not appoint one to take my place?" Zhang Zongyin retorted, "Well, your presence alone is sufficient. For someone like me, with a checkered past, merely surviving is enough. Indeed, should you choose to divulge further secrets in your autobiography and find yourself incarcerated once more, my father and I would truly distance ourselves from you." Zhang Zongyin remarked with irritation, "Regardless, Hui is soon to be wed, and whether you are outside or behind bars, the difference is negligible. Take another look and ensure there are no latent explosive points in your manuscript. Amend them promptly." "Understood." The long-haired gentleman furrowed his brow and picked up the book titled From Luoyang's Spade to Sewing Machine lying at his feet. The cover bore the inscription, authored by Zhang Zongyin. Chapter 072, An Overlooked Arhut Statue. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Highland Museum, the establishment, although closed, remained brilliantly illuminated. "Yanggu, the lights are on. Could it be that they are welcoming you?" Chen Yingguang followed closely behind Zhang Yang, addressing him as brother in a tone of politeness reserved for those seeking favors. However, he insisted on discussing matters independently from Zhang Yang. "Brother Guang, is there a possibility that the lights here are all controlled by a master switch?" Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Absolutely not. They must be welcoming you." Just as Zhang Yang was about to counter, Wang Jinya emerged with his uncle from the first-floor lounge. Upon entering, Zhang Yang sensed something peculiar about the pair. Director Wang's face was flushed, and his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Master Wang, however, maintained a benevolent smile, albeit with noticeably labored breathing, as if he had just engaged in strenuous activity. "It has been too long, Zhang Yang. I have missed you dearly," Master Wang exclaimed, embracing Zhang Yang. This gesture made Chen Yingguang, who was observing from a distance, raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Zhang Yang, you wouldn't happen to be Master Wang's illegitimate son, would you? This is rather affectionate." When it was Chen Yingguang's turn, Master Wang merely offered a polite handshake. Prior to this, Zhang Yang had given a heads up, so Master Wang was aware of Chen Yingguang's identity. Nevertheless, given Wang Wuxing's age, he had witnessed numerous high-rise collapses and would not flatter anyone, not even if Chen Yingguang's father were to appear. Wang Jinya, on the other hand, after shaking hands with Zhang Yang, displayed a beaming smile when facing Chen Yingguang and even extended a warm welcome. "You are too courteous, Director Wang," Chen Yingguang replied, maintaining an air of superiority. Observing this interaction, Zhang Yang internally shook his head. He had likely discerned the nature of this prominent figure's character. His approach to social interactions bore a certain pathology. The more respect one shows him, the less he regards you as a person, much like those female streamers. Conversely, if one shows outright disrespect, he will seek to retaliate in some manner. Much like the swindlers who previously deceived him. Money was a trivial matter, but being treated as a fool was intolerable. Clearly, Wang Jianya had stepped on a landmine. Fortunately, the current decision-maker of the Wang family is Wang Guosheng. Once the four settled in the reception room, Wang Jinya began to present the outcomes of their recent trip to Yanqing one by one. Upon observing the assortment of jars and bottles on the table, Master Wang's smile widened. "Zhang Yang, your keen insight, if applied in tumultuous times, could easily land you the role of a military strategist beside a warlord." "Haha, Master. Yuyist, wouldn't he that confined me to a cage, serving as a pet for appraising treasures?" Zhang Yang responded with a chuckle, embracing Master Wang's playful banter. Chen Yangguang, oblivious to their exchange, was entirely captivated by the items on the table. He turned to Master Wang. "Are these all authentic?" "Indeed," replied Wang Wusheng. "Each piece is unequivocally genuine and precious. One signifies authenticity, while the other denotes value." "And this bronze pot as well?" Chen Yangguang inquired. "This is a guet." Zhang Yang corrected him. "Didn't I elaborate on this during my last live stream?" Fortunately, Wang Jianya was present to assist in elucidating the details. After hearing this, Chunyang Wang surveyed the three individuals present and quietly asked, "Are you also selling bronze artifacts?" He had come today, as per an earlier agreement with Zhang Yang, to select 2 antique pieces. The bronze itself is not for sale, but the inscriptions within can be sold, Wang Jianya explained, retrieving a sheet of rice paper from Slenderbox. Upon unfolding it, the paper displayed ink impressions of the bronze inscriptions. This bronze guet from the Midwestern Zhou dynasty bears 38 characters of inscriptions, all meticulously transferred onto the white rice paper. Zhang Yang's initial reaction to such an item was one of surprise. Can this truly be sold? His second thought was whether a portion of the proceeds should be allocated to Old Zhong, as he had aided in the impression process. However, judging by the expressions of Wang Jinya and Wang Guosheng, it was evident that this was not their first undertaking of such work. Chunyang Wang also displayed keen interest. "This is splendid. It appears remarkably refined. I will take it, but you must surely regulate the quantity of such items, correct?" Having frequented auction houses, he possessed a fair understanding of objects like rubbings. To summarize succinctly, rarity enhances value. We can assure you, this is one of only 2 in existence. The other will forever remain within the confines of the Yangqing Museum. Curator Wang even showcased the agreement they had signed with Old Zhong, ensuring that the other rubbing would not be disseminated. Impressive. It seems my acquisitions today will be plentiful. Chunyang Wang's smile blossomed as he spoke. "Very well, Jianya, do present the remaining items," Wang Guosheng instructed. Of course. Wang Jinya began to introduce the items one by one. These treasures have been unearthed by Zhang Yang. Some were found in ghost markets, while others in the underground antique shops of Yangqing. Beginning with the most ancient, we have a northern Song dynasty, Yaozhou Kiln Celadon Bowl, valued at 120,000. Next, from the 22nd year of the Hongwu era, the seal of the Dianwei Commandery, estimated at 40,000. Following that, a Ming Xuanda blue-glazed tripod incense burner, valued at 180,000. Then, from the Wanli period, a blue and white vase depicting the 3 friends of winter. And from the Qing Yongzheng era, a carved Bodhi with seated Arhut figure, estimated at 30,000. Wait a moment, Zhang Yang interjected. The rest are mostly late Qing porcelain, few of which are valuable. The price of this Arhut figure is evidently pivotal. In Zhang Yang's perspective, this statue of a Luohan, valued at several million, is perfectly suited for Chunyang Wang, an ideal gift for his future father-in-law. It is not merely because of its monetary worth. The quality speaks for itself, and auctioning it would yield far greater returns. Rather, the Luohan statue symbolizes self-discipline and ambition, making it a bespoke offering for his father-in-law. This piece alone is worth 30,000. Wang Jianya seemed to anticipate Zhang Yang's forthcoming words. "This has been appraised by my uncle. What is the matter? Do you have any questions, Zhang Yang?" Master Wang wore a perplexed expression. This is what Zhang Yang intends to purchase, alongside that Qianlong vase, totaling 80,000. Yet, Wang Jianya withheld a parting remark. The Qianlong Ming Kiln's vase is worth just over 10,000. This sculpture is merely 30,000. 80,000, and you've lost half. Zhang Yang, it appears, has misjudged the value. Is there some hidden significance to this sculpture? Master Wang inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhang Yang. A typical mid-Qing wooden gilded Luohan statue must be in exceptional condition to command a price of 80,000, and this one clearly does not meet that standard. Master Wang had heard of this name before, and relevant information swiftly surfaced in his memory. The record for the highest sale occurred at the end of 2017, where a carved pen holder depicting 100 artisans fetched a hammer price of 11,730,000. Chapter 073, The Demands of the Second Brother. Chunyang Wang and Wang Jianya, one an utter novice, the other only moderately knowledgeable. What on earth is this sure fellow to carve something so valuable? The 2 men's gazes at the Luohan statue held by Wang Guosheng transformed entirely. Please, don't let it fall. Meanwhile, Master Wang found himself in a quandary. Zhang Yang, you truly know how to challenge me. The elder mused, his tone imbued with both curiosity and excitement. Jianya, quickly bring me my reading glasses. By the way, Zhang Yang, how did you discern this? Wang Guosheng addressed Zhang Yang. This question led Zhang Yang to think, you have truly asked the right person. Surely, he could not divulge that he had some sort of advantage. Fortunately, having been previously interrogated by Master Wang, Zhang Yang had prepared his explanations beforehand. With this Luohan statue as his focal point, I am approximately 70% certain that this piece is authentic. I trust your judgment. Wang Guosheng nodded, donning his reading glasses. However, we must seek more compelling evidence. Ideally, something with a signature. As Master Wang spoke, he began to meticulously examine every inch of the Luohan statue. The remaining 3 individuals, including Zhang Yang, held their breaths, fearful of disturbing him. After a lengthy pause, the elder shook his head. There is no signature. The item is well preserved. Apart from some paint loss, there are no signs of chipping or scratching. However, this also implies that if there had been a signature, it would not have been destroyed. Does this mean we cannot verify that it is from that sure fellow? Chen Yingguang inquired curiously. Pretty much. Although if my uncle were to issue a certification, it could serve as proof, but the risks are substantial. Wang Jinya explained the conventional approach within the industry. In simple terms, Master Wang would provide a signed appraisal report to endorse the statue's provenance, thereby facilitating a higher sale price. Should anything go awry, it would be Master Wang's reputation that suffered. Alas, what a pity. Chen Yingguang sighed with regret. Everyone present understood that since Wang Guosheng did not engage with Wang Jianya's remarks, it indicated that the elder had no interest in the matter. Zhang Yang took the statue from Master Wang, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that it bore no signature. Moreover, much of the gilding had worn away, leaving the image of the Arhut in poor condition. Zhang Yang, what do you think? If we restore the gilding and cover the wooden parts, could we sell it for a higher price? Chen Yingguang mused, standing beside Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled, instinctively replying, reapplying the gold leaf wouldn't enhance the wood carving. His words trailed off as a sudden thought struck him, and he fell silent. What is it? Wang Jianya inquired. Master, do you have a small carving knife? I wish to see if there is something beneath the lacquer. Beneath the lacquer? Wang Guosheng initially appeared puzzled, but after a moment's reflection, his eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, it is quite possible that it is concealed beneath the paint. Jianya, quickly fetch my knife. With the presence of an experienced expert, it was best to leave such matters to the professionals. As Master Wang deftly wielded the carving knife, the gilded surface of the wood carving was gradually stripped away. Golden dust cascading onto the table, shimmering brilliantly. However, all attention was fixated on the area where the knife fell. 4 delicate characters appeared on the arm of the Arhut, nestled beside the folds of its garment. Woohoo! Chen Yingguang exclaimed joyfully, springing up. Impressive! Wang Jianya whispered in admiration. Zhang Yang and Master Wang exchanged smiles. It seems even ancient people could overlook true value, Zhang Yang remarked. Indeed, Master Wang stroked his long beard. Fortunately, you insisted, otherwise this pearl would have remained tarnished. These 2 items should surely please my future father-in-law. A beautiful and valuable Arhut statue to demonstrate my sincerity, along with a talisman that resonates with his identity. Chen Yingguang's reasoning for his purchases made Zhang Yang shake his head in disbelief. Brother, that is the seal of the commandant's office, issued in the 22nd year of Hongwu, when the Duoyin Guard was established. It has nothing to do with the Tomb Raider you were speaking of. If you spread such nonsense, do not attribute it to me. Chen Yingguang nodded, appearing to grasp the situation. Understood, I shall say it is the seal of the F.A. Qiu Zhonglong General. Do you think your future father-in-law is a fool? Zhang Yang realized that Chen Yingguang was attempting to deceive. How could that be? Show some respect for the Tomb Raider. Chen Yingguang laughed. I recently learned about my future father-in-law's life story. Oh, he truly is a remarkable character. Like me, he comes from wealth. Yet he constantly entertained thoughts of engaging in illegal tomb raiding, eventually being swept into a group of grave robbers, serving 7 years in prison. Upon his release, he sought fame by writing his autobiography, but inadvertently revealed unaddressed matters from before his incarceration and ended up imprisoned for an additional 6 months. It's quite amusing. Now, he holds no standing in his family, merely biding his time. Thus, I am confident that this FHO seal will delight him. Zhang Yang's expression subtly shifted upon hearing those words. Both he and his counterpart were scions of affluent families, equally preoccupied with the illicit pursuit of tomb raiding, and both held little standing within their households. Perhaps this was what one might call a fateful union? When you become engaged, do be sure to inform me. I shall generously bestow upon you a grand gift. Zhang Yang mentioned this to Chen Yangguang before alighting from the car. Certainly, your presence at the wedding banquet is assured, Chen Yangguang readily agreed. By the way, do you recall the esteemed second brother whom you had previously sent away? Huh? Zhang Yang paused, quickly recalling the brother who had leapt into the depths while carrying an oxygen tank. That was his own decision, mind you. It has nothing to do with me. It's all the same. Chen Yangguang chuckled. He privately messaged me a few days ago, inquiring if he could add you as a personal friend. He has a significant endeavor and wishes to see if you might be interested. What endeavor? He did not specify. stating it could only be divulged to Master Zhang himself. Let him wait in line. Just pass my business card to him. Zhang Yang contemplated, deeming it prudent to ascertain the risks of significant endeavors before the live broadcast. Chapter 074. Treasure Friend. Have you made up your mind? Brothers, does something seem amiss today? Why is it that none of the brothers who purchased Jade just now have incurred losses? Have you all conspired to strip our live broadcast room? Treasure Appraisal Zone. Leaked ditch of its reputation? Zhang Yang displayed a puzzled countenance, glancing at the camera and then at the audience. Today's live streaming participants were all meticulously selected by Master Zhang. They were individuals with seemingly normal accounts, boasting an array of likes, favorites, and published works, all appearing thoroughly ordinary. Yet therein lay the issue. They were too ordinary. Indeed, the absence of losses among the brothers is more distressing than being robbed. Could we not have an old Nine Gates appearance to liven things up? Even old leaked doors would suffice. I simply wish to see the brothers experience some losses. Fear not, I shall first check who the next treasure friend is. Zhang Yang accessed the back end and glanced at the ID of the next participant. Fortunate her little pants. This name rang a bell. They had just acquired a level 1 fan badge, and the account featured videos of natural landscapes. Such a treasure friend might not be a regular viewer of the live stream. There could be potential. Zhang Yang, filled with anticipation, clicked to accept the connection. Greetings, esteemed teacher. Fellow students. Stop. Treasure friend, brother, do not move. Zhang Yang urgently called out upon seeing the video feed. The camera was directed towards a serene grove, where between two large stones lay a cavernous entrance, obscured by a mound of earth. Recognizing this scene in a treasure friend-esque feed, Zhang Yang instinctively understood that this was undoubtedly a tomb. What's the matter, teacher? A viewer chuckled, unable to contain their amusement. Since you find it amusing, I shall assume you comprehend my meaning. Zhang Yang replied with a serious demeanor. Until the specifics were clarified, it was best to maintain a semblance of decorum. You understand? Yes. This is a tomb, is it not? That entrance. One can discern from the teacher's expression that is indeed. Very well, teacher, please inquire away. I'm a bit fatigued. May I sit upon the stone near that entrance? Please, let us clarify our conversation, Zhang Yang urged, hastily posing a question. First, have you ventured inside this place? I have, the netizen replied, stepping forward. Are there any long wooden or stone boxes within? None, the netizen advanced further. Have you made your decision, friend? The police may already be en route. You were advised to remain still, yet you insist on venturing deeper, applying pressure here. Are you? With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Yang declared, very well, as long as there are no boxes, you may proceed. All right, the netizen responded enthusiastically, hastening ahead. Soon, the scene within the cave unfolded before the onlookers. Through the crevices of the stones, two half-closed tomb doors revealed themselves, shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Did you bring candles, friend? Light one, and remember to place it in the southeast corner, Zhang Yang kindly reminded. No, I've been inside. There's oxygen, it's fine. Several times? Have you cleared it out? This fellow is either a tomb raider or a grave robber, a comment echoed. Someone got it right. I'm indeed an outdoor tomb explorer, the netizen explained to Zhang Yang. I sincerely hope so. Please turn on your phone's flashlight. Zhang Yang directed while observing the footage. The netizen complied, illuminating the tomb's entrance without rushing inside, first examining the intricate reliefs adorning the door. Teacher, behold these carvings of auspicious clouds, attendants, and livestock. Are they not lifelike? Zhang Yang inquired. Can this door be moved? It cannot. It is already buried in the earth, the netizen replied, offering a view from the base of the door, confirming its deep entrenchment in the soil, unmistakably aged. It's good that it cannot be moved. Only what cannot be taken can be spoken of. Zhang Yang felt a bit relieved. From the perspective of the tomb's entrance, this should date back to the Mid-Ming dynasty. This dating is quite unique, isn't it? Mid-Ming, that's nearly 600 years ago. 600 years. Zhang Yang pondered and added, friend, should you take anything from within, you could face a minimum sentence of 3 years. No worries, it's empty inside. The lack of chronological information is why I sought your expertise for dating. The netizen remarked, gradually entering the main burial chamber. Teacher, look at the murals on the walls. Aren't they beautiful? The camera captured the tomb's walls, adorned with red paint depicting a blooming lotus flower, still vividly visible after 6 centuries. This is in excellent condition. Zhang Yang nodded. What if I were to saw it off? The netizen suddenly suggested. 3 years. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, raising 3 fingers. I've already devised your charges. Intentional destruction of cultural relics and illegal excavation of ancient tombs, both punishable. Do you think that's severe? Too severe, teacher. The netizen chuckled nervously. This artifact isn't valuable. How could that possibly happen? Indeed, your reasoning is sound. How much could this worn stone possibly be worth? The brothers in the live stream contemplated as well. Consider this. If you spent 3 years working a sewing machine, you could save up at least 200,000 in a factory job, right? The teacher's reasoning is quite compelling, the netizen chimed in. Compelling? Then why haven't you exited from this grave? Zhang Yang spoke with a hint of irritation, stating, I've already seen everything. When the police car arrives outside, do not say I didn't warn you. By the way, what's the situation with that piece of wood at your feet? This one. A netizen picked up a half segment of wood from the ground. Brother, this is golden silk namu. The cut looks fresh. Are you certain you didn't break it? As Zhang Yang and his companion delved into their discussion, far away in a certain online marketing studio, the head of the operation, Mr. Yin, stormed into the room. He shouted at the employees, what is going on? Why is there still a major treasure appraisal streamer unbanned during the afternoon slot? What is the demolition crew doing? The client is already inquiring about our inefficiency. An experienced employee stood up and waved him over. Mr. Yin, you might want to take a look at this. What is it? Do I have to see it myself? Just tell me. All right, Mr. Yin. This streamer, Master Zhang, requires a queue for a live appraisal. Currently, it seems we may have to wait until next Monday for our employees to have their turn. Next Monday? We have to wait 3 days? That is definitely overdue. Can we pay more? Isn't it possible to jump the queue for a major streamer by offering more? Previously, we managed to eliminate Catfish and Master Neo using that strategy. However, Master Zhang doesn't allow for any queue jumping. The veteran employee replied helplessly. Nevertheless, I have a feeling this streamer is heading for his own demise, as he seems to be appraising burial sites for tomb raiders. Chapter 075, Cultural Relics Protection Task Release Center. Golden Silk Namu? The self-proclaimed netizen specializing in outdoor tomb exploration suddenly trembled. Brother, don't panic. It's only been 2 or 3 years, Zhang Yang reassured him. However, his words did little to comfort the netizen, who fell silent before eventually asking, Teacher, why is this golden silk Namu black? Friend of the tomb raiders, to be precise, it is brown, Zhang Yang explained succinctly. The wood has oxidized and is covered in dust. But that should not be your primary concern right now. You need to explain to the brothers in the live stream why this wood appears freshly broken. In the footage, the brown golden silk Namu strip had a smooth surface, uniform thickness, and resembled a common water pipe. Its length was nearly equivalent to that of an adult's entire arm, with a broken end clearly showing rough splinters. I assure you, I didn't do this, the netizen declared with conviction. It was likely caused by previous tomb raiders or an archaeological team. How does he know tomb raiders had come before? The tomb has been emptied. How could he not know? Impressive. Accusing the archaeological team. Based on the previous situation with the second-rank brother, the police must be on their way by now. What is this guy thinking? Can he explain clearly to an expert like Master Zhang? Shouldn't he be fleeing? Honestly, I didn't even notice this when I came in. Yet, with a shift in perspective, Zhang Yang quickly made another discovery. Wait, isn't there another segment over there? It's right in front of you. Don't pretend you can't see it. I truly didn't see it, the netizen insisted vehemently. Please take 2 steps forward. If all is well, proceed. Reluctantly, under the urging of Zhang Yang, the netizen picked up another piece of wood from the ground. It turned out to be a cane adorned with intricate vine patterns. Brother, this must be a burial artifact belonging to the owner of the tomb, dating back to the Mid-Ming dynasty, a golden silk Namu cane. Are you truly not going to explain? Zhang Yang asked with a playful expression. How ruthless. They've even broken it. Such a fine treasure. What a pity. In ancient times, only those of high status could afford a golden silk Namu cane. The tomb's owner must have been either wealthy or noble. Perhaps it's the tomb of a high-ranking official. The tomb chamber certainly suggests something extraordinary. That's not the case. I merely passed by here earlier. I have no idea how it got broken. It was evident that the netizen was eager to find an excuse, yet the evidence at hand offered no plausible explanation. Just then, a cuckoo's call echoed from outside the tomb. The netizen's tone shifted immediately. Teacher, thank you. We shall conclude here for today. Huh, brother. What? Before Zhang Yang could finish speaking, the other party abruptly ended the call. What does this mean? Did he flee? The cuckoo's call clearly indicates someone was on lookout. Have we encountered a professional team? Could they truly be tomb raiders? Don't panic, brothers. I've already reported it. Zhang Yang remained composed. Before the livestream page automatically exited, he had completed all necessary actions. After all, this was not his first encounter with tomb robbers. Their audacity, in fact, could be seen as a positive sign. If they were truly stealthy in their endeavors, who knows when one might discover their activities. At the very least, we now know that a mid-Ming dynasty tomb has come under threat. I hope the police can arrive in time. Zhang Yang was both reassuring the audience and bolstering his own spirits, for he had a premonition that the internet police would soon arrive. However, instead of the expected visit from them, he received a call from the Public Security Bureau. Rather than directing him to the local police station, they asked him to come directly to the city police headquarters. The officer on the line did not specify the reason, but having just assessed a suspect in tomb raiding the day before, Zhang Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. After receiving the notice, he messaged his most trusted and highest-paid employee, Sister Gao. I'm heading to the police bureau for some matters. If I haven't spoken in the group within 24 hours, please update the live stream announcement to say I've gone on a trip. Is the boss going in? Are our salaries automatically disbursed from the company account? Is there enough balance in the company card to cover a few months of salaries? A few months? I might only be detained for a few days. Please wish me well. After sending the message, Zhang Yang took a taxi to the entrance of the police bureau. After explaining the situation, the on-duty officer escorted him to the reception room. Shortly, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket entered the room, pulled up a chair, and sat across from Zhang Yang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Shaoxin, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Lehigh City Public Security Bureau. Hello, Captain Liu. I am. Just as Zhang Yang began to introduce himself, the other man waved his hand. No longer. We are well aware of your situation. Now, let me articulate my thoughts. Please let me know if there are any inaccuracies. Very well. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly, invigorated and attentive. Zhang Yang, a male of 20 years, a local of Lehigh City, currently a sophomore in the history department at Lehigh University, is the proprietor of the Yangming studio. Simultaneously, under the pseudonym Master Zhang, he conducts live treasure appraisal sessions online and has been involved in several tomb raiding and cultural relic theft cases. This should be correct, shouldn't it? Captain Liu inquired. Indeed, but I believe the term involved is somewhat misleading. It was more of a passive observation, Zhang Yang cautiously replied. All right, I shall amend that shortly. Let us proceed to verify the remaining details. Yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, you appraised an ancient tomb from the Ming dynasty for a group of tomb raiders and also assessed a relic, a staff unearthed from the grave. Is that accurate? That is not entirely precise. Zhang Yang shook his head. During the appraisal, he claimed to be a wilderness tomb explorer. Moreover, regarding the dynasty of the tomb, my stance as a minor streamer can only serve as a reference. The primary judgment rests with the individual involved. Anything else? Please continue. I am listening, Captain Liu prompted while scribbling notes. Additionally, during the live connection, I repeatedly urged him to abandon the ancient tomb and to submit the relics to the state. Zhang Yang added, very well, the cyber police have documented all of this, including your suggestion for him to light a candle at the southeast corner. Lighting a candle was merely for illumination, Zhang Yang hastily clarified. Captain Liu refrained from commenting, but suddenly raised his head to ask, this marks your 6th involvement, does it not? Are there really that many? Zhang Yang looked alarmed. Is this to be tallied together for future accountability? Wasn't he there a police officer who previously praised himself during a live connection? Is it possible they aren't part of the same system? Thus their results fail to acknowledge one another? Indeed, there are quite a few, Captain Liu nodded. A bronze mirror from the Qin dynasty, a jade pig from the Eastern Han, a clay sculpture from the Tang, and a tomb from the Qing dynasty. Additionally, there's the bronze mirror of Wang Zhaojun, along with this recent Ming dynasty tomb. Thanks to you, our team has engaged in profound exchanges with police teams from 6 other provinces across the nation dedicated to cultural relic protection. You have become quite the celebrity within our criminal investigation unit. As Captain Liu spoke, Zhang Yang listened intently, relieved that the tone was not accusatory and bore no hint of reproach. Captain Liu, I sincerely apologize. I am as puzzled as you are as to why this group of tomb raiders sought me out. It is quite normal not to know. As we are equally in the dark, Captain Liu chuckled, shaking his head. Cases from all corners of the nation have converged through you to our department before being disseminated nationwide. Thanks to you, our team has gained a modest reputation within the National Police Force, earning the moniker Cultural Relic Protection Task Release Center. Haha, that is quite a charming name. Zhang Yang laughed in agreement. Very well, Zhang Yang, tell me, would you prefer a banner or a certificate? Chapter 076. Boss, his background is rather formidable. Protecting cultural relics with utmost dedication. The Lehigh City Public Security Bureau presents. Sister Gao read the inscription on the banner hanging on the wall, her expression astonished as she gazed at Zhang Yang. Boss, did you really go to the Public Security Bureau to collect the banner? Not just that. There is also a certificate. Su Jie pointed at the red booklet on the table and remarked, "Children make choices. Zhang Yang wants them all." "Boss, shall we film a promotional video?" Tang Chiyun enthusiastically suggested. Zhang Yang declined, stating, "No need. This banner will be displayed in the live broadcast room." "Xiao Tang, could you please fetch me a piece of opaque tape to cover up those few small words from the Public Security Bureau?" From Captain Liu, Zhang Yang learned that the case concerning Tang Kai was nearing resolution. The clay figurine had been found and was currently with the Cultural Relics Department for identification. The bronze mirror related to Zhao Jun's departure was also sent to the National Museum, and none of the tomb raiders had escaped. Apart from the recent ancient tomb case, the police in Sichuan and Chongqing were still investigating, while most other cases had been resolved. However, due to the unique nature of cultural relics cases, it would likely take several years before formal reports were released. Captain Liu mentioned that such cases required thorough cleansing of the underlying gangs. Otherwise, information would remain concealed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder them from giving Zhang Yang a commendation, as he had participated in numerous matters, and it was uncertain which one merited the recognition. After presenting the banner and certificate, Captain Liu discreetly told Zhang Yang, "You just need to connect for identification, whether it's the Douyin officials or the cyber police. Someone has already made the necessary arrangements." This individual evidently held a higher rank than Captain Liu. To Zhang Yang, this implied that he had become a lawless rogue, liberated from the constraints of authority and no longer fearing the cyber police. However, he merely found amusement in this notion, as he did not wish for his live broadcast room to transform into a front line against tomb raiders, which could easily spiral out of his control. This was also the reason he wanted to obscure the small print on the banner. To this, Sister Gao expressed her confusion, asking, why cover it up? Wouldn't the endorsement from the Public Security Bureau enhance its promotional impact? What era is this, still pretending to be a fool? Sister Gao looked at him with disdain. "I believe the boss wishes to keep the studio's address confidential." Tang Chiyun proposed her thoughts. "Indeed, what Xiao Tang said reflects my intentions." Zhang Yang praised the cleverness of his junior, earning a shy smile from her. Su Jie, observing from the side, was captivated, unintentionally muttering kawaii under his breath, only to receive eye rolls from both Zhang Yang and Sister Gao. In the Water Army studio, General Yin burst in, fuming. "Why is Master Zhang still live streaming? Didn't I instruct you to send the video to the cyber police yesterday?" "Boss, the video I captured was from a moment he connected with that tomb raider until the next user joined. Not a second was missed." "That's absolutely outrageous. Assisting tomb raiders in their endeavors. How is that not illegal?" General Yin exclaimed, as if he were a champion of justice. "Boss, is it possible that this person's background is too formidable?" Someone proposed a reasonable explanation. "Does he have connections?" General Yin pondered and, somewhat reluctantly, nodded. The explanation did hold some merit. "Fine, carry on with your tasks," he said, turning to exit the room and dialing Secretary Chang Zongyin's number. "Secretary Qin, this is Xiaoyan from the studio. I have something to report to you." "Go ahead," a sultry female voice responded from the other end of the line. According to President Chang's previous instructions, all treasure appraisal streamers with an audience of over 1,000 must be suspended for at least 3 days. However, there is one named Master Zhang that we cannot manage. "Why is that? Are you no longer interested in money?" No, that's not it. It's just that his background is too formidable." Xiaoyan recounted the unsuccessful report, embellishing it with dramatized details. The Zhang he mentioned had become one of the shareholders of Douyin, a person of considerable influence. "The Master Zhang you speak of is his fan ranking #1 in the streaming room, under the name Listening to Pear Blossoms in the Rain." The voice on the other end suddenly shifted to that of President Chang Zongyin. "One moment, President, let me check. It seems not. It's a level 51 user known as the leader of the Chives Ditch." "Wait, my apologies, President. This top user was indeed previously known as Listening to Pear Blossoms in the Rain. Forget about it. I will handle this streamer myself." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he had already caught someone's attention. He was diligently completing his appraisal tasks. The queue had diminished significantly, and the number called was 378. "Number 378, the treasure friend." "It's not me. Welcome." Upon the appearance of the other party's image, Zhang Yang's pupils dilated in shock. For reasons unknown, this treasure friend aimed the camera at a black and white photo of a porcelain bowl, lighting 3 incense sticks in front of it. The smoke curled upwards, and the background music seemed to be a rendition of the Great Compassion Mantra. "Brother, is this performance art? Are we live streaming a grave visit? This is quite abstract. This artistic form is far ahead of its time. I cannot comprehend it, but I am profoundly moved. Isn't this bowl you are offering something I've seen before?" The barrage of comments reminded Zhang Yang. He recognized the ID and the bowl. Wasn't he this the son-in-law from the Ma family in northeast China? Had he learned the practices from his wife's family? Treasure friend, we cannot promote feudal superstitions. I am not superstitious. The man on the video exclaimed with indignation. So, are you trying to tell us that your bowl, which has soil seepage, was actually used during rituals? Not quite. Teacher, the bowl is gone. Huh? Zhang Yang first expressed surprise, then asked in confusion, is it broken? Is this black and white photo a memorial? No, it wasn't broken. It was reported by the audience in the live stream, and they forced me to surrender that bowl, leaving me with this. The treasure friend then produced a red booklet, identical to the honor certificate Zhang Yang had earlier received from Captain Liu. Chapter 077, The Guardian of Treasures, Chief Zhang. Brother, could you turn off that great compassion mantra for a moment? If others enter the live stream, they might think I'm here conducting a seance. After Zhang Yang's persuasion, the elder brother muted the background music, directing the camera towards the floor. Teacher, that was my wife's dowry, and now it's gone. From the tone of his voice, it was evident that the elder brother was quite distressed. I understand. Though I do not have a wife, I can imagine the pressure you must be under. Zhang Yang gazed into the camera and inquired of the viewers in the live stream. Who among you is responsible for this? Step forward and confess if you dare. Wasn't it the host who reported himself? Could it possibly be someone from the Treasure Protection Gang? Such entities emerging from tombs must certainly have been reported by the Treasure Protection Gang. The Treasure Protection Gang? What faction is that? For the first time, Zhang Yang found himself somewhat bewildered by the barrage of comments in his live stream. The Treasure Protection Gang is simply your fan group. I was once a member myself, explained a gentleman seeking accountability. Whenever you appraise treasures and discover something that needs to be surrendered, we assist you in reporting it. However, they have betrayed their own, even reporting me. I have since left the group. Huh? Zhang Yang chuckled at the revelation. It turned out that this gentleman was indeed the owner of a genuine cow. Previously, he had enthusiastically participated in reporting others, yet now he could not bear the consequences falling upon himself. So, are you saying you were reported by your own brethren? They cannot be called brethren. They are merely your fans, the gentleman asserted. The actions of the fans fall under your responsibility as the host, don't you think? Friends, let's not delve into who is accountable. I have a question, Zhang Yang interjected, having identified a blind spot. Why must you surrender it? If you choose not to, the police cannot simply invade your home, can they? Because that item may well have originated from a tomb. Having watched your live stream for so long, I have gleaned a bit of criminal law, the gentleman answered candidly. Precisely, my brother. You are concerned for your own safety, not solely out of a sense of duty to report. Zhang Yang continued now. Do take a look at what is inscribed on the banner behind me and what I hold in my hand. He presented an important prop, a certificate bestowed by Captain Liu. The gentleman skillfully directed the camera towards his own red booklet. Identical, a matching honor certificate. The host has surrendered to? Goodness, is this for real or merely a ruse? Who reported the leader of the Treasure Protection Gang? Teacher, you too have surrendered? A gentleman on the other end of the video exclaimed in astonishment. What? Is there a doubt regarding the authenticity of my certificate? Does it not contain written words? Surely it isn't a counterfeit from Taobao? The gentleman questioned. Personal information cannot be disclosed, but I can show you a corner of it, Zhang Yang replied. Which city's Cultural Relics Bureau is this? Why not reveal the entire thing? Are we beginning to clear our names now? Clear our names? The host has always navigated both black and white. Friends, do you believe it now? Zhang Yang asked. I believe. Teacher, it turns out you are as unfortunate as I am, which brings me solace, the gentleman on the call joyfully responded. After bidding farewell to the inquiring friend, Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, realizing he ought to discuss the matter of reporting with the audience. Otherwise, it could devolve into fan misconduct, leaving the idol to bear the burden. Brothers, we have designated personnel to handle reports. There are also internet police in the live stream. Please refrain from excessive fervor. That gentleman earlier had a good mindset. Had it been someone with a heart condition, and you all reported together, it could have resulted in dire consequences. Hundreds? Who do you think you're looking down upon? There are already over 1,000 in the group. Is it not permissible to report tomb raiders? It is advisable for the host to carefully evaluate your treasures and refrain from extending your reach too far. Our Treasure Protection Society can effortlessly diminish a minor streamer. Who is the leader of your Treasure Protection Society? Who is responsible? Step forward and engage in conversation. Where does this malevolent influence stem from? Today, we must rectify this. The Grand Elder of the Treasure Protection Society gifts the host a rainbow Ferris wheel X1. The second Elder of the Treasure Protection Society gifts the host a rainbow Ferris wheel X1. The third Elder of the Treasure Protection Society. Astonished, Zhang Yang scratched his head as he surveyed the screen filled with gifts. No more, no more. You are sending so many extravagant gifts. While they appear dazzling, their total value is merely a few thousand yuan, which is truly unnecessary. Zhang Yang waved his hand towards the camera, yet no one acknowledged him. Only when the gifts continued until the 13th elder of the Treasure Protection Society did they finally cease. Who is the Grand Elder? Come forward and say something, Zhang Yang inquired. His curiosity piqued about the true nature of the Treasure Protection Society. After all, they claimed to have a group of 1,000 members, yet he, as the host, was not included. If this was merely a playful jest, that would be acceptable, but he feared that someone might misuse his name irresponsibly. Despite the lively atmosphere in the live stream, should something go awry, a silver bracelet clasped on his wrist would swiftly bring about his downfall. The Grand Elder is the Leek Emperor. A kind-hearted viewer elucidated this to Zhang Yang. The Leek Emperor, the prominent figure of the Leek Pits, was the recently renamed account of Zhang Yang. Is that true? Brothers, hold on for a moment. I have a question. So, my fan group does not include me? Do you truly have one? Light, as a host, you must engage in fan economy, right? A fan group is essential. Light, no need to thank me. I have already established one for you. Zhang, why was I not invited to join the group? Light, that was to give you a surprise. Yet, 2 seconds later, he understood why. The screen was suddenly inundated with a flurry of comments. The speed of the barrage was so rapid that one might mistake it for a lottery password. Is this the surprise? Brothers, am I the leader? Then let the leader proclaim. Collect. Zhang Yang gestured as if grasping something from the air, and the torrent of comments in the live stream came to an immediate halt. Impressive, brothers, truly remarkable. The Leek Emperor is also commendable. However, regarding the issue of reporting, there are dedicated individuals responsible for that. If you genuinely wish to protect cultural relics, consider disseminating relevant knowledge. Should you observe any suspicious holes or potential grave robbers, please report it promptly, ensuring your own safety. Zhang Yang conveyed the words from the promotional pamphlet provided by Captain Lu verbatim to the audience. The impact seemed quite positive. As the comments reflected, receive the order. The leader's command shall not be disregarded. The host exudes such positive energy. One cannot perceive the aura of a gang leader. Having heard the host's words, I have decided to patrol the vicinity of Mount Lee's northern slope immediately. Many in the comment section were merely engaging in playful banter, and Zhang Yang understood that taking things too seriously would be futile, shaking his head and choosing not to respond further. He would address matters in the group after the stream concluded. As for Qin Yingguang's talk of fan economy, harvesting leaks, as long as everyone refrains from causing him trouble, it shall suffice. Otherwise, how shall we cope with the incessant recitation of the Great Compassion Mantra? Chapter 078. Whatever you wish to purchase, I have a matching item here. Good afternoon, Teacher Zhang. I have some items that I would like you to appraise. Treasure friend number 379, a girl with a remarkably gentle voice. The last time the audience heard such a voice was during Zhang Yang's initial broadcast, when Xiao Lihua acted as a prop. Consequently, many of the later arrivals, having never encountered a female treasure friend, promptly revealed their true nature. This voice makes my heart flutter. Why doesn't the young lady show her face? Such a beautiful voice. She could easily become a voice actor. Indeed, it sounds incredibly pleasant and crystal clear. My apologies, young lady, but the audience here is rather inexperienced. Now, brothers, how does my voice sound? Zhang Yang remarked, adopting a higher pitch. Teacher, your way of speaking resembles that of a eunuch. The female treasure friend could not suppress her laughter. The young lady speaks the truth. Absolutely, it is indeed reminiscent of a eunuch. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhang Yang's smile momentarily froze. Enough of the idle chatter, treasure friend. Let us examine your treasure. I must declare, your previous words have wounded me, so I shall appraise it with great vigor. No worries, I shall heed your guidance, the girl gently replied. However, the item she presented to Zhang Yang was rather audacious. What appeared on camera was a ceramic dragon plate, roughly the size of a wash basin, featuring a relief of a coiled dragon. The dragon was exquisitely crafted, with its claws outstretched and vividly lifelike, and it boasted 5 claws. A sight fit for a construction site. This sister must be a novice. She has undoubtedly been deceived by some old man on a work site. Where did you acquire this, young lady? Zhang Yang inquired, concealing his amusement. He was genuinely curious about the origin of such an overtly counterfeit item. The piece bore no clay residue, unlike artifacts unearthed from construction sites. This has been passed down for many years, the female treasure friend stammered. So it is ancestral? Yes, it is indeed a family heirloom, she confirmed. She speaks with such caution, Could it truly be a national treasure? Her awareness surpasses that of tomb raiders. Would you like to examine the underside? The girl asked. No rush on that. Please hold on for a moment, Zhang Yang replied, temporarily muting his microphone. He called out to the studio, Sister Gao. Could you bring over the package from Yangcheng? He then instructed the director, Su Jie, please assist. I do not require your attention at the moment. After completing these tasks, he resumed speaking into the microphone. All right, young lady, let us analyze your item together. Zhang Yang began to explain from a professional perspective what this piece was. For what use was all that knowledge of antiques otherwise? This is a plate with a sunflower mouth. The term sunflower mouth refers to the plate's outer rim, which resembles the petals of sunflower layer by layer. The dragon depicted here, a 5-clawed dragon, was exclusively for imperial use, and its style is from the early Qing dynasty. If this object is indeed genuine, it must have been used by some renowned emperors in history, such as Nursai, Shunji, or Kangxi. One of them, perhaps. The young lady inquired. Well then, teacher, what is the current value of this item? $5, nothing more, came the response. I'll offer 50, at least I can add it on WeChat, she proposed. You all must be joking. I'll bid 53, another voice chimed in. Zhang Yang, unusually not consulting the data, simply flashed a hand signal indicating 60. 60,000? The young girl seemed to be in a daze. $60. What? That can't be right. Isn't this item said to be used by the emperors of the Qing dynasty? Her tone brimmed with skepticism. Do not rush. My pricing is based on sound reasoning. Zhang Yang turned away from the camera's view and retrieved an object from a box that had been moved in by Gao Jie and Su Jie. Gome, take a look. Is it not identical to yours? My goodness, it truly is a replica. Where on earth did the teacher acquire this? This has put me in a bind, she admitted. Zhang Yang held up a ceramic dragon plate to the camera, showcasing the embossed dragon on the front before flipping it over to reveal the bottom. Young lady, my reason for stating 60 is evident. Observe what is inscribed here. A label was affixed to the bottom of the dragon plate, reading, produced by the group, a guaranteed masterpiece. Suggested retail price, 60. This item was procured with the assistance of Teacher Zhong from the Yangqing Museum through connections at the Hudong Group's factory. Zhang Yang had purchased one of each popular item from the Hudong Group. Upon seeing the object, he finally understood what Teacher Zhong meant by having no recourse. They were indeed marketed as craft items, complete with price tags. Of course, when sold to this young girl, the label would have certainly been removed. But that was irrelevant to the Hudong Group. Indeed, is $60. The retail price is 60, and the factory price is likely no more than 45, he clarified. What does group produced imply? Could it be that the host has a counterfeit factory? It's also possible someone gifted the teacher a sample. Before Zhang Yang could address the barrage of speculations, the young lady interjected. It seems this item is a forgery. However, I have a few more. Could you assist me in examining them? Of course, Zhang Yang nodded. As long as the individual was not particularly obstinate, he was more than willing to assist with the appraisal. The camera panned to a box filled with white foam. This has been preserved remarkably well. What is it? It was a bronze vase. The young lady extracted a vase, glistening with a dark luster, from the tightly wrapped foam. Teacher, what do you think of this one? My goodness, my friend, this is extraordinary, Zhang Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, as if possessed by the spirit of a knowledgeable mentor. Friend, this is not something to be taken lightly. Ha ha, this young lady is far too easy to deceive. Black bronze seems to be particularly valuable. This is ancient black lacquer. Genuine artifacts, particularly those crafted from special alloys of bronze, can only be found in the southern soil, where natural corrosion may occur. In foreign auctions, one has seldom encountered items priced below $1 million. This too is a family heirloom of mine. The young lady may have already begun to fantasize about how to dispose of it, as she deliberately remarked. It's all good. They are all inherited, are they not? Zhang Yang chuckled and turned around, retrieving another identical bronze vessel from a box at his feet. How coincidental. I have one passed down to me as well. Could it possibly be another product from the conglomerate? This method of appraisal is exceedingly useful. Forgive me for losing my composure. Very well, teacher. It appears this one is also counterfeit. Could you show me the retail price? The young lady demonstrated a commendable ability to withstand disappointment, clearly desiring to grasp the reality of her situation. All right. Zhang Yang glanced at the bottom of the vessel. 95. At this price, it should indeed be genuine bronze. If you purchase at retail, selling scrap metal Shun-Ti incurs significant losses. Chapter 079. Is your father-in-law part of the National Treasure Association? I purchased this for 4,003, and that dragon plate cost me over 4,000 as well. 8,000 has dwindled to 200. The young lady's tone, once filled with excitement, when inquiring about the price, now shifted to one of discomfort. That's a good thing, dear sister. You've only lost 975. In the antiques trade, that is already considered a minor loss. Just think if this item were authentic. The mere act of trading bronze artifacts could land you in prison for several years. Now, you are quite safe. No one can touch you. Zhang Yang attempted to broaden the young lady's perspective. To his surprise, this statement caused her to break down. Teacher, please stop. I feel so miserable. The young lady, surprisingly, began to weep openly. Just arrived? What has the host done to this girl? I just arrived too. Is this a live stream bullying a girl? We all just arrived. If that is the case, I'm also new here. Who are we confronting now? Is this a newcomer? Who is Master Zhang? Ladies, let us report that male host down below. Sister, please control your emotions. While speaking, Zhang Yang discreetly pressed the mute button for the live stream. To avoid any explosive fallout, he had become adept at these streaming techniques. Now, the audience could hear no sound, yet he could still listen to what his co-host was saying. However, fearing that the viewers would notice a discrepancy in audio and video synchronization, Zhang Yang refrained from speaking and simply listened. On the other end of the video, the female participant sobbed, saying, Teacher, I'm sorry, I cannot control myself. I bought this item with my savings and now it's all gone. Teacher, since you possess so many goods from the conglomerate, surely you have connections with the boss. Could you inquire if I might get a refund? I don't want to continue. Zhang, teacher, are you still listening? Did I lose connection? Zhang Yang noted that her voice had nearly lost its tremor of tears, and only then did he unmute the microphone. Dear participant, you should ask the person who sold you the item if it can be returned. Beyond that, reporting to the authorities is your only recourse. Though it may not be effective, you must weigh your options. Teacher, the items I possess were all gifted to me as teaching tools, without any expense on my part. You may have arrived late and thus are unaware that some treasure enthusiasts visiting for appraisals firmly believe they've struck gold. They can be quite obstinate unless they reveal some of their findings. I can attest to this, as several elderly gentlemen have behaved similarly. I believe this tactic only works on ordinary individuals. The seasoned collectors remain impervious. Would reporting to the authorities be effective? The young lady inquired urgently, as if she had grasped a lifeline. I have been deceived out of 8,000. Zhang Yang referenced a previous incident involving Chen Yingguang as an example. Goodness. Then he cannot possibly be the biggest victim in the live stream. The facade of the so-called king of victims has crumbled. Chen Yingguang was indeed lurking in the live stream, and, upon seeing such comments, became agitated and jumped in. I lost 3 million on antiques and over 10 million on jade. Am I not the biggest victim? This host is spreading rumors. Do you all believe that? Chen Yingguang's explanations did not end there. After Zhang Yang concluded the stream, Chen Yingguang called him. Brother Yang, could you do me a favor? Can we align our statements? What do you mean? Have you gotten into trouble again? A unified statement? Zhang Yang initially thought he was being dragged into some legal issue. Unexpectedly, Chen Yingguang replied, No trouble. I just want to coordinate our narratives. In the live stream and fan groups, I will always appear to be at a loss. However, in person, I will always be profiting. Is that agreeable, Brother Yang? You wouldn't tell anyone in real life that you've made money from jade or antiques, would you? Zhang Yang found it hard to believe. How could he be so audacious? It was roughly that sentiment. Chen Yingguang answered somewhat sheepishly. After a lengthy discussion, Zhang Yang finally grasped what this fellow had done. Chen Yingguang may have genuinely absorbed the livestream atmosphere. He likely thought, the host streams every day, and I watch every day, so we must be alike. He even boasted in front of his father that he had made millions from lucky finds. As the account holder, Chen Yingguang's father was aware of the true nature of his son's prominent account and was not easily convinced. However, the account holder's dismissive attitude only ignited Chen Yingguang's determination to prove himself. You don't expect me to help you find some treasures to show off, do you? Zhang Yang thought to himself, pleading for mercy. He had already visited the antique market in Linhai 3 times, and while genuine items did exist, complete with certifications or grading, he had yet to encounter any genuine bargains. Zhang Yang even suspected that some shops had been sourcing their inventory from craft wholesalers since their inception. What genuine antiques? The shopkeepers themselves probably had never seen them. Crafts, after all, are low cost, and every successful deception counts. Zhang Yang finally realized that without access to Wang's channels, finding a bargain in broad daylight was indeed a formidable challenge. No, I haven't yet figured out how to prove anything. My recent attempts to fool my father have all failed, so I need to strategize this time. Chen Yingguang appeared quite clear-headed. Goodness, do you truly think me foolish? Once you conclude the appraisal today, and the video is uploaded online, Everyone will recognize these items, whatever dragon plate or black lacquered bronze they may be, as fakes. I was also curious, from which group do these items originate? As you extend your hand outward, will they still be able to sell their goods in the future? Is there a possibility that their customers will never watch my live stream? Zhang Yang said pensively. There is some truth to that, Chen Yingguang realized, prompting him to inquire further. Which group are we talking about? It wouldn't happen to be the Zhang Yang group, would it? You play both sides? The Hudong group. Hello, where are you? Is the Hudong group you mentioned the one with a sizable factory in Foshan? Chen Yingguang asked. Indeed. ISNT that something you can easily find online? Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, unaware of the impact his words had on Chen Yingguang. Is the head of that group surnamed Cheng? I wouldn't know, but their products are officially sold as crafts, and there is no loophole to be found. Damn! Chen Yingguang exclaimed suddenly. Have you lost your mind again? The Hudong group is the family business of the girl I was supposed to meet for matchmaking. Chen Yingguang's tone turned complex. No way. Now it was Zhang Yang's turn to be astonished. Are you implying that your father-in-law is not only a grave robber, but also part of the National Treasure Gang? That is quite the accumulation of buffs. Chapter 080. It seems you have quite the understanding of the Cultural Relics Protection Law. Don't speak nonsense. The Hudong group is managed by my future father-in-law's elder brother, and it has nothing to do with him. Chen Yingguang shared a bit of the information he had gathered with Zhang Yang. Cheng Zongwen, the author of that grave-robbing novel, is the second son of the Cheng family patriarch, Cheng Dai. His elder brother, Cheng Zongyin, is the head of the family business. However, I believe their enterprise is merely a pastime. The real money seems to come from the investment group under the patriarch. It is said to have incubated numerous publicly listed companies. I don't know the exact profits, but it's rumored that a few years ago, he donated over half a museum full of treasures to a top university. In total, there were more than 600 pieces, each worthy of display in a museum. Just imagine that kind of strength. Chen Yingguang rambled on, leaving Zhang Yang somewhat bewildered. The gist of it was that even if the Hudong group were indeed part of the National Treasure Gang, it was primarily the wrongdoing of the elder brother Cheng Zongyin and had little to do with the second son, who was not favored at home. Chen's mother wanted Chen Yingguang to marry the daughter of the Cheng family because she had been raised by the patriarch after Cheng heir was imprisoned and held shares in the investment group. Even without considering the influential connections, she could be regarded as a modestly wealthy woman. I certainly would not associate myself with the National Treasure Gang, Chen Yingguang stated emphatically. Although the thoughts of the elder brother might seem somewhat self-deceptive, Zhang Yang understood that, in the eyes of true wealthy individuals, exploiting the greed of ordinary people to amass wealth, even at the cost of the elderly's retirement funds, would not evoke the slightest sense of guilt. Chen Yingguang was already considered a breath of fresh air. After hanging up, Zhang Yang pondered Chen Yingguang's words and couldn't help but search online. A renowned individual donating over 600 private collectibles to a university museum. Surely, such a significant event would have made the news. Embracing such thoughts, he found himself transported from the year 2023 to 2003, yet discovered naught of any valuable information. Zhang Yang had no choice but to shift his perspective and inquire about which prestigious universities had established museums. The outcome revealed that there are 153 university museums nationwide, of which only 143 are acknowledged by the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Among these accredited museums, none met the required criteria. Thus, it seemed that the donation from the elder Mr. Cheng was destined for a dubious museum, and Chen Yangguang's claims were nothing more than a case of misinformation. Zhang Yang had initially classified the situation, but as he was closing the webpage, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a report titled "How Absurd is the All-Fake Museum of Yuching University?" Intrigued, he clicked on the article. Meanwhile, at the Highland Museum, the esteemed National Treasure Curator, Chairman Cheng Zongyin, was engaged in conversation over tea with Wang Jianya. Though they exchanged pleasantries, the topics of discussion were rather formal, indicating a lack of genuine camaraderie. Nearby, Cheng Lauer, adorned with long hair and dressed like an artist, could hardly contain his restlessness as he admired the treasures displayed within the glass cases. Most of these artifacts had yet to be placed in the external exhibition. Wang, is this bronze artifact freshly excavated? He inquired. The red soil on it must have been unearthed from Guangdong province, correct? Unbeknownst to Wang Jianya, the second scion of the Cheng family before him had indeed ventured into tombs and had even been involved in illicit activities in Guangdong. He assumed he was conversing with an expert. Brother, when you have a keen eye, this was salvage from a tomb raider, Wang replied. Really? Was the tomb raider apprehended? Wang Jianya nodded. Indeed, and he was caught red-handed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Lauer's eyes sparkled with delight as he pressed on. How many years did that fool receive? Wang Jinya paused, momentarily confused, then realized who the fool referred to. The case seems not to have been adjudicated yet, but that individual shattered the bronze artifact and sold numerous counterfeit antiques, so he is likely to face a severe sentence. What was the artifact shattered into? Sheng Lauer inquired with growing excitement. Wang Jianya, sensing the intensity of his companion's curiosity, responded candidly. It was broken into nearly 40 pieces, but fortunately, modern conservation techniques have restored it considerably. Wonderful, Sheng Lauer exclaimed, clapping his hands in glee. Tomb robbing, destruction of cultural relics, and selling counterfeit antiques. He deserves no less than a 15-year sentence. It seems Brother One is quite knowledgeable about the laws concerning cultural heritage. Indeed, this is a mandatory course for us within the field. Sheng Lauer smiled, glancing toward his elder brother. At such moments, Sheng Zhongyin usually would discreetly divert the conversation to avoid any inquiries that might expose Sheng Lauer's background and bring shame to the family. However, this time, the chairman appeared somewhat lost in thought, remaining silent. Brother, what occupies your mind? Sheng Lauer called out, pulling his elder sibling from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, Sheng Zhongyin inquired of Wang Jianya. Indeed, it was discovered in an old goods market in Yueshio district of Yanqing. The place is rife with counterfeit antiques, and I never expected that my first encounter with genuine artifacts would involve such significant treasures, remarked Wang Jianya with evident pride. As he spoke, Sheng Zhongyin gazed intently at the bronze guet within the glass display case, nodding in agreement. Indeed, such exquisite bronze wares are a testament to the wisdom of our ancestors. Those grave robbers who destroy such treasures deserve the utmost condemnation. Sheng Zhongyin's words dripped with indignation, leading Sheng Lauer to mistakenly believe that his elder brother was about to enact justice against a family member. However, Chairman Sheng was actually directing his ire towards the apprehended salesman, pondering, is it not profitable to bring goods to the group? Why resort to grave robbing? It is truly unfortunate that I encounter adversaries while attending to business matters. He extracted a small booklet from his bag, smiling as he handed it to Wang Jianya, stating, Director Wang, as I mentioned in our phone conversation, I am here on behalf of my father to donate a selection of his private collection to your esteemed museum. Though the quantity is modest, around 30 pieces, each item comes with a certificate from an appraisal expert. Please let me know when it would be convenient for you to receive them, and we can arrange a handover ceremony. My father is expected to arrive in Linghai tomorrow and will remain until early next month. It is indeed a tremendous fortune to receive a donation from Master Cheng. Wang Jinya graciously accepted the booklet and inquired, are the items you wish to donate currently in Linghai? Chapter 081. How would you respond if I presented 32 forgeries? A mysterious private collector has donated over 600 pieces of personal artifacts to the Yuqing University Museum. Among these treasures are exquisite relics, such as Shang Dynasty animal mask tripods, Han Dynasty glazed dragon pattern discs, and Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Following the museum's inauguration, collectors flocked to witness the exhibits, only to discover, to their astonishment, that every item on display was a forgery. Many openly expressed during interviews that this was the work of the National Treasure Gang. The brazen exhibition of forgeries in a prestigious academic institution raises serious questions regarding the motives of the initiators. Should this charade remain undisclosed, it is uncertain whether a plethora of forgeries masquerading as genuine artifact from the Yuqing University Museum would circulate in the market. However, one thing is certain. Over a year has passed since then, and aside from the museum's closure, no further developments have emerged. It appears that an invisible decree has been issued. Do not speak of this again. Zhang Yang sighed deeply upon reading the news. How could such a preposterous affair have no follow-up? He continued to search online for the identity of the enigmatic private collector, only to find that all reports ceased 3 years ago. No one knows the true identity of the individual responsible for donating these forgeries to establish the museum. Yet, the sheer number of over 600 pieces strikes Zhang Yang as too coincidental, leading him to suspect that it was none other than Chang De, the patriarch of the Cheng family. It must be him, for he could be a pivotal figure in the upper echelons of the National Treasure Gang. Wealthy individuals like Chang De, by donating items to museums, create the illusion that artifacts endorsed by the upper echelons of the National Treasure Gang are genuine national treasures. Meanwhile, mid-level members like Li Laoqi are tasked with promoting these treasures and maintaining the non-existent reputation of the National Treasure Gang. The underprivileged are essentially those ordinary individuals clutching a plethora of counterfeit national treasures, yearning for wealth. Chunying Wang is unlikely to transform into an esteemed member of the National Treasure Society, is he? Zhang Yang pondered this possibility, acknowledging that it could indeed be feasible. Given this individual's flexible moral compass, it seems prudent to assume control of the fan group sooner rather than later, lest it become the stronghold of the National Treasure Society. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yang hastily engaged in a private conversation with Sister Gao and Tang Qian. After securing their consent, he integrated the two ladies into the fan group and bestowed upon them the status of administrators. As for Su Jie, he was disregarded. He was perpetually engrossed in gaming once off work, making him perpetually unreachable. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yang was poised to indulge in some short videos before retiring for the night when an unfamiliar number suddenly rang through. Yanjing, West City? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Yang answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Zhang Yang? A child's sweet voice emanated from the other end. Yes, that would be me, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Grandpa, I got through. The child exclaimed joyfully. Cece, slow down. An elderly voice admonished from the other end. Zhang Yang had already surmised the identity of the caller. Ah, yes, your granddaughter is on break, Mr. Wang chuckled. The elderly gentleman had previously conversed with Zhang Yang. Both of his sons had established their families in Yanjing, and he typically resided in the northern regions. Now, in Mr. Wang's eyes, matters have been efficiently resolved, thanks to the emergence of a young individual. Are you inquiring about the donated artifacts? Mr. Wang's words sent a tremor through Zhang Yang's heart. As he had recently encountered numerous unfortunate tales, he hastily inquired, how many pieces have been donated? The most substantial donation Zhang Yang had previously encountered was from a wealthy businessman from Zhang Yang, who contributed a total of 6,000 counterfeit porcelain items to Yanjing Normal University. Even wholesale in Jingdi Town would command a hefty sum. Next was the enigmatic figure suspected to be Chang Dai. The greater the quantity, the more unsettling it became. There are a total of 32 pieces, Mr. Wang solemnly stated. In the history of donations to the Highland Museum, does this count as a large or small number? Zhang Yang sought clarification. If they are all authentic, then certainly it would be substantial, Mr. Wang explained with a smile. There was an elderly gentleman who donated 40 or 50 items previously, but his collection was a mix of genuine and counterfeit pieces. Some fakes are indeed quite easy to spot. Very well, I shall assist Director Wang in vetting them. Zhang Yang readily agreed. With his current abilities, he could ascertain the authenticity of each artifact in approximately 30 seconds, meaning the entire process would take merely a quarter of an hour. A trivial task. 2 days later, at the Highland Museum, you could have mentioned the need for a written evaluation earlier, Zhang Yang said, a look of confusion crossing his face as he glanced at Wang Jianya. Had I known, I would have brought my notebook. Initially, he believed that a video call to inform Wang Jianya of the item's authenticity would suffice. However, Director Wang was quite cautious, insisting that examining the physical items in person would be more reliable. After all, these were others' donations, and misjudging them could lead to misunderstandings. Zhang Yang found it challenging to convey just how accurate his assessments were. Yet, in light of the previous million-plus investment, he acquiesced to make this journey. As Wang Jinya awaited guests in the reception room, he began to articulate his requests. It's fine if you don't write it down. Observing Zhang Yang's slightly displeased expression, Wang quickly amended his words. Regardless, the antiques they donated all possess certificates issued by other experts. Does each piece come with a certificate? Who are they? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. Initially, he regarded this matter as trivial and had not devoted much attention to it. However, Wang Jianya's remarks successfully piqued his interest. 32 pieces, each authenticated by experts, complete with certificates. The total appraisal fees could purchase several more antiques. The individual in question, surnamed Chung, was a relatively renowned angel investor. Wang Jianya himself held little knowledge about the Chung family and instinctively assumed that Zhang Yang, being a student, would also be unfamiliar, hence his brief explanation. Chung Dai? Without hesitation, Zhang Yang posed the question. Oh, you know him? That is splendid. Wang Jianya visibly brightened at this revelation. I was uncertain about how to engage with the Chung family, but if you are acquainted, I shall need your assistance shortly. Assist you? More like rescue you, wouldn't it? The channels and connections he possessed were far beyond those of a newcomer without roots. However, should the national treasures be mishandled, this partnership would be rendered futile. Zhang Yang instinctively clenched his jaw. The arrival was not benign. What if, he cautiously queried, the items brought are counterfeit? We simply wouldn't accept fakes. Wang Jianya replied with naive conviction. But what if the majority are forgeries? Zhang Yang continued, progressively digging deeper. That's impossible. All have been authenticated by experts. Experts? From where do these experts hail? If I forge a certificate from your uncle claiming I am Qin Shi Huang, does that make me Qin Shi Huang? Wang Jianya gasped in realization. He understood the subtext of Zhang Yang's inquiries, clearly aware of Cheng Dai's background. Hence his prudent questioning. Chapter 82, Museum Live Broadcast. Zhang Yang stood, preparing to depart. If there are fakes, they simply won't be exhibited, will they? Wang Jianya appeared quite pleased with his reasoning, a smug expression gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang sank back into his chair with a sigh. It seems you are not feigning ignorance. Huh? What do you mean? 3 question marks seemed to hover above Wang Jianya's head. Can you guess why they would traverse such distance to bring treasures to donate to your museum in Linhai? Is it because they find public museums lacking in prestige? Or is their local Cheng family museum already overflowing? Perhaps they wish to curry favor with my uncle? Wang Jianya pondered. Then why not wait until Professor Wang is in Linhai? He shook his head in confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, his phone rang. Wang Jianya flashed an apologetic smile at Zhang Yang and moved to the window. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yang could faintly hear the director speaking. Tian, please don't be upset. You are certainly the priority. I will be there shortly. After the call, Wang Jianya's expression was even more apologetic. I'm sorry. Yang Gu, a man in his 30s, known as Brother Zhang Yang, was evidently in a predicament. I am heading over to Tianqian's place. Could you assist me with the reception here? What did you say? Me, in charge of the reception? Brother, you are the curator, aren't you? Zhang Yang never anticipated that there would be someone so nonchalant about being a hands-off manager. It's fine. Wasn't it said that the items are most likely counterfeit? They merely wish to utilize our museum's reputation for their own gain. At this moment, Wang Jianya was quite anxious, his mind racing as he gathered his belongings. Contemplating the situation. It's no big deal. We're not lacking in that regard, Wang Jianya casually replied. By the way, take this. Curator Wang retrieved an identification card from his drawer and handed it to Zhang Yang. This is the museum researcher SID. With this, you can prove your identity. Zhang Yang accepted the card, which bore the title of researcher at the Highland Museum. However, the title of researcher does not carry sufficient weight. What if it were changed to senior appraiser? Soon after, the sound of Wang Jianya's footsteps faded away down the corridor. Goodness, he runs quite fast, Zhang Yang muttered, reclining on the sofa and closing his eyes to rest. Should I just slip away as well? The thought briefly crossed Zhang Yang's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. If the Cheng family were to come here today and find nothing, the likelihood is they would return tomorrow. Thus, today's visit would have been a complete waste of time. Yet, he also had to guard against them resorting to underhanded tactics or acting out of desperation. Zhang Yang had witnessed far too many national treasures being unmasked, with their owners in a fit of rage, pointing fingers at the appraisers and threatening legal action. After careful consideration, he dialed Su Jia's number. Stop playing your silly game and hurry to the company. Bring our outdoor live streaming equipment to the Highland Museum. Yes, consider it overtime. I'll give you 5 of the 648s. Does that work? He then called Sister Gao. Hey, are you free? I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you help? Boss, didn't we just get off work? Sister Gao's voice was laced with fatigue. It's overtime. Urgent overtime. I'm currently at the Highland Museum. Can you come over to help with makeup? Zhang Yang was fortunate, as Sister Gao happened to live just down the street from the Highland Museum. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's call, she arrived at the scene in 10 minutes. Boss, I forgot to ask you earlier, how much do I earn for field work? Sister Gao queried while parking her electric scooter. How about triple pay? Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, assisting her in retrieving the makeup kit from the back seat. Sounds good. Boss, you're really generous. Sister Gao gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, surveying the Highland Museum behind him. It's been years since I last came. The renovations here are splendid. Sister, let us focus on the matter at hand for now. Shortly, I may need to engage in face-to-face discussions. Can you help me ensure that I don't reveal any flaws? Zhang Yang asked with a hint of concern. Is the air conditioning in the museum set low? Sister Gao posed a somewhat perplexing question. It's quite low. Some artifacts have stringent temperature requirements. Then that is fine. As long as I don't sweat, I should be all right, Sister Gao confidently responded. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Under the guidance of a Wuling Hong Wang, 3 luxurious Mercedes-Benz vehicles gradually came to a halt in front of the Highland Museum. Sister Gao sat upon her small electric scooter, munching on snacks while casting her gaze upon the individuals disembarking from the cars, softly murmuring to herself. Boss, a convoy has arrived. It must be those people you mentioned. There are over a dozen of them, seemingly all men. Wait, a mother-daughter duo has just alighted. Goodness, Zhang Yang. Do you know whose family these prominent figures belong to? What is the matter? Are they exceptionally beautiful? Su Jie inquired through his device while adjusting the machinery. Beautiful? They're just average. I'm no less than them. Sister Gao replied with a hint of envy in her tone. But their bags are all the latest LV models, adorned with sparkling diamond bracelets, glimmering in the light. They're about to enter the main gate. All right, Zhang Yang finally responded, notifying Su Jie. Let us begin. The live broadcast of Master Zhang's treasure appraisal commenced. In less than a minute, the stream attracted nearly 1,000 viewers. At 5:30 in the afternoon, many were at their dinner time, and Douyin served as a delightful companion for their meals. Good evening, brothers. Zhang Yang greeted the camera, aiming to elevate the atmosphere in the live stream. For the viewers would soon become witnesses. Has the host moved again? Is this a museum? Starting to rev up at 5:30? This brother is too intense. The evening live stream wasn't even announced in the group. The host has gone off the rails. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Zhang Yang remembered his fan group. He quickly glanced at Su Jie, who shrugged in confusion. Oh, Su Jie, I sent T in the group? Never mind then. Brothers in the live stream. If anyone in the group could help notify, that would be appreciated. Zhang Yang turned to seek assistance from the comments. Tonight, I will take you on a tour of the Highland Museum, hoping to uncover some fakes or unearthed artifacts among their collections. The host is impressive. I've never heard of this museum, but clearly it's in for a stroke of bad luck being selected by Master Zhang. Chapter 083. Does it really matter after just a few decades? Brothers, where shall we begin our exploration? Zhang Yang pretended to inquire from the comments, his gaze continuously drifting toward the entrance. Where are they? Didn't Sister Gao say they would be entering soon? Zhang Yang touched the work ID tucked in his pocket, a crucial tool to deter any hesitations from the other party. More importantly, there were nearly 5,000 viewers in the live stream, a number that would soon reach 10,000. As soon as the comments mentioned seeking out fakes in the museum, the excitement surged. Let's check the bronze artifacts. Bronze artifacts. Bronze artifacts. Bronze artifacts. Goodness, is this host trying to get the museum staff locked up? I've found it. The Highland Museum is private and can be prosecuted. The suspense surrounding the bronze artifacts could be saved for later. We shall commence our journey from the entrance, where the porcelain gallery awaits. Rest assured, brothers, there will be plenty to see. Zhang Yang gently waved his finger, and Su Jie promptly followed suit, adjusting the equipment to ensure Zhang Yang remained in the frame at all times. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Chen Yingguang walked ahead of the crowd, his face adorned with a courteous smile as he introduced. Here lies the main entrance to the Highland Museum. The first floor showcases ceramics, bronze wares, and sculptures. The second floor features calligraphy and paintings, while the third floor is dedicated to jade artifacts, furniture, and ancient coins. It is said that the architect of this museum was formerly the deputy chief designer of the Shanghai City Museum, hence the similar layout of the two establishments. Subsequently, the guide will lead everyone along the optimal route to explore the entirety of the museum. Before Chen Yingguang and the guide stood a substantial group of individuals, including his parents, his younger brother, the parents of his blind date Cheng Shirui, her uncle and grandfather, along with relatives from both families. It was not originally his place to introduce, as his father was the head of the family. However, when Chen Yingguang learned that the Cheng family intended to donate artifacts to the Highland Museum, he couldn't help but boast. I am quite familiar with Director Wang of the Highland Museum. Consequently, Chen Yingguang found himself in a bit of trouble. Fortunately, he managed to contact Wang Jianye and arrange for a guide, thus resolving the situation. Xiao Chun, are they filming a promotional video? Should we steer clear? Cheng's mother inquired, glancing at Chen Yingguang. Turning around, Chen Yingguang spotted Zhang Yang approaching from a distance, and his right eyelid twitched unexpectedly. No way. Brother Yang, you're not coming over to greet me now, are you? Guang, your aunt is speaking to you, Chen's mother urged. It turned out they were not filming a promotional video. By the way, Xiao Chun, how did you deduce they were live streamers? Asked the uncle from the Cheng family. Cheng Zongin's word were laced with subtle reproach, prompting Chen Yingguang to hastily clarify. It wasn't a deduction. I heard it. Director Wang mentioned to me that a treasure appraisal streamer would be coming here for a live broadcast to help promote the museum. After shifting the blame to Wang Jianye, his words flowed more easily. Chen Yingguang even sought to contribute to the promotion, stating it must be the streamer director Wang mentioned, Master Zhang, who is renowned for his keen eye in appraisal. Little did the number one supporter know that Chang Zongyin had already thoroughly investigated the connection between him and Master Zhang. Master Zhang? I believe I have heard of this person, he suggested. Why don't we greet him? After all, he is a celebrity. We wouldn't want to disturb him. Zhang Yang also recognized Chen Yingguang and noticed the Cheng family members behind him. The youngest girl in the crowd must be from the Cheng family, her appearance not particularly striking, far inferior to that of Xiao Lihua. However, in comparison, it was evident that she was the legitimate match. Her attire and demeanor, while not remarkable, clearly indicated her affluent background. Seeing the throng of people, along with a pair of individuals engaged in a blind date, Zhang Yang abandoned his initial idea. His original plan was to portray a mere passerby streamer who serendipitously encountered a wealthy donor of antiques, struck up a conversation, and upon revealing his identity as an appraisal streamer, coaxed the donor into presenting an antique, only to declare it a counterfeit before an audience of thousands. However, now that there are so many people on the other side, what should be done about the assault? Regardless, there is a plan B, Zhang Yang thought. Why not engage the audience first? Let's take a look at this exquisite Longquan Celadon hollowed-out Song vase. Zhang Yang pointed to the Longquan porcelain that could be seen upon entering the ceramic exhibition hall. Could someone please capture what is written on the display board? Is there a problem with this? If not, we won't bother looking. Indeed, we came to witness the mishaps, not to embark on a virtual tour. Of course, there's a problem. Come, director, assist by zooming in so that everyone can first observe the actual item. As Su Jie advanced the camera towards the showcase, Zhang Yang hurriedly verified the item information once more, out of view of the camera. He had discovered the issue with this porcelain during his initial visit to the Highland Museum, but since the problem was minor and he had not found an opportune moment, he refrained from mentioning it. So, have any discerning friends noticed the issue? Goodness, even the old clay base has surfaced. Can't you discern its depth? Are you merely guessing answers here? Each person with their own guess, as the problems with antiques are rather few. All right, I shall not keep you in suspense. There are more treasures awaiting us. The dating of this Longquan Celadon is problematic. It does not belong to the Ming dynasty, but should be from the late Yuan dynasty. Just as Zhang Yang intended to explain his theoretical basis for this judgment to the barrage of comments, a stranger's voice unexpectedly interrupted from behind him. How can you be so certain it is late Yuan and not early Ming? Can you really differentiate such a slight span of decades? Who is speaking? Is it a staff member from the museum? Is the host about to be reprimanded by the boss? Let us hope it's not a tourist, as this sounds like a contrarian. Why hasn't anyone in the live stream gone to apprehend Master Zhang on site? Zhang Yang turned around and was surprised to find it was Chen Yangguang. Beside his long-faced expression, he noticed a middle-aged man squinting as he examined the display case. This man had previously accompanied the elderly gentleman, who bore a resemblance to Cheng Dei, and Zhang Yang recognized him as a key figure from the Cheng family. Who are you? Zhang Yang feigned ignorance of Chen Yangguang, inquiring. I merely questioned your dating, as it seems unscientific. You wouldn't mind, would you? Zhang Yang was tempted to respond. The antique clearly states next to it, production time, 1351, and if scientific technology cannot validate this, then it is simply not advanced enough. However, evaluating antiques offline differs from online. Online, one can afford to be lax, agreeing with everything and suggesting to consult a more knowledgeable source. But offline, Zhang Yang found himself cornered. Chapter 084. I am both a contestant and a judge. Come, director, give me the camera. Zhang Yang tapped Su Jie behind him. His intention was to include the Cheng family member in the live broadcast, but the individual deftly evaded the camera's view. Still from outside the frame, he remarked, we want to interrupt your live stream. Please continue. Is this not an interruption? What then constitutes an interruption? No worries, let us discuss together. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and began, my basis for judgment lies in the form of this item. The color of the object indeed resembles that of the Longquan kiln from the mid-Ming period. However, if one examines the hollowed sections closely, they appear quite coarse, embodying the aesthetic typical of nomadic cultures. Those familiar with the Ming dynasty's hollowed ceremonial vases would recognize that the aesthetic sensibilities of that era were far more refined. In contrast, the late Yuan period often yielded such rudimentary artifacts. So what? Cheng Zongyin interjected. He had no intention of engaging in a discussion with Zhang Yang. Rather, he sought to undermine him. Eventually, he would have someone edit the video, titling it Justice-Seeking Bystander Annihilates Unethical Appraiser, and perhaps hire some online commentators to tarnish Master Zhang's reputation as talentless and immoral. Such a matter typically wouldn't require the chairman's personal involvement. But fate had conspired for this moment. Embracing this ideology, Cheng Zongyin rebutted, I wish to inquire, even if this porcelain exhibits characteristics of the Yuan dynasty, could it not have been crafted by Yuan artisans who survived into the early Ming period? It's merely a matter of decades. Who can claim certainty? Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, exclaimed, goodness, to grasp at a theoretically existent exception for rebuttal. This maneuver shows at least 20 years of skill. He glanced at the barrage of comments on the screen, reassured that the majority of viewers retained their sanity. This unassuming bystander is indeed a contrarian, read one comment. According to his logic, we ought to abandon chronological classifications. What if an artisan were to achieve immortality? Another chimed in. Doesn't this require thermoluminescence dating for proper classification? Yet another asked. Useless. Thermoluminescence is not that precise, came a retort. I suggest the host employ his theory to prove you are his father. After all, it's merely a matter of decades. Would you care to engage with the comments in my livestream? Zhang Yang jested. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively and took a step back, wary of Zhang Yang exposing him, then remarked, those of you who conduct live streams know that the comments are but fan chatter. Their opinions hold no significance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang didn't need to glance at the comments to know the audience was likely outraged. Let us end this contest, he decided. Zhang Yang queried, how do you ascertain that this object is from the early Ming and not the late Yuan? I need not determine that. The museum has declared it to be Ming. Zhang Yang replied, for most, 2 minutes might merely be a time to ponder. Yet with sufficient speed, one could accomplish much. The host is remarkably swift. A viewer commented, is he off to summon security? Another wondered, hurry, expel this contrarian. He's ruining the live stream experience, someone urged. No worries, this question is easily resolved. Dear bystander, do you believe this object dates to the Ming dynasty? Might it not be possible that the staff at the time made an error in their documentation? An error? Zhang Yang scoffed. Why don't you say? His sentence trailed off as he observed Zhang Yang's movements, stunned into silence. Zhang Yang produced a large set of keys from his pocket, crouched before the display case, and used one of the keys to unlock the small compartment beneath the showcase. After entering the password, the glass case displaying Longquan's Celadon porcelain opened. But that was not the end of it. Zhang Yang then retrieved a black pen from his pocket, extracted a slip of paper detailing the porcelain from within the case, and before an audience of thousands, he boldly crossed out Ming and replaced it with late Yuan. Subsequently, the glass door of the display cabinet was shut. How could you tamper with the text so carelessly? Zhang Yang's urgent words stumbled out. My apologies. I made an error earlier, Zhang Yang remarked, addressing the live camera. True fans should be aware that I previously worked at this museum, the very one we are in now. Our museum emphasizes the principle of correcting mistakes without any argument. Artifacts must be grounded in verifiable facts. They cannot simply be the product of whims. Why is this casual passerby leaving so soon? Chen Yingguang remained silent, merely standing by. It was Cheng Dai who discerned the situation, seamlessly stepping forward to direct the eldest and second sons of the Cheng family to oversee the unloading of artifacts from the van, while the remaining individuals followed the guide on a tour of the museum. After finalizing the donation arrangements, they could all gather for a group photo. Once the others had departed with the guide, Cheng Dai suddenly patted his eldest son's shoulder. Where is Director Wang? Why haven't we seen him? Perhaps he finds it inconvenient to appear due to our large presence. After all, the donation has not been fully confirmed. Zhang Yang mused, feeling something was amiss. He briefly took out his phone, contemplating calling Director Wang, but upon seeing Zhang Yang, he momentarily abandoned the thought. What was your interaction with that streamer earlier? Cheng Dai inquired, having observed everything closely. That individual often targets our group's business. Zhang Yang succinctly reported the prior incident to his father. You couldn't handle such a minor character? Cheng Dai furrowed his brow, his tone betraying his dissatisfaction. I fear it might escalate into an outright confrontation. Many individuals value their reputation more than we do. So if you lack shame, you may as well prosper. Enough. Handle this matter promptly. I do not wish to return to the Highland Museum only to find someone streaming here again. Understood. Cheng Yang replied solemnly. After directing the unloading of the antiques, he promptly sought out Wang Jianya in his office. However, after knocking, he received no response. Cheng Yang anxiously dialed Wang Jianya's number, only to find it turned off. No wonder he didn't come to greet us. It seems he has ghosted us, Cheng Lair remarked with a smirk. Why? Didn't we have a good conversation last time? Cheng Yang was perplexed. At that moment, a staff member passed by, and the Cheng brothers quickly approached her. Hello, we're looking for Director Wang. We had scheduled a meeting for this evening, but we cannot reach him. Do you know where he is? My surname is Gao. You may call me Sister Gao. The staff member replied in her uniform. After that, she fell silent, exchanging glances with the Cheng brothers. All right, Sister Gao, may I ask where the director is? Cheng Yang pressed, not lingering on the formality. Where is he? He was just live streaming in the lobby. Did you not see him? Chapter 085. No more pretense. I am a billionaire. Zhang Yang paused, recalling the arrogant smile of Master Zhang when he was mocked. The treasure appraisal host from Douyin? Is he a researcher here? He is not. Could it be that you are? Sister Gao retorted without hesitation. To think he actually has a background in museum work. Zhang Yang murmured softly, then inquired of Sister Gao. Are there any other individuals in charge here? What is it? Am I supposed to help you search the entire museum to see how many people are left? Sister Gao fired back. You're not children anymore. Don't you know what time it is? 6 o'clock. Time to clock out. There is a Master Zhang who is still not satisfied. What more do you want? The long-haired one. You mean, right? Sister, you are absolutely correct. Cheng's second son nodded, having adapted well to his situation, managing to assist without bias. You're quite perceptive. Sister Gao gave him a thumbs up, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang, who upon seeing no reaction from him, scoffed and slipped away. In the corridor, Zhang Yang ground his teeth in frustration. Within a mere half hour, he had been berated in turns by 3 individuals, including his father. This summed up the grievances he had endured over the past year. Yet, given his age and experience, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself. He whispered to his younger brother, Cheng Lair, I cannot intervene directly. Please go and ask the one named Zhang if he can get in touch with Director Wang. If that proves impossible, inquire whether those 32 items can be temporarily stored here. Let's get things settled before proceeding further. That person has been live streaming, if recognized. I would be the Tomb Raider who returned to prison for writing a novel, bringing disgrace upon the Cheng family. Zhang Yang was furious enough to curse. But upon seeing Cheng Lair's nonchalant demeanor, the words caught in his throat, transforming into a long sigh. Fine. This time, I shall lay my cards on the table. I suppose a researcher wouldn't dare to speak too freely. In Zhang Yang's view, Zhang Yang was at best a social media celebrity, while he himself represented capital. The relationship between the two resembled that of a towering tree and the mushrooms sprouting from the decaying leaves beneath it, entirely different tiers. The earlier confrontation was a consequence of his lowered stance. This time, with clear intentions, the other party would have no choice but to swallow their pride. However, he misjudged Zhang Yang's identity. In truth, Master Zhang was a lumberjack equipped with a hard hat and chainsaw. In the ceramics museum, upon learning that Zhang Yang sought the director, Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly, saying, the director is likely busy right now, so it might be hard to reach him. The director is off work. The host is still on duty. What a grind. Master Zhang earns several thousands during a night of streaming. The chat room saints shouldn't fret too much. Can the host clear the security? Do we not have any dignity in this live stream? It's indeed quite bothersome when people keep asking questions. Zhang Yang remained hidden from the camera, observing Zhang Yang's words as genuine. No more pretenses. I'm laying it all out. I am a billionaire here to donate artifacts to the museum. Zhang Yang, as he wished, gaped in astonishment. So, you are the esteemed Mr. Cheng, the benefactor mentioned by the curator, who is here to donate artifacts. It is an honor to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, the individual currently addressing me is a compassionate collector prepared to donate dozens of artifacts to this museum. Come, let's welcome Mr. Cheng and invite him to share a few words. Zhang Yang feigned a gesture of retreat, inviting Zhang Yang to step into the spotlight. Speak a few words? No, I shall expose you. However, Mr. Cheng was quite astute, shaking his head and maneuvering to a spot behind the camera, slightly closer to the microphone, yet out of view. I appreciate everyone's support. As the donation matter is not yet finalized, I prefer not to appear on camera to avoid any semblance of self-promotion. Did Master Zhang just mention that this person's surname is Chun? Is our esteemed guest unable to distinguish between nasal sounds? The host clearly stated Cheng. Are there any wealthy individuals with the surname Cheng in the country? Can someone enlighten us? Mr. Cheng prefers to maintain a low profile. Why do you insist on guessing his name? Zhang Yang jested at the comments, then adopted a more serious demeanor. In truth, I am here today, at the curator's request, to ascertain the items intended for donation. I am, humbly, not only a researcher, but also a treasure appraisal host. You see, as the comments indicate, my nickname is One Glance for 10,000 years, implying that I can discern the age of any item from the last 10,000 years at a mere glance. Who bestowed such a nickname? Could it be any more juvenile? The host is fabricating comments. He is not fabricating. I sent that comment myself. No issue. It is only prudent to inspect before cataloging. But wouldn't he broadcasting it be somewhat inappropriate? After all, this is my father's and my personal collection, and I would rather not have it subjected to public scrutiny. Zhang Yang presented a rather lofty rationale. Mr. Cheng makes a valid point. Zhang Yang expressed understanding, turning to Su Jia. Let us end the live stream then. That is not feasible, boss. Su Jie had memorized the script. It is already the end of the month. You previously delayed a few days out of fear of self-destructing the live stream. If we do not broadcast today, we will not fulfill this month's streaming obligations. At that point, you will be liable for breach of contract. Ah, now that you mention it, I recall. Zhang Yang, with a look of resignation, explained to Cheng Zhongyin, I do not know which miscreant sent a group of self-destructive vehicles to disrupt our live stream. Cheng Zhongyin's cheek twitched uncontrollably for a moment. Mr. Cheng, why not wait a moment? I will conclude the broadcast by 11:30 tonight. Cheng Zhongyin decisively refused. 11 o'clock? I have no time to waste with you. If there is a breach of contract, so be it. It's a trivial matter. He would prefer for Zhang Yang to breach the contract, ideally resulting in the live stream being restricted. Zhang Yang glanced at Mr. Cheng, then at the comments in the live stream, appearing quite troubled. How about this? Let's find a compromise. We can randomly select 2 items to showcase to the audience. If all is well, the remainder can be directly cataloged. After Zhang Yang proposed this, he quietly awaited Cheng Zhongyin's response. He was confident that the other party harbored ulterior motives. Such a favorable proposition for them would surely elicit agreement. Indeed, after a moment of consideration, Mr. Cheng reluctantly acquiesced to Zhang Yang's suggestion. Excellent, Mr. Cheng. Shall we first examine a piece of bronzeware? Cheng Zhongyin nodded, yet regrettably, he had not observed the barrage of comments in the live stream. Otherwise, he would have hesitated momentarily. Are we diving straight into bronzeware? It must either be a counterfeit or a crime. I was wondering why Master Zhang was so soft-spoken today. It turns out he was harboring mischief here. We shall soon see if it is a scam or a tomb robbery. Naturally, Mr. Cheng was not entirely devoid of apprehension. While preparing, he discreetly inquired of Zhang Yang. Researcher Zhang, you must comprehend the significance of our donation of artifacts to your museum, correct? Has Director Wang clarified this with you? Indeed, this was not his first experience. Zhang Yang smiled knowingly. Chapter 086, Connecting with Teacher Che. In the center of the exhibition hall, the original service desk had been swiftly cleared away. Su Jie had already set up the equipment, and Zhang Yang was addressing the camera, with the Cheng father and son seated across from him. Behind these 3, there were 20 to 30 onlookers. Among them were enthusiastic extras like Sister Gao, museum guides, security personnel, and, of course, the family and friends of the Chun and Cheng families. Sister, are you new here? I haven't seen you before. The cleaning lady scrutinized Sister Gao, her curiosity piqued. Shu, do not speak during the appraisal, Sister Gao gestured. The sound waves from your voice disturb the air and hinder the master from hearing the antique's essence. One dared to speak, and the other dared to believe. Chen Yangguang, overhearing, felt a twitch in his eyelids. He had recognized Sister Gao from a previous encounter at Zhang Yang's studio. Observing the attire of this renowned studio employee and connecting it with the inexplicable antique appraisal livestream, he sensed an ominous turn of events. Zhang Yang had not anticipated such a grand affair, perhaps in the ambience of a museum. The act of appraising antiques naturally possesses a compelling allure for the people of Huaxia. After all, only Eastern civilization boasts a plethora of high-quality and historically rich artifacts that have been passed down through the ages. However, it certainly did not apply to the item before Zhang Yang. Name: imitation of the bronze chariot and horses of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. Matavian, Bodonze, Din, Zin. Production date, 2018. Upon seeing this object, Zhang Yang nearly burst into laughter. It was not that the item was particularly inferior. The bronze horse had indeed been sculpted with remarkable vividness, and one could even discern the features of the charioteer seated atop the carriage. The overall form closely resembled the original work. It was likely modeled after the original, and any deviation would stem from a lack of effort. What intrigued him was that the original chariot from the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang featured 4 horses, whereas this piece contained only 3. In an incident several years prior at the Yuqing University Museum of Forgeries, a nearly identical object boasted 6 horses. That 6-horse forgery had become a significant basis for counterfeit detection among collectors due to its absurdity. This time, the Cheng family had learned their lesson, opting to present 1 horse less than the original, subtle yet elegant. Zhang Yang could not help but marvel inwardly. The National Treasure Bureau was indeed striving diligently. They continually improved their craft in pursuit of deception. Wow, isn't this the bronze chariot of Qin Shi Huang? This piece features merely 3 horses, strikingly lifelike. It appears that a wealthy benefactor has donated artifacts. If authentic, this item would undoubtedly be classified as a first-rate cultural relic. This is a bronze chariot from the pre-Qin era, as authenticated by Professor Che Lijun, predating even the chariot found in the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The name of Che Lijun was emphasized by Cheng Zhongyin. The imperial chariots were 6 horse drawn, those of feudal lords and nobles 4, ministers 3, scholars 2, and commoners 1. Thus, the specifications of this bronze vessel are only slightly inferior to that of the 4-horse chariot belonging to a feudal lord. However, in terms of historical and cultural significance, it is in no way lacking. Cheng Zhongyin introduced it with a sense of pride, while his father and brother quietly observed him show off. Not lacking? Zhang Yang inquired with astonishment. Are you implying that the historical value of this bronze piece pertains to the 5 years from 2018 to 2023? Though modern society is ever-changing, can it truly compare to the bronze artifacts of the Qin dynasty? What do you mean? Is this a forgery? The first item donated is indeed counterfeit. I dread to imagine what the others might be. What a remarkable endeavor. Simply extraordinary. Then surely the expert's authentication certificate must also be fraudulent. Would you care to take another look? Cheng Zhongyin maintained his composure while sliding the encapsulated certificate across the table. This bears Professor Che Lijun's assessment. Emphasizing Che Lijun's name once again, Cheng Zhongyin eagerly explained, to refute his authentication results may prove quite challenging. I possess one of these as well. Zhang Yang Chuklet, producing his prepared prop. Gentlemen, behold this. He placed a similarly encapsulated certificate on the table, facing the camera. It read, Zhang Yang, dignified and extraordinary, destined for greatness. Possesses the qualities of an emperor. He is well-versed in the history of the Qin dynasty, his visage showing no signs of aging, aligning with the characteristics of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's quest for immortality, authenticated by experts as Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, the broadcaster is truly Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Master Zhang, provide me with your bank card number. I shall transfer UV50. I wish to obtain one of those authentication certificates as well. Across from Zhang Yang, Cheng Zhongyin's eyes widened, his fists clenching instinctively. What? Is Zhang intending to escalate matters? Behind him, spectators in the crowd, some with keen eyesight, began quietly reading aloud from the authentication certificate presented by Zhang Yang. Soon, the crowd erupted into whispers of laughter. You are quite amusing. This certificate bears Professor Che's signature. Cheng Zhongyin forced a calm demeanor, reprimanding him. Is that so? Zhang Yang deftly retrieved a photograph from his phone featuring himself alongside Professor Che. Unfortunately for you, I am acquainted with Professor Che, and he has assisted me with authentication before. Therefore, I cannot believe he would issue a certificate for such an obvious forgery. The corrosion on this bronze clearly indicates it has been artificially aged using animal waste. If you doubt me, take a whiff. There's a distinct odor. Zhang Yang feigned disgust, waving his hand as if the scent were palpable. You know Professor Che? Cheng Zhongyin completely disregarded Zhang Yang's authentication remarks. In the eyes of Chairman Cheng, authentication has never been merely about discerning the authenticity of objects. Rather, it involves leveraging all available conditions to persuade others to believe in the value of one's possessions. Thus, with unwavering confidence, he dialed Che Lijun's number. Hello, Teacher Che, it's old Cheng. Do you remember I asked for your assistance in authenticating a bronze chariot with 3 horses? There's a treasure appraiser named Zhang who refuses to acknowledge your signed certificate. He aims to slander and discredit my treasure as counterfeit. Cheng Zhongyin exclaimed with indignation. He anticipated that Che Lijun would instantly grasp the implications of his words. After all, the Cheng family had invested substantial resources over many years to support numerous individuals, all for the critical moments when they would stand in solidarity. Zhang? What is his full name? Yun inquired. It's me, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang finally seized the opportunity to interject. Ah, little Zhang. It's been a while since we last connected. How did you come to authenticate treasures for Boss Chen? Che Lijun asked warmly. This is a long story. I happen to be live streaming on Douyin. Shall we connect? Sure. Che Lijun readily agreed. His gaze wandered momentarily before he slowly remarked, Zhang Yang. This item is not the one I authenticated originally. Ask Boss Cheng if he mistakenly brought out a replica. As an experienced veteran, Che Lijun could hardly concede to an obvious counterfeit, and the mention of a replica provided him with an escape route. Zhang Yang, maintaining a composed demeanor, smiled subtly and countered. Are you implying that there is indeed a genuine 3-horse bronze chariot? That would be a first-class cultural relic. Shouldn't it be reported to the relevant authorities? On the other end of the video call, Che Lijun suddenly sensed a whiff of danger. Chapter 087. The anti-counterfeiting special on the video call. Che Lijun continuously shifted his seating position, as though the chair and his form were at odds. This nationally renowned expert in bronze artifact authentication was now in a state of discomfort. Logically, given their past camaraderie and the weight of monetary considerations. He should steadfastly support Zhang Yang. However, the barrage of comments flooding the live stream was rather intimidating. Speak up. We need to hear from the bronze expert. You claim it's a replica. Where is the genuine article? Scoundrels and charlatans. Expert. I found it. This person is a researcher at the Capitol Museum. Let us report him. Let us go after him, everyone. Whether the comments were supportive or accusatory, Che Lijun was indifferent, but the looming threat of potential repercussions was unbearable. If he were reported, and if his unethical conduct came to light, even a suspension would be lenient. He might even face imprisonment. Che Lijun dared not be obstinate, risking his freedom in the twilight of his life. Observing Zhang Yang's enigmatic smile, he realized he still had a chance to extricate himself, and quickly declared, No, I was mistaken. This is not the bronze chariot I authenticated. There is no connection between the two. Huh? Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Teacher Che, please. This isn't a jest. Have you forgotten the certificate? He presented the authentication certificate issued by Che Lijun, bearing his own signature, to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang cooperatively showcased the certificate before the camera. Che Lijun denied having conducted any authentication, signaling to Zhang Yang that this master, wishing to preserve his dignity, had surrendered. Now, Zhang Zongyin remained unconvinced and sought clarity, and of course he would oblige. Che Lijun adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the authentication certificate, and explained, The signature resembles my handwriting. But I genuinely do not recall authenticating this item. Perhaps someone has forged my signature. With a resounding slap, a scandal of a forged authentication certificate was laid upon Zhang Zongyin. The latter, visibly agitated, retorted, Che Lijun, look more closely. This is the bronze carriage you assisted us with at the Victoria nightclub last month. Upon hearing the specific time and place, Che Lijun grew flustered and vehemently denied. What Victoria's secret? I have never visited such a place, nor have I ever authenticated this bronze carriage for you. After uttering these words, he hastily excused himself, not allowing Zhang Zongyin a chance to respond. Zhang Yang, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Let us gather again when time permits. He disregarded the reactions of Zhang Yang and the audience, abruptly severing the connection. In the museum, Zhang Yang spread his hands, looking at the Cheng family trio across from him. Zhang Zongyin had fallen silent, continuously wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a weathered yet strong hand patted the shoulder of the eldest Cheng. Researcher Zhang, we have been deceived by Che Lijun. We purchased this bronze carriage based on his promise of an authentication certificate. It now appears that he might be in cahoots with the seller. At this critical juncture, the elder Cheng Dei, interjected, attempting to label the situation as a scam perpetrated by Che Lijun. Meanwhile, Che Lijun, who had just disconnected from the live stream, was still monitoring the audience's comments and was on the verge of spitting blood upon hearing such twisted accusations. He is slandering me. Che Lijun promptly clicked the button to request a reconnection, seeking to defend his reputation, but was met with a prompt to purchase fan tokens. Zhang Yang's live treasure appraisal required payment to reconnect. This left Che Lijun feeling quite aggrieved. In his youth, attending offline appraisals had only required him to provide meals. Reluctant to spend a single cent online, he decided to post a comment and was pleasantly surprised to find that someone in the chat was already voicing his thoughts. This old man is shifting the blame beautifully. Only now does he speak. It's evident he is taking advantage of Che Lijun's absence. Che Lijun has left. How sudden. Rest in peace, Che Lijun. May he journey well. How can the comments be so misleading? Che Lijun grew anxious and hurriedly typed a rebuttal. He failed to notice that the elder Cheng had personally taken action, retrieving a blue and white porcelain square vase from a brocade box. Having caught Sun Wukong, he now faced another challenger. Zhang Yang, observing the elderly Cheng, shook his head in resignation. When the other party carefully presented the porcelain vase earlier, Zhang Yang was led to believe was a treasured artifact brought forth from the depths of a collection. Upon closer inspection, however, it turned out to be a mere imitation, albeit one with a slightly older provenance than the bronze chariot, being a replica from the 2008 Jingdezhen, reminiscent of the Jiajing official kiln. This blue and white porcelain vase had previously been examined by Master Wu Xingfei. Cheng Dei dared only to wave the authentication certificate in front of Zhang Yang, hesitant to hand it over as he was uncertain of Zhang Yang's connections. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang inquired, "Shall we connect with Master Wu Xingfei for his insights?" Cheng Dei responded, "It appears today is a special session for counterfeiting. Isn't it? While it is indeed visually appealing, it lacks the expert endorsement." Zhang Yang retorted, What are we afraid of? We may be lacking in many things, but not in experts. Unfortunately, Cheng Dei lamented, Master Wu is currently in Africa searching for meteorites, so let us discuss this piece instead. Zhang Yang replied, very well, why don't you start? And I shall listen. He was eager to hear what the elder gentleman, exuding confidence, would articulate. Observing Zhang Yang's indifference towards Master Wu's absence, Cheng Dei smiled with relief, rolled up his sleeves, and theatrically stated, all right, I shall now humbly present the intricacies of this porcelain. To appreciate a blue and white porcelain, one must first examine the body. Come, researcher Zhang, if you would be so kind as to showcase the base of this treasure to our viewers. Cheng Dei seemed to be getting into the groove, momentarily forgetting that just moments ago, his eldest son had been flustered by Zhang Yang's comments. As you can see, this body is pure white, resembling glutinous rice paste, a hallmark of ancient official kills. Next, we must consider the second aspect, the hue of the blue. The deep blue hold a hint of purple, truly exquisite. Such a color is unattainable with modern techniques. What do you think, researcher Zhang? Is there any flaw in my assertion? Cheng Dei sought affirmation. There are virtually no issues, Zhang Yang affirmed, discerning the depth of knowledge the elder possessed. Yet, he swiftly shifted the conversation, adding, there is, however, one colossal flaw. The body exhibits clear signs of artificial aging. Zhang Yang stated nonchalantly, turning to the camera, brothers, remember, any base that shows signs of artificial aging should be treated as a new imitation. This piece, having expended excessive effort on replicating the blue hue, suffered from insufficient funds to properly age the base, resulting in it being roughly sanded. It is coarse and decidedly low-end. As the narrative unfolded, it seemed the atmosphere of the appraisal session had suddenly become awkward. Cheng Dei appeared to have secured his position. Isn't this just playing dirty? The persistent deadbeat truly embodies age and deceit. Perhaps we should engage in a live appraisal instead, as this individual lacks intrigue. Zhang Yang also found the situation rather dull. Initially intrigued by the bronze chariot, he now perceived the elderly man's remarks as rather uninspired. We appreciate your support for the museum, but according to our regulations, should a forgery be identified, all donated artifacts must undergo a collective expert appraisal. Only upon confirmation may they enter our repository. Regrettably, we cannot accept your items today. What nonsensical regulation is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Cheng Zongyin noticed his father regaining his composure and voice. Oh, my apologies, I must have forgotten. Although Director Wang is not in Africa, you cannot reach him. Even if you did, it would be futile. Upon uttering this, Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he proclaimed, as long as I remain a researcher at this museum, the counterfeit items you present shall never grace its exhibition hall or even its storeroom. Ori, a voice from the crowd, belonging to the spirited Gao Jia, called out, prompting spontaneous applause. Chen's mother, who had previously praised Gao Jia, turned with a frown, her gaze filled with resentment. However, soon she was overwhelmed by the sounds of applause and cheers, some of which came from members of the Chen family. Yet, none of this could compare to the powerful exclamation from behind her. Well said. It was Cheng Zongwen, the second son of the Cheng family, an insider. Both families present cast astonished glances at Cheng's second son, who seemed unfazed, stepping forward to shake Zhang Yang's hand. Your words resonate deeply with me. It was my disdain for my father's indulgence in forgeries that inspired me to seek genuine artifacts. Zhang Yang struggled to withdraw his hand, his eyes reflecting equal astonishment. This second son of the Cheng family appeared, much like his future son-in-law, to possess a rebellious spirit, seemingly intent on removing his own father and his siblings from the equation. Director, could we have a glimpse of the live scene? This sounds utterly fascinating, yet please refrain from solely showcasing Master Zhang's visage. Though my husband is handsome, he cannot be consumed as sustenance. Could this handshaking individual be a relative of the previous two? Cheng Dei was the first to recover from his shock, calling his second son's name in a stern tone. You two have already tarnished the Cheng family's reputation. Do you need my assistance in doing so further? Cheng's second son casually tucked his long hair behind his ear and flashed a radiant smile at Zhang Yang. Professor Zhang, allow me to introduce myself. There's no need. I have read your writings. Zhang Yang managed a strained smile, recognizing a likeness to Chun Yingguang in Cheng's second son. Both shared a semblance of obsequiousness tinged with a hint of lewdness, yet their smiles remained sincere. Zhang Yang pondered what assistance he could possibly offer to Cheng's second son. Could it be? He cast a glance at the mother and daughter of the Cheng family standing beside him, pondering, you shall nurture them, fret not. Correct? Is that so? Splendid. Then I shall spare you further explanation. Do take a look at this. Zhang Yang said, his voice imbued with delight. Observing the other party genuinely retrieving something, Zhang Yang experienced an indescribable mixture of emotions, disappointment intertwined with anticipation. This gentleman had already ventured into the palace twice. Would he not produce something this time as well? As Zhang Yang unveiled the object, Zhang Yang felt a surge of respect, immediately donning white gloves. The item was a half-moon-shaped jade ornament, resembling a small segment of a green bean cake, intricately carved with traditional swirling cloud patterns, its hue slightly yellowed, indicative of antiquity. Such artifacts, often extracted from the hands of incarcerated tomb raiders, possess a genuine authenticity rate exceeding 80%. Zhang Yang presented it before the camera, showcasing it to the audience of a live broadcast. Is this ancient jade? Someone queried. Is that a depiction of Makabaka? Another chimed in. It bears a resemblance. Yet the jade's quality seems lacking. Moments later, the details of the item emerged. Name, jade grip. Material, Shoyan jade. Production date, 117 BC. Detailed information, a jade grip intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, unearthed a considerable time ago, showing notable signs of handling. Surely, there are no legal ramifications associated with this item? Zhang Yang directly inquired of Zhang Yang, believing he had conducted sufficient research. No, this was passed down from my master's ancestors. At the time, the police consulted experts who verified its authenticity. And what do you master? Zhang Yang asked, curiosity piqued. Once, while exploring a tomb, he became ensnared in a trap for over a decade. He ultimately could not endure the final year. Zhang Yang responded calmly. And Zhang Yang felt no particular emotional upheaval. One does not extend sympathy to tomb raiders. However, the depth of their conversation overwhelmed the live chat, leaving viewers struggling to comprehend. Police? Who are these individuals? Someone wondered. Why does it all sound like coded language? Am I watching a gangster film? Another remarked. Exploring tombs? They must be from the old Nine Gates. What kind of trap can ensnare a person for over a decade? Someone else pondered. How did this ancient jade escape confiscation? Was it hidden away upon arrest? This item is impeccable. A jade grip from the Western Han Dynasty, composed of Shoyan jade, a common material for ancient jade. Zhang Yang elucidated to both the live audience and those online. The outer layer of patina is visible to all, smooth to the touch, indicating it is a well-handled piece, likely enjoyed for decades. Of course, it initially emerged from a tomb. Traces of blood infiltration are evident, clearly from the decaying remains of the tomb's owner. A woman in the audience emitted a sound of distaste. Not only did they pilfer an item from a corpse, but they also handle it. Most would find that unacceptable. Yet, his hand was restrained by Zhang Yang. Father, please do not embarrass us. Embarrass? I believe you are the foolish one. Cheng Dai finally lost his temper. Such a well-preserved piece of Western Han jade would fetch millions at auction, rivaling the annual net profit of a 1,000-person enterprise in our family. Are you not afraid of confiscation by displaying it so openly? I interject, as Zhang Yang hastily adds, that was merely a reference to the Western Han Dynasty. All right, enough flaunting. I am aware of your accuracy in dating. Cheng Dai gestures dismissively, seemingly disinclined to converse with Zhang Yang. A few million, perhaps? That sounds quite promising. Cheng Lao nods, continuing to smile at Zhang Yang. Teacher, could this serve as my initiation gift? Initiation? What ist? Who knows if Cheng Lao has returned to his former profession? Observing Zhang Yang's reaction, Cheng Lao raises 2 fingers, declaring, I swear. I truly have not resumed digging. Later tonight, there will be a 3rd watch. I have finished the draft, but not the revisions. I must rise early for work tomorrow, so I shall retire for the night. Chapter 089. This is a museum, not a marketplace. Among the Chun family relatives present, not all had conducted prior research on the Chung family, nor were they aware that Cheng Zongwen had previously entered. Now, witnessing Cheng Lao erratic behavior, many silently ponder. Is this truly the biological son of the old Master Cheng? Could there have been a mix-up at birth? And what does he mean by digging? As the onlookers expressed their confusion, Cheng Zongyin quickly stepped forward to cover his brother's mouth, preventing Cheng Lao from speaking further. Subsequently, old Master Cheng coughed, prompting several relatives to collaboratively escort Cheng Lao away. Cheng Dai murmured, eager to conclude this farce. That is unacceptable. Zhang Yang shook his head. This is a museum, not a marketplace. Do you wish to forcibly detain us, then? Cheng Dai retorted angrily. Zhang Yang smiled, signaling Su Jia to temporarily mute the livestream, then explained, it is not about detaining. Rather, I present you with 2 options. One is for me to report you, alleging fraud and counterfeiting, allowing the public security authorities to investigate. The other is to leave all items here, pending a collective evaluation by our museum experts, after which we can engage in further discussions. Zhang Yang understood that directly dismantling the National Treasure Gang would be impractical. Their earlier attempt to shift blame onto Che Lijun indicated they had already devised a contingency plan to masquerade as victims. The collective evaluation was merely a pretext. The true intention was to retain these 30-odd pieces of evidence, at the very least instilling caution in this group. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Cheng Dai's expression darkened. He felt urgency, yet was somewhat powerless. After casting a deep glare at Zhang Yang, he consented to leave the items behind, but insisted that the Highland Museum affix seals to their donations to prevent any potential substitution of treasures. You need not worry. We will unseal them under the supervision of a notary, Zhang Yang assured. We too fear being wronged. That would be best. We'll have someone observe you seal the items. The rest of us may take our leave now, correct? Certainly. Please feel free. Zhang Yang smiled, gesturing towards the exit. As the performance concluded, aside from the museum staff, the audience dispersed. After a brief period of muting, many viewers began to express confusion. Apologies, everyone. We were discussing some business matters. Business? It is evident that there are clandestine operations taking place. I never anticipated that the host, with their prominent features, would be engaging in secretive actions behind our backs. Be honest and disclose what you were just doing. It is indeed a matter of commercial confidentiality, and I cannot divulge details regarding the museum. In any case, rest assured, those two forgeries will certainly not enter the market to deceive more individuals. In my opinion, the fakes ought to be destroyed. There is no need to destroy them. They can still serve as decorative artifacts. Host, that individual who claimed not to have excavated, is he a tomb raider? Since he is not in possession of stolen goods, I cannot inquire further. However, judging by his tone, it seems he has indeed ventured into a tomb and, due to this matter, has experienced the intricacies of such an endeavor. Regrettably, the current setting is not appropriate. Otherwise, I would have invited him to enlighten you on the most efficient methods of navigating tombs. For I see some of you in the comments may inevitably find yourselves in similar situations. Zhang Yang and the audience in the live stream engaged in casual banter until most of the visitors had departed the museum, at which point they ceased their conversation. She subtly indicated to Zhang Yang that it was time to conclude the session. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Yang stifled a yawn, waved goodbye to the viewers, and simultaneously gestured for Su Jia to end the broadcast. While removing her makeup, Sister Gao's penchant for gossip resurfaced. Boss, where did that large family come from just now? It felt rather peculiar, bringing a bunch of fakes and leaving a huff. After all this time, they finally produced something genuine, only for it to be a tomb raider. You discerned he was a tomb raider? Zhang Yang inquired, astonished. The comments in the live stream were alluding to the fact that anyone capable of being your mentor must surely be involved in tomb raiding. Sister Gao scoffed, speaking to herself. I used to wonder why you kept your family background so secretive. Now, considering the comments and the fact that a 20-year-old like you can afford to run a company, I think I understand. As she uttered these words, Sister Gao glanced at Zhang Yang in the mirror before abruptly veering the conversation. Boss, the money you pay us isn't illicit, is it? If I were to claim it is, would you return the funds to me? Zhang Yang responded with a wistful tone. That is out of the question. Sister Gao firmly shook her head, then sighed. What a pity. What a pity for what? Dear sister, do not stand there lamenting. While you may not wish to end your shift, I certainly do. Understood, understood. Sister Gao busied herself anew. Once she had tidied up, she selected a photograph from her phone's album and presented it to Zhang Yang. It depicted a group of over a dozen young women, dressed casually and barefaced, posing together at the front desk of the previous MCN company. A few familiar faces were present, as Zhang Yang had assisted them with jewelry selections. These are the female hosts you once covertly admired. Had I been unaware of your past, I might have facilitated some introductions for you, Sister Gao lamented. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the reminiscence of his naivety, Zhang Yang swiftly changed the subject. Why are they sending you group photos? Is it for team building? The company has collapsed. This is their final commemorative photograph. The company of the fathead fish has gone under. Zhang Yang was utterly taken aback when he received such information from Sister Gao. Just a few days prior, Chun Yingguang had inquired whether the little pear blossom had acquired a new top supporter, displaying a lingering sentiment. Upon a brief glance, Zhang noted that she still boasted an impressive following of over 100,000, indicating she would not be facing destitution anytime soon. To his astonishment, the company had simply ceased to exist, allegedly due to involvement with raw stones. Sister Gao relayed the information she had gathered to Zhang Yang. During this exchange, Su Jia, who came to retrieve a makeup case, added some insights he had gleaned. It was rumored that the owner of a raw stone quarry in Guangdong province had brought along 2 vans filled with people. Among them was a pivotal figure, Chao Jian. According to Su Jie, the top female streamers, resembling characters from a two-dimensional world, who had been under his watch, had all followed this Chao. It appeared to be a career change, with salaries reportedly quite generous. Zhang Yang surmised that this must have involved settling debts through contracts. Had he not departed and instead signed a contract with the company, he might have faced a similar fate. The next day, 2 distinctive guests arrived at the Yangming studio. Chen Yingguang and a limited edition of Chen Yingguang's middle-aged, long-haired self. Zhang Yang had never anticipated that the top supporter would introduce his future father-in-law directly to his studio. What was the implication? Was he so concerned that the Cheng family would remain unaware that Master Zhang, who had publicly embarrassed them the previous day at the museum, was a close friend of Chen Yingguang? However, upon meeting, Zhang realized that Cheng Zongwen seemed even more unconventional than Chen Yingguang. Without delay, he presented the invaluable Luohan statue, which he had purchased from Wang Jianye, along with an ancient jade from the Western Han dynasty, placing them directly on Zhang Yang's desk. He also reiterated the request to become his disciple, a proposal that had already been rejected the previous day. Zhang Yang remained resolute in his refusal, as it transcended mere financial matters. Yet Cheng Ler heir was unwavering in his conviction. With earnestness, he explained, "Master, I have truly undergone a transformation, inside and out. Otherwise, I would not have been released early from my sentence. I assure you, during my sentence reduction, I did not leverage any family connections. It was all achieved through my own relentless effort at the sewing machine." Zhang Yang, feeling exasperated, replied, "Your situation bears no relevance to me. I have only encountered those who forcefully take on apprentices. Your insistence is something I simply cannot accept. I understand that you harbor grievances against my father and my elder brother, but beyond monetary ties and blood relations, we share nothing else." Prior to their arrival, Chen Yingguang had enlightened Cheng Ler heir about the enmity between the National Treasure Gang and various appraisal streamers. Thus, the more resolute Zhang Yang became. The more Cheng Ler heir attributed it to familial influences. Previously, when my elder brother employed internet trolls against streamers, I did not intervene due to my lack of authority. Otherwise, I would never have permitted them to target Master Zhang like that. If you seek retribution and wish to take legal action, I can serve as a witness. Cheng Ler heir's statement piqued Zhang Yang's interest. He recognized the determination within him. "Then, tell me, what do you intend to do with the knowledge of appraisal you wish to acquire?" Zhang Yang inquired, "Whether it be online identification or offline treasure appraisal. This endeavor is far from straightforward. Your initiation at this juncture is rather belated." Cheng Ler heir displayed a hint of hesitation, glancing at Zhang Yang and then at Chen Yingguang, before resolutely indicating the ancient jade piece from the Western Han dynasty on the table. "I know there are others who possess this item," he remarked, "but I cannot ascertain its authenticity or value." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang grasped the implications immediately. Cheng Ler heir was alluding to dubious channels, likely having acquired the item from tomb raiders. Chen Yingguang, who had been admiring the scenery by the window, swiftly approached the two, knitting his brows as he addressed Cheng Ler heir. "Uncle, why didn't you mention this sooner? This is a task beyond Master Zhang's capabilities. He has evaluated numerous items from tomb raiders, and the owners are largely incarcerated now. Do you truly wish to enter prison for a third time?" To this, Cheng Ler heir did not exhibit fear. Rather, he appeared exhilarated, even cheerfully patting Chen Yingguang on the shoulder. "This is precisely the reaction I sought. Master Zhang, do you have connections with the police? How do you manage to ensure that they are consistently apprehended?" "Il connexions," Zhang Yang replied. "But I am indeed well-versed in the process of ensuring their capture. If you wish to be involved, it is simple. When purchasing items, just connect with me. And remember to refrain from using Wi-Fi. Rely on mobile signal instead. As long as you are within the country and the items have genuinely emerged from a tomb recently, the police will typically arrive within half an hour." "That sounds splendid," Cheng Ler heir exclaimed, raising his right hand in an okay gesture. It was then that Zhang Yang noticed the absence of a ring on Cheng Ler heir's fourth finger. Observing Zhang Yang's gaze, Cheng Ler heir's smile turned somewhat bittersweet as he voluntarily elaborated. "This was lost during an excavation when a mechanism severed it. Do you see this bone around my neck? It is not a talisman, but rather a fragment of my severed finger. I deserve this fate, but my master did not." Cheng Ler heir recounted the tale of his master who had passed down the Western Han jade to him. The narrative was quite moving, particularly when he spoke of his determination to avenge his master, who had been wronged, and to ensure the perpetrator faced justice. Chen Yingguang felt a surge of fervor as he listened. Ultimately, Chung Lao Air explained why he sought Zhang Yang specifically. The treasure appraisal experts who collaborate with our Chung family treat me as if I were a pariah. It seems my family has made their intentions clear. They refuse to entertain me. Only upon encountering Master Zhang did I rekindle the hope for revenge. Once my daughter is wed, I shall embark on this journey. Very well. You may take these items. I do not take on apprentices, nor do I accept apprentice gifts. Zhang Yang, adhering to the principle that one less tomb raider equates to one less ancient tomb being desecrated, agreed to assist in due course. However, he insisted on not accepting the items, for doing so would alter their nature and lead to complications. He would ascertain whether Chung Lao Air was concealing anything. Ultimately, his role would merely involve reporting during the appraisal process, thus buying time for the police to locate and apprehend. After bidding farewell to Chung Lao Air and Chen Yingguang, the afternoon live broadcast was set to commence imminently. Is the host running late? Apologies for the delay today. I was momentarily occupied due to a pressing matter involving the second-ranked individual, who insisted on a telephonic conversation to solicit my assistance with an urgent issue. Though our exchange lasted but 30 seconds, Zhang Yang still managed to deflect the blame, as it was the second-ranked individual who sought to cut in line. Is the old monk to be released? Are you present? Ever since the last incident wherein the second-ranked individual was apprehended, their moniker has undergone a transformation. I am here prepared and ready. With that, I initiated the connection. To my surprise, the video revealed a lady clad in a gray athletic tank top, adorned with a sun hat and protective visor, her lightly tanned skin basking healthily in the sunlight. Sister, do not tell me you are the young man I previously connected with. The host is rambling. Is it forbidden for someone to possess well-defined pectorals? Be precise. It should be the old monk changed to the impoverished nun. Nay, I am a member of Captain Chu's team. This is his account. He is currently on a business trip, so today, a few of us have come to assist. You may address me as Xiaoya. In the video, two others accompanying Xiaoya, De Zhuang and Xiao Mei, sequentially greeted Zhang Yang. Where are you located? Behind you, it appears to be a sheer cliff, devoid of modern structures. You must be ensconced in some remote mountain wilderness? Indeed, Xiaoya affirmed, adjusting the camera to reveal their surroundings, a somewhat desolate mountainous region, rife with cliffs and scant vegetation. Merely shrubs dotting the landscape. The trio was traversing a perilous stony path, and in the nearby valley, a cluster of buildings could be discerned. That is the ancient temple we are destined for. A few days prior, villagers who had ventured into the mountains to gather firewood reported seeing shadows moving within the long-abandoned temple. Chapter 091. I advise you to depart swiftly. The second-ranked individual, surnamed Chu, introduced himself as the leader of a civilian archaeological team. Upon seeing the words civilian archaeological team, Zhang Yang could not help but recall the individual's prior professional diving equipment and techniques akin to those of seasoned treasure hunters, causing his right hand to tremble involuntarily as he held his phone. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Captain Chu's background is comparable to that of Yuan Hua, known for writing works that are likely to win awards, such as My Father, the X-Long. The civilian archaeological team, composed of individuals born in the 1990s, operates under the auspices of the Cultural Relics Bureau, functioning as a charitable organization. When the Cultural Relics Department finds itself understaffed or perceives a matter as less critical, it is this civilian archaeological team that steps in. Miss Xiaoya, what temple is this? Zhang Yang inquired on behalf of the barrage of comments. From the video, the temple's surroundings appeared exceedingly desolate. As the three team members approached, they soon encountered an impasse. A massive boulder had obstructed their path, rendering the mountain trail impassable. After considerable effort to navigate around the stone and traverse through the overgrown grass to arrive at the temple, they were met with the sight of a dilapidated ancient temple, constructed against the mountainside. The main hall of the temple appears to have been expanded upon the foundation of a natural cave, sheltered by the surrounding mountains. Despite the passage of time and the elements, it remains relatively well preserved. However, the adjacent side hall and the courtyard a bit further away have not been so fortunate, reduced to mere remnants of collapsed walls. This is the Guanyin Temple, known only to the local villagers. Xiaoya directed her camera towards the plaque high above the main hall's doorframe, which originally bore the characters for Guanyin Temple in vibrant red. Yet, time has faded it to little more than the outline of the characters. Shouldn't such an ancient temple be classified as a cultural heritage site? The location must be quite remote. Otherwise, there would at least be a road leading here. If there were any potential for development, the Tourism Bureau would have already taken action. Teacher, Captain Chu said you can date anything. Could you help ascertain the age of this temple? Xiaoya showed Zhang Yang the external structure of the main hall, even capturing the wooden framework of the roof. Dear girl, photographing these is of little use. They may well have been constructed by later generations. Listen to me, walk around the outer wall and see if any corner reveals exposed bricks. Just show me one. Xiaoya had previously been part of a legitimate archaeological team, surveying other ancient temples, and Zhang Yang's method was entirely unfamiliar to her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Zhang Yang, assuming she was unsure how to proceed, pointed directly, just in front of you, the wall to your right, the leftmost brick at the bottom. Show me that one. With such clear instructions, Xiaoya promptly complied, and within a minute, Zhang Yang provided his assessment. This brick dates back to the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty. It's been 5 centuries. This ancient temple has quite a history. Teacher, you could tell that just by looking? Xiaoya swallowed hard, incredulous. The local county records indicated that this ancient temple first appeared during the Mid-Ming dynasty. Xiaoya's family had connections with the Cultural Relics Bureau, and she had been exposed to various experts since childhood. Yet Zhang Yang's discerning eye was a revelation to her. Could this be an instance of extraordinary talent beyond the ordinary? Haha, otherwise, how much longer would it take to figure it out? Zhang Yang chuckled, introducing himself with a playful moniker. They call me Zhang Yiquai. No matter the ancient structure, a single brick reveals its age. Whose nickname is that? Forget it. It's self-bestowed by the host. Remember the last time? Zhongban Zhong? Xiaoya, let us try 2 more bricks. Teacher, could you take a look at this one? Following the suggestions from the comments, Xiaoya focused her camera on a brick in the middle of the wall, which revealed only one face. Don't listen to the comments. They thrive on chaos. Zhang Yang feigned a frown in contemplation. He realized that this girl was not a seasoned viewer. His method of dating was perhaps too advanced for the average passerby. Dating artifacts requires an appropriate approach. Zhang Yang scrutinized the information indicating the year 1640 on the brick for a moment. Ahem, if I'm not mistaken, this should date to the late Ming period, possibly during the Chongzhen reign, indicating it was newly made during the temple's restoration. Did it align with the county records again? Xiaoya began to harbor suspicions that Zhang Yang had prior knowledge of the temple's location. Why don't you take a look at this? She suggested, her curiosity piqued. This artifact dated back to the Chongzhen era, indicating that the temple had undergone significant renovations during the late Ming dynasty, as the walls of the main hall had previously been reduced to mere remnants. How did we suddenly delve into history? I have only heard of the Ungshi Rebellion. What is the Shainan Rebellion? Weren't they here to seek the ghostly apparitions of the ancient temple? At that moment, Dazhuang, who had appeared earlier, suddenly shouted from within the main hall, "Something's happened. Come quickly and see this." Instantly, Zhang Yang and all the viewers felt their hearts race. Following the unsteady camera, they entered the grand hall, where amidst the dim light, litter and discarded beverage bottles were strewn across the floor. In a relatively clean corner, they spotted a brown travel suitcase, which had already been opened. As Xiaoya directed the camera towards Dazhuang, he was extracting a rust-covered gun barrel from the suitcase, still stained with some dirt. Goodness, who unearthed this and left it here? Could it be the grave of a Ming dynasty general? Is such a weapon valuable? They sought Zhang Yang's expertise. One team member held the flashlight, another cradled the gun barrel, while a third recorded with a smartphone. After a moment of scrutiny, Zhang Yang offered his professional assessment. This is the arrow-shaped gun barrel used by the Imperial Army during the Mid-Ming period. Predating Xiaoya's mention of the Shainan Rebellion by several decades, it was likely manufactured during the Wanli era. And this? The team members retrieved a heavily rusted iron chain from the suitcase, with large spindle-shaped iron weights at both ends. Zhang Yang promptly identified it. This is what we refer to in martial arts films as a meteor hammer, also from the Wanli period. What about this? This is a long sword from the Mid-Ming period, though regrettably, it is broken. This is a type of arrowhead known as a flying knife. You could liken it to the legendary little leaf flying dagger. And this is a Yinling knife, used by the Ming dynasty's Jinyue. As Zhang Yang examined each weapon, a sense of unease grew within him. The uniform rust coloration suggested that all these items had been preserved in a similar environment. Could it be that the owner of this suitcase had discovered a hidden armory from the Ming dynasty? I have a suggestion, he urged the trio. Do not linger. You must flee and notify the authorities. Even if these items are in poor condition, together they could fetch a sum of several 100,000. It is unlikely that someone would abandon them here. However, Zhang Yang's warning came too late, as voices from afar began to echo from the entrance. A sharp male voice remarked, "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. Cousin, you handle that last box. I'll tidy up here." The response came from a deep, resonant voice. "Your calculations are transparent. I can hear them clearly from Lim Hai. First, you had your boyfriend guard below, saying you would come up to help me move. Now it's turned into me doing alone. When we sell this, will you not receive a smaller share? Smaller share? Do not forget why we were captured and why we are here in this remote mountain. Chapter 092. The Grave-Digging Chronicles of the Fat and Thin Monks. Faintly, the words coastal, cousin, and boyfriend reached Zhang Yang's ears, instantly reminding him of what Sister Gao had mentioned yesterday. For a fleeting moment, he wished he could transport himself through the internet to the ancient temple depicted in the video, to see if indeed it was the two brothers, Mr. Jean and Mr. Yu. However, for the safety of the three archaeologists, Zhang Yang had muted his microphone to avoid disturbing their judgment. He felt a palpable tension, mirrored by the anxious viewers in the live stream, whose screens were filled with emojis of clasped hands in prayer. Occasionally, a few messages of encouragement floated by, cheering for the three team members. Despite being in a perilous situation, the three archaeologists showed no signs of retreat or flight, while others called the police. Xiaoyu even took the time to place her phone against the wall behind them. There was a small ledge by the wall, likely once used for a candlestick, which now afforded Zhang Yang and the audience the optimal vantage point. Should they confront the situation head-on? Upon catching sight of the three team member silhouettes, Zhang Yang understood the source of their confidence. De Zhuang, true to his name, was a formidable figure reminiscent of the actor Ma Dong-suk, who dispatches zombies with a single punch. Xiao Yu's physique, indicating a regular fitness regimen, showcased defined muscular lines in her legs, suggesting strength rather than mere decoration. The only one of slighter build, Xiao Mei, wielded a long, black electric baton, which he had just tested, confirming its functionality. Zhang Yang conservatively estimated that these three could easily overpower 10 unarmed ordinary individuals, should they remain in their hometown, leading a more refined life. Outside, two individuals conversed as they approached the entrance. Upon entering, they halted abruptly at the sight of the three team members poised for action. Zhang Yang could not fully discern their faces, but based solely on their contrasting physiques, one slender and one stocky, he had already identified them in his mind. Indeed, they were the former bosses. Remarkably, they were still alive and had ventured into this remote area to engage in tomb raiding. Who are you? What brings you to our village's Guanyin temple? Mr. Yu, with his prominent belly, stepped forward, his tone suggesting he believed himself the master of the temple. Tomb raiding with such audacity? It seemed that even after being captured by the stone quarry owner from Guangdong province, they had not endured much hardship. However, Zhang Yang mused, after today, they would likely face daily tribulations. Did you excavate these items? The archaeologist inquired, gesturing towards the scattered ancient weapons on the ground. Upon seeing their belongings removed from the suitcase, Mr. Yu realized their scheme had been exposed. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but was halted by a figure behind him. We didn't excavate. We found them, Mr. Jean interjected, following up with an explanation. As the old saying goes, finding is akin to purchasing. These items are ours now. That is not the case, Xiao Yu countered, shaking her head. These are cultural relics. Trading in cultural relics is illegal, and failing to report found items is also against the law. Thus, your argument holds no validity. Hey, who are you three? The stocky man's voice grew increasingly irate. This is our Xianyang village's Guanyin temple. What business do you outsiders have here? Zhang Yang discerned a hint of unease in Mr. Yu's stance, indicating a desire to flee. We are from the archaeological team. An archaeological team? The stout-headed fish turned around, exchanging a glance with his cousin, murmuring softly, "Goodness, why has the archaeological team arrived? This place has been abandoned for decades. Enough talk. We must flee," Director Jean whispered through clenched teeth. "Let us take the back roads and split up. If either of you is caught by that man, the other must ensure the safety of our families." Director Jean held a disdainful view of the two female team members, perceiving only the male as a threat. Upon hearing this, the stout-headed fish recalled his cousin's boyfriend, a chill creeping up his spine, but given the urgency of the situation, he merely nodded. They then turned and bolted. "Goodness, we can't let them escape. This is a chance to catch two grave robbers at once. Chase them. Pursue them. As long as we catch one, the other won't get away." The three team members quickly discerned that these two brothers were cowards and hurriedly followed in pursuit. In the interim, he received a private message from Chen Yangwang. "Do you think those two grave robbers looked a bit familiar?" Zhang responded, "That suggests your eyesight is just fine. Stop the electricity. I beg you. Why must we women make things difficult for each other?" Director Jean exclaimed, "Who told you to scratch me with your nails earlier?" The two female team members grumbled unhappily. The two brothers naturally resorted to pleading for mercy, confessing, and swearing oaths. However, they were oblivious to the fact that their every word and action were being witnessed by thousands in a live broadcast, including the keen-eyed video editor, Tang Qian. Tang, ever the professional, diligently noted down memorable comments for future editing. Isn't this more amusing than Bo Ran? The stout and thin-headed robbers caught within a minute. Amateur grave robbers versus a professional archaeological team. Numbers will win. Once the two suspects had confessed, the archaeological team began to gather their belongings. And Zhang Yang hurriedly activated the microphone. Hello? Miss Yu, can you hear me? Oh no, I almost forgot I was still connected. Miss Yu smacked her forehead, quickly retrieving her phone and adjusting the camera, apologizing to Zhang Yang. No worries, I was so tense earlier that I didn't dare to speak. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. May I have a word with these two? I know them. Is every grave robber just a familiar face to the streamer? Is the streamer now consuming gossip from his own backyard? Could it be that they share a connection with Master Zhang? Could they possibly be fellow enthusiasts in a live chat? Upon receiving the archaeologist's consent, Zhang Yang raised the volume. Hello, gentlemen. This is aka Master Zhang, your old friend. Zhang Yang. Goodness, Zhang Yang. Director Jean, who had previously appeared defeated, instantly perked up at the sound of Zhang Yang's voice, eager to rise. However, the stout-headed fish quickly pulled his cousin down to squat, simultaneously pressing Director Jean's head down to prevent them from appearing on camera. For the sake of the director, I shall grant you a semblance of dignity. However, that depends entirely on whether you wish to keep it. Zhang Yang discerned that the two brothers were lying. They deliberately concealed the existence of a third individual. Director Jin's boyfriend, the former cameraman from the company, was likely involved in this matter. Although the archaeological team currently consists of only 3 members, 2 of whom are women, they're clearly preoccupied and unable to consider the potential third party. However, allowing this issue to linger would make it exceedingly challenging to uncover the truth later. Moreover, Zhang Yang believes that the two brothers have unearthed far more than mere ancient weaponry. The contents of the last box should be the least valuable. The truly precious artifacts must have been removed long ago and are likely in the possession of Jin's boyfriend. Therefore, it is imperative to compel them to speak the truth, as this might enable the police to apprehend the third individual en route. Gentlemen, what you have excavated is either a military cache from the late Ming dynasty or a mass grave of fallen soldiers from the same period. This transgression can be viewed as either minor or severe. While the lesser offense is trivial, I shall focus on the weightier consequences. Should you have accomplices and choose to shield them, allowing them to sell off more valuable artifacts, you both could face a minimum sentence of 10 years. Is that not so? Mr. Yu, do you concur? Surely, you do not believe that upon their release, this couple would share any spoils with you, do you? Implying that the thin man's wife is also involved. Master Zhang is truly testing human nature. What is this rotund man thinking? He should confess quickly. In truth, Mr. Yu experiences little internal conflict. If betraying that fellow could genuinely reduce his sentence, he would have spoken up long ago. He is merely calculating in his mind. With the addition of the other 2 boxes, their sentence will undoubtedly be heavier. If he divulges information about his accomplice, it could be seen as a merit. The potential reduction of sentence for a confession versus the added penalties. What weighs more? For a man with only a rudimentary understanding of the law, this question is exceedingly complex, leaving him speechless. You are truly resolute, Zhang Yang mused. If this is the case, allow me to assist you in maintaining your dignity. Ideally, these 2 brothers would confess, allowing for swift identification of the third individual. Zhang Yang himself stated that this would necessitate the police searching far and wide. However, time is of the essence, and the 2 individuals remain obstinate. Thus Zhang Yang felt compelled to speak. Miss Xiaoye, in truth, Yes, we have an accomplice. Someone suddenly spoke up, preempting Zhang Yang's confession. The speaker was Director Jean. Zhang Yang was taken aback, as was Mr. Yu. The stout man erupted in anger. You damn fool. Isn't Xiao Wang your boyfriend? Director Jean disregarded her cousin's outburst, her words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. We have 2 more boxes containing armor and silver ingots, all of which are likely precious artifacts, currently in the hands of my ex-boyfriend Xiao Wang. He is waiting for us in a ravine. Upon exiting the temple, take the right-hand path leading to the back mountain steps. After crossing the mountain, follow a small stream downward. At the bottom of the ravine, there is an earthen road leading to the old Yu family's residence in Xiangyang village. By the way, I did not excavate that tomb. The loot was moved by those 2 men while I merely stood watch. Zhang Yang, I should receive the lightest sentence, correct? Apologies, brother, but I have my youth ahead of me and cannot afford to languish in confinement like you. Otherwise, upon my release from prison, I shall have grown old and become undesirable to men. Traitor. After squeezing out those 2 words, Mr. Yu lunged at Director Jean, gripping the latter's neck with fierce intensity. He intended to commit an act of violence face to face, yet he had forgotten the existence of a device known as a stun baton. Chapter 093. Seeking Attention? The archaeologists, well-versed in decorum, were aware that Zhang Yang was live-streaming. Upon witnessing the two brothers grappling on the ground, Xiaoyu swiftly turned the camera away. "Thank you, Master Zhang. Your presence today was fortuitous, or else we might have been deceived by them," she remarked. At that moment, Zhang Yang heard a sharp crackle of electricity in the background. Furthermore, the other two team members were quietly deliberating whether to stun Mr. Yu and bind him, then take Director Jean to find his boyfriend. Zhang Yang recognized that it was time to withdraw discreetly and let the achievements remain uncelebrated. "You are too kind, in comparison to your arduous efforts in artifact preservation. My endeavor of sitting at home before a computer is truly insignificant," Zhang Yang humbly stated. After disconnecting the live stream, he glanced at the barrage of comments, where images of fencing flooded the screen. He was compelled to pause the stream to discern the occasional textual comments. "Master Zhang's fencing studio established today. Want to join? For textual fencing, please add Treasure Protection Fan Group 2. Hello, Xiaoyu, good afternoon, Teacher Zhang." A voice with a smoky timbre spoke. As the guest appeared on the live stream screen, the flood of emojis abruptly ceased, replaced by "so big, so big, so big." Indeed, it was quite substantial. The delicate black camisole could hardly contain her figure, and even a paragon of virtue like Zhang Yang could not help but steal a glance. Until the voice of the director, Su Jie, echoed in his ear, "Boss, this is our former company's ASMR streamer who left with someone named Chao. Is that so?" Zhang Yang regarded Su Jie's assertion with skepticism. Firstly, the name was incorrect. Zhang Yang recalled that ASMR streamers typically bore titles like Teacher Xian. Secondly, the individual had not shown her face, only her neck was visible. How could one recognize her? Yet, Su Jie was resolute, elaborating. She never revealed her face during her streams, but pay attention to the mole on her chest. Every mole is unique, hence I am certain it is her. With the staff expressing such certainty, Zhang Yang, as the employer, felt compelled to place a modicum of trust in them. Did this mean that he had just sent the two former executives of his previous company to justice, only for a former colleague to follow suit? Zhang Yang attempted to greet her. "Big sister, have we met somewhere before?" "Calm down, streamer. You are already in your 40s. Isn't that an ancient pickup line? So big, so big, so big. Just now I was stunned. Everyone is still chatting. Master Zhang, I have long admired your esteemed name. Today I have brought a few items and would like your assistance in appraising them." The moment of beauty was fleeting. As the camera shifted, the scene transformed into a long row of jade pendants on the desktop, showcasing a plethora of colors, shapes, and themes. "My dear jade enthusiasts, is this vast collection all acquired by you, or perhaps gifted by an admirer? It is all purchased by myself. I seek your esteemed guidance to ascertain whether my investments have yielded losses or profits. Is there still hope for profit from jade? The more one purchases, the greater the losses. Undoubtedly, these are gifts from an admirer. If I were acquainted with her, I too would shower her with affection." The final comment suggests that Zhang Yang suspects the identification was made by Su Jie using a secondary account. "There are so many items. Why don't you select one? And I shall examine it." Zhang Yang did not ponder further. After all, there are merely a handful of jade pieces, and it would not consume much time. However, fearing that the other party might record the video for sales purposes, Zhang Yang quoted prices significantly lower than the system's reference values, merely naming the materials without delving into the craftsmanship. "This is yellow jade, nothing particularly special, priced at 600. This is a bean variety with a hint of green. I would say an additional 50, totaling 400 at most. This piece is somewhat more valuable. It is ice jade, albeit small, and I can offer 1,000. Zhang Yang diligently assisted the other party in the appraisal. Meanwhile, some eager viewers had already identified the collaborator as a former colleague. "Teacher, please cease the appraisal. This person is an assistant from Xinjia Jewelry." As soon as one individual made this assertion, others in the chat rapidly echoed it, resulting in a flood of comments. Zhang Yang was compelled to halt. He directly inquired, "Jade enthusiast, are you an assistant from Xinjia Jewelry?" As a prominent streamer with a vast following, he felt entitled to such inquiries. The young lady on the line chuckled. "Teacher, this is your claim, not mine. Should I be reported for improper marketing?" She not only admitted to her intent to promote, but also shifted the blame onto Zhang Yang. He even suspected that the comment revealing her identity was a deliberate act by Xinjia Jewelry personnel. Regardless of Zhang Yang's inquiries, the rampant comments had already served their promotional purpose. Without so much as a greeting, they had directly caused a stir. Could he tolerate such audacity? Since the promotion had been successful, surely some advertising fees were in order. Alas, I cannot compete with you. Zhang Yang feigned annoyance. Teacher, shall we continue to examine the remaining pieces? The young lady's tone was playful, as if she relished the situation. No more. Zhang Yang waved his hand. If you dare to present these for my appraisal, they must be genuine artifacts. It is merely a matter of pricing. He then abruptly shifted the conversation to the female assistant. If these jade pieces were purchased from your official store, what would their respective prices be? Zhang Yang's manner of questioning mirrored that of a promotional accomplice. This left the assistant somewhat perplexed. Had the company already prearranged this? Fortunately, they had been trained for such scenarios. Any advertisement made in external live broadcasts would be offered at a 10% discount from the original price. After all, the links would forever indicate that the items were sold out, ensuring no losses. Is that true? This pricing seems rather extravagant. I am in the jade business, and I cannot obtain these prices even directly from the manufacturer. These are merely quotes. When it comes to actual purchases, a disclaimer stating subject to the actual item suffices. Sometimes, items are marked as sold out, but they're actually sold at a loss for just one piece. Upon hearing the offer, Zhang Yang's first instinct was to advise against quoting reference prices for jadeite appraisal in the future, as the profit margins were exceedingly high. His second reaction was one of delight. The plan was unfolding smoothly. Those who wished to take advantage of Master Zhang would find it far from simple. Zhang Yang had long since acquired numerous tricks in the treasure appraisal host group. For instance, after the opponent had finished quoting prices, Zhang Yang inquired, if I purchase this and later find that the item does not match the video, can I return it? We offer a 7-day full refund and a 15-day exchange policy. Is there another piece of this jadeite available? Absolutely not. Natural jadeite is never identical. Each piece is uniquely designed and carved, making duplication impossible. That's wonderful. Zhang Yang nodded with a grin. I'll take all of these and gift them to my brothers in the livestream. I noted the prices earlier, totaling 3,400. I have it all recorded. What? The female assistant was taken aback. Why isn't Master Zhang following the script? What is wrong? Are these items merely for display and not for sale? Zhang Yang countered. Chapter 094. To buy antiques, one must seek bargains. Sisters, why did you provoke him? Upon hearing that her newly signed host had made a blunder, Chao Jian hurried to the livestream. Upon seeing the striking face of a certain host on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Didn't I tell you that this Master Zhang cannot be swayed by his audience? But he is the only major host this afternoon. The female hosts under Chao's supervision had their own thoughts. To them, having a popular host with a following of 20,000 here meant that attracting a bit of traffic would allow them to easily meet their performance targets. Hence the earlier borderline treasure appraisals and barrage of advertisements. Don't tell me your borderline selling methods were taught to you by me. I still don't know if they work. These viewers are only interested in treasure hunting. Your borderline tactics will be better suited for outdoor live performances showcasing the Luoyang shovel. But jadeite appraisal is also a form of treasure appraisal. There are still dissenters. No one watches that. Even their official accounts can't be bothered to edit it. Yet I feel they quite like me. Master Zhang had been quite cooperative earlier. It was just puzzling that he suddenly changed his mind. They only send big as a courtesy. Free is fine, but let them spend money? I used to have them in my grasp. The female assistant who had just gone live adjusted her confidence, appearing quite self-assured. Chao Jiayun realized that her earlier efforts had been akin to playing music to a cow. Out of thousands of active fans, over half only sent gifts in his live stream. Consequently, she had infiltrated the treasure protection group to investigate, only to discover it was filled with, "Sister, should we sell this batch of jadeite?" The words of those nearby interrupted Chao Jiayun's thoughts. If we account for everything, we stand to lose nearly 20,000 at market price. Of course we should sell. Do we lack that little money? Chao Jiayun impatiently remarked. The losses shall be deducted from your salary, yuan. What? That is not fair, Sister Chao. It was the director who instructed me to agree first. Why should I bear the entire loss alone? The female anchor, yuan, protested vehemently. Of course, you must comply. Otherwise, the reputation of the jewelry store will suffer. Chao Jiayun insisted with unwavering resolve. However, considering that yuan was brought over from General Yu's company, it was imperative for her, as a leader, to show some concern. Yuan, weren't you previously with Master Zhang's company? Perhaps you could reach out for some leniency to let him spare you. I am on the late-night shift, and I only know the big boss in the live broadcast room. I don't know the other anchors. Then call your boss, General Yu. I believe it would be difficult to reach him, Yuan said, shaking her head regretfully as she recounted her encounter with the folk archaeology team and the company president in Zhang Yang's broadcast room. Chao Jiayun fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, she spoke earnestly. In the future, when it comes to attracting viewers, you should aim for the live broadcasts of the popular influencers like Baldy and Teacher Catfish. They have a diverse audience, and if you encounter people who appreciate your type, the consumption will surely follow. As for Master Zhang's court, avoid it. You wouldn't want to find yourself ensnared again. Achoo! At that moment, Zhang Yang, who was live streaming, suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, he quickly muted his microphone. Otherwise, many of his listeners would have been caught off guard. Is your husband catching a cold? Perhaps those two Tomb Raiders were cursing him behind his back. If Master Zhang is tired, he should rest early. Rest early? Is the anchor going to log in with a secondary account to send comments? He was not ill, and regarding the cursing, it mattered little. A gentleman remains unperturbed, while a petty person is anxious. Our live broadcast room promotes a positive energy. Speaking of positive energy, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered he had something to attend to. A few days ago, a fan had gifted him a plaque, insisting that he unveil it during a live stream. Today, he happened to have the time, so let's take a look together. You can take a guess at what is inscribed on the plaque. I guess it essay, clear reflection. Is it top scholar, second place, or third place? How about welcome in those 4 characters? Wouldn't please enter the pot be better? Zhang Yang tore open the package, revealing a plaque over a meter long to the camera. However, he first showed the back to ensure the inscription was correct before turning around. The 4 large characters read, Zhang de Guangming. Thanks to this fan, as per their request, I shall refrain from revealing their name. Once this is hung above my head, and with my face painted black, wouldn't a normal person entering the live stream think they were in the Grand Hall of Kaifeng Prefecture? Haha, no way. Some brothers actually want to see me dressed as Bao Gong for a live stream? Please, brothers, that would be too embarrassing. Tease in the comments? I'm unfollowing. If that's not acceptable, then what kind of live stream can we do? Unfollow? Surely not. Zhang Yang surveyed the barrage of comments condemning him and managed to find a compromise. How about this? Once we reach 30,000 followers, we shall head to the Grand Hall of Kaifeng Prefecture and connect with the brothers from the old 9 gates. Grant them a touch of justice that transcends a millennium. As the day's live stream concluded, Zhang Yang reclined in his gaming chair, indulging in a languorous stretch. Not far from the camera, a wooden post stood sentinel. Director Su, shouldn't you be eager to clock out by now? He inquired. Boss, are you free? I need your insight on something. Su Jie, the director, replied, shaking off his daze and approaching Zhang Yang with his phone in hand. What do you need to see? Are you considering entering the industry? Zhang Yang asked, curiosity piqued. Upon taking the phone, he was surprised to find it was the live stream of the earlier guest, Xiao Yu. So, someone has indeed been drawn in. Yet, with barely 100 viewers in her stream, I suspect you might be the only one lured away, Zhang Yang mused. Brother, while I am your boss, you needn't share such trivial matters with me. Su Jie urged, wait. Look at this jade pendant she is trying on. It's only $19.98. Quite appealing. Zhang Yang nodded approvingly. Is it truly worth it? Su Jie asked, feigning innocence. Indeed, it's a Hatian jade amulet of this size, market price around $988, shipping included. With the endorsement of a big sister, an extra 1,000 is hardly an issue. Wow, boss, your reasoning is quite compelling. But why not simply purchase a $998 jade pendant and a few hundred for the endorsement? Su Jie countered, perhaps I could even add her as a friend. You dare question me? Get out. Your presence has tainted my live stream. Zhang Yang playfully shoved Su Jie out the door. Outside, Sister Gao had been waiting patiently at the entrance, cradling a small bronze statue of Guan Gong. The figure depicted Guan Yu seated in meditation, one hand stroking his beard, the other holding a book with his famed green dragon crescent blade beside him, a tribute to Guan Gong studying the spring and autumn annals. Sister, have you also begun collecting antiques? Zhang Yang asked, glancing around as if he had wandered into the wrong establishment. It seems we may need to rename this place to Antique Appraisal Studio. Xiaotang, do you have any antiques for me to examine? Perfect timing, Sister Gao exclaimed, her smile radiating as she presented the Guan Gong statue to Zhang Yang, as if to declare, I have discovered a treasure. Quite impressive, Zhang Yang remarked, inspecting the statue that stood a mere dozen centimeters tall. At least Guan Gong's visage remains intact. It won frightened guests at home, right? I knew my taste was commendable, Sister Gao beamed. I acquired this for $16.88. It should be a fair deal, shouldn't it? Not too much of a loss. Perhaps around 1,600, Zhang Yang replied earnestly. Sister Gao was left speechless. Ha. Su Jie laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. So that means it's a total loss. Su Jie, enough laughter. Let us be serious. We are discussing monetary losses here. Zhang Yang urged, concerned for Su Jie's safety as he attempted to quell the merriment. But to little avail. He decided to extinguish this source of danger. Sister Gao, if you have a receipt, you might still return it. This is merely a copper-coated craft piece. Even at 88, I gave you a friend price. The factory price is likely around 8. 8. She didn't receive an invoice, haha. This is what we purchased this morning at the antique market's mobile stall. Su Jie was laughing heartily beside us. As the saying goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Gao Jie swiftly advanced, pinched and twisted, causing his laughter to instantly transform into cries for help. Zhang Yang intervened to separate the two, and upon inquiry, it became clear that Gao Jie had dragged the two young men along, suggesting they venture to the Linhai antique city to seek treasures. According to Gao Jie, upon arrival, Su Jie dismissed everything as counterfeit, while Xiao Tang found everything slightly intriguing, leaving her with no valuable insights from either. Ultimately, she unwittingly fell prey to an old vendor's deception and ended up purchasing a statue of Guangong, purportedly crafted by a modern master. Boss, can this be reimbursed? After all, I bought this antique to blend in with the company atmosphere. Upon hearing this, both Su Jie and Xiao Tang turned their gazes towards Zhang Yang. If I agree to reimburse you, will the two of you each bring a counterfeit antique tomorrow? No, you misunderstand, boss. The two young men hurriedly waved their hands. Gao Jie, and you too, if you wish to buy antiques, just let me know. Contact Wang Shuerong from the sales department of the Highland Museum. Mention my name for a 20% discount, and all items are precious artifacts withdrawn from the museum. If you happen to purchase a fake, there is a lifetime guarantee for returns. Lifetime? Su Jie and Tang Qiyun quickly pulled out their phones to scan the QR code on the business card. However, Gao Jie stood by with her arms crossed, unfazed, muttering, buying antiques, ISNT about finding bargains. It lacks significance. Chapter 095. Exploring Stores and Abundant Currency. Sister, who has been feeding you such nonsense? Zhang Yang looked at Gao Jie, whose expression was somewhat haughty, and couldn't help but smile wryly. She spoke as if she hadn't been swindled out of 1,600, but rather had profited 16,000. This is common knowledge, didn't you know? Gao Jie promptly showcased her theoretical foundation. Purchasing antiques at original prices can outpace inflation. A vast number of national treasures have vanished into private hands. Knowledge of antiquities does not equate to poverty. She then asked Zhang Yang, do you know what the Great Willow Tree myth is? 300 yuan for a wooden Buddha statue, which later sold for 300,000. Zhang Yang retorted, even if such myths exist, they're in the ghost market of Yinjing. What treasures are you hoping to find in Linhai Antique City? This question unexpectedly led to a revelation. Gao Jie immediately pulled out her phone and opened a video on a certain platform to show Zhang Yang. Look here, Master Chiu found treasures in Linhai Antique City. Su Jie and Tang Qiyun gathered around to understand why Gao Jie, despite losing a month's worth of meals on an antique, remained so resolute. Treasure hunting can be abundant, true or false, speaks volumes. Hello everyone, I am Master Chiu. Master Chiu? ISNT, he the content creator we encountered the first time at Linhai Antique City? Zhang Yang idiot. Boss, what is the matter? Su Jie asked, puzzled. Look at the tall and handsome figure behind him. Doesn't it seem familiar? Zhang Yang pointed to the white silhouette beside the Antique City sign. Boss, could that be you? Tang Qiyun inquired. Good eye. Zhang Yang commended Xiao Tang. May I take a look? Sister Gao also joined the fray, tilting her head as she scrutinized Tang Qiyun after observing the figures. Little Tang, your flattery seems rather contrived, doesn't it? Considering you're a newcomer. I shall overlook it this once. Oh, no. It genuinely resembles our boss. Tang Qiyun hastily clarified. What little Tang mentioned is accurate. Master Chiu entered the antique market alongside me. However, before I left after sifting through the treasures, he failed to uncover anything of value. Zhang Yang was quite certain of this, as he had thoroughly explored the antique shop and only found one worthwhile item. You left too early. Subsequently, Master Chiu discovered numerous valuable pieces. Sister Gao scrolled through her phone and tapped on the time portal in the pinned comment section. The first item, a small plate with lotus patterns from the Ding kiln of the Northern Song dynasty. In the video, Master Chiu beamed, holding a palm-sized white porcelain plate to showcase to the audience. Behind him stood a visibly disgruntled shop assistant, seemingly suggesting to the viewers that the item had indeed been sold from her hands. Isn't that Fong Tian Tian? Zhang Yang instantly began to doubt the authenticity of the porcelain plate. A minute later, the item information confirmed that it was indeed a genuine piece from the Northern Song dynasty. This left only one explanation. The item was an authentic antique utilized to complement Master Chiu's promotional video, aimed at enticing viewers to adopt a treasure-hunting mindset while shopping. The evidence lay in the fact that Fong Tiantian seemed unfazed, posing for photos while Master Chiu boasted about the item as provenance. "Boss, is this item genuine?" Tang Qian noticed Zhang Yang had finished watching and quietly inquired. "The item is authentic, but its price is debatable. The uploader claims it's worth hundreds of thousands, but it's certainly not that high. It's merely a reference price. Why take it so seriously?" Sister Gao remarked nonchalantly. Moving on to the second item. A Qianlong period cloud dragon pattern bottle. "Wait, is there anything not said against the backdrop of this antique shop?" Zhang Yang asked. "Of course there is. It's further back." "Then let us view them in reverse order." Zhang Yang directly clicked on the portal for the fifth antique. Ming Dynasty, a wooden lacquered golden Avalokiteshvara seated statue. This time, without any assistance in the background, the quality of the item evidently declined. Zhang Yang quickly concluded it was a modern imitation, a piece crafted from antiquing techniques in Shanxi province. His assessment was trusted by the 3 employees present, with no one daring to contest it. Soon, all 5 items that Master Chiu had discovered were evaluated. 3 were authentic antiques from the shop, while the 2 from the market were forgeries. It was evident that the treasure hunting was staged. Logically, the detection of counterfeit antiques should raise suspicions regarding the authenticity of Master Chiu's video. Yet, Sister Gao's reasoning remained tightly woven. It's normal to misjudge 1 or 2 items. Even Master Chiu himself stated that the current counterfeiting techniques are exceedingly sophisticated. Even national treasure-level appraisers occasionally misidentify pieces. The first 3 antiques from the shop are genuine, indicating that one should still visit reputable antique stores for better chances of finding true treasures. Had I viewed this video with my boss sooner, I surely would not have ventured to the street market to purchase that statue of Guangdong. Both straightforward and ironic. Master Chiu's words left Zhang Yang momentarily at a loss for a compelling reason to persuade Sister Gao. Would he need to visit an antique shop to verify the video's authenticity? Who would tarnish their own reputation to enlighten a middle-aged woman? They would rather have more individuals like Sister Gao in their midst. Very well, let us disperse. Once the 2 young ones departed, Zhang Yang, with a hint of resignation, reminded Sister Gao, "In the future, before you seize a bargain, feel free to consult me via video." That was the extent of his assistance. After all, it involved appraising treasures. But what if the shopkeeper refused? Then, one would simply find another shop. As you mentioned, with so many national treasures in circulation, is there truly a fear of not discovering the genuine article? Quite a valid point. Sister Gao nodded in agreement, her expression one of conviction. "Boss, I just reached out to that Wang Xuerong you mentioned," she said. "You truly are a quick man." Zhang Yang gave Su Jia a thumbs up and inquired, "What did she say?" "Upon learning I was referred by you, she told me to promptly leave." "Is that true? You didn't T-dial incorrectly, did you?" Zhang Yang found it hard to believe. Wang Xuerong was a distant cousin of Wang Jianya, tasked with liquidating the antiques discarded by the museum. To some extent, she held the financial reins of the Highland Museum. Zhang Yang had a decent rapport with her. After all, during his previous trip to Yangcheng, he had generated some revenue for the museum, and the funds had passed through Wang Xuerong's hands. "If you doubt it, just call her yourself." She said to have you ring her up for scolding. "Is she really that hot-tempered?" Zhang Yang, somewhat obstinate, dialed Wang Xuerong's number directly. When the call connected, he cheerfully asked, "What's the matter, cousin? I hear you're eager to scold me." "Scold you? I do like to hit you." "Why is that?" "Let me ask you, Fong Tiantian, did you introduce her to Jianya?" Wang Xuerong's words were laced with suppressed anger, as though she were gritting her teeth. "This woman is on the verge of ruining Jianya. Is it that serious?" "I didn't introduce her. On the contrary, she was the one who introduced me to Wang Jianya and the old man." Zhang Yang hastily distanced himself from the situation. The last time he met Wang Jianya, he sensed something was amiss, as if he were under the influence of PUA tactics. Seeing that Zhang Yang had invoked Wang Guosheng, Wang Xuerong realized she had misjudged and immediately apologized, proceeding to recount the troubling events that had transpired with Wang Jianya over the past few days. Chapter 096. No gifts delivered legally. Had this been merely a phone conversation, Zhang Yang would likely have treated it as a story to listen to, allowing it to pass without further thought. One party was willing to play the game, while the other was willing to endure. Even Wang Xuerong, as a cousin, could intervene too much, only able to privately vent to Zhang Yang. However, the following day, upon meeting Wang Jianya in person, Zhang Yang sensed the gravity of the situation. In the storeroom of the Highland Museum, Wang Jianya, looking haggard and weary, gestured towards 3 large boxes filled with jade and jewelry. "Brother Yang, These are gifts I selected for Fong Tiantian's family. Could you help me ascertain if there are any fakes or items of historical value? In just a few days, he seemed to have lost a considerable amount of weight, his demeanor revealing a profound exhaustion. If this were Chunyang Wang, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly inquire whether his life force had been entirely depleted. Yet, despite his appearance, which seemed to suggest an imminent collapse, Wang Jinya was still preparing gift to present to Fong Tiantian's parents. You have quite a lot to carry. Why not take a brief rest? I can call you once I'm done, Zhang Yang suggested, noticing the deep hollows beneath Wang Jinya's eyes, which he found somewhat unsettling. He feared a genuine collapse might occur. All right, I'll take a short nap on the sofa. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yang. It's a minor issue. No need to worry, Zhang Yang responded with an okay gesture. As soon as Wang Jinya departed, Wang Shuerong dashed from the storeroom to Zhang Yang's side. See, I told you it was true. She had already contemplated gifting items from the museum to that woman. Zhang Yang nodded, although it seems rather absurd. These are his personal belongings. There's no harm in giving them away. Personal belongings, my foot, Wang Shuerong retorted indignantly. When my second uncle, Wang Jianya's father, established this museum, which member of the Wang family didn't contribute their hidden treasures? I vividly recall that my father, while working in infrastructure, donated everything he unearthed to the museum. Zhang Yang cast a surprised glance at Wang Shuerong, pondering why she suddenly revealed such information. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Highland Museum had been established before the 1982 Cultural Relics Protection Law was enacted. Prior to that, the interim regulations of the Cultural Relics Bureau, primarily concerned with the export of cultural artifacts, imposed far less stringent requirements on domestic circulation. It was only after rampant tomb raiding that new laws were instituted. So what now? Zhang Yang spread his hands, expressing his confusion and helplessness. Today, he had accepted an invitation from the Wang family to discuss, with Wang Jianya, which items of significantly greater economic value than their cultural worth should be sent to the Asian art auction in Paris in 2 weeks, in order to earn some euros. Now, at the dual request of the Wang siblings, he was inspecting the storeroom. That's simple, Wang Shuerong smirked. Just pick out the fake items for me. After all, aside from experts like you, most people won't be able to tell the difference. I want that woman to understand that it's one thing to covet Jianya's money, but another entirely to lay her hands on the museum's items. She stands no chance. That's the most absurd suggestion I've ever heard, Zhang Yang remarked. Why not? This is a museum, not a jewelry store. Where'd all the fakes come from? Zhang Yang replied irritably. Even if there were fakes, if they were discovered after being sent out, it would tarnish my reputation. After considering Zhang Yang's explanation, Wang Shuerong seemed to grasp the situation and nodded in agreement. However, being a planner, she quickly revised her approach. Then let us choose those items that appear expensive to the untrained eye, but are actually quite inexpensive. This sounded reasonable. But Zhang Yang, recalling his previous encounter with Wang Jianya at the jade shop, understood that once the items reached Fong Tiantian, they would likely be sold for cash. How many fools would there be among those who buy back jade and second-hand jewelry? The proceeds from the sale may be disappointingly meager, and it is quite possible that I will have to assist a second time. For now, I will observe and see what items Curator Wang has selected. Zhang Yang casually responded, taking a seat on the stool prepared for him, and began to scrutinize the items. However, due to the cramped space of the Jade exhibit hall and the necessity of showcasing certain donated items from the community, many pieces remained in storage. Wang Shuerong enthusiastically provided explanations, seemingly concerned that Zhang Yang might undervalue the items, even going so far as to emphasize that these items could no longer be procured. It was evident that Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. The item he held, a small wallet crafted from the shell of a soft-shelled turtle, was indeed quite remarkable. The soft-shelled turtle is a nationally protected species, with fewer than 200 individuals remaining in the country. Even though this particular piece was made decades ago, its trade would still incur legal penalties and fines. Sister, these items seem rather questionable, don't they? Zhang Yang pondered aloud, suddenly realizing why Professor Wang and his colleagues had acquired so many items without displaying or selling them. The majority of these items could not be legally bought or sold. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Wang Shuerong inquired, puzzled. This wallet, made from a shell of a soft-shelled turtle, comes from a nationally protected species, and its value could lead to a 5-year prison sentence. 5 years for something so small? Wang Shuerong struggled to comprehend. Small? The case value of a single soft-shelled turtle is 1.5 million, surpassing that of an entire piece of African ivory. Even if you purchased the wallet for 10 yuan, its case value would still exceed 100,000. He continued to elaborate. This white bracelet, made from conch shell, is also from a first-level protected species. This snuff bottle, made from the horn of a helmeted hornbill, is a second-level protected species. Second level should be relatively safe, right? Wang Shuerong, still reeling from the revelations, managed to pose a question to Zhang Yang. Indeed, it is relatively safer. But the case value of the bird's head is 250,000, with a potential prison sentence of over 10 years, Zhang Yang replied with a stoic expression. This is a tortoiseshell bracelet, also a second-level protected species. And here we have ivory products from the Asian elephant. Zhang Yang briefly categorized the 3 large boxes of items, noting that among them were 47 prohibited animal products, each valued at 3 years or more. The remaining items were primarily jade and other stones, of average worth, many dating back to the late Qing dynasty, possessing little historical significance and mediocre craftsmanship, with prices determined primarily by material quality. Nonetheless, in order to assist Wang Jianya, he arranged the quality of these items from high to low. All right, it's all set. Zhang Yang gently clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of his task. Very well, I shall call Jianya. You can take a moment to rest. Wang Shuerong thoughtfully brought a cup of tea to Zhang Yang before turning to head toward the curator's office. 3 minutes later, she returned with an apologetic expression, informing Zhang Yang that Wang Jianya was simply too fatigued, soundly asleep on the sofa, and as his elder sister, she couldn't bear to awaken him. That's quite all right. There's no need to disturb him. Let him rest well. After all, we have nearly finalized the arrangements for the exhibition. What Zhang Yang was unaware of was that after his departure, Wang Shuerong carried both trays containing jade and jadeite into the warehouse, leaving behind only the one filled with animal products.